Hello everyone, today we are starting the story of a young man who has lost his big brother in a game. Determined to rescue him, he toils day and night crafting cheat items, but when he utilizes them, the game crashes and he finds himself trapped inside as a level 1 skeleton. Please leave a like as today's like goal is 1500 likes. Hit the subscribe button for more videos. I would like to thank the new members for joining the channel and supporting me financially. Your support really matters and it helps me create better content, and I'm so excited to have you as part of this special community. As a member, you'll get exclusive access to content, early releases, and some surprises along the way. Your contribution helps keep this channel thriving, and I can't wait to share even more amazing content with you. So let's start the story without any delay. The story begins amidst an abundant rainfall, which has nurtured a forest of giant tress. Its abundance of timber and huge fruits serves as the main source of income for the surrounding villagers. However, as the forest is slowly being exploited, huge black shadows have often been seen moving in the depths of the forest. Within the eastern suburb of this forest of giants, a one-armed monster towers over an adventurer, calling him a worm who dares to fight him once and for all. The adventurer seeks a fair duel with the monster. He taunts the monster, questioning if he is scared. Nothing like a little monster under the bed banter to start the day. He notes that the monster's status is significantly depleted, so he makes one last gamble and resolves to beat this elite boss. Furious, the one-armed monster uses its ultimate move, Avalanche Chop, and launches its body toward the adventurer. The man, anticipating this moment, moves swiftly and employs a cross-swords chop, effectively slashing the monster's neck. Proudly, the adventurer reflects on his successful strategy. He jumped to dodge the monster's ultimate move just half a second before being struck by the attack. Then he utilized the fog to get close and executed a combination of note and cross-swords chop to kill the elite boss. He calls himself one-of-a-kind ultimate genius for employing such a strategy. Surprisingly, the elite boss drops a magnificent loot, the heavy sword it was using. The sword possesses advanced attributes, and the only downside is that it reduces the wearer's level by 5. The adventurer considers a stroke of luck to acquire such a weapon on the first day of the server launch. With it, he believes he can certainly elevate his compatibility and level rankings. As he gazes at his newfound weapon, a system fairy appears, congratulating him for obtaining such a formidable weapon. The adventurer realizes it is his elf assistant, and upon her appearance, he asks if there are any news that may catch his attention. She informs him that a limited-time event has been activated. A rare boss named the Blood Moon Walker has spawned in the giant forest. Defeating it will reward them with rare equipment and a massive amount of experience. With this news, the adventurer can't contain his smile, as this was what he wanted all along. Although he recognizes that a time-limited boss should be difficult, he is excited because he can test out his newly acquired sword. A few moments later, as they close in on their target, the system fairy informs the adventurer that it senses a large number of players heading towards the boss. She suggests they need to hurry or other players will get there first. The adventurer shares the same sense of urgency, but he's also struggling with the dense forest. Suddenly, a purple light shines through the forest just up ahead. This can only mean that the boss was defeated already, and it dropped purple equipment. With this, the adventurer hurriedly follows the light. He thinks that even if it is equipment that a swordsman cannot use, he can still sell it for several thousands of dollars. He rushes to make it all his. Upon reaching his destination, he discovers not just one but quite half the amount of equipment, with the purple great equipment positioned in the center. Such an amazing sight would thrill any adventurer to take them all. It's like a virtual shopping spree, but with monsters instead of sales clerks. The man gets overexcited, shouting that he has struck gold and is all his. Since he doesn't see anyone around, he concludes that he was just lucky and that everyone perished with the boss. He's about to grab the items, feeling like the protagonist of the story. However, his celebration is short-lived as his neck is sliced open by an unknown entity that he didn't even see coming due to its incredible speed. He cannot believe that he was killed, and with that, he can only watch as his newly acquired sword drops from his inventory as he fades away. It seems the boss was well and alive, having claimed the lives of 418 players. Soon after, a group of adventurers sprints towards the boss in high spirits, eager to kill it with their own hands and get their hands on the loot it may drop. With only 1 minute remaining until the limited time event ends, they are all going all out in this attack. However, little did they know, this particular boss is built differently. It was specifically made to eliminate those who don't know their place. As they got close, the boss slipped right through them like butter, instantly defeating each one. Even the big hunk wasn't safe from getting sliced up. Seeing that this boss seems quite strong, the blonde elf woman within the group devises a plan, suggesting that they surround the boss and attack together. She commands everyone to charge, instructing archers and mages to chip away at the boss from a distance, aiming to restrict its movements. Meat shields and fighters are directed to draw aggro and take turns tanking the damage. She bolsters their confidence, stating that their numbers are their strength, and they will wear the boss down together. Emphasizing the importance of teamwork, she tells everyone that once the boss is defeated, they should rush to grab the equipment it drops on a first-come, first-served basis. And because they are all blindly following the plan, they charge first, while the elf stays in the rear. However, to their surprise, the boss slices them up with ease, making sure to also kill the one who made the plan in the first place. With this, the surviving players realize that their attempts were insignificant. It's like trying to fight a dragon with a toothpick. Fear grips them as they urge each other to go ahead and fight. One of them attempts to reason with the boss, claiming he was merely passing by and had no intention of engaging in combat. He pleads that he only came to admire the scenery. Another advises them to hastily gather all the gear they can muster and attempt to escape, explaining that if they are killed here, their equipment and experience will be dropped. Still, the boss isn't willing to let them go, and so he kills them all, bringing his count to 444 players. However, it is still far fewer than he expected, and he can only rely on the system Fairy to lure more adventurers to him. One of the executives of Destiny Corporation is dealing with a problematic employee named Lu Li. He expresses his disappointment in Li, knowing all too well that with his abilities, Li could have obtained the company's equity this year and become a shareholder, thus opening up limitless opportunities for his future. But he still insisted on investigating a missing case that could damage the company's interests and reputation, and as a result, the board of directors has made a decision to terminate him immediately. Unexpectedly, Li isn't fazed by this decision one bit as he accepts it calmly and leaves the place to handle the resignation procedures. The man is speechless. Still, he can't help but sigh as he just lost a super talented individual under his wing. Now that Li is gone, he asks his secretary Wang to find someone to replace Li, and if she is unable to find one, he tells her to try and add another 20 million to Li's compensation package. However, his secretary wasn't really paying attention to his words as she was also affected by the sudden termination of Li. Looks like someone's heart isn't in the filing cabinet today. She had chosen this position in the first place so that she could see Li several times a day, and now that Li is gone, she was considering resigning as well. Moments later, Li has left his workplace and is standing outside tall buildings. He gazes at a picture of him with his brothers in his hand, and in his thoughts, he talks to his big brother in the picture. He expresses that he is closer to uncovering the disappearance of him since he finally found evidence about his case. With this, he is more than sure that he will find him soon. Unexpectedly, Li finds himself lost as he's directionally challenged and can't distinguish between east, south, west, and north. Now he's completely clueless about the direction of his house. This wasn't a problem for him before, as he belongs to a breed of workaholics who only go home once every 2 years. Meanwhile, as Li tries his best to find his way home, an insane couple is fighting in his house. The girl discovers that her man has been involved with another woman besides her, and not just one, there are 68 of them. This revelation indicates that this man is working overtime to be a menace to society. Still, the man tries to calm the girl down, but she's already fed up with his lies. Luckily for him, this girl isn't inclined to extreme actions, as instead of resorting to revenge or cutting off his wiener, she simply leaves the place in tears. Still, the man has the audacity to get on his knees and utilize his acting skills to try to convince the girl that he loves her. Meanwhile, Li finally arrives at their house, but is left speechless upon seeing how big of a Dutch his little brother is. Nonetheless, Li is kind enough to ask his brother if he needs space, perhaps feeling he returned at the wrong time. His brother, however, immediately changes his mood as if nothing happened at all and welcomes Li with a smile, stating that he always comes back at the right time. Li asks his brother about his girlfriend, to which his brother replies that it's nothing to worry about and assures him that it will be all right in a couple of days. He then takes Li inside and asks if he's thirsty. Li can't help but notice the messy state of the place with women's undergarments strewn all over. He reminds his little brother about the importance of maintaining household hygiene when living alone and advises him to show some restraint in his private life. Laughing it off, his brother explains that he's been feeling lonely since Li left him alone in the house, and to prevent such things from happening again, he suggests that Li accompany him for a few more days and not leave in a hurry like last time. Li informs his brother that this time he truly has to stay for a few more days. This news surprises his little brother, who becomes overexcited. He suggests they go for a barbecue tonight or offers to take Li for a massage if he's too tired. He reassures Li that it is a legitimate place. However, Li knows it is not yet time to celebrate, so he instantly changes his demeanor to a more serious one. He tells his brother that there is a clue to their big brother's disappearance. His brother beams with happiness upon hearing this news. He promptly informs Li that he has prepared all the equipment as requested, and tonight at midnight marks the official launch of Destiny Corporation's Fantasy Moon. Lee has been eagerly anticipating this moment, speculating that the reason why their big brother went missing might be related to this game. Finally, the moment they've been waiting for arrives, and they don their new gear, looking impressive and fully prepared for what lies ahead. Upon entering the game and confirming their identities, a system fairy materializes, introducing herself as the game assistant for Fantasy Moon. She offers the nickname CC for convenience and informs them that the game is about to commence, wishing them a joyful journey in this virtual reality realm. The game synchronizes with their brains, and after loads of system instructions, a character is successfully created. With this, Lee is teleported to the center of Mulan's village where the noob sits, marveling at how lifelike the game is. However, his train of thought is interrupted by his brother calling out to him. True to form, his brother has already teamed up with a girl the moment he appeared in the game and asks him to form a party to do a mission together. However, Lee refuses, insisting that they should go first. His brother is taken aback by this response. Unable to comprehend, he asks Lee why he is not coming, considering that newbie quests are the same for everyone. Lee responds that they now have different paths to follow, as he has other tasks to attend to. He advises his brother to level up quickly, and just like that, they part ways. Now alone, Lee calls out to CC to open the special redemption code window and enters the code he specifically placed in the game, which only he could know. With that, he receives 3 messages from the system. Meanwhile, CC is utterly flabbergasted at what she sees, her eyes filled with confusion as she struggles to identify the items her master has just received. She asks him what they are, to which he clarifies that these are the cheats he created. This instantly shocks CC, as she was programmed to put an end to cheating. Still, she politely asks her master to stop the operation quickly, warning him that his account will be permanently banned otherwise. However, Lee remains unfazed by this. He explains that he has hidden these cheats in the underlying code of the game, making it impossible for the system to detect them. Even if someone were to manually search for them, it would take half a year, rendering banning him impossible, and just like that, he receives the first item named the Omniscient Bracelet, and the stats this item provides are no joke. The only requirement to equip it is to be level 10 and above. Not only that, this item has a special attribute. The equipment level scales with the character's level, and every 10 levels the equipment quality is upgraded. Additionally, each time the equipment quality is upgraded, the character can randomly obtain a profession-specific skill. However, Lee realizes that the Omniscient Bracelet is too extravagant for his current homeless trip aesthetic. Therefore, he asks CC to help him hide this equipment. Then, he opens the second mail, which grants him an item named Random Achievement Codex. For every 10 levels, this item generates random achievements based on character events, and completing them yields random rewards. Lee is surprised at the item's remarkable attributes. He recalls that he only entered the command for a powerful item and left was randomly generated by AI. Then he opens the third mail, which contains the most crucial item of them all, the Chen's invitation from Azura. He had worked tirelessly in the Destiny Corporation for 2 years to obtain this item because during his big brother's beta testing, the hidden plot he discovered was linked to it. Lee concludes that this item should be the source of his big brother's disappearance. Determined to ensure his little brother doesn't face any dangers and knowing that if anything happens to him, the clues will end here, Lee opens the Imitation Scroll of Purgatory's Azura. This scroll allows him to change his profession to an Ashura, mentioning that it will trigger a new storyline after the change. Lee instantly accepts it. Upon confirming, his heart begins to ache intensely. Placing a hand on his chest, he closes his eyes. When he opens them, he finds himself standing in a place drenched in blood. 4 robed skeletons materialize around him, encircling him under the eerie, blood-red glow of the crescent moon. They chant in a mysterious language incomprehensible to him. Simultaneously, they assail him, plunging into his being. Confusion grips him as he struggles to comprehend the unfolding events. He distinctly remembers not designing such a scenario. The pain he experiences transcends the boundaries of a mere game, intensifying his bewilderment. Moments later, he succumbs to death, finding himself plummeting deep within the system. As errors flood the space, darkness envelopes his surroundings, leading him to assume that the game has crashed. Urging the system to exit the game yields no results, intensifying his panic. Despite repeated commands, the system fails to detect his data source, leaving him in a state of frantic confusion. Suddenly, he emerges from the ground, transformed into a different entity than anticipated. Puzzled, Lee wonders why he has become a skeleton instead of Azura. Adding to his bewilderment is his lack of awareness regarding his whereabouts. Rising from his grave, Lee surveys his surroundings only to be startled by a pathetic-looking creature wielding a glowing staff. The creature hails him as its servant, its face adorned with a wide grin, signifying the success of its summoning ritual. Lee thinks the creature might be an NPC and tries to talk to it. Lee inquires the creature about their whereabouts. The creature is taken aback by the skeleton's ability to speak, a surprise it hadn't anticipated. The creature contemplates if it has summoned a rare quality skeleton guard. Meanwhile, upon receiving no response, Lee deems the creature useless, considering that it might not be an NPC from the beginner level and decides to seek assistance elsewhere. This action further infuriates the creature, as it had expected its summon to approach and kneel before it. Determined not to tolerate such disrespect, the creature resolves that its newfound servant must be disciplined first in order to become obedient. Otherwise, it fears it may continue to act arrogantly. With determination, he activates his held chain, swiftly chaining up the skeleton before him. The sudden action surprises Lee, leaving him clueless about what's happening. However, when he witnesses the creature releasing a massive aura directed towards him, he realizes he's in serious trouble. Just as he braces for impact, a colossal monster appears and smashes the creature, freeing Lee from his chains. Shock washes over him as he gazes up at the immense size of the monster. Now finding himself in unfamiliar territory, Lee begins to question if he mistakenly entered the wrong map and how he can possibly navigate the game under such adverse conditions. Realizing he has no other choice, he attempts to call out to CC, hoping she is still connected to his character. Fortunately, CC remains linked, and she provides him with an explanation that he is currently in the land of pure darkness, the birthplace of all high-level bosses in the game and one of the most perilous locations. With a clearer understanding of his situation, he turns to CC for guidance on how to proceed in such a challenging scenario, and if there are any quests he can undertake. CC diligently gathers all available information about the place, discovering a mission point located 100 kilometers away from their current position. She proposes they head there, but Lee expresses concern about the daunting distance, especially since they can only travel on foot. Later, as they ascend a mountain, Lee questions if there's an alternative route. CC explains that while there is another route, it would quadruple the distance, making their journey significantly longer. With no viable alternatives, Lee begrudgingly accepts CC's recommendation, realizing they must stick to the shortest route despite its challenges. Moments later, they find themselves traversing on a log through the waters with a massive sea monster in hot pursuit. Panicked, Lee questions CC about the path she has chosen. However, her words of encouragement serve to keep him motivated despite the chaos surrounding them. Fortunately, Offie is still able to send messages, providing Lee with a welcome distraction from the insanity of their situation. Offie shares the story of his mission, informing Lee that he has already reached level 5 and acquired a great green staff. Expecting his brother to have progressed even further, he inquires Lee about his current level, wondering if Lee has been secretly grinding high-level dungeons for experience. To his surprise, Lee informs him that he is still on level 1, leaving him puzzled. Offie offers words of encouragement, but Lee can't be bothered to hear the end of it, as again he is being chased by another humongous mother flipper that keeps eyeing him even though its cake is just made of bones. Fortunately, his will to live helps him get through the challenge he faces, and he outruns that thing. The next thing he knows, they finally see where the mission point is located. Even with the distance, they can see entities lining up to enter this huge place. Getting close to it, CC estimates that it would take approximately 2 hours if they line up to enter the main gate. However, Lee spots another entrance where no one is lining up. He tells CC about it, to which she clarifies that it is not the planned route. Lee responds that they've already wasted too much time and the route she planned was too rigid, so whether or not it is the conventional way to enter, all that matters to him now is getting into the city. Upon reaching the red entrance door, 2 giant board guards stop him, seeking an explanation for his visit. Lee explains that he has something urgent to do, so he asks them if they could let him in. The sight brings a smile to the giant guard's face. He remarks that he understands the urgency of his situation, acknowledging that it's normal to have pressing matters to attend to. With this understanding, he swiftly permits the little skeleton to enter. Surprised, Lee considers it the easiest encounter he has had since teleporting into this hellish place. He even expresses gratitude to the guards for their understanding nature. Little does he know, as soon as he steps inside, the guards can't contain their laughter anymore. They can't believe that such a weak monster could be so clueless as to enter such a dangerous place, let alone thank them for it. Now they're even more excited to see how they'll fare in the Cloud Arena, where 9 deaths will occur and only 1 will survive. Soon after, as Lee reaches the end of the tunnel and embraces the light from the other side, he's greeted by the loud voice of the commentator welcoming him as a contestant. Confusion washes over Lee as they examine his basic information. To their surprise, he is only a level 1 skeleton. This garners the attention of everyone, but not in a good way. Laughter erupts as they mock how pathetic he is. Even the commentator assumes that this little skeleton is just a cannon fodder contestant. However, being a good commentator, he quickly redirects the crowd's attention, suggesting that perhaps this little skeleton could surprise them with some interesting fights. With that settled, he announces that the Battle of the Storm Cloud Arena officially begins, sparking excitement among the crowd as they eagerly anticipate the unfolding fights. He emphasizes that, as usual, the commentary and hosting duties for the event are managed by the most famous and beloved duo. Introducing himself as the quick-tongued rabbit, he proceeds. Even before his fellow commentator, the slow turtle, can get a word in, the rabbit, true to form, can't resist cutting him off, not even allowing him to finish his introduction. The rabbit explains that despite everyone being familiar with the rules, tradition dictates they must still announce them. He proceeds to outline the 3 rules of the Storm Cloud Arena. First, matches will be conducted in a 1 versus 1 arena battle, with the last one standing declare the winner. Second, the arena ensures fairness by adjusting all contestants' levels to match the lowest level contestant at the minimum level of 10. Only skills within the adjusted level range can be used and equipment will be provided by the Storm Cloud Arena. Third, unless the opponent admits defeat, the only path to victory is to kill the opponent. Regarding rewards, the winner of the Storm Cloud Battle Arena will receive 5,000 experience points and an epic grade weapon corresponding to their level. With the levels adjusted for all contestants, this becomes the lowest level battle ever recorded in the history of the Storm Cloud Battle Arena. Suddenly, all participants find themselves at level 10. However, it appears that not everyone is pleased with this outcome, as the rules have even diminished their skills. One contestant in particular is frustrated that they can't use their recently acquired ultimate move. Anger brews among the contestants, directed at the little skeleton who put them at such a disadvantage. They're now plotting to take him down if given the chance, warning him not to think he stands a chance against their experience. Lee realizes he's made a grave mistake and regrets not heeding Cece's advice to just queue up in line. Fortunately for him, reaching level 10, even if temporarily, is deemed valid by the system. Now he can choose his starting profession. Presented with several options, Lee feels overwhelmed by the choices. However, recalling the days he played with his big brother, he remembers his insistence that he was suited to be an assassin. Trusting his big brother's judgment, he concludes it would be the best choice and becomes an assassin. This decision grants him a new set of skills and attributes. Meanwhile, the commentator taunts the players who still haven't adjusted to their current levels. He emphasizes that time waits for no one and decides to move on to the next step, providing them with their designated equipment. Surprisingly, Lee receives sharp daggers. He realizes that this might not be such a bad place to start after all. If he can't win, he can simply surrender immediately without it being a problem for him. However, before the competition can begin, the rabbit steps forward to make the most important announcement of the day. He reveals that they are welcoming specially invited dream instructors. In this competition, those who perform exceptionally well may have the chance to receive their guidance. He introduces the person on the left as the famous Lord Zhuang Huaishu, the Northern Hall Master of Blood Moon City. Lord Zhuang is responsible for the wars and strategic deployment of Blood Moon City, with half of the city's combatability falling under his Northern Blood Moon Hall. Additionally, 70% of the city's young generation experts are disciples of Lord Zhuang. The rabbit explains that catching Lord Zhuang's attention is considered a great honor, as it can lead to a bright future and a chance to reach the pinnacle of life. This thrills the audience, who shout his name and vie for his attention. The rabbit continues, introducing the other important guest, Lady Wu Yu, the #1 beauty of Blood Moon City. She serves as the Eastern Hall Master, responsible for the city's resource distribution and the Blood Pool Dungeon. As the audience lays eyes on her, they can't help but be captivated by her stunning beauty. Even the rabbit can't deny Lady Wu Yu's allure. However, her strength is equally impressive, yet unfathomable. The rabbit explains that Lady Wu Yu maintains strict criteria for selecting her disciples, resulting in her having only accepted one disciple so far. This sole disciple, Han Yixiao, is hailed as an unparalleled genius, having achieved 10 consecutive victories in the Storm Cloud Arena, a feat that shocked Blood Moon City. Excitement ripples through the audience at her appearance, yet they refrain from shouting her name aloud, fully cognizant of her reputation for ruthlessness and short temper. Meanwhile, Lee is taken aback upon hearing the name of Lady Wu Yu's disciple, Han Yixiao, the same name as his big brother. This revelation offers him another clue about his brother. He considers that Lady Wu Yu likely holds valuable information about his brother and therefore ponders various strategies to approach her and gain her trust. Unintentionally, Lee catches Lady Wu Yu's attention by openly staring at her. She briefly considers crushing him on the spot but refrains due to Lord Zhuang's presence. She fears his influence might sway any consequences against her. Nevertheless, this incident prompts her to contemplate killing Zhuang first. With everything in place, the rabbit redirects everyone's attention to the upcoming match. He announces that the first contender in this highly anticipated Storm Cloud Arena is none other than the star of the competition, Bloodclaw from the Bloodlion clan. Born with an epic bloodline, the Bloodlion clan naturally excels in battle, and Bloodclaw represents the new generation of this formidable clan. His claws are renowned for their invincibility and incredible sharpness. He is widely recognized as the favorite contestant to win the competition. As the battle starts, Bloodclaw remains true to his fame, wasting no time in asserting his dominance. With a single swipe of his claw, he overwhelms his opponent, securing victory with undeniable authority. Moving on to the next match, the spotlight falls on the zombie swordsman Bai Lei from the Great Sword Sect, one of the newly emerging factions in the South Moon Hall. Serving as the vice captain of the Great Sword Sect, Bai Lei is renowned in the South Moon Hall for his fast, precise, and ruthless swordsmanship. Countless experts have met their demise at his hands, and as anticipated, he secures another victory with apparent ease. Moving on to the third match, the victor is the dual-wielding demon Gear, hailing from the distant wilderness. Despite fighting as an outsider to Blood Moon City, his combat prowess proves formidable. However, what truly surprises the spectators is the outcome of the fourth round. The unexpected victory of the seemingly cannon fodder contestant leaves many baffled, including some of the audience who couldn't even discern how he managed to defeat his opponent due to the swiftness of the battle. With this unexpected twist, the Rabbit wastes no time in initiating the thrilling second round, the quarterfinals of the Storm Cloud Arena Battle Fest. In the first match, Lee faces off against the dual-wielding demon Gear. However, before the battle even begins, Gear advises Lee to surrender, expressing disdain for killing weaklings like him. He asserts that a little skeleton like Lee is not qualified to provoke him into attacking. Despite this, Lee stands defiantly, letting Gear run his mouth for the last time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the game, Offei unleashes his fire bolt, wiping out all the goblins with ease. His prowess raises the admiration of the girls beside him, casting him as the main character of his own story. Despite the praise he receives, Offei remains convinced that if they were to see his second brother, they would truly understand what amazing means. His admiration for his second brother remains unchanged as he wonders about his brother's current whereabouts and whether everything is going smoothly for him. Just as Offei contemplates his brother's abilities, Lee faces his opponent without a shred of fear coursing through his bones. He approaches calmly, surprising everyone with his newfound resolve. It becomes evident that this so-called cannon fodder possesses a formidable backbone. However, Gear still underestimates him, looking down on Lee and planning to end the match swiftly. With a burst of speed, Gear unleashes a devastating attack, but to his astonishment, Lee manages to evade it. Despite Lee's skillful evasion, Gear refuses to acknowledge his opponent's abilities, attributing it to mere luck. Determined to prove himself, Gear repeats the same attack, only for Lee to dodge once again. Gear decides to employ his void-tearing slash to change the dynamics of the battle. However, to everyone's surprise, Lee effortlessly dodges it yet again. Witnesses are left wondering how he manages to evade Gear's attacks consistently. Unbeknownst to them, Lee possesses exceptional battle IQ. He has calculated the length of his enemy's arm in conjunction with the length of his weapon, and by analyzing each and every factor carefully, Lee has determined that the maximum swing radius of Gear's attacks is less than 2 meters. He has deduced that as long as he maintains a distance of 2 meters between them, the probability of being hit by Gear's attacks remains low. However, he remains vigilant against other potential skills, such as weapon throws or long-range attacks. He has also calculated that Gear's skills have a half-second cast time and a flight speed of approximately 160 kilometers per hour. With his reaction speed, dodging Gear's attacks proves manageable to Lee, and now that he has created more distance between them, Lee assesses the situation carefully. He predicts that the next move Gear is likely to use is the burst slash skill, a straight-line charge skill. However, he recalls that during its execution, the user becomes momentarily immobilized. Lee sees this as an opportunity to seize victory. Meanwhile, the audience's skepticism about his skill stirs Gear's emotions, fueling his determination to prove himself. Fueled by anger, Gear loses his composure and becomes deadly serious about killing Lee. As Lee has anticipated, Gear unleashes his burst slash. In response, Lee executes his plan flawlessly, activating his critical hit skill to deliver a decisive blow, surprising Gear. Gear didn't expect his dream of becoming the Lord of Oblivion to be crushed by a little skeleton. The crowd erupts in wild cheers, shocked to witness the cannon fodder transform into the dark horse of the battle fest. Anticipation mounts as they eagerly await Lee's performance in the upcoming finale. Even Jun finds the skeleton quite interesting. However, Lady Wuyu remains unimpressed by the display of skill, considering the skeleton merely slightly smarter and nothing special. Despite this, since the skeleton has managed to keep her from being bored, she decides to reward him with some additional time to showcase his skills further. Zhuang is convinced by Wu Yu's assessment, acknowledging the truth that the lowest-ranking bloodline will be useless no matter what. As they proceed to the next match, everyone anticipates it to be the championship battle, with Bloodclaw facing off against the zombie swordsman Bai Lei. Like other contestants before him, Bloodclaw asserts to Bai Lei that he clearly isn't a match for him. However, Bai Lei remains unfazed by such claims. Despite his inferior bloodline, he is confident that as long as he wields his sword, nothing can stop him. With unwavering conviction, Bai Lei unleashes his combination skill, the flowing dance leap, a blend of water dance and burst slash. This skill propels him 5 times faster than Gear's burst slash, allowing him to sever Blood Claw's head in a single swift attack. As his blade draws near, Bai Lei is confident that it will connect, proving to everyone that bloodlines aren't everything. However, Bai Lei soon realizes that it is not his day as Blood Claw looks at his blades and starts munching on it. With his opponent's blade rendered ineffective, it's Blood Claw's turn to strike. He uses his dual blazing claws and delivers a fatal blow. He then even insults his opponent despite him being already dead. The crowd goes wild, chanting Blood Claw's name. Even the rabbit assumes that they are witnessing the future champion of the Storm Cloud Arena, overlooking the outcome of the last match. Jun shares the same sentiment, deeming this little lion worthy of being nurtured by him despite his impure bloodline. However, Lady Wu Yu remains unconvinced, considering this lion unfit even to guard her gates. Meanwhile, Li realizes that something isn't adding up. He finds it hard to believe that the lion could actually bite through Bai Lei's weapon, considering that the weapons are distributed by the arena and shouldn't be destroyed so easily. It dawns on him that even after the lion's level was reduced to 10, his base level and attributes may exceed the average value. It becomes apparent that he will have a tough opponent to deal with. However, his train of thought is interrupted by Blood Claw out of the lion calling out to him. Unlike what he did to the other contestants, instead of discouraging Li, he challenges the little skeleton to come and fight and head-on, stating that he hasn't had enough fun yet. Li remains unaffected despite the lion's provocation. His intelligence tells him that he's outmatched, but winning this competition is the only way to get close to Lady Wu Yu. Even though he's at a disadvantage and the commentator is trying to persuade him to forfeit, giving up in the face of adversity is not an option for Li. Finding his big brother is his priority, and he won't abandon the search by being a coward. His brother and Afei are the only family he has left in this world, and they're more important to him than his own life. No matter the challenges he encounters, Li refuses to give up. The final match begins, and Blood Claw eagerly taunts the little skeleton, as he anticipated the reaction of a low-ranked creature, a dumb son of a gun unable to withstand even slight provocation. Facing Li, Blood Claw proudly declares that he will treat the little skeleton as a dessert to celebrate his victory. His plan is to push his opponent to show desperation and regret, aiming to please himself until the very end. However, his threats don't amuse Li for one bit, as he just looks at him like dead meat. So he leaps towards the lion, which discerns that his speed is even slower than the swordsman before. Way too slow, in fact, that he just decides to use one hand to stop him. But to his surprise, the little skeleton just dodges it quite easily and is now behind him. Still, the lion manages to dodge it, but now he's reminded that this little skeleton is an assassin, and it seems like he was just pretending to catch him off guard. But it doesn't really matter since he is still trash in his eyes. The lion then uses his long-range skill to counter, but this is also dodged by the little skeleton. With this, the lion isn't smiling anymore. He now understands he's contending with a foe who simply plans to evade his attacks. What's more surprising is that he's now bearing bruises inflicted by someone he dismissed as insignificant. His frustration mounts. He's Blood Claw, the esteemed leader of the younger Blood Lion generation. To be wounded by such inferior opposition is intolerable. In a fit of rage, he unleashes his skill, Blood War, enhancing his strength and critical hits by 20% for 15 seconds, intending to vanquish his adversary in the most humiliating manner possible. However, witnessing Blood Claw resort to such measures leads observers to reconsider the opponent's prowess, suggesting they may be more formidable than initially presumed. Even Lady Wu Yu finds herself intrigued by what this little skeleton will reveal next. It's unusual to witness a monster with such a low level and bloodline of the lowest caliber delivering such amusement to her. Again, Blood Claw initiates his attack, leaping towards the skeleton as he inundates him with a flurry of strikes. Despite the skeleton managing to block them, he knows he can't maintain this defense for long. Each strike from Blood Claw feels as heavy as a truck, and as expected, he loses his balance, his defense crumbling. Seizing the opportunity, Blood Claw obliterates him from existence, insulting him once more, telling him to stay where trash belongs. To his surprise, as soon as he gets close, the little skeleton reveals that it was all an act. He was merely waiting for him to unleash his special move. While Blood Claw's killing move is potent, within half a second he's unable to turn around immediately. Seizing this moment, the little skeleton activates his backstab ability, teleporting behind the enemy to launch a surprise attack. However, this plan could have succeeded against other opponents, but not against Blood Claw. He possesses a skill that negates the need to turn around, the Blood Origin skill Lion Roar. This move surprises everyone, even Juan, who promptly decides to take Blood Claw under his wing. Meanwhile, Lady Wu Yu finds it disappointing as she had finally taken an interest in a participant after a long time. Yet she acknowledges that the little skeleton's inability to survive may be due to a skill issue beyond their control. As expected, Blood Claw manages to slice the cannon fodder's one hand and leg, revealing the lack of calcium in his bones as they break in half. Seeing this happen, the rabbit pities the skeleton, commenting that after losing one arm and a leg, the cannon fodder has lost his only advantage of speed, and with that the victor is decided. The only thing left to see is whether the cannon fodder will surrender or stubbornly meet his end on the stage. Proudly, the lion taunts the skeleton, noting that he's looking much better now. He advises the skeleton not to bother with surrender, emphasizing that even if he were to surrender, he wouldn't be let off lightly. Laughing at his pathetic state, the lion encourages the little skeleton to be generous and give the audience watching the live broadcast a great show, suggesting that perhaps people will remember him for 2 days. Meanwhile, the little skeleton is more than happy to see that things are looking favorable, as it seems like the fish is about to bite the hook. The lion, consumed by thoughts of dominating the skeleton, considers various ways to humiliate his opponent, such as breaking bones one by one or using the skull as a toy. Meanwhile, Lee remains motionless, a silent and ominous presence, awaiting the lion's next move. In an attempt to further provoke Lee, the lion callously steps on the dismembered leg of the skeleton. Unbeknownst to the lion, this action only serves to fuel Lee's resolve. With a sudden and swift motion, Lee steps forward and hurls his dagger toward Blood Claw. The lion, dismissing it as a feeble attempt at resistance, easily blocks the projectile. However, to his surprise, the lion realizes too late that Lee still retains control of his other hand. As the dagger hurtles through the air, it becomes evident that Lee has not thrown it aimlessly, but rather strategically for himself. In a remarkable display of skill and agility, he swiftly retrieves the dagger with his severed hand and activates his backstab ability. With unparalleled precision, Lee delivers a devastating blow to the proud lion, leaving him severely injured with just a single strike. The sudden turn of events leaves everyone present in stunned silence, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even the typically quick-tongued rabbit finds himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the swiftness and efficiency of Lee's counterattack. Fortunately, they still have their other commentator, the rampaging turtle, to break the silence. Since he was being cut off the entire time, he seizes this opportunity to shine, bursting out with his magnificent voice to match the intensity of the fight he just witnessed. He exclaims that it's been too long since he last saw such a thrilling comeback. Like the rampaging turtle, he sees this as a mission to shed some light on what happened to everyone. He explains that this was all part of the cannon fodder's plan from the very start. The rampaging turtle continues his riveting commentary, elucidating the intricate strategy employed by the cannon fodder. He recounts how the cannon fodder initially showcased his speed advantage by boldly engaging the strongest opponent despite his own perceived weakness. As the battle unfolded, the cannon fodder deliberately provoked Blood Claw, goading him into a state of blind rage. However, when Blood Claw unleashed his ultimate move in response, it was all part of the cannon fodder's cunning plan. He cleverly feigned weakness, luring Blood Claw into a false sense of superiority and enticing him to reveal his most devastating attack. But the most astonishing revelation of all comes to light. While everyone believed it was Blood Claw who had severed the cannon fodder's arm and leg, it was actually the cannon fodder himself who orchestrated the seemingly self-inflicted injuries. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost for the cannon fodder, he unveils his ultimate trump card, the skeleton's resurrection skill. With this remarkable ability, he establishes a spiritual connection to a fallen skeleton bone, granting him a second chance to turn the tide of battle. With this, he made his ultimate comeback by defeating the stronger opponent despite being weaker. So even if the little skeleton wasn't expected to succeed, he delivered, earning himself a new title, the Moon Slayer. Meanwhile, even though Blood Claw has already surrendered, Lee plans to deal with the lion permanently to prevent future problems. However, this plan doesn't sit well with Zhuan, who intends to take Blood Claw under his wing. Zhuan, determined to protect his protege, forcefully halts Moon Slayer's advances, knocking him back with sheer power and deploying his skills to attempt to erase him from existence. Despite Moon Slayer's prowess, he finds himself powerless to deflect such a formidable attack. However, Moon Slayer's cunning and resourcefulness catch the attention of Lady Wu Yu, who recognizes his potential. With swift determination, she intervenes to save Moon Slayer from Zhuan's onslaught. Drawing upon her formidable abilities, Lady Wu Yu unleashes her heaven-piercing blasts, aiming to exact revenge upon Zhuan for harming her precious skeleton. The arena erupts into chaos as the battle between these powerful adversaries reaches its climax, with the fate of all involved hanging in the balance. The attack displays such overwhelming power that even Zhuan takes damage. He demands a reasonable explanation for her actions, but Lady Wu Yu feels no need to explain herself. Ignoring him, she saves the skeleton that caught her interest and tells him that from now on, he belongs to her. Soon, Wu Yu finishes, restoring Slayer to his original form, concluding that everything should now be back to normal. Slayer is amazed as not only have his broken bones healed, but they are now stronger than ever before. Before Moonslayer can fully process this miraculous transformation, Lady Wu Yu's stern voice interrupts his thoughts, demanding the presence of both the commentators. With a playful yet menacing threat, she warns the rabbit and turtle that if they fail to announce the results of the tournament promptly, they too will face her wrath. Fearing the prospect of being transformed into donut-shaped creatures, the commentators swiftly comply with Lady Wu Yu's demand. With a sense of urgency, they take to the stage and declare to the gathered spectators the emergence of a new star, the undisputed champion of the Storm Cloud Arena Tournament, Moonslayer. The arena erupts into cheers and applause as Moonslayer basks in the glory of his hard-earned victory, his name now etched into the annals of arena legends. And as the dust settles and the echoes of battle fade away, a new era dawns with Moonslayer at its helm, ready to conquer whatever challenges lie ahead. The system calculates his rewards, granting him 5,000 experience points and boosting him to level 15. But the rewards don't end there. Moonslayer is granted a new passive ability, Shadow Step, which permanently enhances his agility by 20. This significant boost in agility elevates his combat prowess to new heights, enabling him to move with unparalleled speed and grace on the battlefield. As if that wasn't enough, Moonslayer is presented with another reward, the Bloodstained Blade, an epic weapon perfectly suited to his level and class. This formidable weapon possesses a special ability that converts 10% of the damage dealt into self-healing, granting Moonslayer a potent source of sustenance in the heat of battle. Even the seasoned commentators are taken aback by the sight of such a legendary weapon. A turtle in his characteristic wisdom acknowledges the impressive vampiric attribute of the Bloodstained Blade, while the rabbit astutely notes its suitability for prolonged battles. With endurance being crucial in the upcoming events, the Bloodstained Blade proves to be the perfect ally for Moonslayer as he ventures forth into the challenges that lie ahead. With that settled, Wu Yu wastes no time and gets straight to business. She informs her newfound pet that now that he is healed and has received his rewards, they will proceed with initiating the Storm Cloud catastrophe. Slayer, being new to the Storm Cloud platform, is clueless about what this entails and asks for clarification. Understanding his circumstances, the rabbit explains that the Storm Cloud platform is divided into two parts. The first is the arena battle, which selects the champion. The second part is the Storm Cloud catastrophe, which is triggered right after. This event causes the Storm Cloud champion to descend into the player's world as a limited-time boss. The time limit is 1 hour, and the boss will be tasked with ensuring its survival while hunting down players to gain experience and contribution points. These points can be used for mutual trades, exchanging advanced skills and weapons, and improving one's position and status. Now that it was clear to Slayer, he was about to initiate the next event. However, before he could do that, the sore loser, Zhuang, who couldn't take a loss, confronted them. He tells Wu Yu that this is not over. He couldn't believe Wu Yu dared to openly attack him, the Lord of the North Hall. Zhuang angrily asks if she is declaring war against the North Hall, but seeing that she isn't responding to his questions, he threatens to report the incident to the city lord. Still, she continues ignoring him. Unexpectedly, he starts insulting her, calling her an ambitious, opportunistic chick, accusing her of scheming to get rid of him to seize the military resources in his hands and rebel. Recognizing that staying silent might harm her reputation more than speaking up, she decides to confront him. Lady Wu Yu infuriately calls him out for interrupting the tournament, emphasizing that his actions are a violation of the rules and that he should be punished instead of her. Wu Yu tells him that there is no way a demon like him would be kind-hearted enough to save someone's life. She suspects that Zhuang must have already promised the championship title to the old man from the Blood Claw family, a suspicion that seems closer to the truth than his accusations against her. She points out his audacity to accuse her of rebelling when he is the one constantly meddling and playing both sides like a busybody. Lady Wu Yu then warns him that if he utters another word, she will cut his military salary, halt his military provisions, and stop supplying him with equipment the next time he goes out to battle. Hearing this, Zhuang can only shout her name in anger, fully aware of the serious trouble he would face if she followed through with her threats. Meanwhile, the commentators decide to flee the scene, knowing that if Wu Yu and Zhuang start fighting, they will be the first to perish and even half the city's people will suffer. But before they could leave, Slayer asks the commentators to be quick and take him to participate in the next event first. They open a portal in front of him, but just before Li can enter it, Lady Wu Yu warns him not to embarrass her. She sternly tells him that if he can't kill 1,000 people, he shouldn't bother coming back to her. Moments later, as Li, aka the Moonslayer, descends into the player's world, his random achievement manual triggers. Upon seeing that he has already exceeded level 10, it generates a random mission for him, the one that Wu Yu ordered him to do, requiring him to kill 1,000 players. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to find players that hard since the system announced his arrival to all the players, encouraging them to kill him on the spot. He even spawns in front of a few players who look like fodder, without any clothes on, which can only mean one thing. Their cheeks are ready for some ass whooping. But before he can start, another one of his cheat items detects that his level has increased, automatically equipping onto him and giving him another boost in attributes. And because his quality improves every 10 levels, he receives a randomly assigned class-exclusive skill, with a chance to refresh and obtain a new skill the next time he levels up. As the random skill distribution is in progress, the four bold players launch an attack from all directions. Still, he dodges their every attack. Soon after, the system finally decides on what to give him. A skill named Hunting Scourge Blade. This skill enables him to swiftly deliver 4 slashes to the target, starting at 110 damage and increasing to 150% damage with the last slash. If the target is killed by the skill, the slashes will be retained and automatically target a random enemy within 10 meters to continue the attack. Additionally, it has a powerful passive ability. For each enemy killed by this skill, an additional 150% physical damage slash can be added. Because Slayer is smart, he knows exactly how to use this skill to its full potential. He slashes his way through his opponents, significantly inflicting damage upon them. He understands that as long as he lowers the health of a large number of enemies and then activates his newfound skill, his hunting proficiency will be doubled. Theoretically, he just unlocked auto-hunting. After killing the 4 players, he summons CC to ask if other players can see his location, to which she responds that they can, as the system keeps broadcasting his location to all players in real time. With this knowledge, he feels a surge of black energy covering his body, fired up more than ever, knowing that things just got much simpler for him. As the players appear, he unleashes his unprovoked menace behavior and starts penetrating them left and right. Not long after, only the players' weapons remain. Slayer is now sitting on a branch of a tree, contemplating whether to move to a new location. The number and frequency of players gathering are decreasing, and he can't pick up the players' equipment either, so there's no point in staying further. But before he can leave, another ambitious individual appears, daring to think he's the protagonist of the story and planning on taking all the weapons for himself. Slayer decides to put this individual where he belongs, slicing his windpipe instantly. The number of players he killed increases to 444, but it's still not enough. So he decides to search for more players, but before he can do that, the interaction with the ambitious player gives him an idea. So he sends off his brother, Afe, the coordinates of his current location and tells him to go there by himself. Afe assumes that his brother is going to treat him or even give him some items to help his adventures, so he hurries to the location as fast as he can. However, he doesn't expect to witness a few hundreds of them, leaving him shocked in disbelief. Somewhere in another part of the forest, a lightning strike pierces up to the sky. This occurs because of a single player defeating an epic boss by herself. This player is none other than Luna, a Moonlight Knight who holds the title of Dazzling Nova, which can only be attained by reaching the top 100 in the region. She is now stronger since she just obtained an epic-level bracelet named the Heart of Resilience, giving her a boost in attributes. It also has a special ability with a 20% chance to be triggered if the user is experiencing control attacks, giving her a boost in resistance by 20 points. While she stands menacingly, Slayer is sitting at the top of the tree branch again, amazed at this player's skills. Intrigued by witnessing a player soloing an epic-level boss for the first time, Slayer asks CC to look up information on the Moonlight Knight class. She does just that and shows him that the Moonlight Knight is a hidden class among swordsmen, possessing balanced attributes. All of the Moonlight Knight's attacks have both physical and magical attributes. In summary, it has a low entry requirement with high ceiling potential. Meanwhile, Luna notices that she's being watched and wonders who it is. However, her train of thought is disrupted by a bunch of uncles trying to scam her in order to take the epic item out of her hands and into their pockets. However, Luna isn't naive. Instead of wasting time with their attempted scam, she proposes to fight for the item. Try and be smart. One of the uncles still tries to deceive her and even attempts to get her number. Luna isn't having any of it and provokes them to try and take her loot if they're confident. The goons don't hesitate to accept the challenge. But as soon as they're in range, they realize that Luna is not to be messed with. She slices them up like apples, making a spectacle out of them as her starlight slash illuminates the place like a star. Just as the uncle descends, he realizes he has bitten off more than he can chew. Still, he tries to intimidate Luna using his guild's name to escape his predicament. He warns her that if she kills him now, his guildmates will hunt her down. However, Luna is unfazed by his threats and swiftly slices up his ugly face. With that settled, she then calls out to the person who was looking at her from above to come down and face her. Surprisingly, he willingly complies. As Luna looks at him closer, she's caught off guard because she didn't expect the peeping bastard to be a boss-level monster. While Slayer is amazed that she actually spotted him, they both hesitate to face each other, knowing that fighting would be costly and challenging, not worth it. Surprisingly, as they contemplate their next move, a multitude of players materialize out of nowhere surrounding them both. Spotting Luna, one of them accuses her of bullying their guild members, while another suggests showing her some swagger as they resolve to avenge their brothers. Meanwhile, Luna remarks that they have arrived sooner than expected. It seems they are divided into two groups. One side targets Lumina due to her decapitation of the uncles, while the other is a raiding party intent on defeating Slayer. With no other choice, they know exactly what to do next. They simultaneously launch themselves at each other, only to split up at the last second and move behind the party that is not targeting them. Because of this, the group ignores them, allowing the two of them to successfully escape. Not long after, both parties realize what happened and decide to chase their targets simultaneously. As a result, the two parties unintentionally crash into each other, but neither group is willing to move out of the way. This confrontation escalates as both groups try to force their way through. However, to their surprise, this was a premeditated move all along. Luna and Slayer return, giving them the two-piece and starting to violate them from all angles. Seeing such a spectacle, the players panic, and even if they have allies within the ranks, they start blasting, but this only makes things worse, causing a domino effect in which they end up fighting each other instead of their own respective targets. Ultimately, the high-level ones survive, hoping they manage to kill their targets. To their dismay, it wasn't what they hoped for. Instantly, the Slayer activates his Edge of the Hunt, killing them all non-stop like a perpetual motion killing machine. With this, the number of players he killed amounts to 999. Coincidentally, Luna is still alive, and looking for another player may take some time, so it seems like fighting her is inevitable. Without hesitation, they both leap at each other to end this, and just like that, the system congratulates Slayer for completing the random achievement task. Later, somewhere in the real world, a white-haired girl in a wheelchair enjoys the view of the sea. This girl is none other than Luna, and it seems she is from a wealthy family, considering the fact that she has a maid and an insanely cool VR headset. She belongs to the Bai family. The maid informs her that her parents are calling her for dinner, but she isn't planning on joining them now as she just encountered an interesting boss. Instead, she heads to her quarters and writes a rough estimate of what she might know about the boss she encountered, determined to defeat that bony son of a gun one day. Meanwhile, as Slayer passes through the portal, the random achievement tone detects that he has completed his mission of killing 1,000 players and grants him random rewards. The system grants him the mythical tier item, the Enchanted Divine Earrings. These earrings allow the holder to transform their own race, and after transformation, the holder gains race-specific appearance, race-specific passive talent, and mastery of its language. Contented to receive such a worthy reward for his efforts, Slayer acknowledges that this item has both great applicability and functionality. Then his system interface pops up congratulating Slayer for completing the Storm Cloud Cataclysm. For his amazing performance, the system settles to reward him with 1,000 contribution points and a significant amount of experience points, leveling him up to level 21. With this, he acquires yet another skill, the Rending Burst Blade. This skill enhances his next basic attack, dealing 180% of physical damage to the target while ignoring 20% of the target's physical defense. Additionally, there's a 20% chance to inflict the target with a bleeding status. Soon after he steps out of the portal, he is greeted by the loud cheers of the countless crowds who have seen what he just did. Even the commentators are thoroughly impressed. The quick-witted rabbit extends its congratulations to the new move Slayer for conquering the Storm Cloud Cataclysm and reaching the remarkable feat of eliminating 1,000 enemy players. The turtle adds its approval, giving a thumbs up and affirming that the Slayer is truly worthy of the title of genius, dubbing them a rising star of the Storm Cloud. His incredible feat doesn't escape the envy of others, including Zhuang. Slayer notices Zhuang's resentment as that idiot couldn't even look him in the eyes. With victory secured, the Moon Slayer pays no mind to Zhuang. Instead, he redirects his attention toward the sexy baddie in front of him. Lady Wu Yu recognizes his dependability as he hadn't embarrassed her, which makes her quite delighted, resulting in a genuine smile. Seeing him as worthy of her attention, she gestures with her hands, opening a portal before them. With a willing heart, Slayer follows her through the portal, stepping into one of the secret realms, the evolutionary blood pool within the Blood Moon City. This confuses Slayer as he looks at it because there is nothing about it in the game he designed. He wonders what is really going on, but his train of thought is interrupted by Wu Yu asking him if he has a clue about the reason why. Even though Blood Claw's level was adjusted to the same level as his, he was able to easily defeat others. Slayer responds confidently, explaining that he knows the reason. It's because of bloodline, to which she confirms. She explains that just like equipment has different qualities, each monster's attribute varies greatly due to bloodline differences, and his bloodline is the lowest. Seeing that they are talking about bloodlines, Slayer asks if the place they're standing right now is related to breaking through bloodline attributes. Wu Yu responds that it is exactly what he assumed, and this is one of the secret realms under her jurisdiction, the Blood Pool's secret realm. Since she acknowledges his worth, she tells him to pick any area he likes and jump in. However, before that, she reminds him not to get his hopes up since his evolution still depends on his luck. Meanwhile, in the Blood Moon City's North Hall, Zhuang is having a tantrum, thinking about how Lady Wu Yu just disrespected him in front of a crowd. His blood keeps boiling in rage. He reflects that if it weren't for that useless brat from the Lion clan, he wouldn't have lost so much face. Seeing that this might get out of control, one of his advisors beside him tries to calm him down. The advisor tells him that he shouldn't be this furious because this might not be such a bad thing. After all, the Lion clan has always intended to be on good terms with him, and through this incident they saw that he is willing to get hurt to protect their descendants. He concludes that this will surely strengthen their loyalty towards him. But even after all of that, Zhuang admits to his advisor that he can't swallow his anger, and it's really getting on his nerves how uncomfortable it is. The advisor subtly suggests to Zhuang that while they may not be able to directly harm Wu Yu, there are alternative methods to provoke her. Leaning in, the advisor whispers the plan discreetly to Zhuang, who listens intently. A wicked grin spreads across Zhuang's face as he decides to proceed with the advisor's cunning scheme. Meanwhile, the Moon Slayer has already dipped himself into the pool of blood and was now in the process of evolution, while Wu Yu observes his progress. She couldn't help but be fascinated as Slayer's absorption speed was quite fast, indicating his high potential. However, her train of thought gets disrupted by someone calling out her name. She turns around to see the City Lord's mansion Black Death Guards asking her to come with them, as the City Lord has given them an order to summon her to the main city immediately. She informs them that she is quite busy at the moment and cannot go with them. Instead, she requests that they wait until she is available. However, they are not subordinate to her, and have no intention of obeying her commands. The captain presents her with the City Lord's Blood Summon Decree indicating their authority. It is revealed that upon receiving the Blood Summon Decree, the recipient must promptly present themselves to the City Lord, and failure to comply will result in merciless execution. With this, she doesn't have a choice but to go with them, but before she leaves Slayer behind, she delivers a cryptic message informing him about occasional rock falls in the nearby mountain, advising him to look out for that to avoid getting crushed accidentally. The captain couldn't help but smile, as everything was according to their plan. Shortly after, Lady Wu Yu and the guards depart, leaving the Moon Slayer all alone. The evolution of Moon Slayer continued unabated, nearing its completion as the surrounding blood intensified, shrouding his entire body. Before long, he was nowhere to be seen as the blood had completely covered him. It turns out that it was the moment the others had been eagerly awaiting, knowing that it is the time the Slayer would be unable to cancel his evolution process and vulnerable to attacks. Appearing from behind the rocks, the lower commander of Zhuang's Shadow Squad signals his subordinates to strike the Moon Slayer, and they waste no time in launching their assault. However, unbeknownst to them, Slayer's absorption speed far exceeds their expectations. He awakens, fully prepared to teach these fools a lesson in the true meaning of skill and superiority. Simultaneously, Wu Yu and the guards ascend the mountain trail. The captain happily grins, seeing that even a powerful entity like Lady Wu Yu can't do anything but be obedient when she saw the blood summoning order. Meanwhile, from her vantage point below, Lady Wu Yu notes the commencement of the ritual. Suddenly, she chooses to stop following them, opting instead to perch upon a nearby rock. Surprised, the captain inquires about the sudden pause, but she finds no need to explain herself, simply relishing the sight of her blood pool below, where a few nosy bugs are racing each other to kill Slayer first in order to get the credit. The quickest bug manages to strike where Slayer had been resting, shattering the spherical blood formation. Now they stand in anticipation, awaiting the remnants of their target. To their astonishment, Slayer remains intact, perplexing the assassins who had clearly seen him getting struck down. Even the assailant who delivered the blow felt his attack connected. Still, seeing that their target was standing, they didn't hesitate to make sure this motherflush was deceased. However, as soon as they got a closer look at their target, shock fills their eyes as they realize that Slayer had completed his evolution and came out smoking hot. Now they are questioning their sexuality, but even before they could react, Slayer had decapitated them both. The lower commander is shocked to see Slayer completed his evolution as well, but they still need to get things done. So he commands his subordinates to charge together, which they immediately do. With teamwork, they launch a coordinated attack, but Slayer simply takes a step back to dodge it because these little dodos were slow as heck. And what's even more surprising is that he had violated them without them even noticing, as Slayer is now on a whole nother level. They didn't even realize they were dead until they saw their heart in Slayer's hand, completely shocking them all. The lower commander can't have that. He can't let that disrespect slide. So he attacks Slayer with everything he has, embedding his blade with a powerful aura that multiplies his strength. However, Slayer is on demon time right now, so he easily dodges them all. He proves to be a total menace as he doesn't even take this fight seriously at all. He's even smiling deviously while doing that light-skinned stare. With this, the lower commander acknowledges his defeat. He offers no resistance as Slayer inflicts significant damage, effortlessly tearing off his left arm. Left with no other option, he steps back, reflecting on his life choices and pondering where it all went wrong. All the information given to him about Slayer has misled him, but even if he realizes this, he can't just dip out of here. He has to kill Slayer since this mission was entrusted to him by Zhuang, and he is not willing to tarnish his master's name. So he summons the other hidden assassin to his aid to complete their mission with everything on the line, which they fully understand. Therefore, they perform a ritual to boost the lower commander, giving him immense power that buffs his overall abilities. He even regenerates his limb because of this and is now looking to kill Slayer. Meanwhile, Slayer remains calm. The lower commander is still an idiot in Slayer's eyes, and the lower commander's actions only serve to confirm Slayer's assessment as he willingly hurls himself into Slayer's range. Seizing the moment, Slayer swiftly reverts to his skeletal form as the commander draws near, leading the commander to believe that Slayer's evolution is deteriorating. This false belief boosts the commander's confidence in winning the match, driving him to persist in his strike. To the lower commander's surprise, Slayer effortlessly evades his strike, leaving him baffled as to why his attack missed. Confusion clouds his mind as he struggles to understand Slayer's evasion. In the midst of his confusion, he discovers he can't retract his hand, panic gripping him as Slayer transforms back into his demon form. In a swift motion, Slayer decapitates him, leaving the lower commander in shock as he witnesses his own headless body. Meanwhile, on the side, Lady Wu Yu applauds Slayer's performance, delighted to see that his harvest went quite smoothly. Slayer asks if these assassins were from Zhuan, to which she confirms. She tells him that even the guards who took her were connected to Zhuan, but she had already sent them away. With this information, Slayer realizes that she knew what their motives were from the start, so he asks her if this was his second test. However, as he approached her and the view became clearer, Lady Wu Yu noticed that he was quite well equipped down there, and she was looking at it more than she should, which embarrassed Slayer, causing him to hide it from her. Surprisingly, she was quite thirsty and commanded him to take his hands off right this instant. With that settled, she told him that she was quite satisfied with his performance, and she asked what he wanted as she could grant him one wish. Slayer, however, is not horny, as he only wants one thing, and that is to know where his brother is. So he asks Wu Yu the whereabouts of his brother, Han Yixiao, which makes her sigh, and she brings the bad news to him that he was already gone. Lu Li, the Moon Slayer, stares at Lady Wu Yu with a serious expression, clearly eager to know what happened to Han Yixiao. Lady Wu Yu points out that this is the second question he's asked. She notices his tightly clenched fists, a sign of his growing anger. Feeling a bit sorry for him, she agrees to tell him, but only if he answers her question first. She recalls the past events and mentions that ever since he heard about Han Yixiao at the competition, he frequently glanced at her. Then he decided to put his best foot forward, all in an attempt to get close to her and uncover the truth about her student. Turns out he's been playing detective the whole time. The Slayer realizes she is curious and reveals that Han Yixiao is his older brother. He then drifts into a memory of his distant childhood while he and his brothers live in an orphanage. Three bullies laugh loudly, one of them holding a pink rabbit toy. The boy in the middle showcases the rabbit, laughing and suggesting they continue playing. His little brother, Afi, trembles with fear, pleading for the rabbit's return because his mother gave it to him. Lu Li, despite being beaten and bruised, stands strong in front of Afi to protect him. One of the bullies mimics Afi's plea to annoy him. Another bully throws away the book he's holding and mocks Lu Li, asking if he's still pretending to be a hero. The ringleader in the middle laughs at them, holding the rabbit by its paws with both hands. Smiling wickedly, he reminds them that this is an orphanage, and they are all adopted by his mother. He declares they are nothing more than trash. With a cruel grin, he rips off the rabbit's paws, claiming that everything here belongs to him and he can do whatever he wants with it. Apparently, he's decided that being a villain is his full-time job. Afi starts crying and pleads for the rabbit to be returned. Lu Li grabs something hidden in his jacket and walks towards them. He pulls out a pen with a sharp tip, ready to fight. Suddenly, someone leaps towards the bullies from behind, swinging a stick and shouting to draw their attention. This newcomer lands a solid blow to the head of the bully who tore the rabbit's legs off, using a broom. He delivers a series of hard punches to the three bullies, leaving them unable to retaliate. It's like watching a kid's superhero movie, but with brooms and toy rabbits. The bully who broke the toy bunny admits he made a mistake and begs for mercy. The guy with the broom lets them go, and they run away, loudly calling for their mother. The broom-wielding hero picks up the pink bunny, turns around and assures them everything is fine now. Afe looks at him with strong admiration and says he's cool. Lu Li, still in disbelief, asks who he is and why he helped them. The guy smiles and introduces himself as Han Yixiao. He tells them that if they ever have problems, they just need to smile and everything will be okay. From now on, he promises to protect them and ensure no one bullies them again. It seems Han Yixiao wasn't just a hero, he was also a philosopher with a broom. In present, Lu Li, aka the Slayer, replies to Lady Wu Yu that Han Yixiao is the closest person to him like family. Lady Wu Yu, deep in thought, doesn't respond but remembers something from the past. She recalls Han Yixiao calling her master and smiling as he asks if she can give him some ordinary weapons. He mentions he has two younger brothers and, as the older brother, wants to give his best to them. Lady Wu Yu then murmurs the word infernal purgatory with a thoughtful expression. The Slayer, standing in front of her, doesn't understand and asks what it means. Well, infernal purgatory doesn't exactly sound like a vacation destination. She looks at him and says she remembers something from some time ago. She recalls the commentators at Stormcloud Arena. Quick Rabbit exclaims in amazement how Han Yixiao defeated the King of Knights, Davidan, successfully defending his title as Stormcloud King. The other commentator, Slowest Turtle, notes that Han Yixiao has won 10 victories in a row, becoming a real legend. Wu Yu continues, saying that after his 10th consecutive win, Han Yixiao entered the Stormcloud Tribulation, but did not return. She recalls the time Quick Rabbit remarked that the Stormcloud Tribulation battle ended 4 hours ago, and it's impossible that Han Yixiao hasn't returned since the competition had already ended. Lady Wu Yu explains that she searched for him for a long time, but eventually discovered that the last place he was seen was in Infernal Purgatory. Well, it looks like Han Yixiao went from winning battles to exploring places no one wants to visit. The Slayer, realizing Lady Wu Yu knows Han Yixiao's location, starts to speak, but Wu Yu interrupts. She explains that she cannot teleport to Infernal Purgatory because the place is blocked by an unknown force, making it impossible to reach. The Slayer processes this information and starts to wonder what his options are if no one can teleport to Infernal Purgatory. He then calls for his elf assistant, named CC. She instantly appears next to him and assures her owner that she is ready to help. Looks like the Slayer has a few tricks up his sleeve and some handy assistance. The Slayer asks CC to check the information about Infernal Purgatory. CC begins to search but suddenly encounters interference and the system notifies her that the request was rejected or an error occurred. The Slayer, puzzled, asks if there is an error and tells her to query the database. CC informs him that he does not have the necessary powers. Determined, he instructs CC to switch the interface to manual input. Wu Yu, observing the scene, wonders if he's talking to himself. Little does she know the Slayer's tech-savvy skills are just as sharp as his combat ones. The Slayer looks at the system window that opens in front of him and takes a deep breath to calm down and think. Infernal Purgatory is where Han Yixiao was last online and spotted, so he knows he can find the answer there. The system window prompts him to enter a password. The Slayer types in his password and clicks the Continue button. The system then displays his user number as 1288 and grants him access to the database. An endless stream of binary code appears around him, creating a digital landscape. He examines the numerous system windows, each containing valuable information. The system notifies him that he needs to retrieve the Infernal Purgatory code. The Slayer is taken aback by the system's response and asks what kind of code it is demanding. The system promptly alerts him that an illegal intrusion has been detected, triggering a closure protocol. Undeterred, the Slayer commands the system to reveal the original code, but the red warning windows persist, leaving him puzzled. He wonders if the original code is being rewritten. The system notifies him of a forced expulsion process underway. The surrounding system windows begin to vanish, leaving the Slayer bewildered by how it's all happening. It seems even digital realms have their own set of surprises and mysteries. Lady Wu Yu, standing beside him, asserts that this is all she knows about Infernal Purgatory, suggesting that if he doubts it, he should investigate for himself. The Slayer considers her words, realizing that visiting that place might provide the answers he seeks. He approaches her and requests permission to ask a question. Lady Wu Yu inquires if he intends to ask a third question. The Slayer then asks her how he can go to that realm. Lady Wu Yu explains that her knowledge is confined to the Stormcloud Tribulation, emphasizing there's a time limit involved as well. She notes that he is being a little impatient. She reveals that his brother, Han Yixiao, has awakened twice in the evolution blood pool, but has yet to return, and now despite his current state, he's determined to go there again as well. The Slayer reflects on her words, remaining silent for a moment. Just then, CC floats up to him with a smile, confidently informing her owner that she knows how to return to the game. He was surprised when he heard this and asks how he can accomplish such a feat. CC flies away and tells him to follow her. Wu Yu stops him, asking where he's going. The Slayer turns to her and explains that there's a method that will enable him to enter the player's world. She doesn't initially understand what he means by the world of players. He mentions that it is the realm she always talks about, the other side. Lady Wu Yu finds this intriguing and expresses she will wait for good news from him. It looks like the Slayer is embarking on a new quest, with potential answers and discoveries awaiting in the world of players. Meanwhile, in a vast forest, a powerful explosion rips through, annihilating a large group of monsters in an instant. Their bodies burn out rapidly from the intense blast. Ah Fei, now a 23rd level fire mage, casually remarks that it was too easy, wondering if there are stronger monsters around. Several girls rush up to him, admiring Ah Fei and gushing about how handsome and wonderful he is. They're so taken with him that he even shares some potions with them. Looks like Ah Fei's not just a powerful mage, but a heartthrob among adventurers too. One of the girls admits she was scared and asks Ah Fei to hug her. He stands with a pleased expression as the three girls surround him, blushing profusely. Looking at one of the girls, he recalls something and asks if the merchant who collects high-quality weapons is here. All three girls confirm and urge him to hurry, mentioning that the merchant offers a very favorable purchase price. Ah Fei laughs and affirms that he'll indeed spend money on weapons for each of the girls. They follow him eagerly, asking if he's serious and expressing their affection for him. Suddenly, something strange catches his attention up ahead. He realizes he's surrounded by a large group of people approaching, laughing. Among them is a man with very pale skin and a katana who declares that Ah Fei is caught. Looks like Ah Fei's peaceful shopping spree just took an unexpected turn into a confrontation. Ah Fei prepares to use his magic, instructing everyone to take cover behind him. He senses something amiss behind him and turns around. He sees the girls smiling at him. Unexpectedly, they deliver powerful blows to his back, catching him completely off guard. Ah Fei collapses to the ground, blood flowing from his wounds, shocked and hurt. He asks why they would betray him like this. The girls, one by one, ask Ah Fei if he's wondering who they really are. They reveal themselves as members of Northward Guild. Then they go on to greet each other for their big win, revealing themselves as big, second, and third brother. Ah Fei, trembling from his severe wounds, struggles to comprehend their betrayal and asks what they mean by big, second, and third brother. The girls smile at him and take turns explaining that their beauty was a deception. It was all a grand scam. They believe in leaving pain to others while seizing wealth for themselves. They are the members of Northward Guild, who adopted female avatars, Mai Shen, Mai Qian, and Mai Ming. They then request Ah Fei to guide them. Ah Fei becomes furious, strong fiery energy radiating from him. He declares their deception unforgivable and demands the truth. The pale-skinned guy watches him rise and remarks that Ah Fei doesn't seem ready to cooperate yet. Two players from Guild North immediately channel their powerful energy into their hands and rush towards Ah Fei. Undeterred, Ah Fei channels his own energy into his hands, and just as they reach him, he simultaneously punches them, unleashing his very strong fire magic. The explosive clash of energies sends shockwaves through the area, proving that Ah Fei is not someone to be trifled with. With his fiery attack, Ah Fei defeats the two guys. However, more guild members rush towards him from behind in a large crowd. Noticing their approach, Ah Fei quickly turns to face them and prepares to use his fire magic again. He waves his hand, releasing a powerful burst of magical energy that immediately annihilates the incoming attackers. Looks like Ah Fei is turning up the heat, and these guild members are getting more than they bargained for. Ah Fei grins, not immediately noticing the arrows swiftly flying toward him. Just then, Mei Shen rushes toward Ah Fei, hands filled with energy, announcing that she is here. Ah Fei retaliates in time, and both of their energies collide with each other. Ah Fei is thrown back, cursing and thinking to himself that he doesn't have any mana potions left. He has spent too much. Mai Qian taunts him, asking if something is wrong and why he isn't doing well. Mai Ming, meanwhile, shows off 99 mana restoration potions and mocks Ah Fei, asking if these are what he needs. Mei Shen extends his hand and tells Ah Fei to be smart and hand over the boss's equipment. Looks like Ah Fei is in a tight spot, surrounded and low on resources. It's a classic give us the loot or else moment. Surrounded and threatened by their people, Ah Fei knows they mean business. They warn him that if he doesn't cooperate, they'll take action and strip him of his last weapon. Instead of giving in, Ah Fei calms himself, takes a deep breath, and prepares to do something unexpected. With defiance in his eyes, he gives them two middle fingers and begins scolding them loudly and relentlessly, using the nastiest words he can muster. His tirade is so intense that even the nearby birds take flight, fleeing from the commotion. It seems Ah Fei's fiery spirit isn't limited to his magic. He's got fiery tongue to match. The guild leader, seething with anger, draws his sword and prepares to attack Ah Fei, shouting for him to shut up. Ah Fei stands still, a sad expression on his face, mentally apologizing to his brother for being so foolish and deceived by scammers. Despite the imminent threat, he remains calm, bracing himself for whatever comes next. Looks like Ah Fei is ready to face the consequences even in the face of his own mistakes. Just as the head of the Northward Guild charges at Ah Fei, a red silhouette swiftly intercepts and defeats him in a single blow. It's Lu Li, aka the Slayer, arriving just in time to save his brother. Ah Fei is greatly surprised and relieved to see him. The Slayer turns to the rest of the guild members, his expression full of fury. He declares that none of them will leave this place. Looks like the tables have turned and the Slayer is ready to unleash his wrath on those who dared to harm his brother. Ah Fei, equally surprised, looks at his brother and asks if it's really him. His shock deepens when he realizes it truly is. Lu Li, aka the Moon Slayer, taking on a human race transformation, stands before him with the strength of a 23rd level warrior. The Slayer turns around and quips he was only away for a short while and Ah Fei already got into trouble. Ah Fei bursts into tears, grabs his brother's leg, and loudly confesses that it was all their fault. They not only tried to steal his weapon, but also deceived him. The guys from the My family watch this and remark that it looks like help has finally arrived for Ah Fei. Mei Ming thinks this must be the brother Ah Fei was talking about and wonders if he's rich too. That sounds reasonable. They conclude with evil grins. They laugh wickedly and declare that they will become rich. Pointing at the brothers, they command their allies to attack. Ah Fei, sensing danger, tells his brother that he should leave his back to him. The Mei brothers stand still, waiting for reinforcements. But to their shock, no one comes to their aid. They soon realize that all the members of the Northward Guild have already been killed by the Moon Slayer. It seems their plan for a quick fortune is about to backfire spectacularly. Ah Fei swiftly approaches the Mei brothers from behind, startling them with a loud scream. He looks at them with a sly smile and asks if they were the ones who said they would make him a dead man. Mei Shen quickly addresses him as brother, insisting they were just joking. However, Ah Fei grabs them tightly and declares loudly that he's not their brother but their big daddy. Looks like Ah Fei isn't letting them off the hook easily after their betrayal and threats. Sometime later, Ah Fei and Lu Li walk through the forest, with Ah Fei reflecting on the Northward Guild's misdeeds, acknowledging their robberies and other wrongdoings. The Slayer agrees with his sentiments. Ah Fei asks his brother how he managed to find him and what progress he's made on their big brother's matter. The Slayer mentions infernal purgatory, and explains that is all he currently knows about the last place their big brother was seen. Ah Fei nods in approval, praising his second brother's skills. With a clear goal in mind, they are now determined to pursue their next steps. Lu Li, wearing a serious expression, remarks that the place where their brother was last seen isn't on the game map. He speculates it could be a high-level area beyond their current abilities. Ah Fei asks what they should do next and assures his brother he'll follow his lead. The Slayer responds that their first step should be heading to the nearest town to assess their equipment and gather supplies. Ah Fei chimes in happily, noting they can also make money in the process. He jokes about how he'll never trust online profiles again after being deceived by seemingly good girls who turned out to be guys. Ah Fei comments on Lu Li's dark skin, expressing how cool he thinks it looks. He asks his brother how he achieved that look and jokes that he wants a makeover too. They continue walking toward town, discussing their plans and catching up on their experiences. Sometime later, they reach the Nekenda town in the southern suburbs. The Slayer walks through the city, feeling like he has finally returned to a familiar game. As he strolls, he receives a friend request from Miao Miao, which he promptly rejects without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ah Fei notices a girl who catches his eye and finds her attractive. Gathering his courage, he approaches her and asks if they have met before or if it's just his imagination. At the same time, two men approach an old man who specializes in recycling equipment to sell their items. After the transaction, one of them expresses disappointment, noting that the equipment they sold is only worth a few hundred gold coins. He wonders when they will finally get a purple piece of equipment. The wolf man with him sighs, saying they should focus on leveling up first. The calm old man reassures that the recycling price he offers is fair and justified for young and old alike. Lu Li and Ah Fei approach the old man, and the man asks Lu Li and Ah Fei if they need to dispose of their equipment, and they agree with him. The old man takes out a cube with a sword icon inside and announces that there is a substantial amount of high-quality equipment, totaling 95,000 gold coins in value. He asks Lu Li and Ah Fei if they agree to this valuation. Ah Fei is pleasantly surprised by the sum, exclaiming how cool it is in calculating its value in real-world currency, noting it amounts to tens of thousands of dollars at current exchange rates. Lu Li gives a thumbs up in agreement, and then mentions to the old man that his hair are cool. The unexpected comment surprises both the old man and his brother. The old man leans closer to Lu Li and asks if he really thought that. However, he compliments Lu Li, noting that he himself is a very elegant guy. Just then, the system congratulates Luli on the successful launch of the Commodity Traders program, increasing the possibility of receiving a discount by 10%. Confused, Afe asks what just happened and wonders if he somehow influenced the salesman. Luli explains that these are little tricks programmed into the game by developers. He recalls the game developer with the same hairstyle, remembering the developer saying that if he cannot change his baldness, then he shall change the world. Luli tells Afe that he can take the money for himself. Afe, overjoyed, starts to say that if he becomes a woman, he will definitely. But he doesn't finish his sentence because Luli interrupts him, telling him to shut up. The system congratulates Afe for receiving 100,000 gold coins, notifying him that he has completed the achievement Tons of Wealth. Afe tells his brother that they have more equipment to sell. Luli agrees, noting that they haven't reached the right place yet. Sometime later, they arrive at the auction house where a huge crowd has gathered. Afe looks at the impressive building in surprise, remarking that this auction house is amazing and it's his first time coming here. Someone with a microphone walks up to Afe and asks if it's his first time at an auction and what he thinks about it. Afe glances around and mentions there are a lot of people here. Outside the auction building, the large crowd is getting restless. They loudly complain that everything is taking too long. Some ask if things can move faster, while others wonder how much longer they can wait. It's like a group of kids impatiently waiting for recess to start. A short guy approaches two guards standing at the door and calls them brothers. He explains he is only a few hundred coins short of entering the competition and really needs an item. He asks if they could do him a favor. The two guards dismiss him, saying it's none of their concern. They follow the rules. Starting capital is 10,000. They tell him it will be easier if he leaves and not waste their time. Other people get very angry with him, accusing him of being the only one wasting their time. They wonder where he even came from and demand he gets out of the way. It's like he's a mosquito at a barbecue, and everyone just wants to swat him away. Suddenly, someone walks up to the short guy and puts a hand on his shoulder. Other people get even angrier, asking if they are finished yet and telling them not to block the path. They grumble about how even poor people want to take part in the auction now. Afe steps in and says this guy is coming with them, so they should split up. The two guards tell him to wait. They notice an inscription appear above Afe's head, mentioning his achievement, Tons of Wealth. Realizing he's very rich, the two guards immediately open a huge door, from behind which a bright golden glow can be seen. It's like opening a treasure chest in a video game, and everyone's eyes sparkle with the reflection. They point to the door and apologize for the delay, inviting the dear guests to come in and wishing them a pleasant stay. Once inside, they see a large crowd of people standing close to each other. The short guy they helped expresses his gratitude, promising to repay them when he gets the chance. Afe waves it off, saying he doesn't need to worry about it. The guy nods, then says goodbye to them. It's like a scene from a cheesy drama, but without the dramatic background music. A lady in a black dress approaches them and welcomes them. She introduces herself as their guide, the Eight of Hearts. She presents a VIP card and explains that given Afe's super rich status, they automatically applied for a gold card. She gives a brief description of its functions. First, card holders can enter without queuing. Second, when selling items at the auction house, a commission is reduced from 10% to 5%. Third, with this card, you can submit an application to the auction house for a loan at the amount depending on its credit limit. It's like getting an all-access pass to the coolest club in town, but with way more perks and no bouncers to worry about. Afe takes his card and asks if he can use it to penetrate her heart. The Eight of Hearts looks confused and asks what he means. Afe steps closer and asks if she believes in love at first sight. Luli stands next to him, staying silent about this awkward flirting attempt. Just then, Luna passes by. Luli notices her immediately. Eight of Hearts points to a door and tells them they must go into a separate room, assuring them they'll be made comfortable. They walk into the room together, and she sets several bowls on the table, inviting them to help themselves to tea. She mentions their goods will be put up for auction, and as epic equipment is very high in demand at the moment, they can expect the auction to end within the hour. It's like being in a fancy waiting room, except instead of old magazines, they get tea and the promise of quick riches. The Eight of Hearts summons a weapon from her inventory and mentions that their epic-level sword, Stardust, is a unique weapon. She assures them that at the current level, this auction will definitely fetch a good price for it. She suggests they attend the auction themselves if they have time, as there might be other items of interest. Afe leans towards her and asks if she will go too, explaining that he doesn't understand a lot of things and doesn't have time to finish. Before he can continue, Luli hits him hard on the head and says they just need a list of items. They'll pick them up in an hour. The Eight of Hearts agrees to this plan, looking amused at the banter between them. It's like trying to plan a heist with a distracted teammate who keeps getting sidetracked like shiny objects. After some time in the hall where the auction is taking place, the man standing on the stage announces that all participants must sit down as the auction will start very soon. As the leader of this auction, he hopes everyone is familiar with the rules and wishes them success in acquiring what they need. The participants begin to applaud him, showing their appreciation. The presenter then points to the girl carrying the first item and thanks the audience for their warm greeting. With that, the auction officially begins. It's like the start of a thrilling game show, with bids instead of spinning wheels and prizes worth fortunes. Their first treasure is a fiery heart. With this item, one can alter their weapon properties. Plus, when facing forest monsters, there will be an additional damage bonus. The presenter asks who wants to have a weapon that can control flame and announces the starting price at 20,000 gold coins. Bidding begins eagerly. The guy wearing the skin of some animal raises his hand and bets 25,000 gold coins. Next, a magician with red hair raises his hand and increases the bid to 28,000 gold coins. Number 96, the guy with brown hair, smiles broadly and confidently raises his hand, bidding 35,000 gold coins. He's sure that no one will top his bid and that the fiery heart will be his. The presenter calls out loudly, asking if anyone will offer more money. Number 96 continues to smile, thinking to himself that he has bet everything he has at 35,000 gold coins. He believes he can afford to lose this auction item, especially since it's the first lot and no one else will bid higher than him. It's like a poker game where he's pushed all of his chips into the middle, convinced he's holding the winning hand. The host begins to count down from 3, almost declaring number 96 the winner, but at the last moment, Han Xiao, the man with number 9, raises his hand and confidently bids 50,000 gold coins. The host announces that number 9 has offered 50,000 coins. People sitting at the auction start murmuring, questioning if the fiery heart is truly worth that much money. Someone recalls that everyone used to trade this item around 28,000 gold coins, wondering aloud who Han Xiao is and how he has so much money to bid with. Han Xiao's girlfriend, number 95, leans over and asks him if the price is too high. Han Xiao replies confidently that as long as she likes it, everything is fine. His girlfriend smiles warmly at his response. The presenter hits the table with a hammer, announcing loudly that the first lot has been sold. Number 9, Han Xiao, purchases the fiery heart for 50,000 gold coins. Number 96, who bid 35,000 gold coins, expresses disappointment, stating that he came specifically for this lot. The guy sitting next to him points to number 9, Han Xiao, and asks if he doesn't know him, mentioning that Han Xiao is a famous crypto magnate. He consoles number 96, saying not to be upset because there will surely be another fiery heart up for auction next time. Witnessing the auction unfold, Afi comments on the situation, calling the person who decided to spend 50,000 gold coins on the fiery heart an idiot. He adds that he doesn't seem to like this Han Xiao person much. The presenter announces the second lot, a special costume called Love Maid, Heezing, who would refuse this. The system window details that it's a special maid costume capable of transforming the wearer into a maid. Setting the starting price at 30,000 gold coins, the bidding starts fervently. People immediately begin shouting out their bids, eager to claim the unique costume for themselves. The host announces that number 66 has offered 48,000 gold coins for the maid's costume. Number 66 quickly remarks that he should hurry up and hand it over because he's eager to try it on. To everyone's surprise at the auction, the winner of this lot turns out to be a huge muscular man. The presenter, equally surprised, jokingly tells number 66 that he can wear it at home. Without hesitation, the muscular man dons the maid costume and declares that it's not bad at all, feeling oddly secure in it. Ah-Fei, visibly surprised by what he's just witnessed, remarks to his brother that it seems like anything is possible in this game. Lu Li looks on with equal surprise but doesn't respond to Ah-Fei's comment. The host clears his throat and announces they should continue with the auction. The third item up for bid is wolf boots, which increase speed by 2%, starting at a price of 40,000 gold coins. Han Xiao confidently raises his hand and bids 80,000 gold coins. Other bidders exclaim that he's doubled the price and that there's no point in bargaining if he's set on acquiring an item. It's like watching a high-stakes race where the finish line keeps getting further away with each bid. The presenter announces that the wolf boots have been sold, with number 9, Han Xiao, purchasing them for 80,000 gold coins. Next up, Han Xiao bids 50,000 gold coins for the next lot, and the host declares there are no more bids. It's sold. Han Xiao buys the next lot for 90,000 gold coins. He kisses the girl sitting next to him and proceeds to buy another lot for 120,000 gold coins. Continuing his spree, Han Xiao buys all the remaining lots one after another, each at different prices. The other participants start to leave the auction room, grumbling that he's buying everything and they can't compete with his wealth. They question why he even bothered coming if he can afford to buy anything he wants. Afe looks on with displeasure, frustrated by Hanshao's ability to buy everything at the auction. He expresses his desire to compete and beat him somehow. Luli responds calmly, saying that this situation doesn't concern them directly. He suggests relying on his help for now. Confused, Afe asks Luli to clarify what he means by relying on his help. He wonders how they can strategize or take action in this situation. The presenter announces that time has flown by and they're nearing the end of the auction. Their final item for today is the epic-level sword, Stardust. According to the system window, Stardust is a sword exclusively for swordsmen, requiring a level of 20. Its stats are impressive. Strength at 90, attack power at 260 points, critical hit chance at 40 points, and speed at 30 points. The features of Stardust include: first, it inflicts attacks with a light attribute. Second, it reduces the opponent's level by 5 upon a successful hit. Third, it increases attack power by 2%. Additionally, Stardust deals additional magical damage. The presenter hypes up Stardust as a rare treasure with unique characteristics, emphasizing its potential to become exceptionally powerful after level 25 or 30. He declares it could rightfully be called the best item at the auction, setting the starting price at 200,000 gold coins. Bidding begins eagerly, and Hanshao confidently raises the stakes with a bid of 250,000 gold coins. He smirks, believing all the other participants are fools. Hanshao is certain that no one will dare challenge him now, convinced that anyone with as much money as he is can't possibly be an idiot. It's a showdown that feels like a scene from a high-stakes poker game, where the stakes are legendary weapons instead of chips, and pride is on the line as much as gold. Hanshao maintains a calm expression, considering the auction as a game where he strategically makes small sacrifices for potentially large gains. Afi, smiling confidently, decides to enter the fray, bidding 300,000 gold coins. Hanshao turns his gaze towards Afe, acknowledging him as a worthy opponent, and counters with 350,000 gold coins. Unfazed, Afe continues to smile and raises the bid to 400,000 gold coins. Hanshao looks at Afe with curiosity, wondering who he is, as he had never heard of him before. Nevertheless, he raises the bid again to 450,000 gold coins. Afe immediately bets 500,000 gold coins, showing his determination in the auction. Hanshao, however, pauses to consider whether he should match this bid. He thinks it's too expensive, regardless of how good Stardust might be, especially since it's still in its early stages of development. The girl sitting nearby questions whether Hanshao should bid any higher, suggesting caution. But Hanshao's motivations lie beyond the practical value of the items. To him, the auction is about satisfying his desire for adrenaline and competition. With a slight smile, he confidently raises the stakes to 600,000 gold coins. The host announces that number 9, Hanshao, has bid 600,000 gold coins for Stardust. Afe, ready to counter with a bid of 700,000, is stopped by Lu Li, who intervenes just in time to prevent him from placing the bet. Hanshao, feeling victorious in his bid, imagines himself standing triumphantly on a high cliff. Just as the presenter is about to conclude the countdown, someone unexpectedly outbids everyone by betting 1 million gold coins. The sudden turn of events surprises Lu Li, Afe, and the host, who all turn to see who made this bold bid. Hanshao is visibly embarrassed and surprised that someone has outbid him, especially after his confident bidding earlier. It turns out that Luna is the one who made the winning bid. The presenter starts the countdown, and as it ends, Luna successfully wins Stardust back. Afterwards, Lu Li and Afe leave the auction room. Afe is bubbling with excitement, reflecting on the thrill of making money. He exclaims that it's such a pleasure to succeed in auctions like these. Lu Li says that the last million was not the planned income. Lu Li explains that after selling everything, they've earned 1,520,000 gold coins, subtracting the 200,000 spent on various items, leaving them with 1,320,000 gold coins. Upon receiving the money, Afi notices his VIP card number drop from 8988 to 7450. He's taken aback and asks if this means there are still 7,450 people richer than them in the game. Lu Li, unaware of someone watching from the rooftop, dismisses the significance of their newfound wealth, emphasizing that they need to move on because it's time for their main task. Afi, eager and enthusiastic, agrees wholeheartedly, ready to proceed with their next endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, Lumina continues to silently observe from her vantage point on the rooftop, her presence lingering as they prepare for their next adventure. Sometime later, a stroll from the southern suburbs of Nakenda Town to Bush Cove Village. Afi, itching for some fun, nudges his brother about a barbecue night out. Lu Li, though, keeps marching ahead, as silent as a mime in a library. Afi, not one to let silence linger like a bad smell, presses his brother to spill the beans. He's itching to know why this sudden radio silence. Suddenly, Luli stops dead in his tracks, standing like a statue. He gigs ahead and declares that he knows she's been tailing them and demands she reveal herself. Afe whirls around and spots Luna, pointing out she's from the auction house. Connecting the dots faster than a detective in a mystery novel, he assumes a fighting pose and concludes that it all makes sense now. No wonder she was willing to drop a pretty penny on the Stardust sword. She's been playing the long con as a thief all this time. Panicking, Luna denies the accusation vehemently, insisting she has no intentions of harming them. She explains that the weapon auctioned off is actually one she lost previously. Remembering Lu Li, who bested her in skeletal form, she queries how they came to possess the sword. Afe chuckles at her curiosity, teasingly asking if she was wondering where they found her precious weapon. He casually reveals that his second brother snagged it after defeating the boss. Luna is visibly surprised by what he says and wonders if he actually slayed the boss himself. Luna dashes towards them, coming to a halt in front of Lu Li. With a sense of urgency, she asks if he can spar with her for practice. Afe, surprised by her sudden request, wonders what's going on. Lu Li, without looking at her, states that he's done with it all. Afe leans in to quietly inform his brother that Luna seems intent on getting closer to them deliberately. Luna, observing them, remains undeterred, confident that they will clash in the future. As they near the village, Afe remarks to Lu Li that they're almost there and prompts him to spill the beans about the game mission. Lu Li agrees and explains that since it's an early mission, it shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. The general storyline unfolds as follows. The village of Bush Cole is under siege by monsters, and their job is to fend them off. Once they reach the village, they'll learn the reason behind the attacks. Within the village resides a little girl who is a vessel of divine light, coveted by the monsters. Their mission directive is to escort her safely to the Temple of Divine Light. Along the journey, they'll encounter various monsters. The mission culminates in safely delivering the girl to the temple. Only then will their task be complete. It's like delivering pizza, but with more claws and fewer tips. They arrive at the village and Afe expresses confidence to Lu Li, stating that together, they can conquer anything. Pointing towards the village, Afe strides forward with a grin, telling Lu Li that he'll take the lead in clearing the path, playfully suggesting Lu Li watch and learn how it's done. Meanwhile, in the village, a woman turns to her sister, eyes wide with concern. She asks if her sister heard those weird sounds. The other woman nods, looking just as spooked, admitting she heard them too. Suddenly, Afe zooms into the scene like a bullet train on overdrive, screaming at the top of his lungs. He dashes forward with superhero-like speed, fueled by adrenaline and a touch of panic. Breathless, he warns the women about monsters lurking nearby, urging them to stay vigilant. Caught off guard, the women shriek in terror, their cries echoing through the village like a poorly tuned opera. Afe's dramatic entrance definitely wasn't on their bingo card for the day. Afe comes to a sudden halt, looking puzzled as he asks the women who they are. They quickly assert their village residency, flipping the question back on him. Should he be introducing himself first? Embarrassed by the mix-up, Afe stammers out an explanation. He clarifies that he's on a mission to exterminate monsters, not to scare innocent villagers. The women exchange bewildered glances, struggling to process his words. Did he say mission and monsters? One of them whispers incredulously to the other. They start to wonder aloud, could this guy really be a legendary warrior? Is this their chance encounter with the fabled hero of folklore? The women stand closer to Afe, eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of admiration. They offer to guide this mysterious warrior to their village, eager to assist him on his mission. Another woman chimes in, boasting about her sister's resourcefulness. She insists that her sister is not only clever, but also keen to lend a hand to Afe. Afe nods appreciatively, acknowledging the villager's hospitality. As he proceeds, Lu Li follows him, observing the surroundings. Meanwhile, the villagers erupt in excitement, proclaiming loudly that a legendary warrior has graced their village with his presence. Children gather around, wide-eyed and eager, watching Afe with admiration. He's a legendary warrior who fights villains and destroys evil. The villagers cheer, their words echoing through the village square. Looks like Afe has unintentionally become the star of today's show. Move over, local gossip. There's a new hero in town. One of the villagers steps forward, hands laden with a variety of local items, expressing gratitude for Afe's efforts. He invites Afe to visit and explore their signature village treasures. Beside him, another man excitedly gestures towards Afe, asking for his autograph. With a respectful bow, he declares to the villagers that they are in the presence of a legendary warrior, predicting that their village will soon gain renown. This man turns out to be the village chief. The chief raises his hands, calling for applause to welcome the new warriors. Afe leans over to quietly confer with his brother, noting that things seem different from what they were told. He wonders aloud if the mission has been altered by the gaming company. Luli nods thoughtfully, suggesting that while the story's details and the villagers' appearances may have changed, the core essence of the mission remains unchanged. Looks like even in this virtual world, some things are constant, like sticking to the main quest line. The headman booms out a question to the villagers, asking them what the grandest ceremony is for welcoming a warrior. The villagers respond enthusiastically, cheering and declaring that it's a banquet. Eagerly, the villagers gather around the two brothers, insisting they must come along. They promise a feast will begin shortly in honor of the legendary warriors. Moments later, Luli strolls alongside some locals who are already relishing the festivities. He casually inquires about the rumored purple medic flowers blooming nearby, expressing interest in seeing them for himself. The old man nods in agreement, suggesting that they should first rest and enjoy the banquet. He assures them that afterwards, they can explore the blooming purple medic flowers at their leisure. Luli blushes slightly at the attention but looks at the villagers with a hint of suspicion, perhaps wondering if their hospitality has strings attached. Later on, a large crowd of villagers gathers around a table laden with a variety of dishes, enjoying the feast with gusto. Laughter and chatter fill the air as everyone digs into the delicious spread. Ha-Fei stands up, eyes wide at the abundance of food spread out before them. Remembering something he read about the game, he insists they must taste everything. It's part of the experience. A villager approaches them with a plate piled high with skewered meat, notably eyeballs. Proudly, he encourages them to try this famous delicacy of their village, popping one into his mouth with a mischievous grin. Luli quickly intervenes, advising Ah-Fei not to eat it. He reminds him that they need to focus on finding the girl instead of sampling local cuisine. Ah-Fei feels embarrassed and reluctantly agrees, mentioning that just watching them eat makes him feel queasy. They stroll through a large tavern, and Ah-Fei comments on the crowd, suggesting they ask around for help. Luli, exuding calmness, steps ahead of him and insists there is no need for that. He assures Ah-Fei that with a careful look, finding her won't be difficult. After all, in a place this crowded, someone has to stand out. Hopefully not just the guy trying to juggle 3 mugs of ale at once. Immediately after, they notice a little girl sitting among the villagers, holding an apple and doing absolutely nothing with it. Seriously, how long can someone stare at an apple? Luli approaches her from behind and gently places his hand on her shoulder, startling her a bit. He asks if she wants to go to the Temple of Divine Light. The girl's face lights up with joy as she turns to him, asking if he is the warrior who has come to save her. As if on cue, the system notifies him that he has successfully activated the mission. Immediately after this, the moon changes color, turning an ominous shade of red. The villagers rise from their seats, clearly not for a standing ovation. Ah-Fei, sensing something amiss, informs his brother that something is definitely wrong. All the villagers stare at them, walking towards them with eyes glowing red, just your typical creepy village welcome party. One villager's eyes start bulging out of their sockets as if trying to get a better look at the bizarre situation, while his entire body begins trembling violently. He stands up, growing immensely, and smashes a table with a single blow. It seems like they traded apple gazing for an impromptu horror show. Immediately afterward, the transformed villager and the others launch an attack on Luli and Ah-Fei, who are standing protectively next to the girl. Both react instantly, moving with impressive speed. Luli summons his dagger, taking down the attacking villager with a single precise blow. Meanwhile, Ah-Fei conjures a fireball with his magic, hurling it at another advancing villager. Clearly, these villagers didn't realize they were up against a duo with more tricks than a magician's hat. The monsters they had just defeated collapse to the ground, mortally wounded, while the remaining creatures pause, staring in surprise. After a few tense seconds, a large crowd of villagers begins to rush toward them, shouting loudly. Luli and Ah-Fei immediately charge back, tapping into their energy reserves for the impending battle. They sprint through the crowd of monsters, carrying the girl in their arms, and fend off the attacking villagers. The large building echoes with the sounds of their clash, illuminated by bursts of energy. It's practically a light show, just without the fun part. After a short period, all the villagers lie defeated on the floor. Ah-Fei notices something strange happening in the building. Despite their victory, the bodies of the monsters start to pulse with strong energy, and the system notifies them that a ban has been imposed. Suddenly, the villagers begin to rise to their feet, radiating powerful energy. Ah-Fei, staring at the resurrected crowd, remarks on the strangeness of the situation. He turns to his brother, asking what their next move should be. Luli ponders aloud that logically the pike-headed man shouldn't possess such a skill. Observing the villagers, he realizes that everything happening is vastly different from the original plan. Something must have changed after he left the game in company. Meanwhile, Ah-Fei starts battling the crowd of monsters, warning his brother that if things continue like this, it'll end up as the main course, because let's face it, no one wants to be a monster's midnight snack. Luli, with a serious expression, comes up with a plan and declares that they must escape first. They leap out of a window, with Luli holding the girl securely. The monsters reach through the window, clawing at empty air. Immediately, they dash down a narrow street, putting distance between themselves and the building they just escaped from. It's one of those moments where a tactical retreat feels a lot like a high-speed chase scene in an action movie, minus the car, but with plenty of adrenaline. They slip into a house and lock the door behind them. The monsters, oblivious, continue down the street in search of their prey. As they stand by the door, they fail to notice someone with white hair walking on the second floor. Afe exhales with relief and starts to comment on their current situation, but he stops mid-sentence, eyes widening as he sees someone reaching out toward him at lightning speed. Suddenly, Lumina approaches them and swiftly covers Afe's mouth with her hand. Luli gazes at her calmly and remarks, "It's her again." Afe, muffled by Luna's hand, attempts to say something but is unable to articulate a word. It seems like Luna has a knack for appearing at the most inconvenient moments, like a surprise guest who always brings chaos instead of dessert. Luna gestures for them to speak more quietly and softly informs them that the monsters are nearby. She moves to the center of the room and suggests they continue their conversation upstairs. They follow her lead, climbing to the upper room where they can see the red moon through the window. Afe, like everyone else, settles on the floor and asks if Luna is here on a mission too. He can't shake the feeling that she's been spying on them once more. It's like having a nosy neighbor who always seems to know more than they should. Luna reveals that she arrived earlier than them. Upon entering the village, she sensed something was amiss and decided to wait until nightfall to investigate carefully. However, just as she was about to venture out, they unexpectedly arrived. After her explanation, silence fills the room for several seconds. Luli's expression turns serious as he nods in agreement, acknowledging that something indeed seems off. He urges Luna to share everything she knows about what's going on. It's clear they need all the information they can get to make sense of this strange situation. The girl they took with them appears embarrassed upon hearing their conversation. She looks at the floor with a worried expression and remains silent for a few moments. Luna comforts her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder and telling her not to worry. They are here to protect her. She encourages the girl to share what she knows. Deeply surprised by the turn of events, the girl removes her pig mask and reveals this is exactly the point. Afe, taken aback, asks in disbelief if it was a mask. The girl explains that their village used to be peaceful and calm, with everyone being kind and friendly. However, outside the village, there were always monsters with pig heads and human bodies roaming about. According to her uncle, who often ventured outside, as long as you stayed away from them, there was no danger. Later, everyone noticed that the monsters began mimicking their actions from time to time, which seemed rather comical. As a result, their vigilance against the monsters gradually weakened over time. However, everything changed on the fateful day when the Knights of the Holy Light arrived in their village. Among them was Sir Kurlik, renowned for his strength and gentle demeanor. Under his leadership, they performed a sacred prayer. But this time, during the prayer, she felt a different sensation, an intense heat coursing through her body as if needles were piercing her skin. Intrigued and hoping to understand this phenomenon, she sought answers. When Sir Kurlik learned of her experience, he was excited and told her that she had awakened the holy light within her body. He explained that this was a rare and fortunate occurrence. Furthermore, he extended an invitation for her to join the Society of the Holy Light, offering her a chance to become part of their holy group. Sir Kurlig also added that it will also bless their village, and they no longer have to worry about the threat of monsters. The villagers rejoiced over the prospect. However, their joy was abruptly shattered. They were viciously attacked by a horde of monsters, cruel, ferocious, and in such overwhelming numbers that defeating them seemed impossible. Sir Kurlig valiantly fought the monsters to protect their village, but tragically fell in battle. Witnessing the brutality of it all, she was so terrified that she couldn't even bring herself to call for help, let alone flee. Her mind went blank, and all she could do was cry, so much that she felt she couldn't shed another tear. Perhaps guided by the holy light, she found comfort and resolve in its presence, urging her to stay strong. If she's been chosen by the light, she must bear the responsibility it brings. In a desperate move, she donned a mask and started pretending to be one of the monsters, biding her time for a chance to escape. She recounts the harrowing events that transpire, attributing their arrival to fate and explaining how the sacred light bestowed her with its power. Luna and Luli ponder her words deeply, processing the gravity of the situation. Afe smiles warmly, aiming to instill hope in the girl, assuring her that he and his brother will find a solution. Her face lights up with relief, and she eagerly asks if he's certain. He nods confidently, acknowledging that the responsibility will indeed fall upon their shoulders. The girl, focused on expressing her trust in them, doesn't notice the enormous eye peering at them through the window. She leans on their support, unaware of the looming danger. Luli and Luna are taken aback when they spot the massive monster outside the window. Reacting swiftly, they all jump back just as part of the building is demolished by its presence. They stare in awe and apprehension at the colossal creature before them, realizing that their challenges are about to get a whole lot bigger, literally. Surprised, Ah-Fe blurts out, asking what just happened as they all witness the colossal monster break into their hiding place. In a swift and terrifying move, the monster seizes the girl, declaring triumphantly that it has caught her. With chilling precision, the enormous creature lifts the girl and is about to make her its next meal. Ah-Fe gazes at the colossal monster and remarks on its immense size, noting the daunting challenge they face. Luli grimly states that their mission will fail if the girl dies, adding urgency to their actions. Without hesitation, they charge together towards the monster, pooling their energies to launch a coordinated attack. They unleash a combination of skills and magic, aiming to overwhelm the creature. However, the monster swiftly defends itself, shielding against their onslaught with a massive hand, proving to be a formidable adversary. It's like a high-stakes game of magical dodgeball, but with a monster who's not playing fair. The monster swings its massive arm with tremendous force, hurling them all into the nearest building. As it assesses the injuries on its hand from blocking their attacks, it questions aloud if there truly exists the power of a warrior lord in this world. Ah-Fe, standing on the roof of the building, marvels at the monster's size and questions how it could recover so swiftly from their assault. Luna speculates that there must be a weak spot they can exploit, aiming to turn the tide against their colossal foe. The monster swiftly delivers a devastating blow, shattering the building beneath their feet. However, they manage to leap away in different directions just in time. Standing atop a flying piece of debris, Luli declares that he'll cover their next move. Ah-Fe gives him a thumbs up, assuring him of his backup. Without hesitation, Ah-Fe leaps into action, conjuring 2 magic circles behind him. With a flourish, he unleashes the fire meteor spell, causing numerous small fireballs to materialize. He launches them all at once toward the monster, overwhelming it and forcing it to defensively block with its massive hand. The enraged monster exhales heavily, visibly furious at Ah-Fe's magical assault. It blocks Ah-Fe's attacks from a distance with one hand while clutching the girl in its other hand. With a menacing swing, it prepares to deliver a powerful blow, threatening imminent danger to them all. Luli swiftly maneuvers towards the monstrous fist as it hurtles towards him, his face surprisingly calm. Employing his backstab and explosive blade techniques, he teleports effortlessly above the beast's massive hand. With precision, he unleashes a flurry of dagger strikes infused with energy, leaving deep, grievous wounds on the monster's fist. Balancing skillfully on the now wounded appendage, Luli spots the girl ensnared in the monster's grasp. Without skipping a beat, he reaches out, determined to rescue her from this hairy situation. Ah-Fe's voice rings out, a loud warning to his brother to watch out. Luli swiftly scans the scene, spotting the monster channeling green energy to mend its injuries. To his surprise, humanoid monsters emerge from its hand, poised to attack. Reacting swiftly, Luli turns to face the unexpected threat. Just as the monsters close in, Luna dashes to his side, effortlessly dispatching them with her Starlight Break skill. She shoots him a glance, urging him to hurry and rescue the girl. After all, there's no time to waste when there's hero work to be done, and Luna's got monster busting covered. Luli and Luna exchange surprised looks as the monstrous hand undergoes a bizarre transformation, splitting into a multitude of smaller monsters. In the chaos, one of them snatches the girl and makes a break for it. Observing the absurdity of the situation, Luli can't help but quip, what kind of bunch of pig-headed idiots are they, because really, who turns into a crowd of mini-monsters to steal a girl? Luna turns to Luli, questioning if he believes it's too difficult for a normal mission task. Together, they strike with all their might, channeling their energy into powerful blows. She reflects, suggesting that perhaps defeating the boss isn't the primary objective of their mission. They both soar towards the rooftop where Ah-Fe stands, resolute. Luna emphasizes that escorting the girl safe and sound is what really matters. As they give chase to the monster carrying the girl, Luli calls out to Ah-Fe, who stands calmly, focusing on restoring his mana. With a reassuring nod, Ah-Fe acknowledges their trust in him. With precision, Ah-Fe unleashes his double fire meteor skill, obliterating a swarm of monsters hurtling towards him. At the same time, Luna and Luli sprint across rooftops in hot pursuit of the monster carrying the girl. The monster, sensing their pursuit, flashes a sly smile before abruptly transforming into one of the nearby buildings, smashing through its door with brute force. Luna and Luli swiftly descend to the broken doorway where the monster vanished. Luna insists they must halt its escape, determined to rescue the girl from its clutches. As they chase the monster through the room, Luna catches sight of something peculiar, while Luli remains fixated on their speedy adversary. He remarks on how effortlessly the monster navigates the area, quipping that it must have a subscription to the local running club and a GPS map of the dungeon. Luli notices the same thing as Luna and looks at it blankly. They both observe the distressed figures behind bars, their faces twisted in anguish, unable to articulate words, only emitting loud, plaintive sounds. Luna, with a pensive expression, suggests freeing them, her voice carrying a hint of concern mixed with a touch of optimism. However, she contemplates whether releasing them might bring allies or just a chaotic cacophony of gratitude. Luli swiftly slashes through the bars with his dagger, freeing the distraught prisoners. With a composed demeanor, he invites them to step out into the open. As the freed individuals cautiously approach, Luna, with a wry smile, suggests that the chaos they encountered might just trace back to Genesis. Perhaps some biblical proportions are at play in this dungeon drama. Luli, puzzled by Luna's cryptic remark, asks her to clarify. Luna's expression turns serious as she silently contemplates her thoughts. Suddenly, a loud cry echoes through the room, a familiar voice calling out for his brother, Afe. Luli recognizes the voice immediately and calls out to Afe. Afe dashes desperately, pursued by a horde of relentless monsters. He cries out for help, urging Luli and Luna to intervene before he's overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes. Meanwhile, the monster carrying the girl leaps agilely from rooftop to rooftop, swiftly moving in a determined direction. The girl, resigned to her fate, opens her eyes wide, convinced that she's about to become a monster's next meal. Sometime later, on the balcony of a high tower in the bustling city, the monstrous creature seats the girl against the wall with a huff, muttering about everyone being painfully slow. He glances back at the girl he's abducted, wearing a smirk that could rival a mischievous raccoon's. Sauntering over, he settles beside her and remarks with a false politeness on her surprisingly pleasant scent. He then dramatically opens his jaws wide, sporting an expression that could curdle milk, as if threatening to take a nibble out of her. The girl lifts her gaze, meeting the monster's gaze with a steely expression. From her sleeve, she deftly produces a small knife, a surprise that would make even a magician proud. Channeling the Shang Wine blessing skill, she closes her eyes, summoning energy that fuels an unexpected strike to the creature's face. The monster's head ignites with pain, emitting a shriek so loud it could wake the neighborhood. He extends his hand towards the trembling girl, who holds her knife tightly, resigned to what she believes will be her final moments. Just as the monster's fingers nearly touch her, a sudden, decisive strike severs his reaching hand. The girl looks up in astonishment to see Luli, the unexpected savior who has intervened to protect her from the monster. Overwhelmed with relief, she exclaims joyfully, addressing him as Lord Warrior. The monster, taken aback by Luli's sudden appearance, demands to know how he managed to arrive there. His voice drips with disbelief, questioning the origin of this unexpected interference. Luli remains silent, his expression calm yet resolute, clutching his dagger firmly in hand as he meets the monster's gaze with unwavering determination. He recalls the chaotic events that unfolded just 15 minutes ago in the city. Luli and Afe, accompanied by Luna, sprint away from a horde of monsters. A massive cloud of dust billows behind them, kicked up by the relentless pursuit of the creatures. The monsters scramble over each other in a comical attempt to catch up, like toddlers chasing after an ice cream truck. Luli tosses small blue pills to his companions with a wink, urging them to swallow them immediately. He himself pops one into his mouth without hesitation. What follows leaves the monsters baffled and bewildered. The trio suddenly turns invisible, vanishing like socks in a dryer. Confusion reigns among the monsters as they scratch their heads and peer around, shouting where did they go and if they are hallucinating again. One particularly puzzled monster even asks aloud if they accidentally stumble into a stealth cosplay convention. The monsters, now divided into groups to search, rely on their keen sense of smell to track down the invisible trio. However, their closeness to the scent means they can't be hiding far. The system notifies them that the group has consumed a stealth potion, causing the monsters to lose track of their target within 5 seconds. This skill comes in handy for escaping players. Seated quietly against the wall where they hide, Luli, Afe, and Luna catch their breath. Afe turns to his brother with a worried expression, pondering their next move in the face of unbeatable monsters and a missing girl. Luli reflects on their predicament, recognizing they face 2 formidable challenges, an overwhelming crowd of monsters and the abduction of the girl. Faced with such an unusual task, he concludes they must employ unconventional methods to succeed. Turning to his companions, Luli calls Afe over and inquires about Luna's name. Luna responds, revealing her name, prompting Luli to share his idea with a caveat: he'll need their assistance to make it work. Sometime later, the monsters patrol the streets, baffled by the sudden disappearance of the scent trail. Determined to locate their elusive targets, they scour every nook and cranny, muttering to themselves about checking every corner and hoping to stumble upon a clue. Against the wall, a monster munches on a piece of meat, oblivious to the stealthy approach behind him. Suddenly grabbed by the shoulder, he jumps in fright, quickly hiding the meat and turning around with a worried expression. He explains in a panic that he wasn't fooling around. He missed breakfast and was dizzy from hunger. Unveiling himself as the transformed monster, Luli reassures him that he does not need to panic as he just ate too. He tells him to take a breather and have a chat. The worried monster, still clutching his piece of meat, asks Luli what he wants to discuss. Luli settles on a nearby box and muses aloud, wondering if the powerful trio of warriors could be the ones who kidnapped the girl. Peering at Luli through meaty contemplation, the monster queries if he means the snack. The monster reassures Luli with a calm expression, explaining that there's no need to worry. Old Juan, renowned for his speed among his brothers, possesses an intimate knowledge of every house in the village. With their distinct scent, it's only a matter of time before they track them down, as their aroma carries far and wide. Luli smiles in agreement, understanding the urgency of the situation. He emphasizes the need to move quickly, catch the culprits, and regroup at the village entrance. The monster corrects Luli, asserting that they have to head to the clock tower instead. He glances away, privately musing that despite this brother is an idiot who does not know anything. Luli explains with a chuckle that he forgets things all the time due to his indulgence in drinking. Suddenly, a powerful explosion reverberates through the village, startling the monster. He turns to Luli with wide eyes, demanding to know what just happened. At the same time, Afi dashes down the street, pretending to carry the girl in his arms. He shouts back to the pursuing monsters, taunting them that he's returned, goading them to give chase. The crowd of monsters, now filling the street, hasten their pursuit, determined to catch up with Afi and his elusive prey. Imprisoned from his towering perch, the monster gazes down at Luli, clutching his wounded face in disbelief. He mutters to himself, questioning aloud how this could even be happening. But hey, monsters get surprised too, especially when unexpected guests like Luli show up unannounced. Luli swings his dagger with precision, unleashing a burst of formidable energy. In a swift motion, he rescues the girl and delivers a barrage of strikes upon the bewildered monster who dared to kidnap her. After dispatching the monster, Luli leaps down to the street where his friends are desperately fleeing from a swarm of pursuing monsters. Afi's face lights up with relief upon seeing him, exclaiming joyfully that Luli is indeed his brother. Luli swiftly scoops up the girl and urges them to keep moving, reminding them they must escape the village first before they can relax. Time to hustle, monsters, and family drama won't wait. As they dash through the village, a colossal monster lumbers after them, smaller monsters leaping from its back with loud proclamations that escape is futile. Quick thinking, Luli and the group gulp down a boost potion, enhancing their speed by 30% for 30 seconds. Just in time as the massive monster swings a mighty blow their way, but thanks to their newfound speed, they narrowly evade its crushing attack. Looks like speed really does save the day. Take that, oversized menace. They sprint away from the village, bathed in the eerie glow of the red moon. As they exit its bounds, the unnatural light gradually fades, returning to normalcy. A notification chimes, confirming their successful escape from the village. Afe, finally catching his breath, remarks with relief that they finally made it out. Luli keeps running, insisting they can't stop yet. They need to push further away from the village. They maintain their high-speed escape, but suddenly, numerous shadows materialize beside them, catching everyone's attention. Startled, they all turn around, eyes wide with surprise as they behold something unexpected. The enormous monster roars in fury, its anger palpable as it glares at them. With a mighty swing of its arm, it hurls a swarm of smaller monsters directly at them. Luli, Afe, and the girl stand their ground, watching in astonishment as the creatures hurtle toward them through the air. Seems like they've just been served a surprise monster buffet. Luli realizes this isn't the time for surprise. He orders everyone to keep running. Smart move, considering the pigmen recover from the crash instantly, as if it were nothing. Suddenly, they feel like they're in a different game, a kind where you endlessly run from hordes of monsters. Perfectly lined up coins mysteriously appear out of nowhere, as if a generous but mischievous leprechaun is dropping them, and obstacles hover in their path. Fortunately, this ordeal doesn't last long. They encounter a bird in their path and without missing a beat, mount it. They instinctively know this silly-looking bird has the spirit to run. With this, they manage to distance themselves from the pigs, feeling thankful for the bird, which the girl affectionately calls Mr. Duck. Now that there aren't any pigmen in sight for miles, they have time to stroll without haste and enjoy the magnificent view. The little girl, appreciating the beautiful lake, asks Luli if she can take a closer look. Luli is about to refuse, considering the drastic changes in the game, but before he can, Afi supports the girl's wish. He also suggests that Luli take a break since they all need to recover. Even Luna echoes this, pointing out that it might trigger a hidden quest. He invents an NPC's wish. Surprisingly, Luli finds this reasonable. Considering they are about 30 minutes ahead of the pigmen, he agrees, permitting a 15-minute break to recover. This decision brings happiness to the group. The girl can finally experience a normal, happy moment like she used to, playing in the lake without a care in the world. It's like a little vacation in the middle of a nightmare, complete with scenic views and a duck that doubles as an Uber. Meanwhile, Luna sorts her inventory, preparing for unexpected battles ahead. Just as he finishes, the little girl approaches Luna and asks to play with her and Afe. Luna politely declines and the girl respects her wishes. However, before she goes back to continue playing leisurely, she notices that her big sister Luna seems bothered by something. Wanting to help Luna feel happier, she stays by her side. To do this, she immediately kneels in front of Luna, holds her hand, and uses the power of light. Not long after, a bright light appears, blinding Luna. When Luna opens her eyes, she sees a familiar face calling out to her. That beautiful person is none other than her mother, brightly smiling and telling her to stop standing idly because her father is taking them to her favorite playground today. However, Luna can't move, captivated by her mother's warm smile, an image she hasn't seen for quite some time. Tears rush down Luna's face, touched by what she has witnessed. The girl, on the other hand, mistakes Luna's tears for sorrow. She immediately apologizes to Luna, explaining that she had clearly prayed for a good memory, but it seems she made a mistake since Luna is now crying. Luna quickly clarifies that the girl didn't fail. In fact, she is thankful for the gift she has given her. It's clear that this girl is really something special. Luna reassures her not to worry, telling her she did an amazing job. This cute interaction catches the attention of Afe as he overhears Luna calling the girl special. Instantly, Afe wants to try it for himself. The girl is glad to be of service and repeats what she had done before, using the power of the holy light to show Afe a happy memory. Afe hopes this time it's a dream where he wins the lottery instead of the one where he gets beaten by the brothers of a girl. In an instant, Afe finds himself back in a moment where he and his brothers are gathered around sharing a meal. It's a simple memory, but one where they're all together, making it feel more precious than gold. Afe lingers on their faces a bit too long, soaking in the warmth of their presence. His brothers, ever observant, start to notice his prolonged gaze, so he quickly busies himself with his food, trying not to look like he's been caught daydreaming. Meanwhile, the conversation flows around him, with Luli assuring Han Yixiao that he doesn't need to juggle so many jobs anymore since Luli is about to start working himself. But Han Yixiao, ever the stubborn one, refuses to ease up, clinging to his role as the eldest brother with a fierce sense of responsibility. The brothers start their usual back-and-forth bickering, a familiar sound that fills the room with a comforting chaos. As Afe watches this nostalgic scene, he suddenly finds himself overwhelmed by emotion. Tears well up not from sadness, but from the pure joy of reliving such a cherished memory. Of course, crying in front of the girl is out of the question, so he springs to his feet and makes a beeline for the lake, telling the little girl that he is not crying and just a little bit hungry. There he dives in, the water masking the tears that continue to flow as he lets the memories wash over him. Meanwhile, Luli is perched up in a tree, having seen everything unfold below. He's not at all surprised when the girl clambers up the tree to approach him, though her method of tree climbing leaves much to be desired. As she struggles to find her balance, Luli casually asks why did she climb up here for. In response, she tells him that he is awesome as he is really not afraid of sitting up so high. Once the girl finally secures her footing, she asks Luli what's been weighing on his mind, noting how he always seems to carry a cloud of gloom around him. Having observed everything, Luli already knows what the girl is about to suggest, so he shuts down her proposal before she even gets the chance to voice it. He tells her he doesn't need to recall any memories, firmly suggesting she should just go. The girl, understandably puzzled, can't grasp why he wouldn't want to relive a good memory like the others. Curiosity getting the better of her, she asks Luli about it. He explains that he doesn't need to look back because, in his view, dwelling on the past would only slow down his progress moving forward. Surprisingly, Luli's response impresses the girl. She can't help but admire his resolve, even if she doesn't fully grasp it. To her, it seems like something truly admirable. She tells him that she feels safe around him, and feeling a newfound sense of trust, she opens up. She shares how relieved she feels when she's with them, recounting how she lost her parents at a young age. It was the villagers who raised her, and she is deeply grateful for their kindness and help. This gratitude fuels her devotion to the holy light, praying 100 times a day for everyone who has shown her kindness. Yet despite her fervent prayers, she struggles to understand why misfortune still befalls good people. She wonders aloud if it's because she isn't good enough. Seeing such a sweet child weighed down by all that had happened, Luli's brotherly instinct kicks in immediately. Without hesitation, he offers her comfort, assuring her that she doesn't need to feel that way. He tells her she's already done remarkably well, and if he had been in her shoes at her age, he might not have shown the same bravery she has. Hearing these words from Luli uplifts the girl's spirit instantly. To her, his opinion means the world as she looks up to him. Encouraged, she asks Luli if what he said is true, if she too could become as great as he is one day, strong enough to protect those she cares about. Luli smiles, seeing a resemblance between his brother and this little girl. With confidence, he assures her that she will definitely be able to protect everyone. Soon after, it's time for them to leave, so they start their journey. As they walk, the girl feels a newfound sense of safety with Luli by her side. Without thinking, she holds onto his clothes, feeling a bit of embarrassment creeping in, her cheeks blushing slightly. Surprisingly, this innocent moment triggers a random achievement that upgrades their task. Now, not only do they have to safely deliver the little girl to the holy temple, but they also have to defeat the Pig King. Naturally, the difficulty spikes as well. The system doesn't mince words, issuing a heavy warning. If the little girl is intercepted midway, the task will fail. And if they don't defeat the Pig King in the end, well, that's game over too. Without wasting a second, they sprint toward the holy temple, hoping to outrun their troubles. However, the persistent pig men aren't about to give up so easily and quickly catch up with Luli's group. Luna, never one to hesitate, swiftly obliterates any of them who dare to get too close. Unfortunately, this doesn't buy them as much time as they had hoped. The pig men start recovering at an alarming rate, like they've got some kind of turbo heal setting switched on. Realizing they're in a never-ending game of whack-a-mole, the group has no choice but to keep running, hoping their legs hold out longer than their enemy's relentless pursuit. The Holy Temple is still 50 kilometers away, and with no chance to rest, their stamina drains faster than usual. Being a mage class, Ah-Fei is the first to run out of steam. Even though he quickly downs a potion to recover, the brief moment of vulnerability while he recharges is enough for one of the pig men to strike with lethal intent. Luckily, Luli's sharp instincts kick in just in time, saving Ah-Fei from a grim fate. But as Luna has warned, the pig men are recovering at an unnervingly fast pace. The one that was just knocked down bounces back almost instantly, counterattacking with a speed that catches even Luli off guard. In the heat of the moment, he doesn't react quickly enough to defend himself, leaving him exposed. Seeing his brother hurt, Ah-Fei is furious. With a flick of his wrist, he makes sure that Pigman gets cooked extra crispy, serving up some serious revenge. After that, they continue their desperate run, but Ah-Fei can't shake the guilt gnawing him. He suggests holding the pigmen back to give his brother time to recover, fully prepared to face them head-on. However, Luli quickly shuts down the idea. He knows better than anyone that stopping now would mean getting surrounded, and that could spell the end for all of them. So they press on, pushing their limits as the Holy Temple draws closer, now just 20 kilometers away. But exhaustion is taking its toll on all of them, every step feeling heavier than the last. To make matters worse, their only path leads through a narrow gorge, a treacherous place that could either be their saving grace or a deadly trap, a perfect spot to thin out the numbers of pigmen. Luli can't shake the nagging feeling that something is off. He keeps second-guessing himself, wondering if he's mistaken and sensing that the number of pigmen has decreased. Despite the gnawing uncertainty, they have no other choice. With no time to waste and no better options, they charge straight into the gorge, hoping it won't become their final resting place. The narrow width of the gorge works in their favor, and they feel the pressure ease up. They even manage to cover 5 kilometers without much trouble, which has Ah-Fei feeling pretty pleased with himself. However, Luna and Luli are far less celebratory. They have now confirmed that the number of pigmen has dropped by roughly 40%, a fact that only makes them more suspicious. They brace themselves, certain that an ambush is looming. Sure enough, just as they near the exit of the gorge, the light suddenly vanishes. The Pig King emerges, blocking their escape and making it clear there's no way out. With their path cut off, the Pig King can't resist letting out a sinister laugh, relishing the trap that has been sprung. Still, Luli isn't about to give up that easily. With a composed look, he instructs the girl to find a spot to hide behind them, though the options are slim as they are heavily cornered. With nowhere left to retreat, it doesn't take long before the pigmen launch themselves at the group in a coordinated attack. The group responds with equal ferocity, not hesitating to unleash everything they have. This time, their determination is stronger than ever, fueled by their resolve to protect the little girl at all costs. Meanwhile, the girl initially closes her eyes in fear, but she realizes she has been afraid for far too long. Summoning all of her courage, she forces herself to stop shivering and opens her eyes. She decides that she won't be a coward this time, firmly believing that the holy light will protect them. At the same time, where the sun shines bright, the temple of the holy light stands tall, looking like it has been plucked straight out of a postcard. Elegant, magnificent, and just a tad bit too perfect. Inside, the president of the temple is in full-on serious mode, briefing his followers about the urgent need to find new hosts for the holy light. Apparently, the forces of darkness have been hitting the gym, getting stronger by the day. And while the holy light is doing its best to keep the shadows at bay, it's also burning itself out faster than a candle in a windstorm. Just as the president is about to drop another wisdom bomb, one of his men bursts in, cutting him off mid-sentence, probably a first in temple history. The man reports that a large number of pigmen have gathered near the valley to the east. Hearing this news makes the president's face twist into a sour expression, as if he's just bitten into a lemon. To him, this is nothing short of heresy. How dare they challenge the majesty of the holy light? Without missing a beat, he orders his men to set out and extinguish the darkness, eager to deliver some divine justice. With determination, they begin marching down the tall steps of the temple, ready to confront the heretics. But to their surprise, they don't even make it halfway down before a little pig girl comes rushing up to them, panting heavily and clearly in need of help. The president, however, looks at the little pig with utter disdain. His belief in the absolute leaves no room for pity or doubt. To him, even an innocent-looking pig is tainted, already consorting with darkness simply by being a monster. He is more than ready to baptize it with his holy light, eager to cleanse the temple of this perceived sin. But just as he is about to unleash his power, the little pig does something unexpected. It removes its mask, revealing a human little girl underneath. The sight is enough to make the president freeze mid-action, his holy light flickering out as quickly as his certainty. The president, now more intrigued than dismissive, listens to the girl's story. She explains what's happened to her village and how she ends up at the temple. With urgency in her voice, she tells him about the 3 adventurers still trapped in the gorge, pleading with him to save them. Shock washes over the president's face as he processes her words. He can hardly believe what he is hearing. This girl, standing before him, is a host of the holy light. In response, the president immediately picks her up, his delight growing as he realizes she is indeed a host of the holy light. A warm smile spreads across his face as he comforts the girl, recognizing the many dangers she must have faced on her journey. He gently asks if it had been difficult for her, to which she responds that everything was fine, as she was guided by the holy light. Pleased by her answer, the president then asks if she would be willing to become a part of the holy light itself, to make the light shine even brighter and illuminate more darkness. The girl, however, is unsure of how to respond, struggling to comprehend the full meaning of what the president is asking. Meanwhile, Luli and his group continue their relentless battle against the pigmen. However, with every hit they land, the pigmen's regeneration rate only seems to speed up, making them come back stronger and faster. The group is quickly becoming exhausted, and defeat is creeping closer with each passing moment. In the midst of the chaos, Luli suddenly notices the girl is missing. He quickly inquires with the others, but they are just as clueless. Judging by the pigmen's behavior, it seems they don't have her either. This can only mean one thing. The girl must have made a run for the holy temple on her own. This theory becomes more likely as the pigmen start to lose interest in the group and instead make a beeline straight for the holy temple. Even the Pig King doesn't hesitate to head straight for where the girl is, leaving Luli's group with no choice but to hope she's made it to the holy temple safely. However, hope alone isn't enough to calm their nerves. They know they won't be able to rest until they see her safe with their own eyes. With a renewed sense of urgency, they push themselves to outrun the pigs, racing against time to find the girl before the pigmen do. Moments later, they arrive at the temple of the holy light, hearts pounding and breaths heavy. They see the girl already in the hands of the president. In turn, the Pig King lets out a furious scream, raging at the sight before him. But even Luli and his group can't comprehend what they're seeing. Dread washes over their faces as the situation takes a horrifying twist. The girl's head is gone, and the president stands there, bloodied, with a twisted look of satisfaction. It becomes clear that he has consumed the girl on the spot, delighting in the fact that he's absorbed some of the holy light to make it even stronger. What makes it all the more disturbing is that the president shows no sign of guilt, completely convinced that the girl should take pride in becoming one with the holy light. It turns out, earlier, while holding the girl in his hands, the president tells her that the holy light needs her, and that she has the power to make it shine even more brightly into the darkest corners. In response, she eagerly expresses her willingness, stating that if the holy light needs her, she won't back down. Her motivation is clear. She wants to protect her village, save more people, and aspire to become like the strong adventurers who had rescued her. However, as she closes her eyes to envision a world where she could thrive, the scene takes a horrific turn. The president's head suddenly grows larger and without warning engulfs the little girl, absorbing her instantly. The president revels in delight, having absorbed the girl at her full potential, with every single strand of light brimming with joy. His triumph, however, is short-lived. Suddenly, the Pig King unleashes an overhead attack, fueled by absolute fury. The ground trembles as the attack connects, sending a shockwave that wipes out countless followers in an instant. Yet, despite the devastation, the Pig King's rampage is far from over. The Pig King's wrath continues to surge as he attempts another strike, but the president easily halts him mid-attack, piercing his body with precision. The president, in a display of audacity, takes a moment to deliver a sanctimonious speech, trying to project an image of holiness. Yet the blood of the innocent still on his lips tells a very different story, a hypocrite to the core as he sentences the Pig King to capital punishment. Each strike from the president creates massive holes in the Pig King's body, the power of the holy light relentlessly burning through him. The Pig King's usual tricks of recovery and separation, skills he is adept at, seem utterly futile against the scorching force of the holy light, akin to dewdrops evaporating under the blazing sun. With this, the president realizes it's pointless to prolong the fight any longer. He raises his hands, materializing a sword made of holy light, ready to end the confrontation with the Pig King in front of him. Unfortunately for him, Luli is out for blood. He launches a barrage of strikes, catching the president off guard. At first, the president believes he can block the attacks, but then Luli uses his backstab skill, penetrating the president from behind. Before Luli can continue his assault, the president, with audacity unmatched, feigns surprise and asks Luli to wait a moment, as if there's been some kind of misunderstanding. So, in an almost comical attempt to de-escalate the situation, the president tries to introduce himself, clarifying that he is Hannibal, the president of the Temple of the Holy Light. He insists that he is an ally of adventurers like Luli and that those pig-headed enemies were their common foe. Now that he has suppressed their recovery ability, Hannibal implores Luli to work together to defeat the shared enemy, even promising a generous reward for their collaboration. But this plea is far from what Luli desires. He glares at the president with fury burning in his eyes, demanding to know why Hannibal had committed such a monstrous act. The president, puzzled by Luli's fury, only further irritates him. In response, Luli immediately unleashes his ripping blade, knocking the president to the ground. As Luli prepares for another strike, a system notification suddenly appears, cautioning him that killing the president of the Temple of Holy Light would render him unable to defeat the Pig King, causing the task to fail. But this warning falls on deaf ears. Luli has already made up his mind to eliminate this hypocrite, system be damned. Without hesitation, he moves in for the kill. Sparks fly as their weapons clash, but the president, with his raw strength and level advantage, effortlessly sends Luli flying to the other side of the battlefield. Before the president could follow up with his attacks, Afe seizes the moment and unleashes a surprise fire attack from behind, catching the president off guard and making it difficult for him to defend. Unfortunately, because Afe has been relentlessly using his fire attacks without rest, is on the verge of running out of mana. As soon as his flames start to dwindle, the president takes the opportunity to escape. However, Luli and Luna aren't about to let him off the hook that easily. They deliver a well-coordinated two-piece combo, leaving the president bloodied and battered on the spot. Even though they won this round, the three of them can't muster a smile. The bitter satisfaction of victory is tainted by the feeling that killing that bastard 100 times wouldn't be enough to make up for what he's done. Nonetheless, they knew they had to keep moving forward. Luli approaches the Pig King and notices something unexpected. The Pig King is mourning, just like them, repeatedly calling out the name Dim Sum. This puzzles Luli until he sees a tear streaming down the Pig King's face. It becomes clear that the Pig King isn't mourning from hunger, but from the loss of someone close, Dim Sum, the little girl. Even when she was younger, Dim Sum showed unwavering bravery, fending off 3 little piglets all on her own. She exhibited an unbiased kindness, even worrying about a little monster like him. She was so kind that she even took the time to apply some medicine on the little piglet, hoping that her kindness might help him become more like humans, make some friends, and get along with others. She wished for him to live a happy life, just like anyone else. Dim Sum even offered to be his very first friend, telling him he could call her by that name. But before they could continue their cute interaction, Dim Sum noticed the sky was getting dark. Reluctantly, she knew she had to leave the piglet for now and return to the village. Before she left, she asked him to take care, mentioning that she would come and see him tomorrow. With this, the stubborn Pig King's view of humans began to change, especially towards that kind-hearted kid named Dim Sum. However, on the second day, Dim Sum didn't come to see him. Then it was the third day, and then the fourth. Maybe Dim Sum had forgotten him, but he never forgot what she said. She wished for him to become like a human, and that wish stayed with him. Determined to fulfill her wish, she began to observe the villagers closely, learning how to act like a human. It wasn't easy, especially for a piglet trying to understand human behavior, but the thought of meeting Dim Sum again after becoming more human-like filled him with motivation. Hearing the Pig King's story, it was clear that he had somewhat misinterpreted the meaning of what Dim Sum had said. However, this still didn't explain why they attacked the village, so they pressed him for more information. The Pig King angrily responded, explaining that he did so in order to protect Dim Sum. While idling in the forest, he overheard a conversation among the followers of the Holy Light. They were discussing their intention to offer a girl named Dim Sum to the president, believing that contributing her body might earn them favor. They had heard that a fellow brother of theirs had been promoted just by eating a single finger, and they hoped for similar rewards. Upon hearing such a thing, the Pig King knew he couldn't let their plan proceed, especially when it concerned Dim Sum. However, this still didn't explain why the villagers were in such a horrible state when they were found. Luli, still seeking answers, asked the Pig King to clarify. The Pig King explains that the villagers were causing too much of a ruckus, so he decided to keep them in the pigsty inside the village. He even specifically instructed the pigs staying with the villagers to treat them the way they would normally treat other pigs. To the Pig King, this seemed like a logical solution to keep everyone under control. It became clear that the Pig King didn't harbor any malice towards humans. Concerned for his well-being, they asked if there was a way to save him, noticing that he wasn't recovering. The Pig King reassured them, saying they shouldn't worry about him. He explained that now that the president is dead, once the president's technique fades away, he should be able to recover. However, this response puzzled them, as they could see that the pig was still disappearing, indicating that something wasn't quite right. With this realization, it becomes evident that their fight with the president isn't over yet. Before they can react, he is already behind them, covered in a blinding light. Without hesitation, the president begins to open his holy light domain, a space where he holds absolute control. Lu Li, understanding the gravity of the situation, knows it will be far more difficult if the others are trapped with him. In a swift decision, he lunges at the president, lifting him away from the others just as the domain starts to take shape. As the president's domain completes, Lu Li finds himself alone with the president, knowing that this battle is now his to fight, away from the others, with no room for error. Even though this is what Lu Li wants, the others can't help but feel worried. The domain grants significant advantages in battle to the user who forms it. Depending on the domain, the user can gain effects like special abilities, buffs, or the ability to inflict debuffs on their opponent. Once the domain is successfully formed, it cannot be broken by external forces. The domain will only be resolved when either the user or the opponent dies. Inside the domain, stars shine ominously above, and the president is sitting on a throne like a self-crowned king, exuding a smug sense of superiority, as if he's auditioning for the role of villain of the year. Despite the intimidating setup, Lu Li couldn't care less. He's on demon time, ready to throw hands without a second thought. Without hesitation, he sprints toward the president, but quickly realizes the true danger of this domain. With a mere gesture, the president sends down a destructive attack directly in Lu Li's path. Luckily, Lu Li's speed allows him to barely dodge the assault, but this close call makes him acutely aware of the great peril he's in. The shining orbs floating above them aren't just for show. They can launch devastating attacks at any moment. The president smugly confirms that the whole galaxy of holy light is his domain, and this leaves Lu Li with nowhere to run. However, just as the president prepares to disintegrate him, curiosity gets the better of him. He pauses and asks Lu Li why he's attacking, questioning whether the forces of darkness have already infiltrated the society of adventurers. Realizing that the president has no clue about the real reason, Lu Li becomes even more enraged. With barely restrained fury, he states as clearly as possible that he's here for the president's head, seeking revenge for that child. But this explanation only adds to the confusion, as the president still doesn't grasp who that child is. With this, it becomes evident to Lu Li that he has to kill this fool. However, his attacks prove futile, easily overpowered by the president's overwhelming force, dealing a significant blow to Lu Li. Despite this, the president refrains from delivering a finishing blow. He seems intent on clarifying why he had committed such atrocities, believing that if he had a chance to explain himself before forming the domain, the adventurer before him might not have needed to die. The president tries to reason that they aren't truly in conflict, suggesting that it's merely a difference in ideals. This only leaves Lu Li more confused and enraged. The president decides to explain himself further. He reveals that his actions stem from a discovery he made about the limitations of their world. Their world, he explains, is one divided by levels. After becoming the president of the Temple of Holy Light, his daily task was to issue missions related to eliminating monsters to the multitude of adventurers who came to him. This role granted him respect and protection, and every adventurer who received their reward after completing a mission would leave with a satisfied smile. Days turned into a repetitive cycle, with him doing the same things and saying the same words, while the adventurers he encountered were different each day. As he listened to them discuss fresh, new matters, a thought began to take root in his mind. Perhaps he too could head out and see the world beyond the temple's walls. One day, he saw an adventurer he had met before, someone who had just returned from a journey. This adventurer had become mysterious and powerful, with everyone looking at him in envy. Inspired by this, the president decided he would also venture out to experience the world beyond the temple. The world outside was indeed incredible. A brand new city, brand new items, brand new everything. For the first time, he truly understood the value of the word freedom. But as he continued to explore, the excitement was soon overshadowed by a harsh reality. The monsters born from the darkness became more and more powerful. What started as a thrilling adventure quickly turned into a desperate struggle for survival. He went from barely holding his own to being completely helpless in the face of these formidable foes. With this, doubt began to creep into his mind. He started questioning whether the darkness could truly be capable of imprisoning the freedom of light. However, as a devoted follower of the holy light, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. Determined to overcome his limitations, he searched in every direction for ways to become stronger. After consulting many powerful adventurers, he finally discovered what he believed to be a key: leveling up. But leveling up wasn't as easy as it sounded. No matter how many monsters he defeated, he couldn't gain a single level. He wandered across the entire continent, desperately seeking someone who could give him missions or help him advance, but to no avail. He tried every method available, and each attempt ended in failure, leaving him stuck in a cycle of frustration and helplessness. However, the Holy Light witnessed his relentless efforts and, in response, granted him a revelation. The answer came in the form of a tiny creature called Wolverine, a monster so weak it could normally be crushed underfoot without a second thought. But this insignificant monster held the key to his dilemma. Wolverines, being so fragile, understood that the only way to survive was to become stronger. Right after they are born, they start killing each other, and the survivor consumes its fallen siblings. When these forces of the same origin are absorbed into one individual, it successfully levels up and evolves. This brutal survival strategy led the president to a chilling conclusion. The hosts of the Holy Light were the answer. But not just anyone could become a host. Only the most devout disciples, those who were the finest and most pure, were chosen to become hosts of the Holy Light. To the president, these chosen few were the perfect ingredients for leveling up his own power. Hearing the president's twisted reasoning only fuels Luli's fury. In front of him isn't just a scoundrel, but something far worse, a monster cloaked in righteousness. Yet the president remains indifferent, believing that the number of lives he has saved from the jaws of monsters far exceeds the few hosts of the Holy Light who have dedicated themselves to him. In his eyes, it's even reasonable to regard their lives as his reward. Having finished portraying himself as the hero of this twisted tale, the president decides it's time to end things. With a flick of his hand, he activates his ability, the Descent to Holy Light, sending hundreds of orbs locked onto Lu Li. Faced with no other option, Lu Li prepares to unleash his most powerful attack. Luckily for Lu Li, his attack proves to be more than effective. Not only does it hinder the president's assault, but also destroys the orbs in the process. The president's smug grin quickly turns into a frown as he realizes that Lu Li is far more of a hindrance than he anticipated. Not willing to waste any more time, the president immediately conjures the Spear of Holy Light and hurls it toward Lu Li with lightning speed. The spears pierce him in quick succession, so fast that Lu Li can't block a single one. With this, the president regains his confidence and once again starts proclaiming his questionable reasons for his actions. However, even though Lu Li is heavily injured, he isn't about to let the president have the last word. With a pained but defiant look, Lu Li insults him even more, calling him a mad pig trying to break out of its sty. With this, the president doesn't hesitate. He opens his jaw, attempting to consume Lu Li, not realizing that this is exactly what Lu Li had wanted all along. As the president moves in, Lu Li activates his earring, reverting back to his boss form, shocking the president entirely. Before the president can react, Lu Li catches the hand controlling the orbs and without a moment of hesitation, severs it cleanly. Just when things seem like they couldn't get any better for Lu Li, the system kicks in with a twist. A random achievement triggers, activating a mission error that requires him to kill the president of the Temple of Holy Light. If the task fails, the player will immediately die. With this new motivation, Lu Li is determined to finish the job. He takes a step back, leaps up, and positions himself above the president's orbs. The president is momentarily confused by Lu Li's move, but assumes it gives him an advantage. However, his confidence quickly evaporates as Lu Li unleashes a dark crimson aura. The president instantly realizes he's made a grave mistake. In that moment, Lu Li activates his hunting scourge blade, slicing through all of the president's orbs in a single swift motion. The spectacle leaves the president bewildered, unsure of what to do next. But he doesn't have to ponder his next move for long, as Lu Li's relentless assault continues, slicing the president's entire body from head to toe into bits. With the long fight finally over, Lu Li exits the domain in style, now wearing some fresh new gear that adds to his already impressive presence. His arrival delights Ah Fi, who proudly acknowledges that his brother is, as always, awesome. Luma, on the other hand, is both amazed and puzzled. Soloing a boss inside their own domain is no easy feat, and she can't help but be impressed by what Lu Li has just accomplished. Before they can continue their conversation, Lu Li immediately asks about the Pig King. Ah Fi responds that the Pig King stopped vanishing just before Lu Li came out. However, it was clear that the Pig King's heart was still broken from what had happened to Dim Sum, which was understandable. Even though they were just NPCs in the game, the emotions the group felt for her were very real. Moved by the situation, they decided to let the Pig King take Dim Sum back to her home, figuring that even pixelated characters deserve some closure. Witnessing the scene left a lasting impact on them. A reminder that even in a game, the connections they formed had meaning. But as much as they wanted to bask in the drama, they knew they had to move on. Lu Li, always the taskmaster, inquired if the tasks had been completed, only to find out that they hadn't. And so the system initiated a mission reset, and with it, another day began in the peaceful Coal Village. Dim Sum, the little girl, woke up from her slumber, and before leaving her bed, she started her day by praying to the holy light. With the holy light by her side, she was eager to begin her daily routine. However, this time there was a bit more excitement in the air as she was about to head out to bring medicine to the little pig she had just saved. She couldn't let Piggy wait too long. After all, punctuality is important, even when your friend is a piglet with some serious healing needs. So she strolls through the town, greeting everyone with her usual warmth, spreading cheer like it's her personal mission. But when she mentions that she's heading up the mountain to pick herbs again, the townspeople can't help but feel a little worried. After all, those mountains are known for housing some not-so-friendly man-eating monsters. But Dim Sum, ever the determined little adventurer, is persistent. Even though she knows how terrifying those monsters can be, her bravery pushes her to press forward. Just as she's about to leave the village, she stumbles upon the village chief, who introduces her to the patrolling knight of Holy Light. However, instead of feeling reassured, all she feels in the knight's presence is a sudden wave of fear. Trusting her instincts, she immediately declines the offer to become a host of the Holy Light, much to the surprise of the chief and the knight. Even Dim Sum doesn't have a clue why she acted the way she did, but her instincts kick in, and she can't help but run. As she flees, she asks the Holy Light for forgiveness, feeling a pang of sorrow over her sudden reaction. But her sadness doesn't last long. A mysterious man wearing a white robe walks past her, his presence somehow soothing her worries. He offers her a comforting message, telling her that the true Holy Light doesn't reside in any physical location, but within her heart. With those words, her tears dry up, replaced by a sense of calm. The only thing on her mind now is curiosity about who this man is. There's something oddly familiar about him, like she's met him before in a dream or a forgotten memory. Meanwhile, the knight experiences a sudden and rather twisted development within him. Seeing the little girl, he realizes that offering such a pure soul to the president would be a waste. Instead, he concocts a sinister plan. He'll capture her, raise her, and then slowly consume the holy light within her once she's all fattened up, like some dark fairy tale gone horribly wrong. Unfortunately for him, Lu Li is having none of it. He's not about to let history repeat itself. Before the knight can even begin to set his plan into motion, Lu Li steps in, ending the knight's life before his twisted scheme can come to fruition. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, the little pig is recovering and eagerly waiting for Dim Sum to return. To pass the time, he plucks the petals of a flower, his thoughts drifting to his savior. As he thinks of Dim Sum, he can't help but remember the scent of the holy light within her, which stirs an instinctual desire to take a bite. But his conscience immediately steps in, reminding him that Dim Sum is a friend, not food. The little pig tries to bargain with himself, suggesting that maybe it would be okay if he let Dim Sum take a bite out of him too, like some weirdly mutual snack exchange. But his conscience, with an eerie firmness, tells him absolutely not. Not long after, Dim Sum finally arrives, making the little pig so excited that his tail wags like a propeller about to take off. It's clear these two are off to a great start, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment, like the beginning of an unlikely, but totally adorable, friendship. Meanwhile, the trio watches this scene unfold from a distance. Luna can't help but think that if they hadn't failed the mission on the previous try, they might never have gotten to witness this oddly heartwarming moment. But of course, the restarted mission still requires them to escort the little girl to the Holy Light Temple. That's a task that won't complete itself, no matter how cute the current scene is. Lu Li gets up and tells Ah Fei it's time to look for their next mission. However, this time he doesn't plan on teaming up with Luna, so he bids her farewell. This decision shocks Ah Fei, who can't understand why his brother doesn't want to form a party with her, especially since they've worked so well together. The only conclusion Ah Fei can draw is that his second brother is still as cold to girls as he's ever been. Lu Li, noticing Ah Fei's puzzled expression, quickly clarifies that it's not what he thinks. He reminds Ah Fei that they aren't here to play games. They have serious tasks ahead. With this explanation, Luna begins to understand why Lu Li made his decision. She takes a moment to clarify her own position, revealing that what they've just experienced might be connected to Genesis. Although she doesn't know Genesis's specific objective, she believes that they need each other's abilities and information, especially given how short on time they all are, and maybe, just maybe, they should continue to travel together. Ah Fei, ever the optimist, gave her a big thumbs up, clearly on board with the idea. But Lu Li remained silent, his expression unreadable, as if he was contemplating whether teaming up was a smart move or just another detour. Luna steps closer and extends her hand to Lu Li and proposes they reintroduce themselves, as if hitting the reset button on their partnership will magically iron out all the wrinkles. Luna steps up first, giving her introduction with a confident smile. Ah Fei follows, adding his own flair, probably more excited about the whole reintroduction thing than anyone else. Lu Li looks at her outstretched hand like it's a strange new quest item. After a brief pause, he finally shakes her hand and introduces himself as Zhang Yu. Luna repeats his name, almost like she's trying to commit it to memory. A system notification suddenly pops up announcing that all servers will be launched at noon, with updates scheduled for tomorrow at 8 a.m. A list of major adjustments and changes scrolls down the screen like an endless shopping receipt. First on the list is optimizing server performance and improving stability, because apparently even virtual worlds need a little maintenance. Next up are new items in shopping centers, because who doesn't love a bit of retail therapy? As the list of adjustments continues to scroll on, the trio decides it's time to call it a day. They exchange quick goodbyes and wish each other a good rest, knowing they'll need it for whatever the game throws at them next. Luna exits the game, and as if on cue, her cat materializes before her, gazing up with those ever-curious eyes and letting out a contented purr. A smile tugs at her lips as she strokes her furry companion, all while mentally replaying the names of her newfound friends. Just then, the sound of footsteps outside the door snaps her out of the moment. She spins around and her cat's tail swishes in mild annoyance. A servant steps into the room announcing that Lady Bai is being summoned by the master of the house. Luna clears her throat, clearly irked, silently reminding the servant of the many, many times she's requested a knock before barging in. It seems the art of door etiquette is still a mystery to some. The woman calls out again, urging Luna to hurry, reminding her that the master isn't fond of waiting. With a sigh, Luna is wheeled towards the underground floor, the air growing cooler as they descend. They come to a halt before an imposing door, and the woman announces that this is where her escort ends. Luna knocks on the massive door and informs her father of her arrival, her gaze dropping as a hint of frustration crosses her face. Waiting isn't exactly her favorite pastime. A few seconds pass, and the enormous doors swing open, revealing a spacious hall that seems to belong more to a dream than reality. Above, fish glide gracefully behind the glass, as if swimming through the sky, while a soft blue light casts an ethereal glow over her father's office. She enters the room, stopping a few meters in front of her father, then asks him why he was looking for her. Without lifting his gaze, he addresses her as Bai Xiao Yu and mentions that he's heard about her participation in the preliminary exam. Luna clears her throat and confirms it, her voice steady, but her thoughts racing. Without sparing her a glance, her father remarks that the repeat test is scheduled for a month from now. Since she's already participated, he expects nothing less than for her to be a finalist, no room for disappointing him. She nods in agreement, knowing there's no room for debate. With that, he dismisses her, and she turns to leave, feeling like she just survived an audience with a very stern statue. Luna exits the office just as a shark outside the dome suddenly snatches its prey with a swift, deadly bite. It's a rather fitting metaphor for how she feels after dealing with her father, like she narrowly avoided becoming the next meal. Meanwhile, in the city, Lu Li and his brothers step out into the chilly air, with Afi casually suggesting that winter is the perfect season for hot pot. He's heard that the ingredients at this particular restaurant are flown in fresh from Sichuan every day, promising an authentic and mouth-watering experience. As they approach the restaurant, they're greeted by a peculiar sight: girls in latex bunny suits, with furs draped over their arms, welcoming guests at the entrance. Without missing a beat, Ah-Fei suddenly breaks away from his brother and hurries over to one of the girls. He eagerly reminds her that she promised to give him her contact information the last time he was here. Clearly, someone's appetite isn't just for hot pot tonight. They find a table, and the food is promptly served. Ah-Fei wastes no time, piling his plate high with everything on offer: beef tripe, duck, bullfrog, bean sprouts, declaring that tonight he's going to rise from the ashes like some sort of culinary phoenix. Lu Li, ever the picture of calm, quietly picks up a piece of food with his chopsticks and suggests that Ah-Fei should focus on eating the tripe and stop acting like he's preparing for a food competition, or else he'll age faster than the broth is cooking. Dipping his food into the soup, Lu Li remarks that the hot pot is indeed delicious, however, it is too spicy. He then advises Ah-Fei to sprinkle more sesame seeds into the mix, a practical move to protect their stomachs from any unexpected rebellion later on. It's all about finding balance, even when feasting like there's no tomorrow. Ah-Fei suddenly freezes in place, mid-bite, while Lu Li falls into an unusual silence. At a nearby table, a man starts speaking, his voice cutting through the clatter of dishes and chatter. He mentions that this game is pushing all the boundaries. Lu Li, intrigued, listens as the man continues, explaining that there are over 40 people in their club, are all working on the same tasks, but each person faces a unique challenge. His friend, clearly hooked, asks for more details. The man leans in, dramatically dropping the bombshell that they're dealing with a level 18 task. It's not just difficult, it's like the game is daring them to try and survive. He then contrasts this with the simplicity of a level 5 task, like catching a rabbit, and the real sweat inducer: taking down a level 35 boss solo. His friend, clearly surprised, asks how they managed to play such challenging tasks. The man, fanning himself in excitement, admits he's still amazed, claiming he's never encountered anything like it before. His friend lights a cigarette, ponders for a moment, and agrees that it's truly impressive. The man, still puzzled, wonders aloud whether the tasks are randomly generated or tailored to each individual player. Luli ponders whether the tasks are random or tailored to the individual. He recalls the system notification about the random task he received earlier, to escort that little girl to the Holy Light Society. He remembers the King of Pigs reflecting on how, despite all the challenges, he was thrilled at the thought of meeting her again and to become like a human. However, not everyone can become a vessel of the Holy Light. Only the most devout earn that honor. He's puzzled why his thoughts have suddenly shifted to the boss level, and why does it seem like even his custom plugin has deviated from its expected function. To him, everything feels off, and he wonders if it's all due to the source code being extensively rewritten. He starts to question if this rewriting is linked to what Luna refers to as Genesis. He wonders if all of this are the beacons guiding him to the eternal purgatory, or are they like whirlpools and reefs trying to hold him back and break him down, or is it just the game's way of throwing curveballs? He initially felt prepared and confident, but unexpected challenges keep cropping up. Lost in thought, he turns his mind to his older brother, questioning whether he's moving forward or drifting further away from him. As he broods over these thoughts, his mood darkens like a storm cloud. Ah Fei, meanwhile, continues to eat, seemingly unfazed by the contemplative silence around him. A waitress approaches with a tray, her smile brightening the room. She cheerfully asks if they've been waiting long and sets down 5 bowls of egg-fried rice. The aroma of the freshly cooked rice and eggs fills the air, a welcome distraction from the heavy thoughts. Ah Fei grins at her, relieved that the food has finally arrived. She arranges the bowls on the table, steam rising invitingly. Ah Fei hands Luli a bowl and declares that he's going to tackle 3 bowls himself, leaving this one for Lu Li. Suddenly, Lu Li remembers his childhood, specifically one winter day when snow began to fall. Ah Fei is heard crying in their room, prompting their elder brother, Han Yixiao, to run in and ask why the tears are flowing again. Lu Li, sitting on the floor by the bed, looks displeased and notes that their bed is broken and dirty. Ah Fei, wiping his tears only to have them flow with renewed vigor, laments the cold, wondering how they will manage to sleep. Han Yixiao remembers the bully's face and immediately mutters about that idiot causing trouble again. Determined, he heads towards the door, ready to deal with the situation. Just as he's about to step out, Luli mentions that his mother has already taken the bully away. Han Yixiao halts in his tracks, pauses for a moment, and then decides he will seek out their aunt to find them new sheets. Lu Li, ever the bearer of bad news, informs him that he has already asked their aunt, but there's an order in place, everyone gets only 1 set, and there's nothing extra to give. A blizzard swirls outside the window, with the weather forecast warning of strong winds, blizzards, and temperatures plummeting to minus 18 degrees Celsius. As night falls, all 3 sit huddled on one bed, shivering from the cold. Han Yixiao suggests that squeezing under the duvet cover is the key to survival, and if they don't get sick, it'll be a victory. Ah Fei, positioned in the middle, looks down in frustration and wonders why life is so tough and why they are hated so much when they haven't done anything wrong. It's as if life handed them a bad script and forgot to include the warm, fuzzy blanket scenes. Luli reflects that life is always difficult, but if they get used to it, perhaps it won't hurt as much. Han Yixiao, trying to lighten the mood, smiles and suggests not looking too far ahead. He advises just thinking about what they want to do tomorrow. He hopes to find a temporary job and earn a lot of money. Luli dreams of reading a lot of book, while Ah Fei, with drool forming at the corner of his mouth, dreams of eating 3 bowls of rice with egg. Han Yixiao laughs and asks if he didn't hear 3 bows instead of bowls, mimicking an archer. Luli joins in, laughing and asking if he's the only one who wants to eat 3 bowls. Ah Fei, grunting with a touch of defiance, claims he'd eat 5 bowls, generously declaring that 2 would be enough for the others. If gluttony were an Olympic sport, Ah Fei would surely take home the gold, with his brothers as the supportive but slightly hungry spectators. Remembering this moment, Luli eats his rice with egg and thinks about what he wants to do tomorrow. A new day dawns and everyone dives into the game. The health assistant announces that the kingdom of Tapini, just 15 kilometers east, is hosting a grand event known as the Heart of a Warrior. This event promises a bounty of experience points, gold coins, rare equipment, and special props. Players are urged to hurry and invite their friends to join the festivities. It's like the game's version of a massive sale, except with fewer shopping bags and more epic loot. The kingdom of Tapini is one of the 12 great realms known for its simple and honest inhabitants. Nestled in the mountains rich with refined iron, the kingdom has well-developed mining and forging industries, earning it the reputation as the birthplace of weapons. Floating above the bustling city is a small island featuring a tall, grand castle and a quaint town. The kingdom's territory is enclosed by walls with several entryways, each bustling with people. The system announces that there is only 1 minute left until registration closes, making it the ultimate game time rush to get in on the action. At one of these passages, a massive guard blocks the way, refusing to let the players enter. The players are visibly unhappy, eager to get inside and join the event. The guard calmly extends one hand to the side, signaling them to stop. He explains that all registration spots are filled, and any brave souls who missed out will have to wait for the next event. It's almost as if the guard enjoys playing the role of a bouncer at the hottest club in town, leaving the players to imagine what they're missing inside. Luli confidently walks up to the guard and slips a bag of 500 coins into his outstretched hand. Without hesitation, the guard allows him and his team to pass through the gate and into the kingdom. As they stroll through the walls, the other players erupt in indignation, demanding to know why they were let in while the rest were left waiting. But the guard, with a straight face, pretends as if nothing unusual happened. He even acts surprised, wondering aloud if someone really managed to slip past him. It's as if the guard just discovered the art of selective memory, and he's putting on an award-worthy performance. With just 9 seconds left before registration closes, Luli, Afe, and Luna slip through the wall. As they emerge on the other side, a breathtaking view of the kingdom unfolds before them. Hills and forests stretch out in every direction, with the city nestled right in the center. Afe, surprised by the lush landscape, questions why there are forests and mountains in what's supposed to be the Iron Kingdom. But Luli, unfazed by the scenery or Afe's curiosity, urges them to focus on the task at hand, stepping foot on the kingdom's soil and heading straight for the castle. As the system counts down to just 1 second before registration ends, a massive iron slab suddenly drops from the sky, slamming down near the wall. In quick succession, more of these slabs descend, forming a circle around the kingdom and sealing off all entrances. With the end of registration, the kingdom of Tupini transforms into a closed zone, making it impossible for anyone to enter or leave. One of these slabs lands right next to Luli and the others, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luli, ever suspicious, wonders aloud if they just walked into a trap. Meanwhile, Luna, ever the realist, notes that the wall is a towering 50 or 60 meters high, making escape seem like a tall order, quite literally. Afe suddenly gets nervous, recalling a comic book where situations like this usually mean a cannibal giant is about to make an appearance. Just as his imagination starts running wild, a huge screen appears above the floating island, though the image flickers and seems a bit off. Afe, now pointing at the sky, anxiously questions what's happening. Through the static on the screen, a man becomes visible, asking if anyone can hear or see him. As the screen struggles to stabilize, a man in a business suit approaches him from behind, whispering that there are no issues with the projector. The first man quietly acknowledges this, as if trying to convince himself that everything is under control, though it seems like things are far from perfect, and they might just be on the set of a low-budget sci-fi flick. The man on the screen clears his throat and greets the warriors, introducing himself as Koid, the foreign minister of the Tupini kingdom. He proudly declares that he is also their host and responsible for the current event. With a flourish, he begins recounting the reason they were all invited, launching into a tale about the kingdom's history. He starts by praising their king, who is brave, wise, and deeply in love with his people and the kingdom's beauty. He continues with glowing words about the queen, who possesses wonderful talents and virtues, and the bright, sweet, smart, and cheerful princess adored by everyone. However, as he rambles on, the man behind him leans in and whispers a reminder to keep it brief. The warriors might be left wondering if they signed up for an epic battle or an overly enthusiastic history lesson. The minister suddenly snaps back to reality, realizing he's gone off on a poetic tangent. He quickly picks up the pace, describing how the princess grows more magnificent each day, with a beauty so enchanting it melts ice, makes flowers bloom, and prompts birds to sing. She's the kingdom's treasure, the embodiment of love, and the most noble and beautiful woman in the land. But before he can wax any more poetic, the man behind him interrupts with a whisper, reminding him he has only 2 minutes left. The minister immediately shifts gears, dropping all the flowery language. He bluntly states that the princess has been kidnapped by an evil dragon, and the king needs to find the strongest warrior to rescue her. The man behind him gives a thumbs up, signaling that the minister finally got it right, though it took a lot of detours to get there. The minister, now back on track, continues by explaining that all soldiers must understand the gravity of their task. Since the dragon is immensely powerful, the king has organized a gathering where he will soon announce the selection rules. He emphasizes that this challenge is no small feat given the dragon's strength. He then reveals that a total of 10,000 warriors are currently participating in the competition. To make things even more interesting, the warriors will need to find the warrior's certificate to prove their worth. As he speaks, icons with point values start appearing above the players' heads. Afe, curious as ever, wonders aloud about the purpose of a warrior certificate. Luna, always quick to speculate, suggests it might be some sort of collectible game. Before they can ponder further, the minister steps in, assuming they already guessed the truth. He reveals that this is, in fact, a competition to collect military ranks. The promotion period will last 7 days, and at the end of it, only the top 100 warriors with these certificates will move on. Out of the 10,000 participants, just 100 will pass, meaning the odds are 100 to 1. The challenge is set, and the burning question remains: how do they earn these certificates? The minister outlines 3 ways for warriors to collect certificates. The first, and seemingly the simplest, is to search for warrior IDs scattered around the area. They can pop up anywhere, like a surprise Easter egg hunt, but with higher stakes. The second method involves slaying monsters. The more certificates a monster holds, the stronger it is. Finally, the third, and possibly the most effective, if not a bit shady, is to rob other warriors. Since everyone can see the number of certificates floating above each player's head, the more certificates someone has, the bigger a target they become. It's a recipe for chaos, where trust takes a backseat to survival. Just as the minister is hitting his stride, the man behind him whispers that the break has already been over for 5 minutes. The minister, suddenly flustered, realizes the time and, in a confused rush, mentions that they've already covered the selection rules. For anything else, he suggests they read it themselves. The screen goes dark, replaced by a countdown timer displaying 168 hours, exactly 7 days. The competition for the warrior certificates has officially begun. Luli steps forward and tells the others to move on. They need to advance and discuss their tactics. As they move, other players approach them. One of them greets Luli's team and proposes an alliance. In such high-stakes conditions, he argues the more people, the better. He shares his plan to form a massive team of 100 players to quickly establish an advantage and gain a lead over the competition. With strength in numbers, he asks if they'd like to join forces. Luli and his team walk past the players without a second glance, with Luli stating that joining up wasn't part of their plans. The player who offered the cooperation frowns, thinking to himself that they're just mindless idiots who don't even grasp the basic concept of big fish eating the small ones. He vows that if he encounters them again, he'll take them out without hesitation. Meanwhile, Luli and his team pick up the pace. Afi, curious as ever, catches up to Luli and mentions that the guy's offer wasn't half bad. He wonders why Luli turned it down. Luli simply replies that adding more people doesn't always work to one's advantage. After all, too many cooks can spoil the broth. Or in this case, too many warriors can spoil the strategy. Luli then draws his weapon, and a glowing red circle appears behind him, with matching circles materializing under the feet of his team members. He reminds them that no matter how many fish are in the sea, they are still prey, and no matter how small sharks are, they remain hunters. The message is clear: they are not here to be anyone's prey. The system congratulates Luli for completing a random task and rewards him with something truly special: the Godslayer Covenant, a guild certificate classified as a mythical prop. This certificate allows its owner to create an alliance, and the more members in the alliance, the stronger its effects. The main effect grants an additional 10 points to all attributes of Union members. If the alliance grows to 20 members, their movement and attack speed increase by 20%. With 50 members, the power of the group balances out, raising the attributes of lower-level guild members to match the average level of the entire alliance. It's like turning a bunch of sidekicks into superheroes overnight. But the real kicker comes when the alliance reaches 100 members. At that point, the combined skills of all 100 can be activated to achieve something truly extraordinary: the power to kill a god. After a while, they encounter their first monster, who's sitting on a stash of 15 certificates. Luli doesn't waste any time. He swiftly takes down the beast and pockets the certificates for himself. Next up, it's Luna's turn. She deftly weaves through the vines, snatching 10 certificates from the monster like she's picking low-hanging fruit. Meanwhile, Afi decides to take a more flamboyant approach. He burns through 5 players, quite literally, engulfing them in bright flames. All the team members gather on a sturdy tree branch, peering down at the monster below, a massive rhinoceros lumbering around with 10 certificates. Ah-Fei, always eager for some fiery action, waves his hand and tells Luli to let him handle it. Without waiting for a response, he leaps from the branch, a fireball forming between his hands as he prepares to strike. But just as he's about to unleash his attack, a girl appears on the ground, racing toward the monster while conjuring a fireball of her own. In a twist of fiery fate, they both launch their attacks simultaneously, hitting the monster from opposite sides, a spectacular explosion that lights up the scene like an over-the-top action movie. The monster falls, and Ah-Fei snatches up 5 certificates, leaping back to his team. He's not happy, though, and loudly wonders where these bandits come from and how dare someone steal his hard-earned certificates. The girl, who also snagged 5 certificates, jumps to the side and hears his accusations. Annoyed, she questions if he just called her a bandit and if he's accusing her of stealing the certificates. Without missing a beat, she rushes toward him, shouting in rage, insisting that she was the one who found the monster first. Ah-Fei, realizing he's dealing with an angry girl, suddenly feels a bit worried. She begins hurling fireballs at him, and he has no choice but to run, pleading with her to be more careful and suggesting they can just talk this out. But the girl isn't having any of it. She demands that he hand over the warrior's certificates, and only then will she consider talking. Explosions echo through the forest as fireballs fly left and right. Ah-Fei, now in full retreat mode, shouts back that normal men don't fight with women and begs her not to force his hand. The girl, undeterred, yells back, asking what she's supposed to do, clearly not planning to let up anytime soon. She keeps chasing him, her fireballs lighting up the trees as she closes the distance. Realizing he's outmatched for just too polite to fight back, Ah-Fei desperately calls for his brother, yelling for help. In an instant, Luli appears, moving swiftly to his aid. With a quick motion, he places a blade to the girl's neck, effectively stopping her in her tracks. Ah-Fei stops to catch his breath, telling the girl that she's too small to be fighting him. Her face darkens with anger, and she reminds him that he accused her of stealing the certificate, scolded her, and then even called in his henchmen to back him up. She declares she won't tolerate such impudence and with a loud voice calls out for her sister. Almost immediately, a sound echoes from somewhere nearby, and before Ah-Fei can react, a woman rushes forward, her dark silhouette appearing menacingly behind him. Luna immediately rushes to Ah-Fei's aid, pulling out her blade and warning him to be careful. But before she can strike, the woman grabs Ah-Fei by the throat with one hand and effortlessly stops Luna's attack by seizing her arm with the other. It's clear that this woman is no ordinary opponent. She already has 50 certificate points, a testament to her strength and experience. As she continues to hold them both, Ah-Fei, struggling to breathe, coughs out that she's incredibly strong and dramatically adds that he's going to die. Meanwhile, the situation has reached a standoff. Luli manages to capture the girl, holding her as a hostage, while the woman has Luna and Ah-Fei in her grasp. It's like a weird game of rock, paper, scissors, except with warriors and swords, where everyone's just hoping the other side blinks first. The woman, tightening her grip, declares that men who abuse women are worthless. Luna, feeling the pressure, both literally and figuratively, realizes her strength is being crushed as if it's caught in an iron vise. With Ah-Fei on the brink of losing his senses, Luna knows she has to act fast. In a flash, she activates her starlight ability. The blade in her hand, which had stopped just centimeters from the woman's face, suddenly sparkles with intense light. The brightness is blinding, and the woman instinctively covers her eyes, her grip loosening just enough. Luna seizes the moment, freeing herself from the woman's grasp. Without wasting a second, Luna swings her blade, leaving a light blue trail shimmering in the air. To avoid the incoming blow, the woman ducks, but Luna is relentless. She keeps swinging her blade from side to side, forcing the woman to retreat. The woman, realizing she's being pushed back, halts her retreat and decides it's time to fight back. As Luna swings her blade once more, the woman swiftly raises one leg and extends it with precision, meeting Luna's attack head-on. The impact of their clash sends out two bright flashes, lighting up the scene like a pair of fireworks going off in close quarters. The woman, with a firm grip on Ah-Fei and Luna, tightens her hold, silently conveying that men who bully girls score really low in her book. Luna, feeling the pressure mount, senses her strength being squeezed like toothpaste in an unforgiving iron tube. Ah-Fei, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, adds urgency to the situation. Luna knows there's no time to waste. In a split second, she triggers her starlight ability. The blade in her hand, which had been hovering dangerously close to the woman's face, suddenly erupts with a blinding light. The brilliance is overwhelming, forcing the woman to close her eyes. Her grip slackens just enough. Luna, not one to miss an opportunity, swiftly slips free from the woman's grasp. Then, without wasting a second, Luna swings her blade, leaving a light blue trail shimmering in the air like a comet's tail. The woman ducks to dodge the blow, but Luna remains relentless, her blade cutting through the air with precision, forcing the woman to retreat step by step. Luna swings again, determined to land a hit, but this time the woman decides to counter. She raises one leg and swiftly extends it, meeting Luna's kick with a parry. The impact sends two bright flashes dancing in the air. Looks like fireworks, but with a bit more danger involved. Luna steps back, and the woman acknowledges Luna's impressive technique. Luna, in turn, admits that the woman is formidable as well. With her blade raised, Luna reflects on her advantage in strength and speed. She realizes that to win, she must tread carefully. After all, it's not about how fast you swing. It's about making sure the other person swings themselves into a mistake. Luna swings her sword with precision, delivering a moon wheel. A shockwave in the shape of a full moon bursts from her blade, slicing through tree trunks as though they were mere twigs. The woman, quick on her feet, leaps into the air to avoid the devastating blow. Recognizing an opening, Luna rushes into battle, aiming to strike while the woman is still airborne, Ah-Fei still clutched in her grasp. But the woman, always one step ahead, drops to the ground and places Ah-Fei in front of her, using him as an impromptu shield. Luna hesitates, her momentum halted by this unexpected move. The woman takes full advantage, delivering a swift kick that sends Luna flying backward. Luna crashes toward Lu Li, who dashes forward just in time to catch her. Catching a flying Luna wasn't exactly on his to-do list, but hey, heroes have to be versatile. Luna coughs, her breath catching as she apologizes to Lu Li, admitting she couldn't save Ah-Fei. Meanwhile, the girl still held by Lu Li pipes up, reminding them that her sister used to be a professional gamer, making it clear that the three of them are simply outmatched. Luna, determined as ever, gets back on her feet and points her sword forward, declaring that she'll try again, only better this time. The girl, unfazed, remarks that no matter how hard Luna tries, the outcome will remain the same. Apparently, confidence runs in the family. Suddenly, the woman raises her hand, signaling for Luna to stop. She calmly states that she doesn't want to fight Luna anymore. Instead, she points her finger at Lu Li, deciding that he should be the one to step up for a duel. Lu Li, without hesitation, hands the girl he's been holding over to Luna, telling her to take a break while he steps forward to take on the challenge. Luna holds the girl tightly, urging Lu Li to be careful, emphasizing that the woman is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, the girl shouts to her sister, encouraging her to fight with everything she's got. Lu Li approaches her, and the woman casually locks Ah-Fei in a magical cage conjured out of thin air with her imprisonment technique. Finally released from her grasp, Ah-Fei coughs and desperately tries to catch his breath, though now trapped inside the magical cage. Assessing Lu Li, the woman seems impressed. Noting that he looks like a determined opponent, she generously awards him 10 points, because apparently this fight also comes with a rating system. The woman strides forward to meet Lu Li, and they come to a halt, standing opposite each other. Just a heartbeat later, the fight begins in earnest. They rush toward each other, their blows creating bright flashes that light up the forest clearing like an impromptu fireworks display. As they exchange attacks, they move swiftly around the clearing, their battle dynamic and intense. At one point, they pause just for a second next to each other, the tension crackling in the air. Then, with renewed vigor, they launch into the attack again, causing a powerful explosion that shakes the trees and scatters pieces of earth around the area. Mother Nature might need a moment to recover from this one. As the wind rises, Ah-Fei shields his face with his hand, muttering to himself about how cruel this woman is, especially since she's fighting on par with his brother. The woman's sister, too, closes her eyes against the wind stirred up by the explosion, her thoughts racing. She wonders just how strong this guy is, noting that this is the longest anyone has ever fought her sister. If this keeps up, she's afraid it might not end well. Luna, meanwhile, thoughtfully raises her hand to her chin, analyzing the situation. She observes that both fighters are top-class masters, each with their unique style. Zhang Yu exhibits a calm technique, but much like a computer, when faced with challenges, he swiftly finds the correct answer. His attacks are flawless, devoid of unnecessary movements, perfectly matching the characteristics of a professional player. Efficiency is key, even in life-or-death duels. Suddenly, several more explosions echo through the forest, a testament to the speed and intensity of their strikes. At one point, they come to a stop, and the woman, clearly impressed, announces that she'll add 10 more points to his score. She declares that he has passed the test and then, with a hint of mischief, asks him one simple question. Can he accept a girl who's taller than him? Because naturally, relationship dynamics are best discussed amidst a flurry of magical explosions. Lu Li is taken aback, his surprise evident as he tries to make sense of such an unexpected question. Meanwhile, the woman's sister grows visibly upset, reminding her sister of the promise she made about not dating anyone online. Sibling pacts easily broken when a potential love interest scores over 80. Luna, equally confused, finds herself pondering the word dating, trying to piece together how it fits into this chaotic battle. The woman, however, is anything but confused. She licks her lips seductively, confidently declaring that her sixth sense never fails her. She's certain this is a high-quality man with a score of 80 or higher. There's no way she's letting this golden opportunity slip through her fingers. Apparently, a good man is harder to find than a winning streak in a gaming tournament. As she recalls her past, memories flood back of her obsession with gaming. For 10 years, she devoted herself to the sport, achieving notable results in various competitions. Yet, despite all her victories, she never experienced love because of her dedication to the game. But now love has finally struck, and she's determined to make it count, drawing from her experience in 1,000 love games. The man standing before her is unique, a rare find. With sudden intensity, she slams her hand on the ground, causing a massive crack to snake its way towards Lu Li. As the earth trembles, she asks, with a mix of determination and flirtation, if they can start dating online and let it blossom into sweet love. Because nothing says let's date quite like an earth-shattering proposal, literally. Luli dodges the woman's attack with precision, his voice turning cold as he firmly rejects her proposal. In a swift movement, he finds himself right next to the magical cage where Afi is trapped. The woman freezes, stunned by his refusal, her confident demeanor momentarily faltering. Afi, ever the curious one, asks his brother to pinch him, perhaps to confirm if this bizarre situation is real. But Luli, with a slight motion, slices through the cage and bluntly tells Afi to keep quiet. Sibling love always mixed with a bit of tough affection. Afi, not one to let things go, remarks to Luli that he himself has never really been in love before, and he thinks that a girl who takes the initiative like this is perfect for him. Clearly, Afi has a different take on relationship dynamics, one that involves less dodging and more embracing. These words only serve to inflame the woman's interest even further. She eagerly inquires if Luli has truly never been in love and immediately awards him 10 points for abstinence, 10 points for being aloof, and a whopping 50 points for being an innocent man. She gushes that her heart is racing as if Cupid himself had just fired an arrow straight at her. She wonders aloud if this is what romantic love really feels like, her excitement palpable. Just then, her sister shouts out that she's actually been shot by an arrow. The words jolt the woman out of her romantic daydream, and she suddenly feels the sharp pain of an arrow piercing her shoulder. Confusion washes over her as she glances around, trying to make sense of what just happened. The wind whistles through the clearing as players emerge from the forest on all sides. She quickly realizes that they're surrounded. Most of the players carry between 5 to 12 certificates, but the strongest among them boast an intimidating 30 to 74 certificates. Turns out Cupid wasn't the only one with arrows today. Looks like things just got a whole lot more complicated. The strongest of the group, who also happens to be the baldest, turns to the others with a big grin plastered on his face, declaring that they found some fresh meat. With a gleam in his eye, he instructs the others to leave the woman with the most certificates to him, while the rest can be dealt with on a first-come, first-served basis, because nothing says teamwork like a little friendly competition over who gets the best pickings. Luli immediately becomes alert, sensing the danger. He quickly tells Afi to get ready and sends a signal to Luna. Afi, however, can't help but let his worries show. This situation just escalated beyond anything he was prepared for. The woman, now furious, curses at the bald leader, accusing him of ruining everything for her. Apparently, thwarted romantic plans are the least of her concerns now. She grimly states that they all are going to be as good as corpses, and the first one to turn into a corpse will be the baldy. Her sister, ever pragmatic, asks if she could be taken care of first, clearly not thrilled with the current state of affairs. The bald man's grin widens, but his expression quickly shifts as the atmosphere changes. The zone begins to expand, and suddenly, a bright red beam of light shoots up from the forest into the sky, growing at an alarming speed. Within moments, the entire clearing is bathed in this red light, causing the bandits to panic. They start exclaiming in confusion, questioning where the light came from, what's happening, and whether this is some sort of skill they weren't aware of. Apparently, when the sky turns red, even the most hardened bandits lose their cool. A screen begins to materialize in the sky, growing in size until it appears right on the border of the red zone. The players, startled by the sudden development, urge everyone to look at the screen. As it fully forms, the image of the minister's assistant appears, whispering instructions to the minister that to grab the blue and avoid the red event has begun, and urging him to hurry up so he can explain the rules. The minister's voice, clearly displeased, is heard grumbling behind the scenes, complaining about the noise and pointing out that he was trying to enjoy an afternoon nap. He tells his assistant to handle the announcement himself. The assistant, deciding to take matters into his own hands, begins reading the rules aloud. He greets everyone with a polite yet hurried tone, announcing that he will explain everything about the event. This task, he notes, is designed to increase the difficulty and test the adaptability of the warriors. The Kingdom of Tapini is now initiating the grab the blue and avoid the red event. He explains that in the blue zone, participants can find power-ups, rare equipment, special treasures, and other valuable items, all appearing randomly. However, the red zone is far more treacherous, with punishments ranging from lethal bombing to possible transfers to another place or time, with these updates occurring at random intervals. The assistant, with a smile that suggests he's enjoying this a bit too much, concludes by saying that these are all the rules for now. He hints that new rules will be introduced in the future, but for the moment, he simply wishes everyone good luck. Because when your life depends on avoiding a randomly lethal zone, a little luck is all you really need. Just as the huge screen vanishes, chaos erupts in the clearing. People begin to run frantically in all directions, panic spreading like wildfire. One of the players shouts an alarm, questioning if they're already in the red zone. He urges everyone to forget about the others and focus on escaping to save their own lives. The system suddenly chimes in, announcing that the penalty for this area is random place and time. Warriors within the zone will be teleported randomly to different locations across the Kingdom of Tapini, Without warning, each player is highlighted in red, marking them as targets for the impending teleportation. Ah-Fei, anxiety etched on his face, asks his brother what they should do. Luna, assessing the situation quickly, replies that it's too late to run now. Lu Li, always the strategist, calmly suggests that if they don't end up together after the teleportation, their focus should be on collecting the warrior certificates and heading to the central zone. He assures them that they'll meet up there afterwards. In just a few seconds, a red light that marks each player shoots into the sky like a beam, triggering the teleportation to a random place and time. The system displays that 152 hours remain until the end of the event, with 8,087 participants still in the game. With so much time and so many players left, things are only going to get more chaotic. Sometime later, in a different, unknown location on the map, powerful explosions echo through a small forest. The woman, relentless and unstoppable, has already eliminated all the players who dared to interfere with her. Now she turns her attention to the last survivor. He backs away, fear evident in his voice as he begs for mercy, promising never to cross her path again. But his pleas fall on deaf ears as she approaches with an unwavering determination, forcing him to retreat further. It seems mercy isn't on today's menu, just vengeance served cold. The man, desperate, spreads his hands wide, pleading for his life with an almost manic excitement. He offers to pay her, though she clearly has no need for his money. Sparks begin to dance around her steel glove, and without a word, she drives her fist into him, sending him flying backward. His body slams against a tree trunk with a thud. She spits out a curse, calling him a freak, her patience long since worn thin. With all the players dealt with, she now possesses 231 warrior certificates in her account. Satisfied, she turns back toward the forest, her thoughts drifting to her encounter with Lu Li. She realizes with a twinge of regret that she forgot to exchange names with him. She needs to find him quickly. Surely a man like him must have a beautiful name. As she walks, her mind wanders further, and she begins to ponder what they should name their unborn child. Because in her world, nothing says romantic destiny, quite like planning for a future that hasn't even begun. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom, Ah-Fei and the woman's sister have already become fast friends. The fire is crackling around them, and they are shaking hands. Ah-Fei introduces himself to her and asks for her name. She smiles and responds that while her ID is spicy till you fly, he can call her Little Chili. Ah-Fei repeats her ID with a grin, commenting that with a name like that, she must love spicy food. She confirms it proudly, declaring herself a true blue Sichuan hottie. Apparently, bonding over shared interests works even in the middle of an event where teleportation and combat are the norm. They settle in and start gossiping, chatting for what feels like hours. At one point, Little Chili expresses her surprise at how well they've hit it off, marveling at their ability to communicate so easily. Ah-Fei, equally astonished, notes that just 10 minutes ago, they were practically at each other's throats. It turns out that, as soon as they teleported, Ah-Fei and Little Chili found themselves together again, and without missing a beat, they immediately launched into a fierce fight. Everything around them was soon lit up with bright flames as Chili, attacking with gusto, swore loudly that since they were teleported together, he was destined to die. Clearly, in her mind, fate had handed her a target with a neat little bow. Ah-Fei, feeling exasperated, sighed and remarked that despite all the praise he had showered on her, she hadn't listened to a word. He was beginning to think this crazy girl was going to chase and beat him forever unless he found some way to put an end to it. Forever is a long time when you're being chased by a fireball-flinging maniac. In a last-ditch effort, he called her a little sister and tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. They just needed to talk. But Chili, undeterred, rushed toward him with several fireballs trailing behind her, shouting that she had already made it clear. He should just hand over his warrior certificates, no explanations needed. Suddenly, Ah-Fei extended his hand sharply, asking her to wait, which caused her to hesitate. With a sly smile, he asked if her sister might be interested in his brother. Maybe she'd like some insider information so she could gossip with her sister later. Chili stopped in her tracks, surprise evident on her face. She asked almost incredulously if he was actually inviting her to gossip, because clearly nothing diffuses a fiery situation like the promise of juicy secrets. Now Ah-Fei and Little Chili are sitting side by side on a log, chatting enthusiastically and occasionally bursting into laughter. The intensity of their earlier confrontation seems like a distant memory. At one point, Ah-Fei, realizing the time, suggests that it's getting late and they should go find her sister. Chili, with a mischievous smile, counters that they should be looking for his brother instead. Ah-Fei, ever the gentleman, objects, insisting that the lady should have her way and that it would be better if they focused on finding her sister first. But Chili shakes her head, disagreeing. She assures him there's no need. Once they find his brother, her sister will undoubtedly track them down on her own. After all, when it comes to love and sibling instincts, there's no hiding in the kingdom of Tapini. Meanwhile, After teleportation, Luna finds herself by a large, serene lake. The moon is already high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the water, while the night flowers sparkle softly under the moonlight. Luna attempts to open the map but quickly realizes it's not functioning. Communications and map access have been temporarily disabled. She mutters to herself, acknowledging that finding Afi and Zhan Yu will be more challenging than she anticipated. A wave of loneliness washes over her as she looks down, feeling isolated once again. Her gaze drifts to the quiet surface of the lake, where the moonlight gently filters through, casting a serene glow. The scene stirs a memory of her father's stern words, reminding her that she must become a winner and avoid bringing disgrace to the family. She remembers how she had agreed to his expectations, and he had only offered a brief acknowledgement, dismissing her with a cold, distant demeanor. Thoughtfully, she raises her hand to her chin, her thoughts turning inward as she silently addresses her mother. She tells her mother that Daddy met her himself today, noting that while he spoke coldly and never really looked at her directly, she believes that deep down, he still cares and hopes that she will achieve something meaningful. Memories of the laboratory flash through her mind, the pain she endured while lying on the table, connected to countless wires. In her mind, she continues telling her mother that even though it's so painful, she will continue doing her best and will take good care of herself. She silently asks her mother not to worry about her, promising she will stay strong and focused on her goals. Lost in her memories, Luna is abruptly jolted back to the present by the sound of dripping water. She freezes, sensing something ominous behind her. Slowly, monstrous hands reach out from the water, and within a heartbeat, a massive creature emerges fully from the lake. The monster is enormous, with 3 pairs of legs and the terrifying strength equivalent to 999 warrior certificates. Just as it surfaces, the force of its emergence sends a huge splash of water into the air, droplets raining down onto the nearby trees and bushes like a sudden storm. Clearly, this peaceful lakeside moment just turned into a nightmare. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Luli is locked in combat with a mysterious player. The signs of their intense battle are etched into the ground, evidence of the fierce clashes that have taken place. Luli's opponent laughs loudly, acknowledging Luli that he is strong. Then with a smug grin, he sticks out his tongue and boasts that he is even stronger. It turns out that 2 hours earlier, a ray of light had appeared in the forest and teleported Luli here. Emerging from the light, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and looked up, thinking out loud. From the light in the sky and the distant sounds echoing through the forest, he deduced that he was the only one teleported to this location. No one from his team was nearby, but he wasn't too concerned. He was confident in their abilities to handle the monsters on their own. What mattered most to him now was collecting warrior certificates. He wore a cloak of invisibility, a valuable asset that enhanced his attributes. However, he knew the cloak's limitations. Its invisibility would vanish the moment he launched an attack or if he was attacked. After a while, Luli encountered wild monsters in the forest. He swiftly dispatched them, adding their certificates to his collection. As he continued his journey, he came across players and, after brief confrontations, claimed their certificates as well. At one point, he stumbled upon 2 players standing indecisively next to an exhausted monster, unable to agree on who would take the certificates. Without hesitation, Luli made the decision for them. With a single swing of his blade, he swiftly eliminated both the players and the monster, adding their certificates to his growing tally. Moving further through the forest, he leaped from branch to branch, reflecting on his encounters. He noted that monsters with fewer certificates were indeed weaker and easier to kill than players. However, the more certificates a monster possessed, the more challenging they were to defeat. Now in possession of 226 certificates, Luli slipped back into his invisible state. He reasoned that the most effective strategy would be to target players who had just finished battling monsters and were already fatigued. Luli stopped near a clearing where 2 players were locked in battle with a monster that boasted 70 certificates. The female player stood slightly to the side, applying buffs to her partner, who was poised to strike the monster with his sword. A purple aura from the buffs enveloped both his blade and body, and with a swift, powerful swing, he decapitated the monster in a single wave of energy. As the monster fell, its 70 certificates were added to the player's existing 40, bringing his total to 110. The girl, calling him Han Shao, praised him, marveling at how easily he had slain such a powerful monster. She added that she felt safe being by his side. Han Shao, looking at his blade with a satisfied smile, remarked that the sword was indeed very useful. The girl, clearly smitten, hugged his arm and mentioned that she had heard helmets were becoming quite popular lately. However, while they were celebrating their victory, they failed to notice Luli creeping up silently behind them. Suddenly, Luli accelerated his approach, unintentionally giving himself away. Han Shao, quick to react, immediately turned around. In the process, he sharply waved the hand that the girl was holding onto, causing her to lose her balance and stumble, inadvertently exposing herself to Luli's strike. Lu Li's blow connected and her body began to disintegrate. She called out to Han Shao in surprise, but Han Shao, cold and calculating, ignored her plight, his focus solely on the intruder. He glared at Lu Li, demanding to know who he was and if he understood the consequences of provoking him. Lu Li, unfazed, stopped opposite Han Shao, remaining silent as he glared back with icy resolve. The tension crackled between them, and after a brief standoff, Lu Li suddenly rushed forward with lethal intent. Han Shao, instinctively stepping back to avoid a direct collision, swung his sword in a desperate counterattack, sending a wave of energy hurtling toward Lu Li while shouting for him to die. Suddenly, the silhouette of Lu Li flashed behind Han Shao with lightning speed. Han Shao, sensing the movement, quickly turned and swung his sword, trying to strike, but Lu Li was no longer there. He had vanished from his field of vision. Frustrated, Han Shao cursed, questioning whether his opponent was even human. In a blink, Lu Li reappeared behind him, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Before Han Shao could react, Lu Li leaped into the air, flying headfirst over him. During the jump, Lu Li unleashed a series of rapid strikes, each blow lifting Han Shao into the air. As Lu Li gracefully landed, Han Shao's body followed suit, decapitated mid-air, and his certificates were instantly added to Lu Li's tally, bringing the total to 354. And just as the dust settled, another player emerged from the side, clapping his hands with a smirk. He commented on Lu Li's performance, casually remarking that it was impressive. He was pretty good. Lu Li became wary and thought, when did he appear here? He didn't even notice him. This player had 0 certificate. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword with a smile and said that he took his prey, and if so, then now he will become it. They rushed towards each other, weapons clashing in a burst of red and blue sparks. The clearing becomes a blur of movement as they dart across it at incredible speed. Lu Li's opponent attacks relentlessly, his strikes fierce and unyielding, but Lu Li meets each one with a perfectly timed block. It's like a deadly dance-off where the stakes are just a tad higher than bragging rights. The opponent, clearly enjoying himself, pushes harder, urging Lu Li to defend himself with everything he's got. Sparks fly with every collision of their blades, illuminating the clearing like a chaotic fireworks show. Despite the onslaught, Lu Li remains calm, parrying each attack with precision. His opponent, caught up in the thrill of the fight, can't help but express how exhilarating this is, because nothing says good time like trying to slice your opponent into ribbons. But then, in a heartbeat, Lu Li shifts gears. He makes a sharp lunge forward, unleashing his ripping, explosive blade. The attack is so powerful, it sends his opponent soaring into the air, the force of the blow leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. Just as the man lands, he swings his blade effortlessly, deflecting Lu Li's next blow with an air of boredom, commenting that Lu Li's skills are practically useless. Apparently, dodging deadly attacks has become a bit too routine for him. Then, with a sly smile, he declares that it's now his turn to strike. A blue silhouette of a wolf with sparkling red eyes materializes behind him, his presence so intense that the wind picks up, forcing Lu Li to take a step back. Without hesitation, his opponent points his sword in Lu Li's direction and orders the wolf to attack. The wolf immediately obeys, opening its mouth wide and unleashing a deafening roar. The force of the roar is so powerful that it sends Lu Li flying off his feet. The forest echoes with the sound of the roar, and dust rises from the ground as the wolf's blow ignites the earth, leaving cracks and flames in its wake. Lu Li's opponent, clearly enjoying himself, laughs heartily and acknowledges that Lu Li is quite strong. But then, with a glint of arrogance, he licks his lips and asserts that he is still stronger. Lu Li frowns, realizing that this man is the strongest player he's ever encountered, but something doesn't add up. Despite his formidable power, he doesn't seem to have any certificates, making it pointless to defeat him purely for the sake of the game. It's like running a marathon only to find out there's no finish line. They stand frozen, neither attacking, both waiting for the other to make a move. The man with a wide smile breaks the silence and introduces himself as Feng Ya, and then asks for his name. Lu Li doesn't respond immediately. He studies Feng Ya for a few seconds, weighing his options. Finally, he tells him his name is Zhang Yu. Feng Ya, clearly pleased, repeats the name and then invites Lu Li to fight as if it were their last battle. Because if you're going to go down, you might as well go down in a blaze of glory. Lu Li calls forth his mighty snake aura, and now the forest is alive with the intense energy of their battle, a clash between a fearsome wolf and a menacing black snake. Sparks of different colors dance through the air as their auras collide, each explosion sending shockwaves through the trees. Feng Ya lunges forward with a powerful strike, but Lu Li ducks just in time, knocking his sword away. In one swift motion, Lu Li swings his blade in a wide circle. Feng Ya, ever agile, leaps into the air, skillfully avoiding the blow. As he dodges, Feng Ya quickly counters, bringing his sword down toward Lu Li. But Lu Li, with lightning reflexes, raises his blade to block the attack. The force of their collision is so immense that it cracks the ground beneath their feet. It's as if the forest itself is struggling to withstand the intensity of their duel. Suddenly, Lu Li sprints deeper into the forest with Feng Ya hot on his heels. As he runs, Lu Li glances back, his mind racing. Feng Ya doesn't seem human, more like a relentless evil wolf. The pressure is so intense that Lu Li can barely catch his breath, let alone shake off his pursuer. In a desperate move, Lu Li turns sharply, swinging his blade with precision, aiming blow after blow at Feng Ya. But Feng Ya is quick, effortlessly dodging the attacks. Without warning, Feng Ya closes the distance between them, leaping into the air with his sword raised high. His excitement is palpable as he shouts, thrilled that he is going to devour Lu Li. Apparently, nothing says great day like catching a venomous snake in a deadly duel. Lu Li spins around, his hands igniting with a bright red flash. The strike from Feng Ya slices through the ground behind Lu Li, and a powerful explosion erupts. Flashes of blue energy surge into the sky, and the resulting shockwave is so strong that it sends birds scattering, their panicked cries echoing through the forest. It's as if the entire forest is holding its breath, waiting to see who will emerge from the chaos. Meanwhile, a group of players near the explosion site notices black smoke billowing into the sky in the distance. Their commander raises one hand, signaling them to stop. Instantly, everyone freezes in place, not daring to move. The air is thick with tension. They know they need to be extra cautious. The commander turns to one of the players, referred to as number 3, who smiles and calls him brother. The commander, with a hint of frustration, mentions that number 4 seems to have too much free time and he doesn't want any more trouble. He orders number 3 to go and handle it. Understanding the unspoken command, number 3 nods and vanishes, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. The commander then instructs the remaining players to stay in line and move on. Meanwhile, birds scatter randomly above the scene of the explosion as Feng Ya and Lu Li face off once again. Dust rises around them, and the surrounding trees bear the scars of their battle, with trunks sliced clean through. Lu Li studies his opponent carefully, his mind racing. He realizes that he's found a potential weakness in Feng Ya. He doesn't seem to be suited for long, drawn-out fights. Strategizing, Lu Li decides to remain calm and wear Feng Ya down slowly, cautious of any sudden counterattacks. Feng Ya, seemingly unfazed, smiles broadly, expressing his excitement at the intensity of the battle. It's clear that he hasn't enjoyed a fight like this in a long time. Without warning, he rushes at Lu Li, preparing to strike from above. Sensing the move, Lu Li also prepares to counter, and they charge at each other, colliding midair in a brilliant flash. As they clash, blood sprays from Feng Ya's body, but suddenly, Lu Li feels a strange sensation. Something doesn't feel right. Lu Li immediately spins around, eyes widening as he notices a purple aura enveloping Feng Ya's entire body like a malevolent mist. Feng Ya's eyes sparkle with a dangerous intensity as he suddenly charges forward, leaving behind purple flashes and a cloud of dust in his wake. Apparently, the whole getting weaker thing was just wishful thinking. As Feng Ya closes in, he swings his sword with deadly precision. Lu Li tries to block the blow, but the force is overwhelming. He's sent hurtling backward, crashing through a tree trunk with such power that he gets lodged in the cracks of the splintered wood. Not exactly the kind of tree-hugging experience he was hoping for. Stuck in the tree, Lu Li's mind races. He realizes that all those mistakes Feng Ya made earlier were just a clever trick, intentionally designed to mislead him. So much for the whole slow and steady wins the race strategy. Lu Li can't help but wonder how, as he whittles Feng Ya down, his opponent only seems to grow stronger. Feng Ya, clearly enjoying the moment, laughs as he spreads his arms wide. He mockingly asks if Lu Li has figured it out yet. Seeing no need to keep secrets anymore, Feng Ya reveals his passive skill, Bloody Melody. For every 1% of health he loses, his attack power increases by 1%. However, if his health is restored, the effect disappears after a 5-second delay. While Lu Li is still on the ground, Feng Ya charges toward him, his body radiating with bright purple energy. A roar pierces the air as purple sparks shoot into the sky, and dust mixed with smoke rises ominously around them. A second later, Lu Li bursts out of the dark curtain of smoke, a purple glow trailing behind him as he sprints away. Running from a glowing purple maniac isn't exactly the hero's journey he had in mind. As he races through the forest, Lu Li's thoughts swirl. He realizes that Feng Ya isn't as straightforward as he first seemed. Not only does he possess a rare passive skill dropped by a high-class boss, but he's also purposefully creating openings so that Lu Li can attack him and in turn activate his skill. Feng Ya gives chase, and Lu Li quickly deduces that this opponent is far too difficult to defeat using conventional methods. When your enemy's power grows as they take damage, it's time to rethink the whole hit them till they fall approach. Soon, Lu Li reaches the edge of a cliff, beyond which a massive waterfall thunders down. Blocking his path are several monkey monsters, each with 5 warrior certificates. Without wasting a second, Lu Li decides to strike first and unleashes his hunting scourge blade. Li leaps into the air, executing a wide-area attack that targets all the monkey monsters at once. His hunting scourge blade slices through the air, devastating the creatures with a 26-hit combo. Feng Ye emerges from behind the bushes, halting in his tracks as he realizes what Li is doing. A sudden worry creeps over him as he figures out that Li is methodically using the hunting scourge blade technique to eliminate the monkeys one by one. But just as Feng Ya is piecing this together, Li, in a lightning-fast move, redirects his attack toward Feng Ya with lethal intent. Feng Ya reacts quickly, blocking the blow, but the impact sends a shockwave rippling through the area, carrying the force of their clash far beyond the immediate battleground. It's like someone turned the volume up to 11 on their duel. Li presses the attack, swinging again, and once more, Feng Ya blocks the blow. The sound of their clashing blades echoes through the forest, each strike louder than the last. With every blow exchanged, the roar of their battle intensifies, building to a crescendo. Finally, the tension reaches its peak, and a massive explosion erupts, thundering through the entire area. As the dust settles and the echoes of the explosion fade, the two combatants find themselves at a distance from each other, their breathing heavy. Li, visibly nervous, can't help but exclaim in disbelief, how is it possible that Feng Ye could resist his techniques so effectively? Feng Ye lowers his hand, now scorched from the impact of Li's blow, and casually throws his sword over his shoulder. With a curious look, he inquires about the hunting scourge blade, asking Li how he managed to acquire the same skills as that infamous limited-time boss. Apparently, pulling off boss-level moves isn't just impressive, it's suspicious. Feng Ye recalls the commander's stern words, reminding him to listen carefully because instructions wouldn't be repeated. The commander had warned that if Feng Ye ever encountered the limited-time boss, he needed to be cautious of one particular skill: hunting scourge blade. The skill packs immense damage, and once the boss unleashes it, there's only one way to survive: use maximum speed to intercept and break the combos. It's not just a fight, it's a high-stakes game, Simon says. Feng Ye questions Li, wondering if this technique is his trump card, adding that it was a fantastic experience fighting him. With a hint of regret, he points his sword at Li and comments that it's a pity he couldn't kill him instantly. Still, it did have the unintended benefit of activating his passive skill. Addressing Li by name, Feng Ye confidently declares that the outcome is already decided. He's lost. Hearing Feng Ye's declaration, Li closes his eyes, replaying the words in his mind. To Feng Ye, this might be just a game of winners and losers, but for Li, it's something entirely different. Suddenly, Li lowers his hands and red sparks begin to flicker around him. Fragments of the earth lift into the air as if responding to his resolve. His determination surges, and he silently vows that he cannot lose so easily. Feng Ye, shielding his eyes from the sudden wind generated by Li's power, starts to feel a pang of nervousness. The momentum has shifted dramatically. Feng Ye wonders what's going on, if they're a backup plan. Realizing Li is far away from giving up yet, Feng Ye laughs, admitting that Li's strength is truly something. It excites every drop of blood in his body. Apparently, facing a potentially overwhelming power isn't just intimidating, it's downright exhilarating. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, number 3 grins quietly as he observes the scene. He mutters to himself that this is truly wonderful, then pulls an arrow from his quiver and takes aim, and just as he prepares to fire, he remarks that the commander is in a hurry and would not be pleased if things got delayed. Apologizing under his breath, he decides to lend Feng Ye a helping hand, ready to intervene in the duel, because nothing says brotherly love like a well-timed arrow from the shadows. Just as Li and Feng Ye prepare to attack each other again, number 3 quietly draws a shadow arrow and releases it. The arrow shoots forward with lightning speed, cutting through the air and leaving bright green flashes in its wake. A moment later, the arrow pierces Li's shoulder, sending him flying backward, while Feng Ye freezes in shock. Feng Ye immediately spins around, demanding to know who did this. Number 3 casually steps out from behind the bushes, cheerfully announcing that he's come to help. Feng Ye's thoughts race. He wonders why is he here, but there's no time to dwell on it. He quickly turns his focus back to Li, unleashing his Misty Wolf ability, and a bright purple pulse slams into Li, knocking him back even further. A spectral wolf materializes behind Feng Ye as he extends his sword forward, commanding the wolf to attack. The wolf roars, releasing a powerful shockwave that merges with the earlier pulse, leaving Li with no chance to recover. The combined force sends him hurtling off the cliff, his sword slipping from his grasp. Li tumbles down, his hair turns white, and he crashes into the lake below with a resounding splash. Not exactly the peaceful dive into the water anyone hopes for. Numbers 3 and 4 stand at the top of the cliff, watching the aftermath. After a brief pause, number 3 turns to Feng Ye, noticing something odd. He points out that Fengya's number of certificates hasn't increased, and with a hint of suspicion, he asks if Lu Li might still be alive. Fengya, faking surprise, wonders aloud if Lu Li really isn't dead yet. With a knowing smile, number 3 turns to Fengya, suggesting that maybe he let Lu Li go on purpose. Fengya, attempting to brush off the accusation, denies it, asking how that could even be possible. But number 3 isn't convinced. He questions why did not Fengya use the Shadow Wolf technique at the end if he wasn't interested in finishing the job, especially when it's such a juicy target. Then, with a sly grin, number 3 proposes a deal. How about letting his third brother take over this target? Fengya's anger flares, and he immediately lashes out, attacking number 3 and declaring that this prey is his. Number 3 deftly defends against the blow, laughing as he asks why Fengya is so upset. He was just joking around. Backing away from the cliff's edge, number 3 shakes his head, reminding Fengya that they need to move quickly. They can't afford to keep the elder brother waiting. Fengya, clearly displeased, thinks to himself how annoying number 3 is as always. However, he can't help but smirk as he mentally addresses Zhan Yu, vowing that next time they'll determine who the true winner is, because nothing fuels a rivalry like unfinished business and a cliffhanger ending. Meanwhile, night has fallen in the area where Afi and Chili are traveling. They walk together through the dark forest, their laughter echoing softly in the night. Chili looks up at him with a playful smile, teasingly asking if he's telling the truth. Does this really mean his brother isn't just an ideal, handsome man, but also very educated and rich? Afi, with a grin, responds by sharing a phrase from their dialect, one that roughly translates to deceiving someone into believing he's someone's son. Chili laughs, remarking that Afi is learning quickly. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from the bushes, and they both freeze, their playful banter instantly replaced by tension. Out of the bushes jumps a goblin with 35 certificates, his eyes gleaming with malice. Afi doesn't hesitate, his hands ignite in flames as he steps in front of Chili, telling her to be careful and suggesting she hide behind him. But Chili has no intention of staying out of the action. With a determined shove, she pushes him aside, telling him to be the one to be careful and suggesting he hide behind her. Because who says chivalry can't be a little bit reversed? Afi stumbles to the ground as Chili steps forward, her confidence unwavering. She stretches out her hands, summoning a fiery tornado that engulfs the goblin in an instant. The monster is swiftly incinerated, leaving nothing but ashes, and 35 new certificates in its wake. Dusting off her hands with a satisfied smile, she declares the job done. Chili turns to Afi and asks with a teasing grin why he's sitting on the ground. Afi, trying to play it cool, smiles awkwardly and says he just slipped, because obviously that's the most dignified way to explain being knocked over by your own chivalry. Chili helps him to his feet and asks if they were just talking about where he was from. Afi thanks her for the help, all the while thinking about how close she is. To be honest, this is the closest he's ever been to a date with an actual girl, even if it is in a game. As they continue walking, Afi shifts the conversation, mentioning that they only talked about her sister before. He suggests they talk about her instead. Chili, with a playful edge, replies that it's not she who's interested in his brother, so why the sudden interest in talking to her? Fair point, but also touche. Afi quickly clarifies that he just wants to talk, no ulterior motives. Chili softens and agrees, mentioning that she's just graduated from college. Before the conversation can go further, more monsters emerge from the bushes, causing them to stand ready. Amidst the tension, Afi tries to lighten the mood, commenting that she is the perfect age. Chili is a bit surprised by his attempt, but before she can fully process it, he asks her what her specialty is. She replies that it's animation. As if on cue, Afi swiftly dispatches a goblin, snagging 25 certificates, and enthusiastically shares that he loves watching anime, because nothing bridges the gap between monster slaying and small talk like shared interests in animated worlds. He muses aloud that he admires people who follow their passions and create something new. With genuine admiration, he tells her that he's even a bit envious. She gets to do what she loves and brings her own anime ideas to life, which he thinks is pretty cool. And let's face it, anyone who can turn their creative dreams into reality is basically a hero in his book. Afi, thinking he's on a roll, decides to keep the compliments coming. After all, praising her seems like a great way to keep the conversation flowing and who knows, maybe even score a few extra points in her book. Because if there's one thing Afi knows, it's that a well-timed compliment can be as effective as any sword strike, maybe even more so. Chili, who had a goblin in a chokehold, suddenly freezes and quietly asks if Afi is actually jealous of her anime career. Without waiting for an answer, she slaps the goblin and starts venting. She admits that when she first started college, she was full of passion and love for animation, but quickly realized that watching anime and creating it are entirely different beasts. She hits the goblin again, rattling off some daunting numbers. There are 24 frames in just 1 second of anime, meaning you have to draw 8 to 12 pictures for every single second. That's 480 to 720 for a minute, and a mind-numbing 4,800 to 7,200 for just 10 minutes. And that's just the beginning, because apparently creating magic on screen comes with a side order of carpal tunnel. After all that hard work and finally graduating, Chili discovered during a job interview that being an in-between artist barely pays more than a few dollars per frame. With frustration, she remarks that she might as well be selling fried rice on the street. Seeing her anger bubble over, Afi tries to soothe the situation, gently pointing out that they might have stumbled onto a touchy subject. After all, discussing shattered dreams and low wages isn't exactly light forest banter. Afe quickly realizes he needs to calm Chili down before things get even more awkward. With an awkward smile, he tries to be reassuring, saying that life is tough, but he believes there are people who manage to swim against the tide. He adds that the animation industry is popular and will continue to grow, hoping his words might somehow patch things up. Silence falls over the forest, broken only by the faint whistle of the wind. Suddenly, Chili squeezes a goblin's throat, and it lets out a pitiful sound before bursting into flames, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Talk about bringing the heat to an already tense situation. With all the goblins now dealt with, smoke rises over the forest as they continue on their way. Chili remains silent, her face set in a gloomy expression as she stares down at her feet. Ah Fei, on the other hand, is in full panic mode. He wonders where it all went wrong. This wasn't how the internet said conversations were supposed to go. He scratches his head nervously, feeling the awkward atmosphere closing in like a dark cloud. Desperately, he thinks he needs help and prays for someone to please save him from this conversational disaster. Suddenly, they come to a stop as they reach a lake near a waterfall, where a massive monster, taking the form of a mermaid, is basking in the moonlight. The creature's presence is eerie, especially with the 299 certificates she carries. Afe immediately becomes wary, asking Chili what kind of monster this could be, noting the almost 300 certificates she possesses. Because when you stumble upon a moonlit lake monster, you just know it's not here for a friendly chat. Hearing their voices, the mermaid immediately turns in their direction, revealing the other side of her body, horrifyingly zombified with decaying flesh and lifeless eyes. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, she opens her mouth unnaturally wide, revealing sharp, menacing teeth, and lets out an ear-piercing scream. The sound is so intense that Afi and Chili instinctively cover their ears with their hands and squeeze their eyes shut in pain. Apparently, this mermaid didn't get the memo that moonlight is for serenades, not screams. Afi, sensing the danger, urgently calls out to Chili, telling her that they need to run quickly. But before they can react, it's too late. Chili, removing her hands from her ears, starts to say something to him, but suddenly, she slips and falls into the lake. Afi also loses his balance and tumbles in after her. The cold water engulfs them both, and darkness swiftly overtakes them as they lose consciousness. The mermaid, now eerily calm, waves her hand, and thin, shimmering threads begin to dance in the air. With a sinister smile, she uses a grotesque skill, the art of suturing. The monster manipulates the purple threads, connecting their bodies together, sewing the halves of Afi and Chili into one twisted form. One side is controlled by Afi, and the other by Chili, their fates now horrifyingly intertwined. Apparently, this mermaid's idea of teamwork is more like a nightmarish patchwork quilt. After a few seconds, Afi and Chili suddenly wake up, their eyes snapping open in unison. They quickly stand up, disoriented and confused, trying to piece together what happened and where they are. They begin calling out to each other, but their voices falter as they notice something rising from beneath the water. The surface ripples and the mermaid emerges, her eerie smile widening as she spreads her arms wide. She asks with a twisted sense of satisfaction if they like the new look she's given them. Chili, recognizing the creature, exclaims that this is the monster they encountered before. Afi, still in shock, demands to know what she's done to them. The mermaid's laughter echoes across the water as she explains that she's given them a new look, one she considers far more beautiful. She moves slightly to the side, and something massive begins to rise from the water behind her, casting a dark shadow over them. Chili and Afe both look up in horror at the monstrous creature looming behind the mermaid. It's a grotesque amalgamation of fish tentacles intertwined with human faces and bodies. A living nightmare. The creature opens its gaping maw, and the mermaid, with a twisted grin, gestures toward it, suggesting they could all play together. Chili, recoiling in disgust, leaps to the side, exclaiming that this is beyond revolting. At the same moment, Afe frantically tries to move, shouting that they need to run, far, far away from this horror show. But as they attempt to escape, if their bodies betray them, they both stumble and fall into the water. Chili, frustrated and panicked, cries out that her body isn't obeying her commands. They glance at their hands, a dawning realization washing over them. In a moment of shared horror, they stare into the void, their minds racing as they comprehend the awful truth. They share a common body. While Afi, still in shock, is trying to process the bizarre situation with their shared body, he accidentally places his hand on Chili's juicy mango and squeezes. Chili immediately grabs his hand, exclaiming in outrage and demanding to know where he's putting his hands. Afi panics, stumbling over his words as he apologizes profusely, but Chili, now thoroughly annoyed, yells at him to take his filthy hands off her. Because, as if the situation wasn't awkward enough, accidental groping just had to be added to the mix. Meanwhile, the water around them begins to swirl, pulling them toward the center of the lake. The mermaid, controlling the powerful current, smiles wickedly and urges them to hurry up, her tone almost playful. Afe, noticing the dangerous flow, warns Chili that they might get sucked in if they're not careful and insists they need to retreat. Chili, trying to take charge, attempts to stand and move to the right, but their disjointed coordination causes her to stumble and fall. Frustrated, she tells Afe they need to go to the right. Apologetic, Afe admits that he instinctively moves to the left, because of course, even in a crisis, they can't seem to agree on directions. Chili, exasperated, exclaims that there's no way they'll escape if they can't even figure out how to stand up properly. The mermaid, sensing her victory, extends one hand forward, pulling Afi and Chili closer and closer with the swirling water. Afi, feeling the pressure, nervously points out that the monster is rapidly closing in. Chili, equally worried, stresses that they need to find a way out, and fast. Suddenly, an idea sparks in Afi's mind. He quickly shares it with Chili, who asks what he has in mind. He tells her not to move, insisting that he'll take the initiative from his side. After giving her a quick signal, Afe extends his hand downward and releases a powerful stream of flame, propelling them into the air like a rocket. Because when all else fails, firepower becomes literal. The mermaid, clearly terrified by the flames, stretches out her hand toward them, shouting in panic that she hates fire and demanding that they put it out immediately. Desperate, she sends streams of water in their direction, trying to douse the flames. Afe, now in full pilot mode, deftly maneuvers them to avoid the watery attacks, all while keeping them airborne. Chili, growing increasingly anxious, warns Afe that they're going to get hit if they keep this up. She urges him to dodge, but before he can react, she suddenly ignites a flame just like his and extends her hand to the side. Instantly, they veer off course, spinning through the air and tumbling away from the mermaid, because nothing says teamwork like a bit of unplanned aerobatics. Once they regain some stability, Afe, a bit flustered, reminds Chili that he told her not to move. He had things under control. Chili, not missing a beat, retorts that he was way too slow, and the monster nearly got them. Afe, feeling defensive, explains that it's incredibly difficult to maintain balance when he's only controlling half of his body, as if sharing a body wasn't hard enough and now they have to argue about who's steering. Chili, frustrated, calls him a fool, to which Afe indignantly protests, since when is trying not to crash into a giant monster foolish. But before he can say more, Chili sharply ascends, telling him not to move this time. Once they're high enough, she summons a barrage of fire meteors and hurls them toward the mermaid and the monstrous creature in the water. The meteors rain down, several striking the water and hitting the monsters directly, causing them both to scream in pain. The mermaid, wincing in pain, exclaims that the heat is unbearable. Just as the meteor shower weakens, she quickly waves her hand, summoning a water shield to protect herself. With a scowl, she extends her hand toward Afi and Chili, her voice dripping with irritation as she threatens them. She declares that they should listen to her. She plans to drown them and then stitch them back together, even more twisted than before. Before they can react, the mermaid activates her underwater prison skill. Streams of water rise into the air and rush toward Afi and Chili. Despite their desperate attempts to coordinate their movements, it's too late. The watery tendrils reach them and form a bubble, trapping them inside. The bubble constricts, water pressing in from all sides as they struggle to breathe, the sensation of suffocation quickly setting in. As they float helplessly in the bubble, Chili reflects on their predicament, realizing that they haven't been understanding each other. At the same moment, Afe, equally frustrated, thinks that Chili is being too headstrong. If she just let him figure things out, they might stand a better chance. Chili, meanwhile, wishes that they could somehow find a way to work together more effectively. A thought flickers through Afe's mind. Sure, she's a bit stubborn, but she's also incredibly cute. It's a small realization, but it brings a shift in his perspective. Almost simultaneously, they both reach out to each other, realizing their mistakes. They grasp hands, and a bright flame begins to form between their palms, growing stronger as their shared determination builds. Together, they channel their newfound unity into a large fiery explosion, shattering the water prison and freeing themselves. They land on the ground, catching their breath, and Afi, still holding her hand, suggests that she tell him what she wants to do first, and he'll help her. Chili, smiling, agrees, adding that he should also speak up. She's ready to listen and cooperate. The mermaid, now furious, screams that they have no right to get up. She extends her hand toward them once more, summoning several threads to try and stitch them back together. But this time, Afi and Chili are in sync. They sharply turn to the right, dodging the threads, and then sprint to the left. When the threads close in on them, they use their flames to accelerate, zigzagging across the ground to keep the mermaid off balance. As they move together, Chili suddenly laughs, remarking that it feels like they're dancing. Afi grins, admitting that he thought the same thing. With a playful idea, he turns to his system assistant, CC, and asks her to turn on some music. The elf assistant materializes next to him, ready to help, and says she'll play a song for him. Afi, a bit hesitant, mentions that it's the song he listened to last time and wonders if Chili might not like it. But before he can say more, Chili quickly interrupts with a smile, assuring him that she likes it. Because after all, if they're going to battle a vengeful mermaid, they might as well do it with a soundtrack they can both enjoy. Just as the Latin American song begins to play, the rhythmic beats of the drums blend with the romantic strumming of the guitar, setting the perfect backdrop for their unexpected dance. Afi and Chili move together, dodging the mermaid's threads with a newfound grace. Their movements synchronize the music. The splashes of water, bursts of fire, and swirling purple threads create a vibrant, almost surreal atmosphere that only enhances the mood of their impromptu dance. The mermaid, struggling to keep up with their fluid movements, furiously directs more threads and streams of water in their direction. But Afi and Chili, now fully in the groove, only dance more energetically, their steps turning into a fiery tornado that matches the calm yet irresistibly catchy rhythm of the music. The fiery tornado grows at an indescribable speed, surging forward with unstoppable force toward the mermaid and the monstrous creature lurking behind her. Paralyzed by her wild fear of fire, the mermaid freezes in place, unable to react as the bright light of the tornado illuminates her face, which is locked in an expression of pure terror. A moment later, the tornado engulfs her, burning her in a blaze of bright flames. Finally, the bodies of Afi and Chili separate. Chili throws her upper body back, her scarlet hair flowing in the air, while Afi, ever the gentleman, catches her by the waist, holding her steady and preventing her from falling. A picture-perfect ending to a dance that was as deadly as it was beautiful. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Luna finds herself in a perilous situation. A strong monster has grabbed her, bringing her close to its face, its voice booming as it demands to know who dared to kill its child. Bright flashes emanate from the bodies of the dead mermaid and the monstrous creature, illuminating the area with the promise of valuable loot. Chili, excited, exclaims that she's finally leveled up and can now learn new skills. Afe, equally thrilled, points out that not only did the boss drop a ton of experience, but it also left behind a lot of equipment, because in their world, victory isn't just about survival, it's about the loot that comes after. They approach the burning corpse of the monster and begin collecting the materials. As they sift through the system windows, Afe notices that there are 2 pieces of epic-level equipment up for grabs. He suggests that they each take one, and being a gentleman, lets Chili choose first. She agrees, and as he extends his hand to give her the equipment, their fingers touch. The moment their fingers meet, it's as if an electric shock passes through them both. Chili quickly withdraws her hand, the unexpected spark leaving her momentarily flustered. Afe, equally embarrassed, softly says her name, the atmosphere suddenly charged with something more than just the aftermath of battle. Chili, flustered and breathing heavily with excitement, quickly tries to change the subject to ease the awkwardness. She asks Afe what he thinks his brother and her sister might be doing right now. Meanwhile, Chili's sister wanders through the forest, making her way toward the cliff's edge. As she approaches, light gusts of wind carry a charming aroma to her nose, causing her face to flush with excitement. Smiling, she thinks how wonderful it smells here. It's the scent of Lu Li, and she can't help but imagine how happy he'll be when she suddenly appears before him. However, when she reaches the edge of the cliff, she sees no one there. Her excitement quickly turns to anger as she realizes something has happened to Lu Li. She can no longer sense his presence. Clenching her hand into a fist, she bitterly reflects that things have gone wrong because she wasn't there to protect him. Out of pure rage, she raises her leg high and stomps the ground with all her might, causing the edge of the cliff to crack under the force of her blow. The ground collapses, sending fragments of stone tumbling down the cliffside. With a fierce expression, she vows that it doesn't matter who's responsible, they will pay for what they've done. Meanwhile, Fangya sneezes loudly, catching himself off guard as he sits on the corpse of a snake he had just killed. Rubbing the back of his neck, he feels a sudden chill, wondering what this strange sensation is, as if someone, somewhere, is seriously ticked off at him. Having accumulated 311 certificates, Fangya watches as the team leader ventures into the forest, instructing number 4 to follow. The leader mentions that there's still a monster ahead with 500 certificates. Fangya, surprised, raises an eyebrow at the number -500 certificates. A grin spreads across his face as he muses over the challenge, wondering who would be stronger, this monster or Zhan Yu. His encounter with Zhang Yu has left him with an itch for a real fight, and nothing seems to scratch that itch quite like the thought of another high-stakes battle. Reflecting on his recent battles, Fengya admits to himself that it's all because of Zhang Yu. His fighting spirit refuses to be quenched after their clash. Meanwhile, far from the action, Lu Li has fallen into the water and is now drifting slowly with the current, reduced to the form of a skeleton. Just as he floats along, frogs and other aquatic creatures with 20 certificates swim around him, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Lu Li sighs heavily, lamenting that he still can't move. He reflects on the chain of events that led him to this state. After being thrown off the cliff, he had carefully monitored the situation on the water's surface, ready to launch a counterattack at a moment's notice. But what he hadn't anticipated was the monster lurking at the bottom of the lake, a mappo fish that attacked him from behind. He had quickly dealt with the monster, killing it without much thought. However, the victory was short-lived. The poison from the mappo fish seeped into his body, and what he had assumed was just another ordinary monster turned out to be far more dangerous. Within a minute, his entire body began to go numb, paralyzing him completely. He couldn't even move a finger. As the numbness took over, other monsters were drawn to the blood in the water. In a last-ditch effort to survive, Lu Li managed to transform into a skeleton, a desperate measure to avoid further damage. But the poison was too strong, and soon after he lost consciousness, leaving him to drift helplessly with the current. He isn't sure how long he's been floating with the current, but the sound of rushing water grows louder and louder, signaling that trouble is just around the bend. His fears are quickly validated as the current drags him straight into the swirling vortex. The moment he's pulled under, he's plunged into darkness, sinking deeper and deeper until a final splash echoes through the area. When Lu Li wakes up, he finds himself in a cave, finally able to move again. Turns out even skeletons can get a lucky break. He stands and surveys his surroundings, noticing the massive holes in the walls. With a mix of relief and confusion, he realizes he's likely in a cave at the bottom of the lake. He approaches one of the massive holes, running his hand along the rough surface. He quickly realizes that these holes weren't formed naturally. The walls bear deep scratches, clear evidence that they were dug out by some enormous creature. As he continues to explore, it dawns on him that he's likely in the lair of this creature. Based on his knowledge of the game, only high-level monsters or a large group of them would inhabit such a location. Right as if he needed another reminder that he's not exactly in a safe zone. Deciding it's a terrible idea to stick around, he drinks a healing potion to recover his strength. After the potion does its work, he heads into one of the tunnels, cautiously making his way forward. The path slopes downward, and soon he spots a muted green light at the end of the tunnel. He steps into the eerie green light, cautiously peering out to find several hundred eggs lining the passage ahead. Some of them are shifting slightly, and it quickly dawns on him. These are all monster eggs. Carefully, he moves further down the passage, and something suddenly catches his eye. A bright orange shine on the ground, stark against the dim surroundings. He notices a shiny sword lying next to an enormous egg. Without hesitation, he rushes over, crouching down to pick up the sword. He examines the sword and realizes with a start that it's the Luna sword. His gaze shifts to the enormous egg nearby, and a sudden thought strikes him. Without hesitation, he stands and swings the blade, slicing open the egg. Inside, he finds Luna. He quickly takes her into his arms, and with a quick shift, he returns to his human form. Then, desperately, he begins to call her name, urging her to wake up. Luna slowly wakes from her sleep. She blinks her eyes open and, seeing Zhang Yu, starts to relax, until sudden alarm floods her face. She quickly warns him about a danger from above. Just as her warning escapes her lips, a massive red-eyed monster, the same one that had grabbed her earlier, crawls into the cave through a hole in the ceiling. Because nothing says rude awakening like a giant monster crashing the rescue party. The monster leaps down from the ceiling, its massive hand clenched into a fist ready to strike. But Lu Li, reacting swiftly, raises his blade just in time to block the powerful blow. The monster continues to press down on Lu Li with relentless force, making him feel as if he's being crushed by a truck. Luna, worried, pleads with him to leave her behind. But before he can respond, a monster decides to go on the offensive again. It raises both of its massive fists and slams them down, aiming to crush Lu Li into the ground. Reacting quickly, Lu Li channels all of his strength and counters with an explosive blow, managing to repel the attack just in time. The impact causes an explosion, sending dust flying into the air. Luna quickly jumps back to avoid the debris. As the dust begins to settle, Lu Li tosses Luna her sword, which she catches with practiced ease. She thanks him, but there's a weariness in her voice. Curious and concerned, Lu Li asks how she managed to face off against a monster with 999 strength points. Luna, looking exhausted, grabs her head and admits that she doesn't remember. The monster suddenly bellows in rage, accusing them of being vile bugs who stole his child. Luli glances at the furious beast and suggests they might as well try to take him down. Luna, ever the strategist, notes that if they win, they could advance significantly in their quest. Luli nods in agreement but warns that the stakes are incredibly high, so they need to be cautious. Luna agrees, deciding to focus on breaking through the monster's armor while Luli covers her. With a mutual understanding, they both charge forward, kicking up a trail of dust behind them. In perfect sync, they leap into the air, soaring towards the monster, who has already stretched out his massive arms, ready to catch them. As they close in, Luna swings her sword, executing a powerful star strike aimed directly at the monster's weak point. Meanwhile, Luli follows close behind, prepared to deliver his own devastating blow. The monster roars, accusing Luli and Luna of being vile bugs who stole its child. Luli, looking unimpressed, glances at the raging creature and wonders if it's time to take it down, like it's just another item on his to-do list. Luna, always thinking ahead, knows that if they defeat this thing, they'll make a lot of progress on their quest. Luli agrees, but he reminds her that the risks are huge, so they have to be careful. Luna decides to focus on breaking through the monster's armor, while Luli will cover her. With a quick nod, they sprint forward, kicking up dust like they're in an action movie. In perfect sync, they jump into the air, heading straight for the monster, whose arms are already out like it's ready to grab them. Luna swings her sword, unleashing a star strike, while Luli drops to the ground, dodging the monster's heavy fists. He lands in the right spot and strikes with all his strength, sending sparks flying as his blow connects. The monster roars, clearly not a fan of Luli's handiwork. Luna tries to follow up with another star strike, but the tricky beast jumps up into a hole in the ceiling. Her sword hits the wall instead, leaving her a bit annoyed. Luli watches the monster retreat and realizes those holes are its escape routes. Once it's inside, chasing it down would be harder than trying to catch a greased-up pig. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking. Luna, wide-eyed, suspects the monster is pulling off some sort of trick. Luli scans the area, and the tremors get stronger. He quickly figures out that the danger is coming from below. Without wasting a second, they both leap out of the way just as the monster's sharp tail bursts out of the ground like some kind of nightmarish surprise. They manage to dodge the attack, landing nearby as the tail swings around, smashing everything in sight. Luli takes a deep breath, realizing that this monster is fast, way too fast. Dodging is all well and good, but finding the right moment to strike back is going to take some serious focus and maybe a little luck. Luna quickly suggests they split up, figuring that if one attacks, the other can land a counterstrike. Luli agrees without hesitation, knowing that her strategy makes sense. Just as they're about to move, the ground begins to tremble again. This earthquake has clearly overstayed its welcome. Rocks bounce and rattle, and Luna, noticing the vibrations getting stronger near her, realizes the monster is heading her way. A moment later, its sharp, curled tail bursts from the ground, pinning Luna against the wall. But because she's not one to go down that easily, she manages to block the worst of it. Luli, seeing the situation, charges toward the beast. He knows that a regular attack won't do the trick here. Calculating every move, the speed, timing, even the delay between swings, he strikes at just the right moment. With a sharp slice, he severs the tail at its base, green blood spraying everywhere like a particularly messy watermelon. The monster retreats deeper into its hole, letting out pain screams that echo through the cavern, while Luna, now free, lands safely on the ground. The monster isn't done yet. Crawling back out of the hole, it lets out an ear-splitting scream, its eyes glowing red with rage. Luli braces himself and warns Luna to stay on guard, but the monster suddenly unleashes a burst of power so intense it causes the earth to crack beneath their feet. Chunks of solid ground fly into the air. Luli slices through one with his blade like it's nothing, but Luna isn't so lucky. A flying rock smacks her right on the head, sending her tumbling down. Luli catches her just in time and checks if she's okay. He knows that one wrong move against this monster could be their last. Luli instructs Luna to regain her strength while he takes over, facing the beast head-on. The monster readies itself for another attack, and Luna steps aside to drink a healing potion. Just as the monster's fists crash into the ground, Luli swings his blades, but the monster isn't going down easily. It slams its hands down again, opening up a new crack that forces both Luli and Luna to retreat. The monster roars in fury, a green aura swirling around it as the ground begins to crack once more. Without missing a beat, Luli and Luna leap into action, jumping into the air and rushing toward their target. The moment they land their strikes, an explosion rocks the cavern, sending sparks of every color flying through the dust and smoke. This battle seems endless, and before they know it, 2 hours have passed. Exhausted, Luli and Luna stand on shaky ground, catching their breath. Luna, barely able to believe it, wonders aloud why the monster is still alive, especially with all the bleeding it's doing. Luli, panting, suggests they wait and see what happens next. He looks up at the creature, noting that several of its arms are missing and the rest of its massive form is trembling. He can tell the monster is at its limit, though it sure took its sweet time getting there. The monster, as if to rub salt in the wound, taunts them about limits, calling Luli an arrogant cockroach. It casually reaches out with its left hand, plucking a nearby egg from the wall like it's picking a snack. Without a second thought, it pops the egg into its mouth, chomping down. Luna's eyes widen and she can't help but wonder out loud. Did this thing just eat its own egg? Luli's nerves kick into overdrive, immediately realizing that this is a disaster in the making. Sure enough, after munching on the egg, the monster's tail, arms, and every single wound on its body magically heal. It's back to full strength as if the last 2 hours of battle never happened. Luna is taken aback, asking if it's really recovered completely. The monster's eyes glow an ominous red as it confirms with a smirk that this is just the start of their nightmare. Because of course things weren't bad enough already. Leaning forward with a sinister grin, the monster unleashes its demon cage skill. An energy wave swirling with green and purple bursts out toward them, a visual mix that would be beautiful if it wasn't also trying to kill them. Luli, nervous but quick thinking, reaches out a hand to Luna, telling her to brace herself and keep her eyes open. Clearly, there's no blinking in the face of despair. In an instant, Luli finds himself plunged deep into the recesses of his mind. Outside a small coffee shop, people walk by, their voices a gentle hum in the background. Inside, the clatter of cups and the smell of fresh coffee fill the air as a girl brings a steaming cup to the table. The pessimistic Luli, dressed sharply in a button-down shirt, thanks her and takes the cup, though his weary expression betrays him. Sitting next to him is the optimistic Luli, looking more relaxed. The pessimistic version rubs the bridge of his nose, lifting the aromatic coffee to his face and mutters that deep down he knows the answer to everything troubling him. The optimistic Luli counters with a hopeful thought. So long as there's even a sliver of opportunity, you shouldn't give up. The pessimistic Luli, now reading a book with his coffee left untouched on the table, reflects on the passage of time, the disappearance of his elder brother, his entry into Destiny Corporation, and the start of this game. If his brother was truly okay, why hadn't there been a single word from him? The optimistic Luli looks down for a moment, thinking that the journey wasn't in vain. At least now he has a lead on Infernal Purgatory from Wu Yu. But the pessimistic Luli, now clearly agitated, slams the magazine shut in frustration. He questions how long he can keep lying to himself. The game has nearly driven him mad, and he knows better than anyone that it's all just lines of code and data. His brother's legacy is what matters. Chasing these digital fantasies is a waste of time. The optimistic Luli remains silent, his eyes closed. The pessimistic version strides over, gripping his shoulders and urging him to wake up. He reminds him not to forget his real dreams, like the orphanage they've always wanted to build, where children could feel at home. That's what you should be doing, not drowning in this game world. Suddenly, the optimistic Luli rises to his feet, grabbing the pessimistic version by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Shocked, the pessimistic Luli grabs at his hands in a desperate attempt to break free. The optimistic Luli frowns. He's had enough of this illusion. This other version of him is nothing more than a demon created by the monster's twisted tricks. Just then, the world around him begins to crack and shatter like fragile glass. The pessimistic Luli, with a smirk, asks whether Luli is truly sure. Maybe this illusion is the reality he's afraid to face. The cracks deepen, and the world crumbles into pieces. The real Luli, standing firm, asks himself the real question. How can he protect more people if he can't even protect those closest to him? He reflects on the dream he's held onto for so long, a vision of an orphanage, not just any orphanage, but one that would be run by 3 people, himself and his 2 brothers. It was meant to be a place where they'd all come together, creating a home for those without one. Just then, Luli snaps awake, his eyes shooting open. The dream dissolves, and he's greeted by the sight of a very surprised monster, holding both him and Luna in its massive hands. Clearly, it wasn't expecting either of them to wake up from its nightmare cage so quickly. Wasting no time, Luli swiftly slices off the monster's fingers, freeing both himself and Luna. He catches her in his arms and gracefully lands on the ground. The monster, screaming in pain, can't believe its eyes. How did this human break free from its cage of nightmares so fast? It howls, but Luli knows the answer. It's not just about breaking free. It's about having something real to fight for. Luli carefully places Luna on the ground and hands her a level 30 illusion-breaking potion. The moment the potion touches her lips, she jolts awake, eyes brimming with tears, as if she just called out for her mother in her sleep. No time to dwell on the emotional wake-up, though, because the monster isn't waiting around. It crawls closer, rambling on about how peaceful it would be to just die in a world that isn't real. Talk about a motivational speaker. Luli and Luna spin around, glaring at the beast with a shared look that screams, "Not today." Without missing a beat, they both charge at it, forcing the monster to retreat. Luna, with a fierce determination, dashes forward, her sword lighting up the air with blue sparks. Right beside her, Luli charges with his blade, leaving behind streaks of black and red. They leap into the air together, raining down attacks on the monster, who hastily covers his head like it's getting pelted with hailstones. The monster, in disbelief, wonders why they're fighting harder now than they were before escaping the nightmare cage. Clearly, underestimating this duo was a mistake. Realizing it's time to back off, the monster starts sliding along the ground, trying to put some distance between itself and the two furious warriors. But Luli and Luna aren't letting him off the hook that easily. The monster stretches out a hand toward the wall, thinking it can grab another egg for a quick snack. But Luna, eyes narrowing, has none of it. She swings her sword with the full moon technique, slicing through the egg and the monster's fingers, like it's slicing through butter. The monster's nerves skyrocket, and for the first time it seems genuinely worried. Cursing his luck, a monster contemplates retreating. But before it can even finish the thought, Luli appears behind him like a shadow, ready to end things. The monster doesn't even get a chance to react. With a swift jump and a sharp swing of his blade, Luli slices off the monster's head. Bright green blood sprays everywhere, and the monster's body crumples to the ground, creating a growing pool of goo beneath it. A satisfying chime sounds as Luli receives 999 points for his efforts. He and Luna, both still catching their breath, clap their hands in victory. Luna remarks that the beast is finally defeated. Luli, feeling a little guilty, apologizes for having all the points. They were supposed to land the final blow together. But Luna just shrugs it off with a smirk, saying that if the monster had gotten away, they wouldn't have earned anything at all. As they make their way toward the exit, Luli remarks that with only 2 days left in the 7-day event, he'll help Luna rack up points as quickly as possible. Luna, always composed, assures him she's not too worried, but agrees that they should definitely get out of there fast. Unfortunately, peace doesn't seem to be on the agenda today. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind them, from the direction of the monster's corpse. The voice, menacing and mocking, questions if they really thought it would end so easily. They both whirl around, and Luna, alarmed, asks if the monster is somehow still alive. Luli, feeling a sudden surge of nerves, insists that can't be possible. After all, his points were already transferred. Yet the voice is unmistakable. Weapons drawn, Luli confirms that the sound is indeed coming from the monster's remains. Luna's sharp eyes catch something strange. She points out that something is trying to break through the monster's stomach. Sure enough, its bloated belly starts to shift, a series of unsettling rustles and knocks coming from inside, like some sort of twisted piñata. Then, with a grotesque rip, a hand bursts through the flesh. A new creature emerges, more human-like in appearance, but just as terrifying, complete with several pairs of arms. This fresh horror climbs out of the monster's body, laughing with dark glee, asking who had the audacity to kill its former host. Finally free, the new monster's joy quickly evaporates when it notices Luli and Luna standing in front of him. His grin fades as he demands to know if they were the ones responsible. Before Luna can even respond, the creature is already upon her, moving with terrifying speed. It strikes her with a powerful kick, sending her flying backward, crashing into the wall with enough force to raise a cloud of dust. The roar from the impact echoes through the cavern. Without wasting a second, Luli rushes in, blade flashing in his hand. He strikes, but the monster casually blocks the blow with one of its many arms. Bright sparks fly from the impact, but Luli can't catch a break. The monster opens its mouth unnaturally wide, revealing a clot of green blood that quickly forms. Before Luli can react, the creature spits it out with lightning speed. The toxic projectile slams into him, pinning him hard against the wall, the acidic blood burning as it holds him in place. Things have clearly gone from bad to worse again. Luli crashes hard against the wall, green blood oozing over his body like some toxic slime. The monster, now boasting a terrifying 1998 points, folds one pair of arms across its chest, while stretching the others upward, like it's taking part in some bizarre victory pose. It sarcastically asks why they greet him so poorly. They are too bad, and if they killed the other monster, then it totally deserved to die. Debris and dust rain down from the ceiling, but the monster doesn't get the dramatic reaction it seems to crave. Growing impatient, it clears its ear with a finger, sarcastically wondering how long Luli and Luna plan on playing dead. As if on cue, a chunk of the wall crashes down right in front of him, followed by a flurry of stones pelting him from all sides. The monster, unfazed, swings its arms wildly, shattering the stones into smaller pieces like it's batting away a swarm of mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Luna rushes forward, her blade flashing as she hurls stones at the creature. From the other side, Luli mirrors her attack, throwing stones as well. The monster, busy deflecting the barrage, doesn't notice them closing in. Just as they prepare to strike, the creature surprises them by grabbing their weapons with one hand, stopping their attack cold. Shocked, they exchange a glance, and Luna can't help but ask, did he really just stop them with one hand? With a bored sigh, the monster flings them in opposite directions as if tossing away old toys. Stretching dramatically, he complains in a drawn-out voice that they're boring. In fact, they've lost his interest entirely, but because he's feeling generous, he'll give them one last shot at attacking him. As the monster continues his arrogant rambling, Luli and Luna exchange silent gestures, communicating their next move. The monster, oblivious to their plan, comments that the will to live is the best seasoning for a corpse. Luna, fully focused, takes a deep breath and charges forward, her sword flashing as she swings. At the same time, Luli circles around to the other side. Luna halts just long enough to send her moon wheel slicing through the air toward the monster. The glowing wheel is aimed perfectly, but the creature easily ducks, letting it fly harmlessly overhead. With a smug grin, he taunts them, asking if that's really all they've got. But just as he turns toward Luna, confident in her impending doom, the moon wheel suddenly shifts direction. The monster hears the sharp whistle of wind behind him and turns just in time to see the wheel barreling toward him. He raises his arms to block the attack, and though the pressure from the impact pushes him back, he manages to hold his ground and redirect the blow upwards. At that exact moment, Luli is already on him. The monster, realizing too late, mutters something about how the real threat was the person behind him all along. Makes sense, he admits, but it's a little too late for realizations. This time, when he tries to spit at Luli, the warrior is ready. Defending himself, Luli stands firm and with a flash in his eyes, uses his backstab technique. In a blink, he's behind the monster, slashing a deep gash across its back. Green blood gushes from the wound, and the monster lets out a deafening scream before losing its balance. Staggering, the once mighty creature begins to fall. Luna feels a rush of excitement, thinking their plan worked perfectly. But just as the monster is falling with drops of his blood still suspended in the air, he casually snaps his fingers. Instantly, the nearest egg cracks open and the liquid inside flows straight toward him, healing all of his wounds in the blink of an eye. Fully recovered, he smugly comments that their little combination was pretty good, almost as if he's giving them a score. If he were that old man, maybe he'd actually have the upper hand. Luna, putting two and two together, suddenly realizes the monster can use the eggs to heal himself from a distance. As long as those eggs are scattered around, he's basically got unlimited lives, a bit like playing a video game with cheat codes. The monster points a finger at them, almost as if accusing them of teamwork, and remarks on how well they cooperate. The monster, with a wicked grin, explains that while they are weak on their own, together they manage to hurt him. Not bad, he admits, but it's time to break up the team. He announces that their next attack will be their last together. He wants to split them up, so they can experience true despair and pain, one-on-one. Immediately after this declaration, the monster splits into two bodies and charges at both Luna and Luli. Explosions echo through the air, dust swirls, and the monsters launch a barrage of relentless attacks. Luli realizes that though the monster's power has decreased after splitting, the fight is still no walk in the park. He manages to block one of the creature's blows, but glances over just in time to see Luna miss her block and get thrown back. The monster chases after her, and Luli's instinct kicks in as he calls out to her, his voice full of concern. Luna, of course being Luna, shouts back for him to stop worrying about her and focus on himself. The monster, ever the opportunist, mocks Luli, wondering how he finds time to think about anyone else in the heat of battle. With a sharp swing, the monster lands a heavy blow that sends Luli flying backward. Just as Luli hits the ground, a strange grin forms on his face. The monster, momentarily stunned, wonders if it's his imagination or is Luli actually laughing after getting thrown across the battlefield. Luli seizes the moment to activate his hunting scourge blade, causing all the surrounding eggs to shatter in an instant. Without missing a beat, he continues launching rapid combo attacks on the remaining eggs, breaking as many as possible. Meanwhile, the monster stands there, watching the chaos with a smug smile, casually remarking that he still has plenty of eggs left. He seems confident, telling Luli that his efforts are pointless, suggesting he should just give up and become a snack. But as the monster observes more closely, a look of confusion crosses his face. With each blow, Luli's powers are constantly increasing. Something is definitely off. The more Luli smashes those eggs, his destructive abilities become more lethal. The monster, now in a full-blown panic, lunges at Luli, who's so focused on smashing every egg in sight. The monster spits venomously at Luli and swings his hand in a wild attempt to stop the onslaught, but Luli is prepared. He blocks the blow. Suddenly, a dome of energy begins to form around them, growing in size with alarming speed, and just as the tension hits its peak, a massive explosion erupts, cracking the ground beneath their feet and sending clouds of dust and ash swirling into the air. The monster, clearly shaken, admits that he didn't expect Luli to have such a powerful ace hidden up his sleeve. Luli, not wasting a second, glares at the monster, frowning in frustration. He wonders how this creature is still alive. He quickly downs a skill recovery potion, knowing he has to finish this before the monster can fully recover. Without hesitation, he prepares to use the hunting scourge blade again, but the monster, now catching on to his plan, warns him not to even think about it. Bright green sparks crackle around the monster, and then with a sudden snap, he opens his eyes and activates his skill. Almost immediately, the eggs around them begin to crack. Just then, a monster reaches out from an egg and grabs Lu Li's sword mid-swing, and before Lu Li can fully process what's happening, more eggs shatter and a horde of monsters starts pouring out. They crawl across the walls, hang from the ceiling. Suddenly, it feels like the entire room is alive with writhing creatures, all surging toward Lu Li from every direction. The monster, enjoying the chaos, looks down at Lu Li with a twisted grin, remarking how close he came to killing him. It's such a pity, he muses, that Lu Li no longer has a chance. With hordes of monsters surrounding him, Lu Li fights desperately, swinging his sword in all directions as he tries to fend off the attacks. He briefly locks eyes with the main monster, who is busy laughing and healing his wounds as though it's all just a game. The monster casually mentions that this skill of Lu Li is not bad, but if he interrupts them at just the right time, they don't do much damage. With that, the monster settles in, ready to enjoy what he calls a spectacle, as Lu Li fights his way through 1,000 enemies. But Lu Li isn't one to give up. Surrounded by enemies, he swings his sword again and again, cutting down monsters with every blow, refusing to let the overwhelming odds crush him. If this is the terrible dance the monster wanted, then Lu Li is more than ready to perform it, only he plans to be the last one standing. Meanwhile, Luna is locked in battle with other clone of monster in the depths of the cave. They soar over the water, exchanging a flurry of blows. Luna deflects several of his strikes with impressive speed. The clone isn't letting up. The cave echoes with the clash of their weapons and the splashes of water beneath them. At one point, Luna missteps, leaving herself open. The clone delivers a crushing punch to her stomach, sending her flying backward. She crashes into the wall with a painful roar, the impact so hard that it forces blood to her throat, making her cough violently. Staggering down from the wall, she drops to one knee, momentarily winded. The monster clone, standing on the opposite shore of the lake, looks at her with clear disappointment. He remarks how utterly boring this fight has become. He separated her from Lu Li, and yet she doesn't even seem capable of putting up a proper fight. Nothing is more frustrating to him than prey that can't fight back. Luna, despite her condition, isn't about to let his words slide. She responds that it's not a matter of lacking the ability to fight back. Even though they're on different sides of this battle, she offers her sincere condolences for making him lose his mother just as he was born. Her words catch the monster clone completely off guard. For a moment he's stunned, then bursts out laughing, clutching his stomach as if Luna had just told the most ridiculous joke he's ever heard. Through his laughter, the monster mockingly asks if Luna's tactic is to make him laugh to death with her comments. He could barely contain his amusement, questioning if she truly believes what she said. Luna, unfazed, repeats her sentiment, but this only makes the monster laugh harder. He wipes away fake tears, calling her a piece of trash for even pretending to feel guilty about fighting him or the old man. With a dramatic sigh, he decides that purely for the sake of her comedy, he'll make an exception and share a few survival tips. With a twisted grin, the monster explains that from the moment they hatch, his kind competes with their mother's body. The mother can eat her own eggs at any time to replenish her strength. Similarly, the stronger offspring can eat the mother to become even more powerful. He licks his lips in a grotesque manner, admitting he didn't eat his own mother, because they both were capable of ending her life. But now, if he devours both Luna and Lu Li, it would be healthier for him. Luna, still holding her ground despite the fear creeping in, murmurs the word eat. The monster, with a wicked smile, points a finger at her, asking if she's ever eaten anything like that. He then casually extends his hand, releasing streams of green and purple energy in her direction, telling her that she seems very excited, and what if he let her experience something like that? Panic grips Luna as she realizes what's coming. Fear overtakes her, and she pleads that the monster stop, but he only grins wider. He unleashes his demon cage skill, and a suffocating wave of energy surrounds her. Luna, overwhelmed, covers her ears and screams, her mind drowning in the terror of the monster's twisted power. Lu Li hears Luna's terrified scream, and a wave of worry floods him. A mountain of monster corpses has already piled up beneath his feet, and with no new enemies approaching for a brief moment, he takes the opportunity to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the main monster yawns lazily, remarking that he's so bored he could fall asleep. Turning to the horde of monsters still lurking, he commands them to stop fooling around and finally kill Lu Li already. At the monster's command, the entire horde speeds up, rushing toward Lu Li with frightening speed. As they close in, Lu Li slashes through them one by one, but he can't help thinking that they're getting faster. More and more of them climb the mountain of corpses, and he swings his blade, fending them off. Just as the overwhelming mass of monsters jumps on him all at once, an idea strikes him. Blocking the nearest monster's attack, Luli braces himself for the inevitable onslaught. A split second later, they swarm him, burying him under a pile of writhing bodies. A piece of his cloak tears away, fluttering to the side as the swarm completely envelops him. For a brief moment, it looks as though he's been defeated. But then the system chimes in, congratulating him on his promotion to level 30. His omniscient bracelet detects that his level has increased, and his equipment quality has been upgraded to epic level. To his surprise, he also unlocks a random skill, Shadow Clone. With this ability, Luli can turn his shadow into a clone that fights alongside him, inheriting 80% of his attributes and able to use his skills and items. The system also grants him an exclusive skill, Shadow Substitution, which allows his clone to switch positions with him within a 500-meter radius. The recharge time is 30 minutes. The main monster is still waiting, grows increasingly impatient. His hunger getting the better of him, he orders the others to stop messing around and finally kill Luli. Tired of waiting, he climbs atop the mountain of corpses and kicks away the lesser monsters, eager to inspect his supposed victory. The horde parts, kneeling as if they're about to present him with a prize, but instead of Luli, he's greeted by nothing more than a bloody cloak. The monster freezes in place, confusion spreading across his face as he asks, "Where's the man?" Furious, he grabs two of the nearest monsters by their necks and demands to know which one dared to steal his food. The monsters, now panicking, let out strange, apologetic sounds, but the monster shows no mercy. He crushes the heads of the two he's holding and roars, asking if the rest are planning a rebellion against him. The remaining monsters, fearing his wrath, begin scrambling up the mountain of corpses toward their master, but something is off. One figure is moving in the opposite direction. Luli's shadow clone, blending perfectly into the shadows, begins slicing through the horde with deadly precision. As the clone advances, Luli uses the hunting scourge blade, wiping out waves of monsters with red flashes of his blade cutting through the darkness. The main monster watches in disbelief, exclaiming in horror that Luli isn't dead after all. Panic starts to creep in as the monster realizes his position has gone from dominance to desperation. He orders the remaining monsters to kill Luli immediately, now nervous and unsure if he can even withstand the relentless attacks himself. But it's too late. Luli, swinging his blade with deadly focus, unleashes blow after blow, filling the cave with flashes of red as he cuts down his enemies. From his perch atop the mountain of corpses, a once confident monster is frozen, unsure what to do next, watching helplessly as the tide of battle turns against him. Meanwhile, on the surface of the lake, everything is calm, eerily calm. But in true dramatic fashion, a bright stream of red energy suddenly erupts from under the water, shooting straight into the sky like the universe's most aggressive fountain show. Beneath all this chaos, Luli and his shadow clone team up in perfect synchronization, attacking the main monster with precision. In mere moments, they slice its body into several pieces, turning the once threatening foe into a jigsaw puzzle that nobody wants to put together. At the monster's final moments, its thoughts scramble in disbelief. How is this even possible? Did that garbage really manage to kill me? It tries to rationalize the situation, convincing itself that this was all just a fluke, pure dumb luck on Luli's part. Everything's fine, it tells itself, clinging to the idea that it had used the cloning technique. As long as there's a clone, the monster can split and regenerate, so they'll never truly kill him. Or so it thinks. At that exact moment, however, the clone, his safety net, crashes to its knees in defeat. Two of its pairs of hands are sliced off, leaving only the remaining ones, which it folds in prayer like a monster suddenly attending a very desperate church service. In a final, groveling plea, the clone begs Luna for forgiveness. It apologizes for its arrogance and ignorance, bowing its head so hard that its forehead slams into the ground. It promises her eternal loyalty, swearing to serve her as a faithful slave for life. Luna, hovering gracefully in the air, glances at her hand casually, noting that this isn't so bad. The groveling clone calls her a goddess, showering her with thanks for her supposed mercy. It promises that following her will be the greatest honor of its life, and it will spend every waking moment proving it. But Luna isn't even talking to him. She's in a world of her own, one side of her body painted black, the other white, with one of her eyes glowing brightly like a star. The dark side of Luna, with a cold and unimpressed look, glances down at the groveling monster. Annoyed, she remarks that he's being far too noisy and wonders aloud who even gave him permission to speak. Realizing that his plea for mercy has fallen on deaf ears, or, more accurately, dark and dangerous ears, the monster's eyes widen in fear. His bravado crumbles completely, and he starts to cry softly, begging her in a shaky voice not to do this. But Luna's decision is final. A black crescent moon suddenly forms under the cave ceiling, glowing ominously. Without a second thought, she swings her blade sharply. The arc of her strike is precise and swift, slicing cleanly through the upper part of the monster's body. Green blood bursts from the wound, spraying in all directions as the monster's remains slump to the ground. The system chimes in with a notification. The certificate collection event has been completed. All warriors are now instructed to gather at the central gate. As the system directed, all the warriors gathered at the central gate of the lower city, waiting for further instructions. Some looked utterly exhausted, having collected only 100 of 300 certificates, and were now catching their breath. The girl from the group who had barely managed 100 certificates sighed with relief, saying how glad she was that it was finally over. Her friend, equally worn out, agreed, muttering that the whole event had been way too difficult. Nearby, another player, proudly holding 200 certificates, patted his friend on the back, boasting that he'd actually racked up over 350 points and was confident he'd make it into the top 100. His friend, slightly embarrassed by the boasting, whispered for him to quiet down, calling it a modest result. But the grin on the player's face suggested he didn't quite share that modesty. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, Afi, Chili, and her perverted older sister were seated at a table. The pervert sister, in true dramatic fashion, slammed her palm onto the table with such force that the surface immediately cracked, making the others flinch. Her eyes narrowed as she declared that something wasn't right. Both Afi and Chili exchanged confused glances, startled by the sudden outburst. The perverted sister pointed accusingly at them, saying the problem was with the two of them, though the exact problem remained a mystery. Chili, trying to calm the situation, stood up from her tree stump seat and said she would go gather information about Afi's older brother, sensing it was the best way to distract her unpredictable sister. Afi nodded, appreciating the effort to smooth things over. As Chili prepared to leave, the pervert sister, undeterred, turned her attention to Afi. She pressed him for details about his brother, asking if he knew who had harmed him. Hearing this, Afi becomes visibly nervous, his voice shaking as he asks whether his brother was harmed. The perverted woman sighs, a dramatic flare in her tone, and admits that it was all her fault. She failed to protect him properly. His brother, she explains, was ambushed and poisoned while searching for her. Afi, refusing to believe it, immediately denies the possibility, insisting that no one could defeat his brother. Chili, observing the situation, shoots him a knowing look. She quietly mentions that her sister's intuition, weirdly enough, tends to be spot on. The perverted sister, never missing a chance to turn up the theatrics, places her hands heavily on Afi's shoulders. She smiles and tells him that he's right. Any man she chooses must truly be exceptional. The weight of her hands cracks Afi's poor shoulders, and he winces in pain, silently begging his brother to come rescue him from this awkward embrace. As if on cue, a cough interrupts the scene. Luli approaches from behind, carrying Luna on his back, and calls Afi's name, slightly confused by the situation. Afi turns around immediately, his face lighting up with joy as he calls out to Luli. Meanwhile, Chili's elder sister, always eager to add her own twist, joyfully calls Luli her husband. Chili, beyond exhausted by her sister's antics, covers her face with her hand and mutters that they are not nearly that close. Luna, peeking over Luli's shoulder, asks to be put down, assuring him that she's fine now. Luli agrees but warns her not to push herself too hard. As soon as Chili's older sister spots Luna on Luli's back, her mood sours instantly. Her expression shifts from joyful to downright furious, and without missing a beat, she storms toward him, clearly displeased, her voice sharp as she calls out to them. Chili, already accustomed to damage control, quickly runs after her sister, pleading for her to calm down and not get so worked up. Afi also rushes to intervene, suggesting that they should probably talk things over more calmly. Luna, standing behind Luli, coughs softly to break the tension, clearly sensing the awkwardness that's about to unfold. Chili's perverted sister strides right up to Luli, bends down to lock eyes with him, and announces in a very serious tone that he should remember her name. Huojiao, which she adds means succulent pepper, because apparently even names need a spicy backstory. She then shyly looks away, flashing a coy smile, and proclaims herself as his future wife, his one and only true destiny. Luli, caught completely off guard, instinctively pulls back, unsure of how to respond to such boldness. Luna, meanwhile, covers her mouth in shock, trying her best not to burst out laughing. Chili, standing off to the side, lets out a long, exasperated sigh. This was all way too familiar for her. Before the situation could get any weirder, a scream with flickering interference appears above the central gate, and the minister's voice booms over the crowd, bringing everyone back to the task at hand. He greets the warriors, congratulating them for passing the competition to collect warrior certificates. As he announces the top 100 finalists, everyone's attention shifts to the rankings. In first place is a player named Daybreak Shu Guang with an impressive 4,999 points. In second is Daybreak Ladao with 3,841 points. Third place goes to none other than Zhang Yu, Luli himself with 3,418 points. Luna, still standing beside him, raises an eyebrow, impressed but not surprised. The list continues. Daybreak Fengya in 4th with 3,288 points, Daybreak Dujian in 5th with 2,989 points, and Daybreak Dian in 6th with 2,623 points. Then comes 7th place, Huozhou with 2,467 points, much to her delight, no doubt. Luna follows in 8th place with 2,156 points, and while she's satisfied, there's a glimmer in her eye that suggests she's already plotting to do better next time. As the rankings settle in, the mood shifts from awkward to celebratory, at least for most, except maybe for Lu Li, who's still trying to process being declared someone's true destiny by a woman named after a pepper. After glancing at the ranking table, players are taken aback. One of them, eyes wide, expresses disbelief at the fact that first place has 5,000 points. The guy next to him, equally curious, wonders who on earth that could be. Another player points toward the leader of a nearby squad and mentions that the player in question is right there. The first player, nodding knowingly, isn't surprised at all. It's the Daybreak Guild after all. Curiosity piqued, the other guy asks about Daybreak Guild, clearly unfamiliar with the name. The more knowledgeable player looks at him as if he's just confessed to not knowing what bread is. He explains that Daybreak Guild is now the 3rd highest rated union guild on the entire server. Their main members are all professional players from the Daybreak Club, a team that has already claimed several world championship titles in other games before even stepping into this one. With a glint in his eye, he suggests they go say hello. Maybe they could become friends with these legends. The player strokes his chin thoughtfully, finding it unsurprising that Daybreak members are so strong. But what baffles him is the mysterious Zhan Yu. He's in the top 3, and if it weren't for him, the entire top 5 would have been Daybreak Guild members. Meanwhile, Huozhou begins to bother Lu Li, admiring his wonderful name and throwing in a wild request for him to gift her the moon, because why not aim high? Lu Li, visibly uncomfortable, pulls back and politely apologizes, making it clear that love isn't on his current agenda. Off to the side, Afi and Chili are squatting down, whispering about something that seems incredibly important to them, though probably not to anyone else. Just as Lu Li tries to regain some personal space, he spots Fengya sitting on a stone, watching him with a steady and intense gaze. Just then, the minister clears his throat and addresses the crowd once more, congratulating the top 100 warriors for proving their courage to the king. As a reward, the system will now issue experience points to each player based on the number of certificates they collected. No sooner does he finish speaking than experience points begin flying out of the portal at the gate, swirling toward the players like glittering beams of light. One player, blinking in surprise as experience rains down, can't believe his luck. He realizes he's going to level up twice in one go. Another player, standing beside him, excitedly declares that he'll jump up 3 levels. Lu Li and his friends aren't left out of the fun either. Luna's level soars to 34, Afi jumps to 32, Lu Li climbs to level 35, Huozhou manages to hit 37, and Chili makes it to 33. All around, players are basking in the glow of their newfound experience points. Once the waves of experience settle, the minister returns to announce that while everyone seems quite pleased with their reward, the selection process is far from over. The players are then instructed to proceed through the portal and head to the second location. As they approach the gate, one player nervously wonders aloud if they even have a choice, while another shrugs and says it doesn't matter. With the experience they've just gained, the next rewards are bound to be even better. As the crowd moves forward, one player calls out to those at the front, urging them to hurry up. In true chaotic fashion, a figure appears in front of them, none other than Goku, complete with a halo over his head. It's just a small glimpse, but any true Dragon Ball fan instantly recognizes the familiar sight. The players at the front quicken their pace, stepping through the portal, eager for whatever comes next. With the magic of teleportation, they are immediately whisked away to another location. As they reappear, they find themselves standing atop massive round columns, divided into 5 larger sections and 1 small one in the center. Gaps stretch between each column, and nearby, a giant clock looms on the wall, ticking ominously as if counting down to their next challenge. This new place feels like the calm before the storm, because of course nothing says next stage like being stranded on top of columns with a giant clock watching over you. Lu Li steps through the portal and finds himself standing on top of one of the towering pillars. As he takes in his new surroundings, more players begin appearing on the other pillars around him, their numbers steadily increasing. A girl on the same pillar as Lu Li grows visibly anxious, glancing around and asking where her teammates have gone. The guy next to her looks equally confused, wondering aloud what kind of place they've ended up in. Another player nearby chimes in, stating the obvious. It looks like they've entered the second stage. But before anyone can properly digest that thought, a bright flash of light appears in the center of each column. From the light, a small man emerges, wearing what can only be described as a paper bag on his head, making him look like a walking grocery order. He smiles at the players almost too cheerfully and introduces himself as their host of the stage. He goes on to explain that being a true warrior requires more than just brute strength. It also requires both wisdom and courage. The first test focused on courage, but now it's time for the second challenge, a test of intelligence. The rules are, according to him, very simple, which instantly makes Luli suspicious. Each group of 5 players will be randomly assigned to play a crime-solving game. There's a killer hidden among the 5 players, and it's their job to uncover the murderer by gathering evidence. After each round, the group must vote to eliminate one player. If they successfully find and eliminate the killer, the surviving players move on. But if the killer manages to survive, they get promoted. Of course, nothing says fun like the pressure of getting the wrong person voted out. The host, clearly enjoying the suspense, then announces that cards will be given out to each player. These cards contain the story and personality of the character they'll be playing, along with key clues to help solve the mystery. He advises everyone to read their cards carefully, as missing a clue could mean getting eliminated. A card appears in Luli's hand, and he lowers his gaze to read it, his mind already spinning with the thought of a reasoning game. After all the players receive their cards, the presenter, now fully embracing his role as the game master, announces that time is short. With a theatrical flair, he declares that the second test has officially begun. To set the stage, he dives into the narrative background of the crime, the case of who killed Warrior X. Warrior X had passed a series of grueling tests and earned the right to face the evil dragon to rescue the princess. In honor of his heroism, the kingdom of Tapini organized a grand banquet to celebrate his success. But when the festivities ended, the warrior was found brutally stabbed to death at the garden fountain. A crime fit for a mystery novel. The investigation quickly narrowed down to 5 suspects, and the players would take on these roles. The foolish boy is Suspect A. He is a fellow comrade of Warrior X. The confused girl is Suspect B. She is the daughter of a minister. Suspect C is Luli himself, who plays the captain of the guard. Suspect D is the girl with glasses. She is the kingdom's leading scholar. Suspect E is a man with a staff, and he is playing the role of a priest. The host, still relishing the drama, points his finger at the group, challenging them to solve the murder. Who among them killed Warrior X, he asks. With a snap of his fingers, he declares that the game has officially begun. Luli, now fully immersed in his role as Suspect C, quickly realizes the gravity of this test. It's no longer just a matter of brute force, it's a battle of wits. The host, eager to kick things off, announces that they will start with Suspect A and move clockwise from there. He reassures the group that if the rules are unclear, he'll guide them through the process as any good game master would, because confusion is only fun for him, apparently. Turning to the first suspect, he instructs them to introduce themselves and explain their relationship with the victim. Suspect A, looking at his card for a moment, introduces himself as Warrior as his teammate. They were practically brothers, having grown up together. The host, naturally skeptical, asks how he plans to prove he's not the murderer. The guy lowers his card, points at himself, and confidently asks, "Does this cheerful, handsome face look like it could lie?" His attempt at charming the crowd gets a raised eyebrow from the host, who's clearly unimpressed. When asked who he suspects, the player hesitates, but then throws a casual glance at the priest, Suspect E, suggesting that someone with that look can't be up to any good. The host wraps up Suspect A's turn and moves on to Suspect B. Suspect B, a girl, greets everyone with a smile, introducing herself as the second daughter of a minister. She recounts how one day she was ambushed by goblins in the forest, and it was Warrior X who heroically saved her. The host, sticking to his interrogation script, asks how she intends to prove she's not the killer. Her face turns red as she admits that after that fateful day, she admired Warrior X. She coughs awkwardly, probably realizing this isn't the time to confess her crush, and adds that she's been in poor health, bedridden for most of the year. How could a fragile girl like her possibly kill Warrior X? The host, sensing the shift in tone, moves to the next crucial question. Who does she suspect? The girl, clearly trying to piece together the clues, pulls out her card and mentions that her father's spies reported something. She points her finger straight at Luli and reveals that the captain of the guard didn't get along with Warrior X. Before Warrior X's death, many people had witnessed the two arguing. In response to the accusation, Luli remains silent, his face unreadable, though it's clear he's carefully considering his words. The host, sensing the suspense, announces that Suspect B's turn is over and calls on Suspect C, Luli himself, to speak next. He instructs Luli to introduce himself and explain his relationship with the victim. Without missing a beat, Luli introduces himself as the captain of the royal guard responsible for the safety of every resident in the kingdom. He adds that he had no personal relationship with Warrior X. The host, ever the investigator, presses on and asks how Luli will prove he's not the murderer. Luli calmly explains that the reason for their argument was simple. He had discovered that Warrior X wasn't the heroic figure he claimed to be. Instead, he was nothing more than a womanizer, chasing fame and fortune. According to Lu Li, someone like that wasn't worthy of rescuing the princess. But loyal to the king's orders, Lu Li insists he wouldn't have killed Warrior X. In fact, he maintained order during the banquet, and all the guests saw him, giving him a solid alibi. Not the worst defense, but definitely not winning any popularity points with Warrior X's fan club. The host, still in full mystery host mode, then asks Lu Li who he suspects. Lu Li, ever observant, turns his gaze to the minister's daughter, Suspect B. He points out that the relationship between her and Warrior X doesn't seem as simple as she described. Why, he wonders aloud, did she hide certain facts during her introduction? The girl gasps dramatically, calling Lu Li cruel for questioning her story and claims she's just reading what's on her backstory card. As if following a script makes it better. Lu Li doesn't seem fazed, but Suspect A, already overwhelmed, agrees that the girl doesn't seem like a bad person. The host, clearly entertained, wraps up Lu Li's turn, announcing that Suspect C's performance is over. He then invites Suspect D to speak, asking her to introduce herself and share her connection to the victim. The girl, Suspect D, introduces herself as a scholar of the kingdom responsible for recording history and biographies by royal order. She explains that she had interviewed Warrior X and documented his biography. The host, as usual, pushes for more, asking how she plans to prove that she isn't the murderer. With an air of logic, she responds, outlining 3 key points. First, she has no motive. According to her, she's the type of person who develops easygoing relationships without conflict or misunderstandings. Ah yes, the social butterfly of scholars. Secondly, she didn't have the opportunity. She spent the entire hour before and after the incident interacting with other scholars at the banquet. Even during restroom trips, someone accompanied her, so there was no window for a sneaky murder. Lastly, she points out that Warrior X was 185 centimeters tall, while she stands at only 145 centimeters. The dagger had been plunged into his body vertically, high enough that it would have been physically impossible for her to reach his chest unless Warrior X was kneeling. But if that were the case, he wouldn't have ended up in the fountain. The host, impressed with her thorough reasoning, asks who she suspects. The girl hesitates, lost in thought. Another suspect comments on her sharp analytical skills, and Suspect B agrees, suggesting that she might even know who the killer is. However, Suspect D coolly adjusts her glasses and admits she doesn't know who the murderer is. Instead, she proposes eliminating the players who aren't contributing much. After all, in her eyes, even teammates who act like dead weight will only drive the rest of the group down. The host, clearly entertained by this no-nonsense approach, announces that Suspect D's turn is over and invites Suspect E, the priest, to speak next. The priest introduces himself as someone responsible for fortune-telling and sacrifices. When asked how he would prove his innocence, the priest recounts a rather mystical defense. He reveals that using his fortune-telling ball the day before, he had predicted the success or failure of Warrior X's mission to rescue the princess. Unfortunately, what he saw was an image of Warrior X stabbed to death in the palace. Upon seeing this, he rushed to the king to report the vision, and the king ordered him to pray for Warrior X and alter his fate. However, despite hurrying to the altar and performing the sacrifice, the warrior's fate was sealed before the blessing could take effect. Talk about bad timing. The host, curious, asks the priest who he suspects. With a thoughtful expression, the priest strokes his chin and muses that the killer is likely someone who managed to evade his fortune-telling abilities, meaning they must be an unusual person, someone clever and skilled at pretending. He adds with a cryptic twist that the person least likely to be the murderer is often the one who is, because apparently murder mysteries thrive on irony. The host, savoring the tension in the air, declares that Suspect E's performance is over. With a dramatic flourish, he announces the conclusion of the first round and instructs everyone to prepare for the voting process. After the countdown, the players are to raise their hands and choose who they believe is the killer. As the countdown begins, everyone tenses up, knowing that one wrong vote could send someone hurtling out of the game. Suspect B wastes no time and points directly at Suspect C, Lu Li. Lu Li, in return, points at Suspect A, while Suspect A, perhaps in an attempt to deflect suspicion, points at Suspect E. However, the remaining players, all other suspects, also point at Suspect A. It's like a game of hot potato, except the potato is blame and Suspect that just got roasted. Confused, Suspect stares at the group, pointing a finger at himself in disbelief. He asks if they really voted for him, insisting that it must be a mistake. After all, he's a good person. But before he can finish his defense, the host, enjoying this far too much, abruptly waves his hand, cutting him off mid-sentence and declaring that Suspect A must leave. Without warning, the part of the column where Suspect A stands dropped sharply, sending him plummeting with a scream. His exit is both sudden and dramatic as the host announces in a matter-of-fact tone that Suspect A was, in fact, a comrade, not the killer. The game continues. Well, that was a plot twist. Goodbye, Suspect A, we hardly knew you. The host of the showman congratulates the remaining players on moving to the second round. As a twist, he explains that their backstory cards will now be supplemented with new hints. However, only 3 of these clues will be true, while the rest are false. With Suspect A eliminated, the host signals for Suspect B to start the next round, moving clockwise once again. Suspect B, the minister's daughter, looks at her card, reading aloud her new clue. The captain of the guard follows the king's orders completely. She adds that while the king had ordered the priest to pray for the warrior's blessing, he also arranged for the captain of the guard to protect Warrior X. Suspect B pauses, her gaze shifting thoughtfully as she adds that something about this clue feels like a lie, because apparently, even in a murder mystery, subtlety is overrated. She muses aloud that the more submissive a dog is outwardly, the harder it bites behind its back, hinting that perhaps outward loyalty isn't all it seems. The host, keeping the momentum, calls on Suspect C, Lu Li, to share his evidence and thoughts. Lu Li says his new clue is, according to reports from the guard, after the High Priest E returned from the king's chambers, he stayed at the altar all night and didn't leave. With that in mind, Lu Li reflects that apart from him, both the scholars and the priest's explanations seem relatively reasonable. Then, without skipping a beat, Lu Li shifts his gaze to Suspect B, the minister's daughter. He points out that her latest statement completely sidestepped the issue he had previously raised about her concealing certain facts. As a result, it's difficult for him not to continue suspecting her. It's like trying to dodge a spotlight and stepping straight into another one. The host, enjoying every moment of this, moves on and asks Suspect D, the scholar, to present her new evidence and opinions. Adjusting her glasses in a way that suggests she's about to drop a bombshell, the scholar calmly reads her clue. The minister's daughter is obsessed with Warrior X. Oh boy. She explains that the daughter followed him, collected items he used, and even sent him locks of her hair every day. Because nothing says, "I admire you," like unsolicited hair in the mail. She goes on, pointing her finger directly at Suspect B, revealing that the minister's daughter also sent Warrior X a threatening letter, promising to destroy him if her obsessive feelings weren't reciprocated. Talk about taking things to the next level. Naturally, the minister's daughter is outraged, quickly jumping in to deny the accusations, saying there's no need to slander others. But the scholar doesn't stop there. She continues, revealing that the priest, Suspect E, knew some of these clues beforehand. What's more, after the incident, she requested information from the captain of the guard and discovered that the minister's daughter was the only one who left the banquet early. The plot thickens, and the minister's daughter is looking more and more like a mystery novel villain. The host, clearly amused, now turns to Suspect E, the priest, asking him to share his evidence and thoughts. The priest remains silent for a few moments before closing his eyes dramatically, like someone about to drop wisdom from the heavens. He states that, according to his fortune-telling, the scholar was a capable and reliable assistant to the king. Fortune-telling, the art of being cryptic, while everyone else scrambles for clues. The host, with a sly grin, announces that the second round has ended. After the countdown, it's time for the players to raise their hands and cast their votes. The tension grows as the countdown begins. Suspect B quickly points at Suspect D, while Suspect D, without hesitation, points back at her. The priest, Suspect E, chooses to point at Lu Li. Suspect C and Lu Li, staying consistent, points at Suspect B. With the votes counted, Suspect B ends up with the majority against her. Spreading her arms wide in frustration, Suspect B angrily protests, exclaiming that she has been telling the truth all along. "Do these people even have brains?" she cries. She insists she's not the killer and accuses the group of not knowing how to play the game properly. She jabs her finger toward the girl with glasses, Suspect D, calling her jealous of her beauty. Suspect B claims that the scholar is nothing but a devious fool who stalked her and blackmailed her out of spite. But before she can continue, the floor beneath her disappears and she begins to fall, her final words being a shout that Suspect D should wait because she'll take revenge on her. With Suspect B eliminated, the host cheerfully reveals her identity. She was not the killer, but another comrade. One less suspect and one very loud exit. The game continues. With a gleam in his eye, the host announces that the game has now reached the third and final round. If the killer isn't found in this round, the killer will win the entire game. The rules for this round are different. There is no limit on the order or number of speakers. The remaining players are free to speak, and once 3 players have given their opinions, they will vote. Lu Li, deep in thought, raises his hand to his face, clearly trying to piece things together. He asks the others if he can first sum up the results of the previous 2 rounds. However, before he can dive in, the girl with glasses, Suspect D, closes her eyes and confidently raises one hand. She calmly tells Lu Li not to worry. Then, with a sudden flash in her eyes, she opens them and declares that the identity of the killer is now obvious. The remaining suspects turn toward the scholar, Suspect D, as she calmly announces her reasoning. According to the tips she had gathered, Suspect B was innocent. She admits that she deliberately planned to eliminate her in order to flush out the real killer. The remaining suspects grow increasingly wary as she adjusts her glasses, continuing her explanation with confidence. Her actions, she claims, were all part of her strategy to reveal the true murderer, the captain of the royal guard, Lu Li. Lu Li, taken aback, asks what evidence she has to support such a claim. The scholar, ever composed, replies that the evidence lies in her previous performances. She explains that the clues involving him were entirely of her own making. Her goal was to gauge his reaction and see if he would vote against her. In the end, however, he didn't. Before Lu Li can respond, she cuts him off, accusing him of targeting Suspect B simply because he didn't like her. She recalls the look in his eyes and insists that his gaze didn't reveal suspicion or curiosity, just avoidance. Her analysis is sharp as she concludes that his refusal to look at her when she was sending false signals is a dead giveaway. It's as if his subconscious wasn't focused on finding the killer, but rather on hiding and eliminating others. That's why, she says, he couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. According to her, there can only be one explanation. Lu Li is the killer. She finishes with a flourish, asking if there's anything left that needs explaining, as if the final puzzle piece has just clicked into place. Lu Li listens to the scholar's accusations calmly, then sighs heavily. Without a hint of protest, he sits down on the floor, almost as if giving up, and tells the group they might as well accept her opinion as the truth. He adds that it's time to vote. They shouldn't waste any more time. The girl, Suspect D, is slightly surprised. Is he really not resisting? She wonders. The host, enjoying the suspense, turns to the priest, Suspect E, and asks if he has anything to add. The priest shakes his head, denying the need for further discussion. With that, the host declares that the final round of the performance is complete. The countdown begins, and when it's time to vote, Suspect C, Lu Li, and Suspect E both point at Suspect D. The result is clear. Suspect D receives the most votes. Lu Li grins slightly as the host announces that the game is over and declares that the killer has won. The girl, Suspect D, turns to the priest in indignation, asking what on earth he had done. The priest falls to the floor, realizing his mistake, while she spreads her arms in frustration, exclaiming that she couldn't have made things clearer. Why didn't he vote for Lu Li? Lu Li stands up and speaks calmly, explaining that the answer in a person's heart is stronger than any words spoken aloud. The girl, now confused, asks what he means by this answer in a person's heart. Lu Li continues, saying that from the moment she first spoke in the game, he knew that she would eventually expose him. But luckily for him, she decided to rely on a process of elimination, which meant suspects A and B were taken out first. That left the priest as his only real chance for survival. The priest looks up at Lu Li, nervously realizing the depth of the strategy. Lu Li explains that all of Priest's votes were actually based on the perspective that he shared in his speech in the first round, that is, the least obvious person is likely the most suspicious one. The girl in shock looks down, realizing that in the first round, the priest had voted for Suspect A, in the second round for Suspect C, and in the third round for her. And they all were least obvious persons in those rounds. In the final round, Lu Li had pretended to give up in response to her accusations, subtly guiding the priest to make his choice without ever having to force his hand. Devastated, the girl drops to her knees, admitting defeat. Just as she does, the column beneath her and the priest's feet sinks sharply, and the host, clapping his hands with delight, declares that the game is officially over. The losers are eliminated, and the killer, Lu Li, has won. With a flourish, the host praises the entire game as a brilliant display, calling Lu Li's counterattack truly exceptional. Lu Li casually tosses away his backstory card, which revealed his role as the murderer. The card detailed his secret mission, one that came directly from the king. His orders were simple yet brutal. First, he needed to eliminate Warrior X, the one falsely parading around as a hero. After that, his task was to take out Warrior X's comrade and then the minister's daughter, who had been in cahoots with a spy. Then he would move on to the disguised scholar, also an accomplice, and finally, the priest. Talk about a royal to-do list. As the game concludes, a screen appears above the playing field, and the minister congratulates all the warriors who passed the second selection test. He adds that the king has prepared a large amount of gold as a reward for those who made it through. With the promise of riches, the minister tells them to rest up because the final selection is approaching. Just as the minister finishes his speech, Lu Li's comrades, Afe, Luna, Chili, and of course his self-proclaimed wifey, Huanjiao, all leap onto his column from every direction, excitedly calling out his name. It's like he's become the center of an over-enthusiastic group hug. Luna, clearly relieved and impressed by the outcome, breathes a sigh of relief, saying it's a good thing that they've all advanced together. Despite the enthusiasm from his friends, Lu Li keeps his eyes closed, remaining silent, lost in his own thoughts. As everyone gathers on the platform, a fence suddenly appears around them, and the minister's voice echoes again, informing the group that they'll be leaving soon. He advises them to hold on tight and follow the safety rules, which, knowing their luck, probably involves surviving yet another wild ride. With that, the columns beneath them shoot upward toward a massive hole in the ceiling. As they rise, rays of sunlight begin to filter through, causing Luli to shield his eyes with his hand. Above, the sky is painted with pink clouds and the sun is already setting, casting a warm glow across the horizon. When the platform finally comes to a stop, they find themselves in a massive arena, surrounded by stands filled with cheering spectators. The roar of applause and joyful shouts fills the air as the crowd waves their hands in excitement. The minister and his assistant are sitting in the center of the arena. They greet the crowd, and a giant screen projects their image into the air. The minister then welcomes everyone to the final stage of the selection with all the seriousness of someone who loves their job a bit too much. He then directs the spectators to look up at the projection where King Tapini, the supreme ruler of Tapini, is about to give his grand speech. Of course, the minister makes sure everyone is ready to shower the king with the warmest applause possible, because nothing says loyalty like enthusiastic clapping. The screen switches to King Tapini, sitting on his throne with a big smile, chuckling as if he's just heard the world's best joke. He thanks everyone for the warm welcome and turns his attention to the warriors, expressing his deep gratitude for their journey and courage. He praises them for surviving the first two stages of the selection and hints that they've proven themselves to be both smart and brave, because clearly dodging death traps and solving murder mysteries is just a normal Tuesday in Tapini. Luli and his friends stand alongside the other players, watching the king's speech with a mix of anticipation and mild exhaustion. The grandeur of the moment is unmistakable, with the king's words echoing through the arena like a dramatic play. But leave it to Ah Fei to lighten the mood. He leans over to Luli and mutters that this whole thing feels suspiciously like a Monday morning assembly, where the principal drones onto the entire school. Gems appear above the king's palm, sparkling like he's about to show off the world's fanciest accessory. He proudly declares that the kingdom of Tapini is unmatched in mining and blacksmithing, a fact he seems quite pleased with. To sweeten the deal for the competition, he announces that the top 3 warriors will be rewarded with legendary inlay stones, perfect for enhancing weapons to legendary status. Meanwhile, the leader of Daybreak Guild turns to his team, telling them that their intel was spot on. These 3 stones are exactly what they need, and they must go to the guild. He makes sure his team understands, and like good soldiers, they all nod in agreement as if he's just told them to capture the Holy Grail. At this moment, Ah Fei, ever the curious one, turns to Luli with a puzzled look and asks what exactly these inlay stones are for, and if these stones really as valuable as it sounds. Luli, always the knowledgeable one, explains that the inlay stone is extremely rare. When embedded into a weapon, it grants the wielder a special skill. He raises his hand to his face, lost in thought, realizing that these stones are typically meant for players at level 50. He wonders, did the game developers just hit the fast-forward button on loot drops? Chili is excited as she realizes how valuable the inlay stones are. She says that on the market, one of these stones could sell for tens to hundreds of thousands. They could all retire early if they sell just one. Ah Fei is equally thrilled, adding that if they manage to grab all 3 stones, they'd be rich beyond their wildest dreams. The king, seeing how eager the warriors are, laughs. He can feel the excitement in the air. He's almost impressed by how quickly the warriors are already thinking about their rewards. He reminds everyone that this energy is exactly what the selection is about: competitive spirits ready to win big. The moment arrives to begin the 3rd stage of the selection. The minister, standing proudly, tells the warriors that he's sure they've been waiting eagerly for this. He says that they are about to enter the arena, but before that, they need to hear the rules. Only 32 warriors have made it this far, and now they'll face off in a series of 5 rounds. The challenge is simple. They must either knock their opponent out of the ring or force them to admit defeat. The warriors will be tested on their strength, skill, and ability to think quickly under pressure. The champion of this event will earn not only experience and gold, but also the chance to make first picks from a list of rewards. They can choose a party to help with the task of rescuing the princess. And as an added bonus, each warrior who joins the rescue mission will be able to select one item from the royal treasury, a collection filled with rare and valuable treasures. The warriors know this is their chance to shine and are already planning how they'll spend their rewards. It feels a bit like a shopping spree, except with more danger and fewer lines to wait in. Each player is assigned a number, and after a few moments, the system announces that the matching is complete. The first duel is set between the warriors with numbers 4 and 13. The warriors are called to enter the arena, and numbers appear above their heads, letting everyone know who they'll face. Luna sees that her number is 7, Luli's is 4, Chili's is 27, Ah Fei's is 26, and Huajiao's is 18. Luna gives a quick smile and tells Luli that he's first to fight. Luli, looking ready for the challenge, says it's time for the show to begin. Huajiao, being the self-proclaimed supportive wife, calls out to Luli and reminds him not to lose. Luli remembers his past battles in the arena. He thinks about how different it feels to be here again, in the same arena, but this time as a competitor in the selection, not as a boss. He steps forward, ready for whatever the duel brings. The crowd in the stands erupts into cheers as the warriors enter the arena. Their energy fills the air, eager to watch the first duel. Luli's opponent steps into the arena as well, and suddenly, his face shifts in surprise. He recognizes his opponent. The shock of seeing this familiar face almost makes him want to say something, but he stops himself. His opponent asks him if something's wrong. The words catch Luli off guard. His opponent turns out to be someone he knows all too well, Passerby King, a player Luli had defeated before in the arena. Luli had been the one to end Passerby King's game, and he hadn't expected to face him again. Passerby King, however, isn't fazed by the recognition. A sly smile spreads across his face. He feels that after a long silence, today is his time to shine. He remembers the system's earlier message congratulating him on his victory over the elite boss, one-armed Aon, and the reward he received, a sword. The sword wasn't just a trophy, it was a symbol of his strength, and he knew it. He recalls the skeleton boss that had killed him after 28 failed attempts, but now he's better. He's stronger. Passerby King thinks maybe he should thank that skeleton boss for pushing him to become who he is today, the lone and mighty wolf. Nothing can stand in his way. His sword and body glow with a blue aura, and he stands tall, ready to face whatever comes his way. He confidently invites Luli to attack, certain that this time he won't lose. However, before he can even take a step, Luli moves like lightning. In one swift motion, his blade slices through the air, piercing Passerby King's heart before he even has a chance to react. At first, Passerby King is stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. His eyes widen as the realization hits him he's been defeated. His mind races, and he can hardly believe it. This can't be happening, he mutters to himself. He hadn't even had a chance to attack, let alone use his powerful fusion technique. This doesn't count right. He insists on another chance, as if his defeat doesn't matter. But deep down, he can't shake the feeling that something about this situation feels eerily familiar. Luli, having effortlessly won the duel, tosses his blade aside, clearly uninterested in continuing the fight. The Passerby King's mouth is still running, even after the loss. It's almost like a broken record that refuses to stop. The minister announces that number 4, Luli, has made quick work of number 13 and congratulates him for making it to the top 16. The crowd cheers as Luli stands tall, his victory clear. Meanwhile, the head of the Daybreak Guild, who's been watching the battle closely, turns to another player, number 3, and asks if this is the one they failed to kill earlier. The player no. 3 nods, confirming his words. He mutters this one's quite interesting, clearly intrigued by Luli's skill. Feng Ye, who's been listening, is not pleased by the conversation. He points to himself with a frown, muttering that Luli is his target. He clearly intends to make Luli his next prey, but given the speed at which Luli is winning, Feng Ye might want to rethink that plan. The minister then announces the next round, inviting the next participants to enter the arena. The atmosphere is tense as the fighters step forward, ready for their turn. One by one, the results of the battles are shared with the audience. Next, contestant number 7, Luna, enters the arena and in no time defeats her opponent using a fast, colorful sword technique, something that looks almost like a dance in the air. It's graceful and deadly, and she makes it to the top 16 list. Then contestant number 26, Afe, enters the arena. With flames engulfing his hands, he grabs his opponent in a fiery hold. The minister can smell the burning from the arena and comments, "How cruel," as the crowd watches the intense scene unfold. Afe makes it to the top 16 list. Next, Hua Jiao enters the arena, ready for her fight. And with a single punch, she throws her opponent high into the air. The crowd gasps in awe as the minister remarks that she has broken her opponent's defense with ease and landed a perfect blow. She also makes it to the top 16. The battles are intense and each warrior seems more impressive than the last. The competition is getting fiercer and everyone knows that only the strongest will survive this selection. The head of the Daybreak Guild looks at player number 3 and asks if Huojiu's techniques and habits are similar to the girl he mentioned before. Number 3 thinks for a moment, then replies that he's about 80% sure it's her. His tone suggests he's not entirely certain, but there's a strong resemblance. After the fight ends, the minister announces that the next match will be between participant number 27, Chili, and number 6, Daybreak Guild's Dian Dian. He calls on the participants to step forward. Dian Dian walks confidently toward the arena, flashing a smile as she declares to her guild member that it's her turn now. The Daybreak Guild master, watching closely, tells her to keep her usual practice mentality, balancing tension with relaxation. It's clear she's done this many times before, but the pressure of the competition might still get to her. Meanwhile, Afe offers his support to Chili, telling her to defeat her opponent. Chili, always confident, stretches her arms and casually declares that it's all nothing. Huajiao smiles warmly and teases her, saying that if Chili loses, there'll be no hot pot for dinner. It's a playful threat, but the message is clear. Winning is important. Just as the two girls enter the arena, the players watching from the sidelines exchange surprised looks. They comment that it's rare to see professional players so close up. The excitement builds, and one player, curious about the strength of the Daybreak Guild, mentions how he's eager to see how the famous members compare to the rest of them. The Daybreak Guild's reputation precedes them, and he is eager to see if they live up to it. Chili stands ready for battle, her eyes focused on her opponent. She asks if the Daybreak Guild is truly as strong as people say. With confidence, she declares that no matter how good Dian Dian is, there will always be someone better. Dian Dian, in response, laughs and mocks that while Chili has a small chest, her ego is much bigger. Chili is caught off guard by her teasing remark. She exclaims, her cheeks turning red with embarrassment. The comment stings a little, but it quickly fuels her temper. Annoyed, she jumps into action, calling Dian Dian a fool and proudly declaring that flat chests are actually fashionable. Dian Dian, seeing that she's gotten under Chili's skin, asks if she's angry. She's about to say more, but before she can finish her sentence, Chili makes her move. She suddenly leaps into the air, aiming to kick Dian Dian and telling her to shut up. Dian Dian manages to dodge the kick just in time, but Chili isn't finished. She shouts at her opponent not to try dodging again. Dian Dian, unbothered by the words, turns around and looks up at Chili, who's now spinning mid-air preparing for her next strike. With a burst of fire, Chili launches a fiery attack. The audience gasps, impressed by the beauty and power of the move. The minister comments on it, noting how the fire strike looks incredible, adding to the excitement of the match. Chili's strike is followed by a rapid pursuit as she continues to press the attack. Dian Dian, however, uses her skill, reverse thrust, to dodge the fiery strike, although it's clear she's still injured. She grins, clearly enjoying the challenge, and announces that things are about to get more serious. Dian Dian raises her hand, and the multicolored stones on her gloves start to sparkle, glowing with energy. She then uses her summoning technique, calling forth the undead fiery spirit. A purple portal appears next to her hand, and from it a hound bursts forth, running straight toward Chili with lightning speed. Chili watches the hound with a mix of surprise and focus. She quickly realizes that Dian Dian is a summoner. The hound's speed is impressive, but Chili knows that summoned creatures often have a predictable movement pattern. If she can just predict its next move, she should be able to handle it. The hound charges toward her. Chili leaps backward and counters with a brilliant flash of fire, trying to catch the hound in the flames. But to her shock, the hound charges through the fire without hesitation, continuing to approach her. The fiery curtain is ineffective, and Chili's confidence falters slightly. Just as the hound gets close, it attacks, and a powerful explosion of purple energy erupts from the creature. The blast sends Chili flying backward, her body slammed by the force of the explosion. She screams as she's thrown back, surprised by the unexpected power of her opponent's summon. Fei calls out to Chili in concern. Meanwhile, her sister Huajiao observes the fight carefully and points out a key problem. The summoned hound has a high resistance to fire, which greatly reduces the damage Chili's fire attacks can cause. It's a small but important detail that changes everything for Chili. The hound returns to its owner, and Dian Dian laughs, clearly enjoying herself. She taunts Chili, telling her that if she doesn't want to embarrass herself even more, she should give up now. The dog barks in agreement, and Chili, fuming with determination, demands to know if Dian Dian is seriously asking her to surrender. But Chili isn't one to give up easily. Fueled by frustration, she charges forward, her hands glowing with fiery energy. She summons fiery meteors, launching them toward her opponent. The meteors explode mid-air, but the hound leaps in front of Dian Dian, batting them away with ease. Dian Dian smirks, saying it's all useless, a waste of energy. It's a setback, but Chili refuses to back down. With a fierce look in her eyes, Chili creates a fiery tornado. The flames swirl around her, forming a massive storm of fire that heads straight toward Dian Dian. The arena is filled with the bright, dangerous flames. Fei watches, his eyes wide with admiration, as Chili's attack unfolds. He mutters to himself that it's so beautiful, the way Chili is using fire to control the battlefield. The tornado is relentless, its heat fierce enough to affect both Dian Dian and her hound. Just as the flames approach, Dian Dian shields her face with one hand, trying to protect herself from the intense heat. But instead of retreating, she orders the hound to charge forward and protect her. The hound obeys without hesitation, rushing into the fiery storm to shield its owner. However, in the heat of the moment, Dian Dian doesn't notice Chili's next move. From behind the fiery tornado, Chili appears in a bright flash, faster than expected. Before Dian Dian can react, Chili raises her hand, ready to strike. With a confident voice, she declares that this is the end. Diane is shocked to witness Chili behind her. She wonders aloud, when did she manage to get here? But before she can make a move, Chili unleashes a massive explosion, the force of it sending Diane flying into the air. The minister watches with awe and declares Chili's combination of moves beautiful. He notes that contestant number 27 used her fiery powers and quick thinking to disorient Diane and then land a powerful kick from behind. It seems like the battle is over and the outcome is clear. Chili smiles, feeling victorious. She's confident that the fight is hers. But just as she celebrates, Ah-Fei suddenly calls out, warning her to be careful. Hua Jiao, her sister, points to Diane and tells Chili to look closely. To her surprise, Diane isn't dead yet. In fact, she's far from it. Diane lifts the mask covering her face, revealing glowing eyes. The colorful stones on her gloves sparkle once again, and Chili feels a wave of unease. Diane then performs another summoning technique. This time, she creates 5 offensive and defensive circles, one for each of her summoned creatures. The air fills with energy as powerful attacks from all 5 creatures slam into Chili. She screams in pain, unable to dodge the barrage of elements hitting her from every direction. The spirits of different elements surround Diane, each glowing with power. She calmly apologizes to Chili, explaining that she forgot to mention she can summon more than just one animal. Chili's body shakes from the force of the hits, and she struggles to stay on her feet, realizing too late how much more powerful her opponent truly is. The minister is stunned by the display, announcing that it's a nightmare for contestant number 27. He praises Diane, saying that she's managed to summon 5 creatures with different attributes at once, all while staying remarkably calm and collected. It's a show of immense skill and strength. And as for Chili, she's unable to stand after the brutal attack. The crowd watches in silence as Diane's victory is confirmed. The minister congratulates her, saying she's made it to the top 16. The glory of the Daybreak Guild is truly deserved, and Diane's rank in the guild is mentioned, number 6. There's some curiosity about whether the rankings in the guild have any connection to their performance here in the arena, but that will be revealed later during the next match. After the dust settles and the arena clears, Diane begins to repair her equipment, casually fixing the damage done during the battle. It's clear she's ready for whatever comes next. Ah-Fei and Hua Jiao help Chili out of the arena, both concerned for her well-being. Ah-Fei asks if she's okay, while Hua Jiao tries to comfort her, saying her performance was good. It's just that her opponent's abilities were the perfect counter to hers. Chili, however, isn't feeling any better. She purses her lips, clearly disappointed. She admits that she really lost and can't hide her frustration. Feeling the weight of her defeat, Chili starts crying. She's upset and ashamed. Seeing her like this, Luna approaches her gently, trying to calm her down. She reassures Chili that it's not her fault. Sometimes the fight just doesn't go your way. Hua Jiao awkwardly smiles and adds that if she matches up against her in next matches, she will beat her to a pulp for her. Chili wipes away her tears, trying to push the sympathy aside. She tells them not to console her, she's fine. With newfound determination, she steps away from the group and announces, a bit angrily, that she'll make sure she never loses again to someone who mocks her for her flat chest. Ah-Fei sighs in confusion and not quite sure how to react. Hua Jiao, on the other hand, laughs nervously and says she now understands why Chili was so upset. Meanwhile, Luli and Luna watch the members of the Daybreak Guild carefully. Luna comments that their guild members are incredibly strong. Each one seems to be a real challenge to face. It's clear they'll need to step up their game if they want to win this competition. The minister then announces that the battle between Chili and Diane was a fantastic duel. He notes that although contestant No. 27's performance was already very impressive, contestant No. 6's strength is unfathomable. He adds that the Daybreak Guild's members are all so powerful, there's no telling what they'll do next. His assistant agrees, and they both eagerly anticipate the next match. The next fighter to enter the arena is a member of the Daybreak Guild, contestant number 5, Feng Ya. His opponent seems to be struggling. Feng Ya smiles confidently and starts throwing punch after punch. He taunts his opponent, calling him weak as he overwhelms them. Feng Ya's punches land with precision, while his opponent tries desperately to protect himself with a shield. However, Feng Ya is too powerful, and just after a few seconds, he breaks through his opponent's defense with ease and sends him flying out of the arena. The minister, watching from the sidelines, comments on Feng Ya. He says Feng Ya is like a wolf with its fangs bared, and his opponent never stood a chance. He adds that his opponent was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely unable to strike back. The minister announces that now it's time to see the performance of Wei Jian, the 3rd member of the Daybreak Guild. The crowd watches as Wei Jian enters the arena with a confident smile. He pulls an arrow from his quiver, preparing for battle. His opponent, a man with a confident air, sizes him up. He thinks to himself that Wei Jian is just another man, so there's no need to worry too much. He believes he can easily parry the incoming arrow. But as soon as the battle begins, Wedigian fires his arrow with incredible precision. The opponent raises his sword, ready to deflect the attack. However, to his horror, the moment the arrow meets the blade, it splits into several smaller arrows, each one changing direction and circling around the sword. The arrows dart toward him from all sides, and he realizes too late that this isn't an ordinary shot. It's a crushing shot. The opponent's confidence quickly turns to panic. The arrows move too fast, and before he can react, they pierce his body from every direction. Blood sprays out as he crumbles to the ground, falling to his knees in defeat. The arena falls silent, the audience stunned by the sheer skill on display. The minister comments on Wei-Jian's technique, calling it fearsome. He explains that each arrow from the crushing shot hit its target with perfect accuracy, striking vital points. What seemed like a simple shot was, in fact, the result of first-class calculations and technique. It was a display of mastery that left the audience in awe. The next participants enter the arena. One of them is contestant number 2, Li Dao from the Daybreak Guild. She charges forward with lightning speed. Her opponent, caught off guard, freezes in place, trying to focus on her movements. But before he can react, Li Dao is already upon him, moving faster than he expected. In an instant, she strikes him under the chin with her hand, sending him flying upward. And as he begins to fall, Li Dao quickly turns around, using her momentum to swing her leg with perfect precision. The powerful kick lands right in his stomach, sending him crashing out of the arena and into the wall. The minister watches in amazement and comments on contestant number 2's incredible speed. He says that she struck her opponent down without even drawing her sword. Her movements were so fast, it was like lightning. One moment he was there, the next, he was thrown out of the arena. The crowd is stunned by the display of skill and agility. The minister announces the next battle, and the leader of the Daybreak Guild steps into the arena. The audience falls silent, eagerly waiting for the fight to begin. But as soon as the match starts, the player faces an unexpected turn of events. Instead of launching an attack, the Daybreak Guild leader Xu Guang begins giving instructions. Xu Guang approaches his opponent, who's holding his weapon nervously. However, to his surprise, Xu Guang doesn't attack, but instead starts pointing out flaws in his form. The player holds his weapon in a way that makes it nearly impossible to land a successful blow, so Xu Guang calmly suggests improvements. The player, unsure but willing to learn, listens attentively. Xu Guang steps closer and directs the player's focus on his stance. He explains that the player should be holding the axe with both hands and delivering powerful blows. The player hesitates but adjusts his grip, trying to follow the instructions. Xu Guang isn't finished yet, though. He guides him to raise his arms higher and use his lower back for strength, instead of relying on just his arms. The player, unsure of the technique, attempts to comply, but Xu Guang isn't satisfied. He encourages the player to adjust further, insisting that strength comes from the lower back, not the buttocks. The player struggles to get the posture right but keeps trying, his nervousness growing with each adjustment. Finally, after a few more attempts, Xu Guang seems satisfied. He praises the player's progress, but mentions that time is running out and suggests he should just admit defeat. The player, now feeling a mix of exhaustion and confusion, takes a deep breath and admits defeat. He bows respectfully to Xu Guang, thankful for the advice but knowing he is no match for the seasoned leader. The minister covers his face with his palm and sighs. He did not expect this. He turns to his assistant, mentioning how tired he is of the ongoing matches. With a resigned tone, he asks the assistant to take over the commentary. His assistant, eager to step up, agrees with enthusiasm, and the next set of participants are called into the arena. The new match begins, and both players enter with their blades drawn. However, instead of engaging in an intense duel, one of them pauses and asks if they really need to continue fighting. The other player, with a deep sigh, agrees, noting that they're both just wasting time. He suggests they quit the fight and move on. The spectators, watching from the stands, are not pleased with this decision. Their discontent is clear as an annoyed roar rises from the crowd, echoing throughout the arena. The match ends not with a battle, but with a quiet surrender, leaving the audience frustrated and disappointed. Lu Li, standing in the arena, watches the scene unfold. He realizes that the other competitors are also losing their drive to fight, and at this point, it's clear that all that is left to battle against the Daybreak Guild then. The minister and his assistant comment on the situation. They agree that Daybreak's overwhelming lead is likely pushing the competition to speed up. With this, the minister announces the list of the 8 strongest participants. The list includes Xu Guang, Li Dao, Wedijian, Feng Ya, Lu Li, Afi, and Hua Zhou. And the last place in the top 8 will be decided between Dai and Dian, contestant number 6, and Luna, contestant number 7. Shili encourages Luna with determination, telling her that she should aim to overpower that bitch, knock her down, and make sure she stays face down on the ground. Afi joins in, offering his support as well, and Luna, feeling bolstered by their words, thanks them both, promising to give it her best shot. As she heads toward the arena, Lu Li wishes her luck. Luna gives a reassuring sign, letting him know everything will be fine. The moment both girls step into the arena, the crowd erupts in cheers, chanting the name of the Daybreak Guild, showing strong support for Dian Dian. And just as the two girls approach each other, Dian Dian taunts Luna, asking if she's the partner of that flat-chested girl. She teases that it looks like Luna has bigger assets than hers. She asks if her strength is also proportionally bigger. Luna, unbothered, calmly replies that Dian Dian will find out soon enough. She then challenges her, daring her to try her. Luna suggests she should summon all 5 of her beasts right now. In response, Dian Dian summons 2 portals behind her, from which emerge spirits of fire and water. She confidently declares that she will call on all her beasts if necessary, but only if she feels Luna is strong enough to deserve it. Luna, unfazed by the challenge, closes her eyes and focuses. She places her hand on the hilt of her sword, preparing to unleash her power. She activates the Star Radiance execution technique. A brilliant flash of light suddenly bursts from her and Dian Dian. Taken aback by the intensity, quickly covers her eyes from the intense light coming from Luna. She points forward and orders her spirits to attack, trying to keep Luna from getting any closer. But by the time she's ready, Luna is already on the move, charging toward her from the side. Dian Dian notices this and tries to react just in time. Luna doesn't waste a second. She swings her sword with precision and Dian Dian jumps back, raising a water shield to block the attack. She thinks she successfully avoided the blow and feels a bit relieved. If she had stayed just a moment longer, she wouldn't have been able to defend herself, but before she can even finish that thought, something unexpected happens. Luna's strike cuts through her blindfold, and despite the shield, she manages to land a blow on Dian Dian. Luna tells Dian Dian that in their last fight, she must have secretly used her water attribute summons to counter the fire attacks. She adds that Dian Dian shouldn't act so relaxed this time. If she fights seriously, it will be more respectful to both herself and her opponent. Watching the battle with great interest, Chili agrees with Luna, nodding enthusiastically, saying that Luna is absolutely right. She encourages her to go all out and finish the fight quickly. Afi supports Chili's words, adding that Luna should make this a swift win. Meanwhile, Wei Jin warns that Luna might be underestimating her opponent. Shu Guang, watching from the sidelines, crosses his arms and agrees with Luna's approach, saying that her words are exactly right. He hopes this fight serves as a valuable lesson for Dian Dian. Meanwhile, Feng Ya, sitting next to them, yawns and says he's bored. He's eager for his turn in the arena. Dian Dian, now grinning, mocks Luna, saying that just because she landed a scratch, she thinks she can win. She decides to go all in. She calls on all of her spirits to attack, ready to teach Luna a lesson. The spirits rush forward with great speed. The Fire Hound and the Water Spirit work together, sending a powerful stream of fire and water straight at Luna. But Luna is quick to react, leaping into the air just in time. As she's airborne, Luna spots a golden spirit approaching. It flaps its wings, and with a flash of energy, sharp feather projectiles shoot toward her. Some hit, causing her to wince as they pierce her skin. Luna lands gracefully, her focus never wavering. Without wasting a moment, she turns sharply to the side, only to see a tree spirit's hand slam the ground, summoning vines from below. Luna tries to dodge, but it's too late. The vines grab her leg tightly, trapping her in place. At the same time, the Earth Spirit uses its ability, the Earth Coffin. Stones suddenly rise from beneath Luna's feet, trapping her inside a stone coffin. The ground shakes, and with a loud roar, the stones seal her in place. Dian Dian clenches her fist in victory, smiling triumphantly. She says that in the end, the fight was too easy for her. Hojia, watching from the sidelines, commented that even Luna was unable to defeat Dian Dian. Ah Fei quickly interrupts, saying she could still win. Hojia reflects that the combination of the 5 attribute beasts gives Dian Dian a strong advantage, much higher than in the previous battle. Chili, however, grows angry and mutters under her breath, calling Dian Dian a nasty girl. Luli stays silent, his eyes focused on the arena, still waiting for what comes next. He knows Luna has something up her sleeve. The spirits all return to Dian Dian, who is already celebrating her apparent victory. She praises them for their work, but just as she finishes speaking, Luna and Luli think at the same time, now is the time to act. In the blink of an eye, Luna uses a powerful sword technique called Giant Sword Slash. The stone coffin cracks open. Luna leaks out of the coffin with a swift movement, raising her sword high. Dian Dian stares at her, wide-eyed, unable to react in time. Luna swings her sword down with incredible force, sending a wave of dust and debris flying in all directions. For a moment, everything goes quiet. The arena floor shakes, and as the dust clears, everyone sees that Dian Dian is protected by a strong barrier made of earth, wood, and water. The attack didn't break through, but it's clear Luna isn't done yet. Luna keeps up the pressure, relentlessly attacking with her sword. Slowly but surely, the barrier starts to crack under her strikes. But just as the barrier is about to break, the other spirits rush in to help. The firehound barks loudly, and the golden spirit, joined by the other creatures, attacks from the air. Luna parries their blows and quickly retreats. Dian, watching from behind her barrier, starts to panic. Her hands start to shake, and she can feel her confidence slipping away. She feels sick, like something heavy is pressing on her chest. Her mind starts to drift back to her childhood, to the memories she'd rather forget. She sees herself sitting alone against a wall, crying softly as the sounds of chaos swirl around her. Her parents are fighting again. Her father is furious, shouting at her mother, accusing her of being impossible to live with. He yells at her mother, asking her why she is always so on edge day after day. Her mother, equally upset, is yelling back, calling him all sorts of names, but neither of them pays attention to her. They don't even notice that their daughter is crying, her small body shaking with every word they say. They continue, oblivious to her pain, until they finally start pointing fingers at her. She feels the weight of their anger, the blame on her. She tries to block it out, but the tears keep falling. Time passes and she grows older. The pain doesn't go away. At school, things don't get better. The girls there pick on her, calling her names, treating her like an outsider. One of them slaps her across the face and taunts her, asking if she's secretly taken her boyfriend away from her. Dian quickly denies what the girl says, but the words only make the situation worse. The girl sneers and starts making cruel comments about Dian's family. She says that her parents are getting a divorce because her mother cheated on her father. The girl adds that Dian looks just like her mother, as if that's a bad thing. Then the girl grabs Dian by the hair and starts talking about how some guys think her eyes are pretty and innocent. She accuses Dian of pretending to be sweet, as if she's just acting. Another girl in the group pulls out her phone and points it at Dian, filming her. She suggests that maybe they could take a video of her, undress her, and send it to the group. The idea is to show everyone if she's really as innocent as she seems. This is the breaking point for Dian. Anger bubbles up inside her. She lunges at the girl who's been taunting her, tackling her to the ground. She tries to hit her, but her attack is interrupted when the girl screams that Dian bit her. Her friend quickly tries to pull her off, while the second girl continues filming. The girl with the phone smirks and says this will be proof that Dian is attacking her classmates. In the chaos, Dian feels completely defeated. She thinks to herself that the world is cold and cruel, full of unfairness. Her heart sinks as she wonders how she can keep living in a world that seems so harsh. She feels as though she has no choice but to hide her real self, pretending to be someone else. Maybe if she grows a tougher side, something more like a monster with fangs, then things might get better. Some time passes, and now Dian is sitting at a gaming club with a man, someone she knows. He blows a puff of smoke from his cigarette and comments that he never thought someone so beautiful could be so good at gaming. Dian smiles at him, appreciating the compliment. She tells him that she should thank him for helping her deal with the bullies at school. The man hugs her, saying it's nothing. Then with a casual smile, he tells her that if she becomes his girlfriend, he'll make sure no one bothers her anymore. This surprises Dian, and she nervously asks, didn't he once say that he saw her as a little sister? The man calmly responds that they could only move forward if there's any real connection between them. Dian's face darkens. She feels a sudden wave of discomfort. She realizes that this might be the price of the help he's been offering. She feels sick to her stomach, unsure if it's worth it. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted when another man grabs the hand of the guy sitting next to her and calls him a scumbag. The new guy angrily asks who he is. The man who grabbed his hand is none other than Shu Guang, the leader of a Daybreak Guild. He's clearly displeased by what's happening and tells the guy that she's still a child. That man's friend whispers to him, saying that these people are from Daybreak and that it's better not to mess with them. The man, surprised, asks if they are really from Daybreak. Shu Guang tells them to leave the gaming club immediately and not show their faces there again. After they leave, Shu Guang turns to Dian, smiling. He praises her, saying that she played very well, and asks if she's ever considered joining a guild or playing professionally. Dian, still a little confused, repeats his words. Shu Guang explains that he believes she has a natural talent for this, something special. He adds that Daybreak is always looking for people like her, those with real talent. Her eyes light up with excitement after hearing this. Back to the present, her body fills with determination, and she thinks to herself that she cannot lose. She wants to win, to shine brightly. She's representing the Daybreak Guild, and she won't let this chance slip away. With a determined look, she calls all her spirits to her side and activates the ability of 5 offensive defensive circles. In an instant, 5 bright flashes of different colors shoot towards Luna. Dian stands back, watching confidently, sure that this will be the end. Luna prepares herself to defend. The flashes shoot past her and slam into the arena wall. The impact is so strong that a loud roar echoes through the air and a cloud of dust rises from the force of the attack. A large hole appears in the wall and the area around the strike is left in ruins. Dian breathes heavily, her chest rising and falling as she thinks she has won. The minister, watching closely, is shocked. His assistant, equally surprised, asks if Dian really broke through the wall. He wonders if Luna is even still alive. The friends of Luna become worried, calling out her name in panic. But Lu Li, ever calm, simply smiles slightly and gestures for the others to look below the arena. To everyone's surprise, Luna is standing there, unharmed. Before the attack hit, she had plunged her sword into the arena wall and was standing on the blade. She used the space between the ground and the wall to shield herself from the full force of the strike. The minister and his assistant are stunned, wondering, how could this be possible? Luna jumps back into the arena, landing gracefully, and greets her opponent with a smile. Dian protests loudly, asking if this is really how the rules are supposed to work. The minister, not fazed, calmly explains that Luna didn't break any rules. He points out that Luna had stuck her sword into the arena wall, staying within the boundaries. There was no violation. Luna, with a determined look, now focuses on her opponent. She tells Dian that it's her turn. Dian, furious, waves her hand and orders her spirits to attack. She sneers at Luna, calling her arrogant and insisting that she won't be defeated. In response, Luna swings her sword and summons a lunar disc that flies forward with great speed. The fire and water streams from Dian's spirits collide with the disc, causing a loud roar. Steam instantly bursts from the point of impact, filling the air. The minister and his assistant comment on the spectacle, noting that Luna used a spinning technique to deflect Dian's fire and water attacks. The flames and water quickly turn into thick steam, creating a fog that fills the arena. Dian, unable to see clearly, curses mentally as the steam blinds her. She's in trouble, but Luna is already on the move, using her moonlight execution ability. Bright flashes of light begin to appear in the fog, catching Dian off guard. She looks up just in time to see the flashes falling from the air. Dian has no choice but to raise a barrier, desperately trying to protect herself. The flashes continue to rain down, piercing the fog and striking her spirits. Luna isn't done. She uses giant sword slash technique, summoning the largest flash of all, which hovers above Dian's barrier. Quickly, Dian reacts, raising her hand to command her spirits to strengthen the barrier from above. But this effort leaves her vulnerable on the sides. Luna, seeing her chance, appears behind Dian, a smile playing on her lips. She tells Dian that she's been caught and it was all just a flicker, so quick, so subtle. Dian freezes in shock, realizing too late that she's been outmaneuvered. Before she can react, Luna strikes, delivering a final blow. Dian falls to the floor, injured. The fog begins to clear, and now everyone can see what's happened. Luna stands victorious. The minister looks around, asking if the fog has cleared. He seems surprised to see that Luna has defeated Dian. It's Luna's victory now. Dian, still in shock, stares at the floor. Her spirits have disappeared, and she mutters that she is lost. But just as she begins to accept defeat, Luna reaches out her hand to help her up. The sun breaks through the clouds above, casting a warm ray of light over the arena. Luna smiles and says that she hopes they'll have a good fight again in the future. After the match ends, the minister announces that Luna, as participant number 7, has secured the last spot in the top 8. He adds that now Lu Li's group will face the Daybreak Guild. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation. This is going to be a thrilling challenge. The minister's excitement grows as he says that the next 4 fights will be intense, filled with strong opponents. Only the best will move on to the next stage. Who will win and who will fall? The future will reveal the answers. After the intense battle, the maintenance team rushes into the arena, immediately getting to work. The damage from the fight is significant, and the minister comments on the enormous destruction caused. He tells the audience to be patient while the team seals all the holes and strengthens the arena. Shili approaches Luna with a bright smile, clearly excited. She happily praises Luna, saying how amazing she was. Shili had been worried throughout the fight. Luna, modest as always, says that her opponent was very strong. She tells Chili that it was all thanks to the information gleaned from her match with her that she was able to turn the tables. She looks toward the Daybreak Guild and feels a bit of pressure, especially when she thinks about the strong team members like Dian. Meanwhile, Dian, still struggling with her emotions, walks up to her guild leader. Her eyes are filled with tears and disappointment. She apologizes, feeling like she's not strong enough to be part of the team. She believes she has only embarrassed the Daybreak Guild. The leader of the Daybreak Guild notices her distress and calmly walks over. Dian flinches, thinking he might be angry. However, to her surprise, he simply pats her on the head and tells her not to speak such nonsense. He reassures her that she is talented, and even though she hasn't been with the team for long, she has a bright future ahead. He reminds her that it's normal to face challenges and tells her not to underestimate their opponents. He believes that their team will be able to enjoy the real fun of the competition soon. After a short while, the minister announces that the audience seems to be getting tired of waiting. His assistant agrees with a smile. The minister then says that the arena has been repaired and is now ready for the next fight. The assistant announces that the next competitors are ready to enter the arena. Contestant number 4, Lu Li, will be up against contestant number 5, Feng Ya. Both Lu Li and Feng Ya enter the arena and lock their eyes. Feng Ya, with a wide grin, eagerly says that it's good to finally face Lu Li again, and this time, no one will interrupt their fight. They both need a good, solid match. Lu Li, looking calm and indifferent, draws his blade and responds that it will be exactly as Feng Ya says. The minister, sensing the tension and excitement in the arena, notes that this will be a fight like no other. Lu Li and Feng Ya are clearly ready to give it their all. And just as he said, as soon as the signal is given, both Lu Li and Feng Ya rush toward each other. Their blades clash with a loud clang, and the force of the impact sends a shockwave through the arena. The ground beneath them cracks, and the arena shakes with a tremendous crash. The minister leans forward, his eyes wide in disbelief. He exclaims in shock, wondering if they've already destroyed the arena again. His assistant, equally surprised, points out that this was only their first clash. The minister, now in disbelief, exclaims that the arena had been strengthened 10 times, but it still can't withstand their power. Despite the shock and surprise from the onlookers, Lu Li and Feng Ya continue their fight, showing no signs of slowing down. With each swing of their weapons, sparks fly, lighting up the arena. Feng Ya, with a confident smile, swings his sword and lands a powerful hit on Lu Li's shoulder. Lu Li tries to parry, but the blow catches him off guard, and he is forced to take a step back. The impact pulls him to the side, but Lu Li grits his teeth, quickly regaining his composure. He spins around and counters with a sweeping strike, aiming to push Feng Ya back. However, Feng Ya is quick. He strikes again, sending Lu Li flying backward. Despite the force, Lu Li manages to stay in the arena. Dust fills the air as the two warriors pause for a moment, catching their breath. Feng Ya grins, clearly enjoying the fight. He comments that this is the kind of battle he enjoys. He adds that he can sense Lu Li has grown much stronger since their last fight, but he too has improved in his own way. Lu Li remains silent, his face showing no emotion. His focus is entirely on the battle, and it's clear he's not here to talk. Feng Ya, sensing that the fight is about to get even fiercer, charges forward again, his sword raised high. They clash again, their figures briefly disappearing into a cloud of dust. The dust clears almost instantly, revealing sparks flying once more as their swords meet. The ground beneath them begins to crack from the intensity of their blows, but they don't stop. Another roar echoes through the arena as red and blue sparks scatter in all directions, along with debris from the floor. Feng Ya's teammates watch eagerly from the sidelines. Xu Guang, arms crossed, comments that it's no surprise Lu Li is so confident. From what he sees, Lu Li is already at the level of professional players. He can sense the skill and precision in every movement, even in a one-on-one battle. On the other side of the arena, Lu Li's team is also watching the fight closely. Feng comments that Feng Ya is incredibly assertive. This is the first time he's seen anyone who can truly challenge his brother's strength. Luna, standing beside him, agrees, noting that Feng Ya not only has quick reflexes, but also intelligence. She believes he's fighting more on instinct, making him a difficult opponent to predict. It's clear that Feng Ya is no simple adversary. Meanwhile, in the arena, after a series of fierce clashes, both Lu Li and Feng Yi take a brief moment to distance themselves. The crowd watches with bated breath, waiting for the next move. Feng Ya, wiping sweat from his brow, tosses off his outerwear with a confident grin. He taunts Lu Li, saying that what they've seen so far was just the warm-up. Now it's time for the real fight. In response, Lu Li casually takes off his cloak, his expression serious. There's no need for words now. It's time to give it their all. The two fighters rush toward each other with a renewed intensity, their movements like a blur. Feng Ya strikes first, swinging his sword with expert precision. Lu Li, always prepared, exposes his blade to block the attack, preventing any harm. However, something unexpected happens. Feng Ya grins widely as he throws his sword towards Lu Li, and to everyone's shock, the sword spins away on its own, leaving Lu Li momentarily confused. Lu Li tries to deflect, but in the process, his sword slips from his hand as well. Both swords fly through the air, spinning wildly before crashing to the floor with a loud thud. The arena falls into a stunned silence. The minister, watching from his seat, leans forward in surprise. He hadn't anticipated Feng Ya would let go of his sword in such a calculated way, but it worked. Feng Ya's quick thinking has disarmed both him and Lu Li, leaving them without weapons. The assistant, equally shocked, comments that the fight has escalated beyond what they expected. Neither fighter has their weapon now, and the fight has turned into something even more unpredictable. Both Lu Li and Feng Ye stand facing each other, weaponless but not willing to back down. The intensity of the fight has only grown. It's now a battle of speed, strength, and strategy. The crowd is on the edge of their seats, waiting to see what these two warriors will do next. Feng Ye clenches his fists tighter, his expression focused and determined as he slowly closes the distance between himself and Lu Li. In an instant, he swings his fist sharply toward Lu Li, aiming for a solid hit. But Lu Li, ever alert, ducks just in time, narrowly avoiding the punch. Feng Ye doesn't stop though. He presses on, launching a series of fast and powerful punches toward his opponent. Lu Li skillfully blocks each one, but the attacks come so quickly that he can feel the pressure mounting. At one point, Feng Ye's movements seem to change, a shift in his rhythm. He flashes a confident grin and warns Lu Li not to relax. Lu Li feels the change, sensing something more dangerous coming. Feng Ye's fist suddenly begins to glow with a bright blue light, his energy surging. Without warning, he swings at Lu Li's head with incredible force. The punch lands, and Lu Li is sent crashing to the ground, blood spraying from the wound on his face. He hits the floor hard, but he's quick to react, using his hands to brace himself. He avoids hitting the ground fully. In a swift move, Lu Li pushes off the floor, his legs swinging with practiced precision. He kicks Feng Ye in the chest with all his might, but Feng Ye deflects the blow just in time. There's no pause for recovery. Without missing a beat, Lu Li leans forward, his foot pitching off the ground with explosive power. He leaps into the air and drives his knee directly into Feng Ye's face. The sickening crunch of bone and impact echoes through the arena. Feng Ye stumbles back, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggles to recover, but he doesn't fall. The two warriors stand glaring at each other, bloody but unyielding. The silence is brief before they charge at each other once more, fists raised, ready for another round. Lu Li strikes first, landing a solid punch to Feng Ye's face. Feng Ye retaliates from a punch of his own, and just like that, the battle intensifies again. They exchange blow after blow, their fists landing with brutal force, each one blocking and countering with precise timing. The ground beneath them shakes from the force of their attacks, and cracks begin to form in the arena floor as the battle rages on. At one point, Feng Ye swings again, but Lu Li, sensing the attack, decides to pull back. He flips backward, executing a perfect somersault and landing a few meters away from his opponent. He takes a moment to catch his breath, his chest heaving with effort. Sweat drips down his forehead as he looks at Feng Ye, his eyes narrowing in focus. He briefly looks away as if searching for a new strategy or perhaps to compose himself. Then, without warning, he starts circling his opponent, moving from side to side, his movements fluid and unpredictable. Feng Ye, now more than ready, braces himself. Lu Li throws a punch with all his strength, but Feng Ye blocks it effortlessly, his smile never fading. He taunts Lu Li, asking if he's exhausted yet, his voice dripping with confidence. Blood trickles from Feng Ye's mouth, but he seems unfazed, even smiling through the pain. He reminds Lu Li not to relax, adding that there's a big opening. Then, without giving Lu Li a chance to recover, Feng Ye strikes fast and hard, landing a powerful blow to Lu Li's stomach. The impact is brutal, and the sound of the punch echoing in the air is sharp like a crack of thunder. Blood splatters from the wound, staining the floor as Lu Li is thrown back. The force of the blow sends him flying, and in that brief moment, Feng Ye watches as the blood from his opponent forms a half circle in the air, suspended for a moment in time. It's almost as if everything slows down, the scene hanging on a single breath. But Lu Li isn't done yet. Despite the pain, he doesn't fall. His feet slam against the floor of the arena, and two trails of dust kick up behind him as he pushes himself back. There's a slight grin on his face, barely noticeable, but it's enough for Feng Ye to catch a glimpse of it. His smile quickly vanishes, and a sense of dread fills his chest. He recognizes this move. He knows he has messed up. He curses under his breath, his heart racing. This was the exact moment he had been warned about. Feng Ye's eyes widen as he realizes what Lu Li is planning. In that instant, everything clicks into place. Feng Ye had been outmaneuvered. He had been tricked into focusing on Lu Li's previous attacks, underestimating his next move. Lu Li is charging toward their weapons. Noticing this, his heart sinks. It's too late to stop him now. Before Feng Ye can react, Lu Li grabs his dagger and launches himself at his opponent. In a flash, he slashes Feng Ye's chest in a sharp cross, cutting through his defenses. The attack lands with precision, the sound of the blade slicing through the air almost drowned by the collective gasp of the audience. On the sidelines, Afi jumps up in excitement. He can't believe it. His big brother has done it again. Hua Zhao, equally thrilled, is practically jumping for joy, her admiration for Lu Li growing with each move. She playfully whispers that her husband, who's been through so many battles, just keeps getting more and more attractive. Clearly, she's more than a little infatuated. But for the Daybreak Guild members, the mood is tense. They can hardly believe what they're witnessing. Dian says no way, even the fourth brother got defeated. Despite the shock, Shu Guang remains calm. He's seen this kind of thing before. He knows that Feng Ya, like a wild wolf, is a fighter who thrives in chaos. Anyone who faces him gets caught in his rhythm, overwhelmed by the intensity of the fight. It's easy to be swept away, to be distracted by the frenzy. But wolves, as Shu Guang reminds everyone, are clever, not just wild. And Feng Ya is no different. He's a strategist, always planning ahead. Feng Ya's eyes flicker with renewed determination. He's not done yet. He accosts Lu Li, his voice sharp and filled with a sense of finality. It's too bad, he says, his grin returning. He teases Lu Li, commenting that he was just one hit away from victory. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, Feng Ya releases a massive wave of power that sends Lu Li flying backward. Feng Ya's passive skill, Blunt Him, gets activated. His feet sink into the ground as he readies himself, focusing his power. The skill works like a hidden force. When his health drops, his attack power increases. It's a dangerous trick that makes him stronger the more damage he takes. Lu Li watches closely, feeling a sense of unease as his opponent charges forward. Feng Ya's strike is fast and powerful. In an instant, Lu Li is sent flying back, struggling to maintain his balance. He's shocked. He knows that he can't take on this new, more powerful version of Feng Ya head-on. His opponent is twice as strong now, and each strike is heavier than before. Lu Li tries to defend himself with his dagger, but Feng Ya presses the attack relentlessly. The sound of metal against metal rings out in the air as they clash. Lu Li is forced to retreat, blocking the strike with difficulty. His shoulder gets cut by the glancing blow. The ground beneath him cracks and shakes from the force of the attack. In the stands, the spectators are stunned. They watch as the arena trembles under the pressure of the battle. Some can't believe the destruction caused by just one strike. The minister, though, has seen enough chaos by now that he only shakes his head and smiles, commenting that they'll just have to get used to it. Feng Ya, grinning confidently, asks Lu Li if he plans to dodge this attack too. The challenge is clear in his eyes. He's pushing Lu Li to his limits, knowing that he's the one in control now. But Lu Li isn't done yet. His mind races as he prepares for the next move. He knows he can't match Feng Ya's strength directly, but he's far from finished. Feng Ya senses Lu Li closing in. He quickly reacts. His confidence is unshaken. He believes he's already in control of the fight. With a smirk, he wonders why Lu Li is still trying so hard, as if he hasn't already sealed his victory. Feng Ya attacks with precision, but what he doesn't realize is that Lu Li has already activated Backstab, teleporting behind him. The move is meant to catch Feng Ya off guard, but Feng Ya, sharp as ever, senses the shift in the air and immediately counterattacks. Before Lu Li can land his blow, he's thrown back with incredible force. Feng Ya scoffs, remarking that Lu Li is too slow. Not one to give up easily, Lu Li tries again. He attempts another backstab, but Feng Ya is already one step ahead, jumping and blocking his move before Lu Li can even strike. The fight is becoming increasingly intense. In the stands, Ah Fi grows concerned, watching his brother struggle. It's the first time he's seen Lu Li on the defensive like this, and his worry is palpable. Hua Zhao, however, is seething with anger. She clenches her fists and mutters under her breath, threatening the man who dares to hurt her husband. Meanwhile, little Chili wonders if this is what a real master duel feels like, the kind of fight where every move matters and the stakes are nothing less than life and death. On the contrary, Shu Guang is watching the fight with quiet confidence. He believes his guild member, Feng Ya, has this battle in the bag. In his mind, it's only a matter of time before Feng Ya claims victory. The crowd is on edge, waiting for the final moments of this intense clash. Both fighters have been battling fiercely in the air, their movements a blur of speed and precision. But after a while, they both descend, landing back on the stage. Feng Ya stands tall, lifting his sword with a grin. He acknowledges Lu Li's strength, admitting that this has been one of the best fights he's ever had. But he also knows that every chase must eventually come to an end. It's time to finish it. With a confident gesture, he activates his skill, hunting technique along with the forced battle intent. This combination locks Lu Li in place, making it impossible for him to dodge Feng Ya's next attack. For 10 seconds, Lu Li is vulnerable and the damage Feng Ya deals increases by 20%. Feng Ya points his sword at Lu Li, preparing to deliver the final blow with his strongest attack, Wolf Storm. Lu Li, although exhausted, smiles. He admits to himself that he hasn't had such a challenging and exciting fight in a long time, but he's not finished yet. With a swift movement, Lu Li summons his second weapon. It's a surprise for Feng Ya, something he didn't expect. Lu Li, with a smirk, tells Feng Ya that he forgot to mention something important. He uses two weapons. Feng Ya's surprise is evident, but Lu Li isn't finished explaining. He recalls how, when he defeated the Saint Light Guild leader, he was awarded the legendary White Bay and Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. The hidden dragon in the abyss is no ordinary weapon. It's a powerful, rare piece of equipment designed specifically for assassins. It has a durability of 100, and its real power lies in its ability to split into two separate blades. With each hit, it leaves a mark on the target. The more hits, the stronger the damage becomes, with the potential to inflict up to 240% additional damage. The hidden dragon glows, and Lu Li prepares to unleash its full power. Fengya realizes too late that he's underestimated his opponent. This fight is far from over. The tension in the arena is palpable as both combatants prepare for their final moves. The fight isn't just about strength anymore, it's about skill, strategy, and the unexpected. Lu Li's weapons now seem like the game changer, and Fengya is left to deal with the consequences. The battle, once seemingly in his favor, has taken a dramatic turn. The atmosphere in the arena is electric as Fengya and Lu Li prepare for their final clash. Fengya laughs, enjoying the intensity of the battle. He's impressed by Lu Li's strength, recognizing that this is the kind of opponent he's been waiting for. But Lu Li is equally determined to show him that there's more to him than what's been seen so far. With a shared sense of anticipation, both fighters rush at each other, unleashing their full power. The arena shakes as their massive energy radiates outward, creating a gust of wind that sweeps through the stadium. Dust flies everywhere, obscuring the view, and the pressure from their attacks feels almost tangible. The minister and his assistant quickly duck for cover, the power of the clash so overwhelming that it feels like the entire arena might collapse. The minister asks if the battle is over, but his assistant warns to hold on, as the dust has not settled yet. The tension rises as the dust finally begins to clear. The crowd holds its breath, waiting to see the victor. When it dissipates completely, the result is clear. Lu Li has emerged victorious. He's the one who stands tall, having won the intense battle and secured his place in the top 4. The minister is stunned. He had expected this to be the final fight, given how intense and fierce the battle was. The idea that this was only the fight for the top 4 positions seems like a surprise to him. Meanwhile, Wei Jian, watching from the sidelines, is stunned. The fourth brother, who was once thought unbeatable, lost in a straight-up brawl, a rare and surprising outcome. Dian Dian, too, is left speechless. She had been watching closely. Even though Fengya used his blood hymn and forced battle intent to increase his damage, she can't understand how he still lost. She wonders, with all that power, how could he have been defeated? Xu Guang is equally shocked, especially because in the final exchange of moves, it was clear that Fengya dealt more damage. So why did he lose? The answer, as Xu Guang quickly figures out, is that Fengya became too greedy. He focused too much on the attack power granted by his blood hymn and forced battle intent, leaving his own health too low to withstand the final blows. What's even more intriguing is that Xu Guang senses something deeper about Lu Li. He feels that Lu Li has not yet unleashed his full strength. There's something more hidden beneath the surface, another level of power that Lu Li has yet to bring out. Xu Guang finds Lu Li fascinating. Despite his overwhelming power, Lu Li remains cautious, calculating, and never fully letting go of his control. This makes him an even more dangerous opponent, and one that Xu Guang doesn't intend to underestimate. Lu Li, after his hard-fought victory, helps Fengya to his feet. He asks the injured fighter how he's feeling. Fengya, still impressed by Lu Li's skill, admits that Lu Li had played his cards close to his chest. He recognizes that his own carelessness in the final moments led to his defeat. Despite the loss, Fengya is genuinely satisfied. He adds that Lu Li's final move, the hidden dragon in the abyss, was a real game-changer. Even though he lost, Fengya appreciates the challenge and expresses his respect for Lu Li's abilities. Lu Li, in return, says that this was the most exhilarating battle he's had since he started playing the game. He explains how he exploited the timing of the fight, taking advantage of every opportunity, and that it was a true test of skill. Fengya, still in good spirits despite the loss, asks Lu Li if he would be interested in joining their Daybreak Guild. He even offers him the coveted position of number 3 in the guild, but Lu Li, ever determined, politely declines. He has other things to focus on, something important he needs to do. Fengya isn't discouraged, though. He assures Lu Li that even if they can't be teammates, they can still be friends. He offers his help, telling Lu Li that he's always there for his friends, no questions asked. Fengya even suggests they grab a BBQ and a couple of drinks sometime, which Lu Li agrees to after all. Who can turn down a good BBQ? Meanwhile, the minister, watching the scene unfold, reflects on the sheer intensity of the battle. He realizes that this fight has been a real spectacle for the audience, and he's concerned about the damage caused by the battle. He turns to his secretary, a little out of breath from all the action. He calmly tells the secretary to send a message to His Majesty, asking how much more reinforcement the arena needs. The secretary turns to the minister with a concerned look and asks if he thinks the upcoming battles will be even more intense than the one they just witnessed. The minister ponders this for a moment. He doesn't want to admit it, but he knows that it's very likely. If the fighters keep going at this pace, the arena, and maybe even the audience, will be in trouble long before a champion is crowned. He sighs, realizing that the excitement of these battles might come with a heavy price. Meanwhile, the king watches the tournament quietly from his private chamber. He's taking in the action but knows that this kind of destruction can't go on forever. Suddenly, a man appears before him, asking for instructions. The king raises an eyebrow and wonders what's going on. The man explains that the host is asking for guidance on how much more the arena should be reinforced. Without hesitation, the king orders that the arena be reinforced to its highest level. He doesn't want any delays. The competition must continue, and the fights must go on. The man quickly nods, understanding the urgency, and promises to relay the king's orders to the host right away. The king, however, is thinking beyond just repairs. He's focused on finding the strongest warrior, someone capable of doing the impossible. There's not much time left, and he knows the tournament can't last forever. His mind is already racing, planning ahead. Soon the repairs are completed. The host addresses the crowd with a grateful smile. He thanks the audience for their patience, acknowledging that the delay was necessary. He assures them that thanks to the support of the king, the arena is now stronger than ever. This time, it won't collapse again. The structure has been reinforced to the highest level, making it far more resilient than before. The audience reacts with applause, excited that the tournament can continue. The minister, eager to move forward, announces that the next duel is about to begin. No more delays. He introduces the next two contestants. Fei, contestant number 26, is up against Daybreak Guild's Xu Guang, contestant number 1. The crowd buzzes with anticipation, ready for the next showdown. Fei stands on the stage, eyes wide with surprise. He's suddenly hit with the realization that he's facing Xu Guang, the Daybreak Guild's boss, and he wonders if this is some sort of intentional setup. Why was he matched against someone so strong? He's a little shaken, but then his thoughts take an unexpected turn. If he somehow manages to win this battle against the guild master, he'd definitely make a name for himself. His victory would earn him the title of MVP, and little Chili would surely notice him. Maybe she can get so impressed that she'd ask him out on a date. His mind starts to wander as he imagines their date. He wonders if they'd go for hot pot or perhaps Western food. Maybe after, they'd take a nice stroll and then catch a movie together. Fei grins at the thought, imagining himself as the hero of his own love story, completely lost in his daydreams. But his laughter is short-lived. Xu Guang, always serious, suddenly speaks up. He asks Fei if he knows what the first thing a magician should do when facing a warrior is. Fei is caught off guard, blinking in confusion. Before he can even think of an answer, Xu Guang rushes toward him with surprising speed. In an instant, he's closing the distance between them, and Fei realizes that this isn't going to be as easy as he thought. Xu Guang's voice cuts through his thoughts, create distance. Fei's eyes widen as he's forced to react quickly. He had expected his opponent to be slow and maybe a little clumsy based on his appearance, but Xu Guang proves him wrong. The guild master moves with lightning speed, catching Fei off guard. Fei tries to cast his magic, but before he can even finish the incantation, Xu Guang interrupts it easily. In the midst of the chaos, Xu Guang calls out to him with a hint of amusement in his voice, asking why didn't he use his left hand to cast. This way, the casting distance is shorter, and the chances of him interrupting it are smaller. Fei, now fully focused on the battle, curses under his breath. It seems he has a lot to learn if he's going to stand a chance against this skilled opponent. His earlier fantasies of a romantic date feel like a distant dream now. Fei, now growing frustrated and exhausted, throws a flame at Xu Guang, trying to land a hit. He mutters under his breath that it's just a fluke and that Xu Guang should stop acting so high and mighty. However, his confidence quickly fades when once again, his casting is interrupted before he can fully unleash his magic. The cycle repeats itself. Every time he tries to cast, his opponent easily stops him. Each failure makes Fei more furious, and the exhaustion from the constant interruptions starts to wear on him. His frustration builds, and he decides it's time to use one of his strongest spells, Fire Comets. Xu Guang, however, watches with a calm smile. He acknowledges Fei's decision, quietly appreciating that the young magician is finally thinking strategically. Creating distance and using an area of effect skill like Fire Comets was the right move. Xu Guang knows this. It's exactly what Fei should be doing to disrupt his rhythm. The strategy is solid, but it's too late. Fei is too emotionally compromised now, and his fighting spirit is fading. With every failed attempt, he's losing his edge. Xu Guang moves in with ease, interrupting every single casting. Xu Guang calmly calls out, telling Fei that he can't win this battle as he is right now. With a slight pause, he adds he should surrender. Fei stands there, breathing heavily, his hands shaking with frustration. He knows Xu Guang is right, but the thought of surrendering feels like a blow to his pride. He's stuck in a battle between his emotions and his survival instincts. Fei starts to panic, unsure of what he can possibly do now. Every time he tries to cast a spell, it's interrupted before it even begins. His mind races as he desperately searches for a solution, but nothing comes to him. Meanwhile, the minister, always ready to provide commentary, declares to the audience that Ah Fei has been completely suppressed. He points out the obvious. While both fighters are in the top 8, the gap between them is massive. Xu Guang's strength is on a completely different level, almost otherworldly. Across the arena, little Chili stands out, still cheering her heart out for Ah Fei. She shouts encouragement, telling him to get up and keep fighting. If he just keeps hammering away, maybe he can still find a way to turn this around. Her optimism is almost contagious, but not everyone shares it. Hua Zhao, watching from the sidelines, thinks little Chili is being a bit too hopeful. There's no way Ah Fei can win. The difference in strength between the two fighters is just too much. She recalls that Xu Guang, the guild master of the Daybreak Guild, isn't just any player. His real name is Yang Guang, a legendary professional player who dominated the scene years ago. He debuted over 15 years ago, competing in more than 100 world-class tournaments and winning over 30 championship trophies. This guy's basically a living cheat code. He retired 2 years ago to become a coach, and now somehow he's here crushing Ah Fei like it's just another day at the office. Still, little Chili doesn't stop cheering. She tells Ah Fei to buck up and give it his all, no matter the odds. She even tries to spin it positively. If he wins, it'll be amazing. And if he loses, well, no big deal. There's nothing to lose anyway. Ah Fei feels utterly defeated, not just because he's losing, but because he hasn't even managed to put up a decent fight. He glances toward his second brother, Lu Li, who is standing on the sidelines, pointing toward his ear like he's trying to send a secret message. Ah Fei's mind drifts back to the time he used to play games with his brothers at the internet cafe. He remembers how chaotic it would get. Other players would cry foul, accusing their opponents of hacking or setting up sneaky traps. Some even begged for help, convinced they were being baited into disaster. While his big brother would just ask for noodles and when delivered would start eating right in the middle of it all. Back then, Ah Fei was thrilled when they reached the final world boss. It was a huge deal. No one on the entire server had taken it down yet. He was curious about the strategy his brothers would come up with, but every time he asked, his big brother would just point to his ear and tell him, play it by ear. Ah Fei hated hearing that. To him, it felt like an excuse, like his brothers didn't trust him with anything important. In those battles, his big brother always took the lead, drawing all the aggro and tanking the boss like a reckless lunatic. Lu Li, his second brother, would handle the support role, juggling calculations and cooldowns to keep everything running smoothly. And then there was Ah Fei, stuck winging it, improvising and figuring things out on the fly. He always suspected his brothers did this because they saw him as the weak link, the liability of the group. But Lu Li had once patted him on the head and told him not to overthink it. Their big brother took on the tanking role not because Ah Fei was weak, but because he was a daredevil who loved the challenge. Lu Li played support because someone had to keep track of all the details. And as for Ah Fei, Lu Li said he was the most adaptable of them all, the one who could come up with wild, unpredictable strategies no one saw coming. His big brother had agreed, saying that they relied on Ah Fei to surprise everyone, even them. That reassurance had stuck with him. Snapping back to the present, Ah Fei realizes what Lu Li's gesture means. He takes a deep breath and prepares himself for a comeback. Xu Guang, on the other side, notices his sudden determination. He raises an eyebrow, mildly impressed, and asks if Ah Fei is drawing strength from some past memory. But it looks like Ah Fei has enough of Xu Guang's calm, nagging commentary. Annoyed, Ah Fei doesn't respond. Instead, he calls out to CC, his assistant, and instructs her to play his playlist. Without hesitation, CC obeys, blasting his favorite track, DTM. The music fills his ears, pumping him up and reigniting his fighting spirit. With a grin, Ah Fei starts casting his magic again, this time with a renewed energy. He looks at Xu Guang and declares that he's about to unleash his most awaited skill. Ah Fei starts vibing to his music, completely tuning out Xu Guang's chatter. The upbeat rhythm helps him block out the negativity, and he starts to actually enjoy himself. This unexpected reaction leaves Xu Guang genuinely surprised. He doesn't have much time to dwell on it, though, because Ah Fei suddenly charges straight at him, catching him off guard. Xu Guang quickly reacts, launching an attack toward the rushing mage. But to his surprise, Ah Fei dodges with a smooth kneeling motion, barely escaping the strike. Wasting no time, Ah Fei retaliates by casting a fire spell aimed directly at his opponent. Xu Guang, ever the show-off, somersaults out of harm's way with an almost theatrical flair. Just as he lands, Xu Guang raises an eyebrow and asks if this is some kind of new strategy, baiting himself just to lure Xu Guang into an attack. Ah Fei, irritated by the missed opportunity, doesn't bother answering. He's already focusing on his next move. He decides to use Feisty Comet, unleashing a barrage of flaming projectiles towards Xu Guang. But Xu Guang, annoyingly composed as always, evades every single comet. He smirks and casually comments that his attacks are too spread out. If Ah Fei focused on improving his accuracy, he might actually be able to use his power effectively. The backhanded compliment only fuels Ah Fei's frustration. Seizing an opening, Xu Guang closes the distance and leaps toward Ah Fei to strike. But this time, Ah Fei is ready. He counters with Flaming Tornado, a swirling inferno that connects with Xu Guang in full force. Little Chili, watching from the sidelines, practically jumps with excitement. She's convinced this hit has to do some real damage, at the very least it should burn off a layer of skin. The crowd watches with bated breath as the dust settles. Xu Guang stands there completely calm, as if the attack didn't even faze him. The minister announces that Xu Guang has managed to withstand Ah Fei's attack and still looks like he could go for a morning jog. Xu Guang praises Ah Fei for his close combat skills. He admits they're impressive for a mage. But then with that infuriating tone of his, Xu Guang reminds him a mage is still a mage. Ah Fei, determined to go all out, tells his assistant, CC, to stop the music. With a dramatic flourish, he raises his hands and commands the stars to obey him. In an instant, a field of glowing comets materializes above his head, each one radiating destructive power. A sight catches Xu Guang off guard, his usual calm demeanor finally breaking as he looks up at the incoming storm of magic. Without hesitation, Ah Fei unleashes the barrage. The comets rain down with terrifying force, shaking the arena. The minister, watching the chaos unfold, confidently announces that if the arena hadn't been reinforced, this attack would have torn apart all over again. Meanwhile, the secretary is caught off guard, squinting at the blinding lights and fumbling around for his sunglasses, only to realize too late that the minister is already wearing them. Ah Fei huffs in himself, convinced that this massive attack has to leave some kind of mark on Xu Guang. But as the dust settles and visibility returns, there stands Xu Guang completely unharmed. His shield has absorbed the full brunt of the attack, leaving him as cool and composed as ever. He even has the nerve to nod approvingly, calling his demonstration enlightening and remarking that it wasn't bad at all. Little Chili is dumbfounded. She can't believe it after so many skills. Xu Guang still looks like he just stepped onto the stage. She wonders aloud how this is even possible. Huo Zhao offers a grim explanation. None of Ah Fei's attacks seem to have any real effect on Xu Guang. But Luna, ever the realist, counters that Xu Guang has simply been evading or mitigating most of the damage. Either way, the outcome looks bleak. Xu Guang, never missing a chance to critique, calmly points out to Ah Fei that his tempo is slipping again. His strikes are becoming careless, and it's clear he's getting confused under the pressure. Xu Guang then finally lifts his sword, and with an air of finality, he acknowledges Ah Fei that his earlier outburst was impressive, a flash of brilliance. But as Xu Guang so kindly puts it, was just that, a momentary burst with no follow-up. Ah Fei's lips curl into a sly grin. He's got one final trick up his sleeve. With a dramatic flair, he declares it's time for the climax and cues CC to start the music again. The upbeat tunes blare, setting the stage for his ultimate move. Grabbing Xu Guang's sword mid-battle, Ah Fei activates his secret weapon, unlimited firepower. This legendary skill consumes all of his MP in exchange for 10 seconds of pure, unrestrained chaos. With this ability, his skills no longer cost MP, cooldowns are slashed by 70%, and his damage gets a 30% boost. Xu Guang's eyes widen in shock. This isn't just any skill. It's a legendary one, and it changes everything. Ah Fei, clearly feeling bold, takes the opportunity to throw in some sass. He asks Xu Guang if he's ever been embarrassed before. The countdown begins, and wasting no time, Ah Fei launches a fiery explosion straight at Xu Guang's face, sending him flying. The blast is powerful enough to make even the unshakable Xu Guang feel rattled. Xu Guang tries to recover, but just then, Ah Fei appears behind him in a flash, mocking him by asking if his reflexes have slowed down. Before Xu Guang can even respond, Ah Fei unleashes another fiery explosion, slamming him into the stage so hard it cracks under the force. For the first time, Xu Guang actually coughs up blood, a clear sign that Ah Fei has finally landed a serious hit. With only 5 seconds left on his unlimited firepower, Ah Fei decides to go all in. He casts a flaming tornado that's 3 times stronger than his earlier attempts, engulfing Xu Guang in a vortex of flames. The arena shakes from the sheer force of the attack, and the audience can hardly believe what they're seeing. Dian, watching from the crowd, starts to panic. The opposing mage, who seemed outmatched moments ago, has managed to land devastating blows on their boss. Wei Jian calmly explains that legendary skills are on an entirely different level compared to epic ones. Feng Ya is thrilled, finally understanding that even Zhang Yu's teammates are top-notch. Little Chili, as always, cheers enthusiastically, yelling that Ah Fei is nailing it and doing an amazing job. Lu Li smiles, giving quiet praise for how much his brother has improved. Even Luna admits that this skill perfectly matches Afi's free-spirited, unpredictable fighting style. Huazhou, watching with a mix of shock and pride, muses that this level of performance is exactly what she'd expect from her brother-in-law. For the first time, the tables have turned, and Afe is finally the one making an impact, proving he's not someone to underestimate. Afe, now fully committed to his final stand, summons a fireball at its maximum power. With determination blazing in his eyes, he hurls it straight at Xu Guang, intending to make him eat it. Xu Guang's confidence finally cracks. He knows that tanking this attack head-on might actually kill him. Acting quickly, he activates his shield parry skill, a move that can reflect a single enemy attack within 1 second, dealing 30% of his maximum health as actual damage. With practiced precision, Xu Guang catches the fireball mid-flight using the skill, then sends it hurtling back toward Afe. Seeing the attack reversed, Afe's stomach drops. He's out of MP, completely spent, and there's no way to defend himself. The fireball slams into him with full force, sending him flying across the stage. His teammates shout his name in alarm. The minister, always quick to narrate, sighs with pity for Afe. He announces that Afe's counterattack has failed and commends Xu Guang's shield parry for extinguishing the last spark of Afe's victory. With a booming voice, he congratulates Xu Guang for securing his spot in the top 4 as the crowd erupts in cheers. Afe falls, defeated but not broken. Xu Guang, ever the professional, takes a moment to comment on his opponent. He admits that during the 10 seconds of unlimited firepower, Afe's skill usage and suppression were nearly flawless. Xu Guang praises him as a player brimming with creativity and talent, encouraging him to continue training. With hard work, Xu Guang assures him Afe could one day stand on a stage far greater than this one. Just then, Xu Guang's outfit, likely weakened from the earlier attacks, suddenly rips apart and falls to the ground. The audience gasps in collective shock, stunned not only by his incredible strength, but also by his surprisingly impressive muscles. The minister, trying to keep the situation under control, quickly instructs Xu Guang to pull his clothing back up and orders his team to blur the broadcast immediately. After all, this is a nationwide event, and apparently, nobody signed up for a shirtless Xu Guang special. Afe, lying on the ground, smirks to himself. This was enough. He knew from the start that Xu Guang wasn't the type of opponent he could beat outright. His real goal had been to gather as much information as possible about Xu Guang's fighting style. The rest, that was a job for his second brother. Xu Guang chuckles, clearly impressed. He admits that his initial evaluation of Afe was too low and remarks that the young mage's performance wasn't bad at all. In fact, it's earned Xu Guang's respect. Afe, however, isn't paying much attention to the compliment. Instead, he's wondering why Xu Guang still hasn't bothered fixing his ripped pent. He wonders aloud if this is some bizarre hobby of his. Maybe it's a way to mortify the entire Daybreak Guild. Either way, it's distracting. The minister, who's already fed up with the wardrobe malfunction drama, snaps at his secretary. He declares that this part of the match cannot be broadcast and orders the fighters to be quickly ushered off the stage. The secretary, ever calm, adjusts his glasses and announces to move on to the next battle. With a sense of relief, the stage is reset and the next contestants are announced. The minister's booming voice introduces contestant number 18, Huazhou, better known as Siquan Pepper, and contestant number 3, Wei Jian. Huazhou steps onto the stage, brimming with excitement. She stretches her arms dramatically, as if warming up for a fight she's been waiting her whole life for. Turning to her opponent, she grins mischievously and asks if he's ready to get absolutely obliterated. Clearly, she's in no mood to play nice, and the audience buzzes with anticipation for what promises to be a fiery showdown. Wei Jian bows respectfully to Huazhou, catching her completely off guard. She stares at him, wondering why he's acting so formal. Then he explains his admiration for her, saying he's been a fan for years and has followed her career closely. He recalls her incredible achievements, starting with her 10-year run in esports. He remembers how her fame skyrocketed in her second year as a professional. During her debut at a global competition for the Game League, she didn't just participate, she won the championship and snagged the FMVP title. The following year, she switched to a shooting game survival and claimed the title of Best Gunslinger in its global competition. Within just 3 years, she became the backbone of AF Guild, cementing her place as a legend. Her dominance didn't stop there. For 3 consecutive years, she was ranked as the #1 female esports professional in the annual rankings. Her career was so legendary that fans like Wei Jian still feel the sting of her retirement. Hearing all this makes Huazhou wonder if this guy is secretly infatuated with her. But as she studies him, she can't help but notice his sinister vibe. His looks aren't helping either. If she's being generous, he's about 20 to 30 points max. Huazhou then remembers that Jian Yu is watching her. She immediately decides she needs to shut this guy down cleanly. There's no way she's letting Jian Yu get the wrong idea. She has to make it clear that he's the only one in her heart. But before she can act, little Chili interrupts, practically accosting her sister. She asks why Huojiao is standing there in a daze when her opponent seems to be up to something. Alarmed, Huojiao turns her attention back to Wei Jian. She's stunned to see strange roots emerging from behind him. Clearly, this battle isn't going to be as straightforward as she thought. Wei Jian smirks, clearly enjoying himself. He remarks that he never expected stalling for time from her would be this much easy. Just then, a massive tree materializes beside him. Its towering presence dominates the arena. This is no ordinary tree, it's the descent of the demonic tree, a powerful summon entity. The skill requires a lengthy 10-second chant to activate, but the payoff is devastating. The demonic tree is immovable, its massive branches capable of striking any opponent within the range. Its health is 150% of the summoner's, making it tough to take down. Even worse, as long as the tree remains standing, the demonic vines regenerate endlessly. The minister, witnessing this spectacle, can barely believe what he's seeing, a giant, sinister tree right in the middle of the arena. Standing confidently atop the tree, Wei Jin pulls out an arrow and casually apologizes to Huojiao as if the fight is already over. He seems certain that victory is in his hands, but Huojiao isn't one to back down. She scoffs at the idea that she could lose to someone as ridiculous as him standing on a pathetic giant tree and charges forward, determined to bring it down. The tree's branches lash out at her, but she moves like lightning, dodging every single attack with ease. Wei Jian launches a rain of arrows, blanketing the area in projectiles. Huojiao responds with her mountain-shaking stump skill, creating a barrier that blocks the arrows and even sends some flying back into the tree's branches. However, just as she breathes a momentary sigh of relief, she notices another arrow speeding toward her. This one pierces through her defenses, grazing her face. Wei Jian grins smugly, clearly enjoying the chaos, and launches an invisible arrow aimed straight at her. But Huojiao, now fully on guard, blocks it, and the subsequent volley of attacks with precision. While she deflects his relentless assault, Huojiao quickly assesses the situation. She realizes that the demonic tree's primary purpose is to control the battlefield, provide elevated vision for Wei Jian, and interfere with her movements. Combined with his constant barrage of arrows, the tactic is clearly designed to wear out melee combatants like her. She knows she needs to close the distance if she wants to stand a chance against this combination of field control and ranged attacks. With her sharp instincts kicking in, she begins formulating a plan to take the fight directly to Wei Jian. His puny tree might be intimidating, but she's not about to let it stand in her way. Huojiao pulls off a tree branch, using it as an improvised tool to close the distance between herself and Wei Jian. With quick thinking, she positions it to propel herself forward, standing on it to reduce the gap. Wei Jian, seeing her movement, smiles smugly. To him, this is just another chance to show off. He takes aim and fires a mandala arrow. Huojiao blocks the arrow, but the force shatters the branch beneath her. She lands undeterred and finally manages to get close enough to attack. Without hesitation, she prepares her mountain-shaking cannon, ready to blast Wei Jian before he has a chance to reload. She knows this is her best shot to overwhelm him and finish the fight. But Wei Jian isn't fazed. He uses a blank arrow, pushing her back and breaking her momentum. With an annoyingly smug grin, he comments that she's gotten rusty since her retirement. He adds that it's common sense. If an archer dares to stand their ground, it usually means they have a hidden trick waiting. Huojiao, unimpressed by his attitude, silently dares him to keep running his mouth. She's confident that she'll make him regret every word soon enough. But just as she prepares to attack again, something feels off. A strange sensation runs through her, and she realizes she's been poisoned. Wei Jian, grinning like a villain in a cheesy movie, reveals his plan. He knew she would try to power through his initial wave of attacks, so he made sure his mandala arrow would land. The arrow's poison is relentless. It won't stop until all of her blood is drained. Huojiao tries to process this, while Wei Jian smugly asks how long she thinks she can last under his control of the battlefield and her rapidly draining MP. The odds are stacked against her, but Huojiao isn't one to give up easily. Her mind races as she tries to find a way to turn the tables on this overly confident archer. Wei Jian may be grinning now, but Huojiao is determined to wipe that smirk off his face. Huojiao grips her poisoned arm tightly, her vision narrowing as the timer in her head counts down. She knows she has only 30 seconds left before the poison overwhelms her completely. Despite the weight of the situation, she smirks to herself. 30 seconds? That's more than enough time to turn this around if she can keep her nerves in check. Her goal is simple: close the distance to Wei Jian, all while dodging the chaotic barrage of arrows and those obnoxious demonic vines snapping at her. Once she gets close, she'll unleash a combo so explosive it'll make him rethink his life choices. Wei Jian, predictably smug as ever, watches her struggle with his usual overconfidence. He fires another split arrow, his attempt at reminding her who's supposedly in control. But Hua Jiao moves like a whirlwind, her instincts sharp and her movements flawless. She dodges every arrow with a grace that makes Wei Jian look like an amateur playing at being a pro. Her counterattack is swift and direct. She hacks through the demonic vines one by one, clearing her path to him. From his high perch of arrogance, Wei Jian smirks, noting that 10 seconds have already passed. He's still convinced she's only delaying the inevitable. Hua Jiao, however, has other plans. She uses her mountain-shaking stomp, launching herself high into the air with a force that leaves cracks in the ground. Hovering above him, she prepares a crushing attack. Wei Jian, in all his self-proclaimed genius, rolls his eyes at what he assumes is a predictable move. He fires a blank arrow, thinking he has her figured out. But Hua Jiao has no intention of letting him off so easily. Instead of committing to the obvious, she pulls off a mid-air maneuver using her mountain-shaking cannon. The recoil blasts her forward, not only dodging the arrow, but also completely obliterating the demonic tree. The force sends Wei Jian tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. For all his planning and precision, he looks more like a clumsy NPC at that moment. The minister praises her ingenuity, noting how she used the recoil to launch a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, the crowd erupts with cheers, many finally seeing the cracks in Wei Jian's armor. Hua Jiao, with only 15 seconds left, doesn't waste a moment. She charges at him with everything she's got, her eyes blazing with determination. Wei Jian scrambles back to his feet, wasting no time. He fires a split arrow with triple the power of his previous attempts, determined to overwhelm Hua Jiao completely. Hua Jiao, refusing to back down, snatches up a piece of wood and throws it in front of her to shield herself. The makeshift barrier holds for a moment, but it quickly starts to crack under the relentless barrage of arrows. Just as she tries to regain her footing, Wei Jian seizes the opportunity to strike again. He unleashes a mandala arrow, its precision and force leaving no room for error. The arrow hits its target, sending Hua Jiao crashing to the ground. Her energy is fading, and her chances of turning the fight around are slipping away. Wei Jian stands over her with his signature smugness, convinced that the match is already decided. He glances at the timer and notes that there are only 9 seconds left. Then, with a dismissive shrug, he decides it's not even worth counting anymore. In his mind, victory is inevitable, and Hua Jiao is just delaying the obvious. On the sidelines, Feng Yu watches with a mix of fascination and mild disdain. He remarks that there's nothing exciting about defeating someone using outdated tactics. It's like watching someone win with a cheat code instead of skill. Xu Guang, ever the realist, acknowledges that Wei Jian's methods might lack flair, but they're undeniably effective. As the deputy commander of the guild, Wei Jian is laser-focused on winning. His approach is meticulous. He studies his opponents in excruciating detail before a match, analyzing every strength and weakness. This allows him to craft strategies with an almost surgical precision, giving him the highest chance of success. The more seasoned and experienced his opponent, the more flawless his plan becomes. Feng Ya, impressed but not thrilled, wonders if this makes Wei Jian truly unbeatable. Xu Wan, however, bursts out laughing at the idea. He points out the glaring flaw in Wei Jian's approach. All data might be reliable, people are anything but. Humans are unpredictable, full of creativity and instinct. No matter how perfect a strategy might seem on paper, it can crumble in the face of someone bold enough to think outside the box. Wei Jian starts to feel uneasy. The result of the fight hasn't been announced yet, and it nags at him. If Hua Jiao were truly out of the game, shouldn't it already be over? His doubt grows as he scans the battlefield. Then, as the dust clears, his worst fear is realized. Hua Jiao is still standing. Not just standing, but charging toward him with every ounce of strength she has left. For a brief moment, Wei Jian is genuinely taken aback. He didn't expect this level of resilience, but his overconfidence quickly kicks back in and he smirks, already dismissing her effort as pointless. He reminds her that the poison in her system has reduced her to just 3 seconds of fight time. To him, it's laughable that she's still trying. However, the look in Hua Jiao's eyes tells a different story. Her sheer determination cuts through his smug demeanor, showing that she isn't finished yet. Wei Jian, still underestimating her, fires a blank arrow in her direction. But Hua Jiao, moving like a blur, ducks under the attack and continues forward. In a split second, she's closed the distance and unleashes her mountain-shaking ultimate with raw, explosive power. The force of her attack rattles even Wei Jian, forcing him to take her seriously for the first time. He glances at the timer and smugly reminds her that only 2 seconds remain. His confidence is unshaken as he notes that his health is still at 70%. To him, there's no way she can deplete his defenses in the time she has left. He believes the victory is already in his hands. But Hua Jiao refuses to give in. Her determination burns like wildfire. She continues to strike relentlessly, each blow stronger than the last. Her attacks are fueled not just by the desire to win, but by something deeper, a need to prove to herself that she can push beyond her limits and face the impossible head-on. Just as the timer ticks down to the final second, Huojiao gives it everything she has. Her punches land in rapid succession, each one driving Wei Jian closer to the edge. She's running on pure willpower, her body screaming in protest, but she doesn't stop. The crowd watches in awe, captivated by her unyielding spirit. Then, just as the final second ticks away, her strength gives out. Huojiao collapses, her body completely spent. But before Wei Jian can savor his victory, his legs buckle, and he falls to the ground as well. The arena falls silent as both fighters lie unconscious, neither able to continue. The arena falls silent as the outcome sinks in. The announcer declares that both Huojiao and Wei Jian have been knocked out simultaneously, rendering them incapable of fighting further. The secretary, confused about how to handle such a rare situation, turns to the minister for guidance. With no clear winner, the match ends in uncertainty, leaving the audience buzzing with speculation and admiration for Huojiao's unyielding spirit. The minister takes a moment to think, then requests the audience to remain patient while they consult with His Majesty, the King, about the outcome of this unusual match. The crowd buzzes with speculation while Dian is completely stunned. She finds it unbelievable that Huojiao managed to take out 70% of Wei Jian's health in just 2 seconds. It's nothing short of ridiculous. Feng Ya, equally amazed, turns to Xu Guang, reminding him of his earlier comments about Huojiao. Xu Guang, looking a bit sheepish, admits that he may have spoken too soon. This kind of dramatic comeback is exactly what you'd expect from someone like Huojiao, a top-tier master. If his observations were correct, he's pretty sure Huojiao had entered the zone state during the final moments of the match. Feng Ya, curious and clueless, asks what the zone state is. Xu Guang explains it patiently. The zone state is a supernormal state where physical and mental integration align perfectly. It's a rare phenomenon often seen in elite athletes. In this state, the brain and muscles operate in perfect harmony, entering an excited state. Athletes describe it as if time slows down around them, allowing them to predict and react to situations with incredible precision. It's a feeling of effortless control and natural flow, enabling peak performance. Xu Guang concludes that Huojiao, by entering the zone state, pushed past her limits to achieve a tie in this battle. Feng Ya, completely impressed, thinks this state is so powerful that he decides he wants to try it out for himself one day. Meanwhile, the minister and his secretary huddle together, whispering and exchanging ideas. After a moment, the secretary steps forward to thank the audience for their patience, announcing that they have the king's decision. The minister, taking a deep breath, relays the final verdict. His Majesty, acknowledging the exceptional efforts of both contestants, regrets that time waits for no one. While both Huojiao and Wei Jian performed admirably, neither can advance to the next round due to the tie. Apologizing on behalf of the organizers, the minister kindly requests both contestants to leave the stage. Little Chili helps her sister off the stage, her face full of worry as she fusses over Huojiao. Despite her concern, Huojiao reassures everyone that she's fine. She apologizes for losing the match and for not being able to secure a victory, clearly disappointed in herself. But her friends don't let her dwell on it. They shower her with praise, emphasizing how well she performed. Luna points out that her counterattack was an incredible display of skill, something no one expected. Even Lu Li chimes in, reminding her that a tie doesn't count as a loss. In fact, the damage she dealt in the final 2 seconds was so intense it nearly exceeded the system cap of the server. Hearing their words, Huojiao's frustration turns into tears of relief. She grabs Lu Li's hand and, to everyone's surprise, calls him her husband. She thanks him for comforting her and promises that she'll be more careful next time, vowing not to lose again. Lu Li, visibly annoyed and flustered, tries to set the record straight. He tells her not to throw around words like that so casually since they aren't in that kind of relationship. But Huojiao, ever the stubborn one, rushes off his protests. She confidently declares that he'll be her husband in the future anyway, so there's no harm in calling him that now. Lu Li sighs, trying his best to maintain his composure, and firmly states that he has no intention of dating anyone. Just then, the minister announces the next match, revealing it's the final showdown for a spot in the semifinals. Contestant number 7, Luna, is set to face contestant number 2, Li Dao. The crowd erupts in cheers, and her gang roots for Luna, encouraging her to give it her all. Just as Luna prepares to enter the arena, her assistant informs her of an incoming call from her father. The unexpected news shocks her, and she momentarily exits the game to attend to it. When she answers, her father explains the reason for the call. A lab report shows her compatibility is higher than others, and he insists she come to the company immediately. Luna is taken aback but feels a spark of excitement. Her father's request reminds her of the last time she visited the company with him as a child, bringing back a wave of nostalgia. However, as she listens, reality hits her. She's still in the arena with Zhang Yu and the others. She nervously asks her father for more time, explaining that she's in the middle of an important task. Her father, as stern as ever, dismisses her request. He informs her that he doesn't like waiting for others and that a bodyguard is already on the way to fetch her. With no choice, Luna reluctantly agrees, informing him that she will get ready quickly. Just as she hangs up, she looks at her phone and muses that maybe all of this is fate. Meanwhile, in the background, a massive shark devours a smaller one in a tank, mirroring nature of mankind. Luna returns to the game shortly after and apologizes to her team. She explains that an urgent family matter has come up and that she can't participate in the competition for now. Lu Li reassures her that family always comes first, urging her not to worry. Ah Fei agrees and adds that they still have his second brother in the semifinals, so she shouldn't feel guilty about leaving. Luna continues to apologize, feeling guilty for leaving the competition. Little Chili, always the voice of reason, reminds her that they're all friends, so there's no need for formalities. She encourages Luna to stop apologizing and focus on her family matters. Luna thanks everyone for their understanding and promises to return as soon as possible. With that, she logs out of the game. The secretary is stunned to discover that Luna has forfeited, and the minister assumes that Luna must have had an urgent matter to attend to, leaving no other choice. With her departure, Li Dao automatically advances to the next round. Now only 3 contestants remain: Xu Guang, Zhan Yu, and Lei Dao. The championship title is within reach for these competitors, and the audience buzzes with anticipation to see who will seize this golden opportunity. The next match is announced. Lei Dao will face Xu Guang. Ah Fei feels a wave of relief because this means Lu Li, his second brother, is already guaranteed a spot in the finals. However, Ah Fei warns his second brother to be cautious against Xu Guang, knowing how absurdly strong Xu Guang is. Huijiao chimes in, pointing out that while Xu Guang's mechanics are nearly flawless, his fighting style is a bit old school. She advises that focusing on exploiting this could give Lu Li a strategic edge in the finals. Meanwhile, Xu Guang seems amused by the day's events. He chuckles to himself, thinking luck hasn't been on their side. He reflects on how long it's been since he last faced Lei Dao, noting that today's battle will be an interesting reunion. Dan Dian wonders if the two of them are seriously going to fight. Wei Jian, ever the tactician, suggests avoiding unnecessary battles that could reveal too much strategy to the remaining competitors. Lei Dao, however, has her own plans. She boldly requests that Xu Guang leave Zhan Yu to her, wanting to fight him personally. Xu Guang, caught off guard, finds it odd that Lei Dao would make such a direct request. He briefly wonders if Zhan Yu has somehow piqued her interest. After a moment of thought, Xu Guang forfeits the match. With a wry smile, he tells Lei Dao that she owes him a meal for this favor. The minister announces that contestant Xu Guang has officially forfeited the competition, allowing Lei Dao to advance directly to the finals. The secretary finds this decision understandable, given the potential complications of an internal team fight. Still, he can't help but feel that Xu Guang was the stronger contender and should have been the one to advance. The minister, however, offers a different perspective. He suggests that the decision was likely strategic. Both Xu Guang and Lei Dao are confident they can defeat Zhan Yu, so they didn't care who will defeat Zhan Yu. The competition has finally reached its climax, and all eyes are now on the upcoming match. The audience buzzes with excitement as they prepare to witness the final battle between Zhan Yu and Lei Dao, wondering which of them will emerge as the champion and stand tall at the end. Meanwhile, Lu Li's teammates are rallying behind him, cheering him on and hoping he gives his best performance. Hua Zhao, as usual, can't help but make a comment about the strong aura of manliness she senses from him. Lu Li, as composed as ever, takes it all in stride. On his way to the stage, Lu Li encounters Feng Ya, who seems to be in a helpful mood. Feng Ya, acknowledging their earlier match's friends, admits that Lu Li might have revealed some of his strategies during their fight. To level the playing field, Feng Ya decides to share some information about his second sister, Li Dao. Even after divulging a few details, though, Feng Ya remains confident. He firmly believes that Zhan Yu won't be able to defeat her, regardless of the knowledge he now has. The final round begins as both Zhan Yu and Li Dao step onto the stage. The tension is palpable, with the crowd holding their breath in anticipation. The moment the fight starts, both contestants rush toward each other and activate their stealth techniques simultaneously, disappearing from view. The secretary, completely baffled, looks around in confusion, unable to spot either of them. The minister calmly explains that both fighters are using their stealth abilities at the same time. While the audience struggles to follow the action, Lu Li and Lei Dao silently close the gap between them. Lu Li, sharp and focused, spots her first. Just as Lei Dao lifts her leg to deliver a powerful kick, he swiftly draws his dagger to block it, countering the perfect timing. From there, the fight intensifies as they exchange a series of rapid moves, neither giving an inch. The arena becomes a blur of motion. To the untrained eye, it seems like multiple Zhang Yus and Lei Daos are appearing and disappearing across the stage. The host, confused, wonders if they're using some sort of clone technique. The minister corrects him, explaining that these are not clones but afterimages created by their incredible speed. Lu Li makes an aggressive move, aiming for Lei Dao with a precise strike, but she bends backward just in time to avoid the attack. In response, she counters with a flurry of kicks, testing his defenses. Both fighters continue trading blows until finally their kicks collide midair with equal force, sending them both stumbling back across the stage. Ah Fei, watching intently, comments that Li Dao seems to be evenly matched with his second brother. Hua Zhao, however, dismisses this, pointing out that neither fighter has truly committed yet. In her eyes, they're merely testing each other's limits, trying to gauge their opponent's strength and strategy. Little Chili, on the other hand, can't believe what she's hearing. To her, this intense back and forth looks like a full-on battle. She struggles to imagine how such a high-speed, explosive exchange could be called probing. Lu Li counters Lei Dao with his rending burst blade, unleashing a sharp and precise attack that radiates energy across the stage. Lei Dao doesn't hold back, meeting his strike with her own powerful counterattack. The clash of their moves creates an intense energy that lights up the arena, leaving the minister thoroughly impressed. He marvels at the sheer skill on display, calling this a true battle between top assassins. Lu Li rushes toward Lei Dao again. She swiftly counters with a kick, momentarily halting his advance. Wasting no time, she charges at him, but Lu Li surprises her by using backstab. Caught off guard, Lei Dao teleports behind him to evade the attack, quickly noticing his presence again. Without hesitation, she retaliates with her own backstab, striking him before they engage in a brutal grapple. Lei Dao seizes the upper hand momentarily by using her fixing arm crossbar, locking Lu Li in a chokehold. It looks like she's gained the advantage, but Lu Li isn't finished yet. He summons his second weapon and counters with a powerful attack, breaking free from her hold and throwing her back across the stage. Despite his efforts, Lu Li realizes that Li Dao is still holding back, testing him rather than going all out. This reminds him of what Feng Ya had told him earlier. Feng Ya had warned him not to take it personally, but it's unlikely he could ever defeat his second sister in a fair fight. Lu Li recalls that ever since he joined Daybreak Guild, he sparred with Lei Dao countless times, probably thousands, and not once has he come out victorious. Lei Dao isn't just an exceptional fighter, she's a former mercenary captain, and not just any captain. She was a legend in her field, known for her deadly precision with firearms and unmatched skill in combat. It said she could take down dozens of opponents alone, even with nothing but a knife. Feng Ya continues, noting that Lu Li must be curious why someone as skilled as Lei Dao decided to join the gaming industry. Feng Ya admits he was also puzzled about this until one day, during a drinking session, Lei Dao had a little too much and finally revealed the truth. She spoke about a mission from her mercenary days, one that left a permanent scar on her heart. Her target was a criminal gang involved in the horrific business of abducting children for organ trafficking. The gang wasn't just ruthless, they were well-armed and outnumbered her team. Even worse, they used the abducted children as hostages, creating a situation where any mistake could cost innocent lives. During the mission, things took a dark turn. Lei Dao's own teammates betrayed her, having been bought off by the gang. She was stabbed in the shoulder by someone she trusted. In the chaos, she instinctively fired a shot at her traitorous teammate, killing him instantly. That bullet turned out to be her last. With no time to think, she pulled the dagger from her own shoulder and hurled it straight at the gang boss, hitting him in the forehead. It was a perfect, desperate shot. But even in death, the gang boss had the last laugh. He pressed a detonator just before collapsing, setting off an explosion that consumed the hostages. Lei Dao could only watch in horror as all the children burned to death in front of her. The incident left her traumatized, and she gave up her life as a mercenary, returning to her home country with a shattered spirit. Later, she somehow crossed paths with the boss of the Daybreak Guild, who shamelessly roped her into joining their team and becoming an esports player. Feng Ya adds that while her performance in most games is fairly ordinary, she operates on an entirely different level when it comes to shooting and fighting games, particularly those using virtual reality. In those arenas, she crushes her opponents with an unmatched combination of precision and combat skill. Feng Ya tells him that he almost forgets to add one final critical detail. Lei Dao isn't just a skilled player, she's currently ranked as the #1 assassin in the Chinese Zhan Yu server. Lu Li finds it intriguing that Lei Dao, the top mercenary and #1 assassin in the country, stands before him. There's a strange allure to facing such a legendary opponent, and it pushes him to draw both of his weapons. His sudden move puts Lei Dao on high alert, prompting her to summon her weapons as well. Without hesitation, they charge at each other, the stage erupting with tension as the two assassins clash. Lu Li strikes first, aiming for her with swift precision. Lei Dao surprises him by blocking the attack with her sword sheath rather than drawing her blade. He's momentarily taken aback, she's still refusing to reveal her true power. Undeterred, he presses on, attacking again. The two exchange a flurry of rapid moves, testing each other's limits. Lei Dao quickly notices that Lu Li's twin swords are far faster and more versatile than the dagger he used earlier, forcing her to adjust her approach. Just as Lu Li closes in for another strike, Lei Dao somersaults backward, evading the attack. In midair, she activates her Thunder Clone technique, creating 5 clones that launch a coordinated assault. The sudden onslaught catches Lu Li off guard, and he takes some damage as the clones overwhelm him momentarily. Not one to back down, Lu Li counters by using his stealth ability, vanishing from sight. Lei Dao, however, stays vigilant, managing to evade his stealth attack. Undeterred, Lu Li moves behind her, summoning his shadow clone and coordinating a double-pronged attack. He executes his swing backstab with precision, landing a hit as he and his clone group together to assault Lei Dao. The crowd watches in awe as Lu Li reappears from stealth to continue his attack. Even Feng Ya begins to question just how many tricks Lu Li has left up his sleeve. Xu Guang, observing from the sidelines, admits that Zhan Yu is proving to be more interesting than he expected. Feng Ya, however, remains firm in his opinion. Despite the impressive moves Lu Li has displayed so far, Feng Ya confidently asserts that Zhan Yu has no chance of defeating Lei Dao. To him, the gap between their skill levels is still insurmountable, no matter how well Lu Li fights. But on the stage, Lu Li refuses to accept defeat, pushing harder to find an opening against his formidable opponent. Curious, Xu Guang asks Feng Ya what he thinks Lu Li's chances are against Lei Dao. Feng Ya, ever the realist, shakes his head. He states that despite his impressive tactics, Zhan Yu stands no real chance against Lei Dao. Lei Dao finally unsheathes her sword, and the sight thrills Lu Li. After all this time, she's decided to reveal her true weapon. Lei Dao casually explains that she hadn't used the sword earlier because it's too powerful and would have made the fight less entertaining. Lu Li, already on edge, is shocked as immense energy radiates from her blade, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Undeterred, Lu Li and his clone charge at her, trying to regain the upper hand. Lei Dao, unfazed, rambles about her thunder sword. She explains that it can summon thunder and lightning to continuously strike her opponent until they are utterly defeated. Then a storm of energy builds around her, and Lu Li can feel the weight of the situation. He knows he can't afford to waste any more time. The pressure is suffocating, and he's running out of options. With no choice left, Lu Li activates a powerful combination of his skills, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, and Rending Burst Blade. He bursts through the thunderous storm, targeting Lei Dao directly, while his clone moves in to attack her from the opposite direction. The coordinated assault creates a dazzling display of energy and power, drawing gasps from the audience. The minister watches in amazement, marveling at the sheer force of his technique. It's another demonstration of his incredible Hidden Dragon in the Abyss skill, now combined with the devastating strikes of the Rending Burst Blade. The energy levels reach a terrifying peak, shaking the arena. Wei Jin, observing from the sidelines, is baffled. He wonders aloud how a clone of Lu Li is capable of using such advanced techniques. Even Xu Guang, with all of his experience, admits it's the first time he's ever seen an assassin's clone do something like this. Normally, clones are limited to basic attacks, yet here they are, pulling off a deadly combo. Feng Yao, watching closely, concludes that this move must have taken Lei Dao by surprise. Even someone as skilled as his second sister wouldn't have anticipated such an unconventional tactic. Just as the dust settles, Lu Li senses something is off. The feedback from their last attack doesn't feel quite right, so he instructs his clone to stay alert. Before he can process the situation, a blade suddenly pierces through his chest. Shocked and confused, he tries to understand what just happened. Lei Dao appears behind him, revealing that she used her Divine Escape, a passive skill that activates when the user is about to take lethal damage. The skill creates a portal for the user to escape, instantly healing 20% of their health. The only downside is its long cooldown time of 12 hours. However, Lei Dao quickly realizes something isn't right either. The Lu Li she attacked wasn't the real one, it was his clone. The actual Lu Li had managed to slip away unnoticed, staying one step ahead. Both fighters exchange a brief moment of acknowledgement. Lu Li admits that Lei Dao's strength lives up to her reputation. Lei Dao, equally impressed, agrees that his combo earlier almost took her out, but she still sees the fight as hopeless for him now. She summons 5 clones surrounding Lu Li, forcing him to deal with them all at once. Lei Dao then calls down massive lightning with her Thunder Sword, striking a bird mid-flight and blanketing the entire stage with thunderous energy. The minister, clearly overwhelmed, grabs his secretary's sunglasses yet again, much to his annoyance. He can barely keep up with the relentless action and declares the match a shocker. Lei Dao has used her cloning technique in conjunction with the thunder-summoning sword to carry out non-stop storm of bombardments aimed at Zhan Yu. Lu Li, despite the chaos, stays calm. He expertly dodges the lightning strikes, moving closer to Lei Dao with every step. While advancing, he begins to wonder if her weapon even has a cooldown period or if it's just a continuous barrage with a slight delay between attacks. Afei is thoroughly annoyed, muttering to himself that this feels like cheating. His unlimited firepower skill at least has a cooldown, but Lei Dao's ability to summon lightning seems endless, like she's having a sale on thunderbolts. Hua Zhao, always the observer, suggests that Lei Dao's weapon must be of a grade they've never seen before. It's not just powerful, it's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Feng Yasai is clearly impressed by Lu Li's performance but resigned to the fact that this fight is slipping out of his hands. He knows Lei Dao's Thunder Blade isn't just any weapon, it's a mythical-grade weapon. Mythical-grade gear is practically legendary, its power growing alongside the user. The Thunder Blade attacks automatically convert to lightning-based magic damage, which cannot be resisted. Unless a target is specifically immune to lightning magic, they'll be hit with full force. The weapon doesn't just deal continuous damage, but keeps attacking until its target's health is reduced to 0. To make things even more absurd, every 3 minutes it unleashes a devastating lightning burst from the energy it accumulates. Lu Li, dodging and weaving through the storm of lightning, can barely believe it. A mythical-grade weapon shouldn't even exist in the hands of a player yet. No bosses that drop such weapons have been revealed to the players. How Lei Dao managed to obtain such a monstrous weapon is a mystery, and an incredibly frustrating one at that. Lei Dao confirms that his suspicion is correct. The Thunder Blade shouldn't exist in the current phase of the game. She admits it's a relic from the closed beta, which shocks Lu Li. Realizing the weapon's origin, he quickly asks if she was a closed beta player. If that's the case, he wonders if she knows someone named Chao Yi Xiao. The mention of that name visibly startles Lei Dao, and she narrows her eyes at Lu Li, clearly trying to piece things together. She asks what his connection to Ham Yi Xiao is. Lu Li wastes no time explaining that Chao Yi Xiao is his brother, and he asks Lei Dao to share anything she knows about him from the closed beta. Lei Dao agrees, saying she doesn't mind sharing the information, but then quickly adds a condition. She tells Lu Li that if he wants to know everything, he has to defeat her first. If Lu Li truly is Chao Yi Xiao's brother, she expects his strength to exceed this current level. If he loses, she won't tell him a single thing. Lu Li accepts the deal without hesitation. Wasting no time, he vanishes from her sight, reappearing moments later to attack her clones with his rending burst blade. His swift moves take out 2 of the clones in quick succession, but Lei Dao's clones don't go down without a fight. 2 of them close in on him and use thunder explosions, surrounding him with a burst of electric energy. Lu Li counters by attacking one of the clones, successfully taking it down, but the other strikes him from behind, catching him off guard. Angered, he quickly turns and eliminates it, his movements fueled by frustration. Undeterred, he rushes toward another clone, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning. The impact is brutal, making him cough up blood, but he grits his teeth and pushes through, managing to destroy the remaining clone as well. Lei Dao points her blade at Lu Li and remarks that, judging by his current state, it seems unlikely he'll get the chance to hear anything about his brother. This infuriates Lu Li, and he immediately snaps back, making it clear that the fight is far from over. Without hesitation, he rushes toward her, summoning a clone to assist him. The clone positions itself in front of her Lei Dao, drawing her attention. She quickly assumes that the real Lu Li must be hiding in the shadows and that the clone is merely a distraction. Confident in her judgment, she turns and eliminates that one, believing she's outsmarted him. But the moment the clone vanishes, she realizes her mistake. The real Lu Li is in front of her, closing the distance rapidly. He smirks and questions her assumption, asking whoever told her the clone was the real one. He reveals the secret behind his tactic, the clone position swap skill. After summoning his shadow clone, he can turn his shadow into a clone that fights alongside him. The clone inherits 80% of his attributes and is capable of using the same skills and equipment as the original. The unique ability of the clone is its position swap, which allows Lu Li to exchange places with the clone as long as it's within a 500-meter range. Using this skill, Lu Li outmaneuvers Lei Dao completely, catching her off guard. He continues to circle around her, combining his movements with his rending burst blade. The sheer speed and precision of his attacks create an almost separate space around them, isolating Lei Dao in his whirlwind of energy and steel. The minister looks on, completely stunned. He comments that Lu Li has used his rending burst blade to create a barrier-like space that traps both himself and Lei Dao inside. He speculates that contestant Zhang Yu might be planning to cut off all escape routes, forcing Lei Dao into a cage fight for the finale. Inside the space, Lei Dao quickly assesses the situation. She realizes that Lu Li might be willing to take her down with him in this desperate move, but she refuses to let that happen. Her confidence falters, however, when she looks directly at him. To her shock, Lu Li has activated his Shura mode, and his aura is brimming with an otherworldly energy. A sly, cunning smile spreads across his face, unnerving her further. The mask she wears begins to fracture, and as it starts to break away, one of her eyes becomes visible. She stares at him, wide-eyed and uncharacteristically shaken. It's as if she's seeing a side of Lu Li she never expected, a moment that leaves her momentarily frozen. Lei Dao recalls a pivotal moment from 2 years ago during the closed beta. She had been unconscious and Shu Guang was the one who managed to wake her up. When she came to, he immediately asked how she was feeling. Lei Dao assured him that she was fine, then quickly asked about the others. Shu Guang's expression was grim as he explained that everyone else was dead. Their bodies were scattered across the battlefield, and the only thing standing before them now was the boss. The boss wasn't just any enemy, it was a mythical-grade boss, towering and menacing. Shu Guang remarked how absurdly powerful it was, exactly as they had feared. Lei Dao acknowledged that their Daybreak Guild was likely the first team to encounter a boss of this grade during the closed beta. She realized the importance of this fight. Discovering the strategy to defeat it and collecting the resources it dropped would give their guild a massive advantage when the game transitioned to open beta. These would become their most closely guarded secrets, separating them from the rest of the players. However, Shu Guang admitted that his condition was critical. He had pushed himself to his absolute limit, and now the outcome depended on her. Handing her a small device, he explained that it was a code container from Destiny Corporation. This rare item granted the ultimate user benefit, allowing one weapon or piece of equipment to be bound exclusively to the user. The bound item could then be carried into the public beta, with its level and functions scaling alongside the user's progression. However, as Shu Guang spoke, the mythical-grade boss began advancing toward them. Its heavy steps echoed ominously, shaking the ground. Shu Guang, knowing time was running out, quickly raised his shield and activated his defense enchantments. Using his shield counter, he intercepted the boss's attack, buying Lei Dao the moment she needed. He turned to her, his tone urgent, and told her that this was all he could do. The rest was up to her. Lei Dao activates her Thunder Clone technique, unleashing a coordinated attack that disassembles the boss piece by piece. With precision and determination, she follows up with her Black Death Sword Extinguished skill, delivering the final blow that brings the monstrous foe crashing to the ground. A wave of relief washes over her as she sees the boss defeated, finally thinking the nightmare is over. But her relief is short-lived. While the boss's shattered remains lie on the ground, another figure emerges from within, Helmut Thunder, a far more menacing second form. The new boss radiates overwhelming power and arrogantly declares that Lei Dao should consider it a lifelong honor to bear witness to his true form. Before she can process what's happening, he ascends into the air, summoning multiple magical circles that unleash a relentless barrage of lightning. The storm engulfs the battlefield, forcing Lei Dao to dodge continuously to survive. Helmut Thunder, towering above her, taunts her mercilessly. Referring to her as a mere human, he declares that she is no more significant than an insect in the face of his Holy Spirit, Thunder. With a gesture of his hand, he sends another wave of devastating lightning toward her. Her mask cracks further, and eventually it breaks completely, leaving her face exposed. For the first time, a look of genuine fear crosses her expression as she realizes just how far beyond her this boss truly is. The power Helmut Thunder wields is on a completely different level, far surpassing anything she's encountered. Lei Dao stands frozen for a moment, grappling with the hopelessness of the situation. All the money, effort, and sleepless dedication from her guild members over the past 2 days and nights now seem meaningless. It dawns on her that she's utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. Just as the boss prepares to strike Lei Dao with a devastating attack, Han Yishao appears on a distant mountain, coughing lightly to announce his presence. He casually remarks on how disgraceful it is for such a massive and powerful figure to bully a single girl. The boss, clearly irritated, turns his attention toward Han Yishao. He demands to know who this bold intruder is and how he dares to look down on him from above. Without hesitation, the boss unleashes a thunder explosion aimed directly at him. Han Yishao, unfazed, seems more annoyed than worried. He notes that it was the boss who attacked first, making it clear he's not one to back down. Using his sky-encompassing finger skill, Han Yishao counters the thunder explosion with precision and overwhelming force. His attack pierces through the explosion, dealing massive damage to the boss. The boss reels back in shock, startled by the sheer power of this technique. The boss mutters that he must be Han Yishao. Han Yishao wastes no time charging toward the boss with relentless determination. The boss, though startled, attempts to retaliate. But before he can land another attack, Han Yishao activates his Ashura mode, and with a surge of massive energy, he delivers a final decisive blow, obliterating the boss completely. The boss disintegrates, and a mythical-grade weapon drops to the ground. Han Yishao notices it but doesn't rush. Lei Dao, however, immediately darts toward it and grabs it before he can reach it. She firmly declares that the weapon belongs to her. Han Yishao approaches her calmly and agrees, stating that it's only fair since he merely happened to pass by and decided to help her. He then formally introduces himself as Han Yishao and then turns to leave, much to her shock. She stares at him in disbelief. She can't fathom why someone with such immense power would walk away so easily without trying to kill her or take the weapon for himself. While he strides away, she calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Han Yishao glances back, curious about what more she could want. Lei Dao, standing firm, explains that she despises owing anyone a debt. The weapon she now holds is a result of his intervention, and she feels obligated to repay him for it. Meanwhile, in the arena, the minister notices the final skill is finally fading and predicts that the victor will be revealed any moment now. The tension in the crowd grows. Everyone waits anxiously, holding their breath. Just as the mist clears, the audience sees Lu Li pointing his dagger at Lei Dao. The minister declares him the winner of the competition and announces Zhang Yu as the champion. The stadium erupts with cheers for Zhang Yu. Amid the applause, Lu Li calmly turns to Lei Dao, asking her to fulfill their deal and tell him everything she knows about his elder brother. Lei Dao, seeing his determination, reflects for a moment. When she looks at him, she briefly sees a reflection of his brother and his resolve, which moves her enough to start talking. Lei Dao recalls meeting his older brother during the closed beta. Her memory flashes back to her earlier encounter with Han Yishao. At the time, he had insisted she owed him nothing for the mythical-grade equipment. He reminded her that he had just been passing by and that the equipment was hers fair and square, but Lei Dao refused to let it go so easily. To her, a debt was a debt, and she couldn't simply walk away without repaying him for defeating the boss and allowing her to claim the equipment. Frustrated by her persistence, Han Yishao sarcastically suggested she just hand him the equipment if she didn't want to owe him anything. That way, the debt would be cleared. But Lei Dao, unyielding, rejected the idea because the equipment was critical to the success of her guild. Han Yishao, now visibly annoyed, came up with another plan. He'd take the weapon, throw it away, and she could pretend to have found it on the roadside. Lei Dao refused again, standing firm, which only deepened his irritation. Han Yishao, almost ready to give up, questioned what exactly she wanted him to do. Lei Dao then explained her solution. Her guild provided escort and travel companion services, and she proposed accompanying him across the world to Rome. Any money or equipment they earned during their travels would go to him until the total value matched the worth of the mythical-grade weapon. This suggestion left Han Yishao speechless for a moment, as her sheer stubbornness seemed to defy logic. However, it was clear that Lei Dao wasn't going to let the debt go unpaid, no matter how unconventional her methods. Han Yishao suddenly warns Lei Dao to watch out behind her. She turns quickly, expecting danger, only to find a silly bird pecking at an insect. Realizing there's no threat, she glares at him, but Han Yishao takes the opportunity to exploit the distraction and bolts, clearly hoping to escape her persistent company. Lei Dao, not one to give up, calls after him, demanding he stop running away. Sometime later during the winter, Lei Dao is still accompanying Han Yishao, helping him in his fights. They take down a boss together, working in sync. Han Yishao, pleased with their victory, jokingly remarks that the job was as easy as finishing dinner. However, before they can fully relax, Lei Dao notices the boss's tail moving for a final strike. She quickly shoves Han Yishao out of harm's way, but the tail lands a hit on her instead, injuring her. Han Yishao is furious, directing his anger at the boss. With a single use of his sky-encompassing finger, he obliterates the monster completely. He rushes to Lei Dao's side, asking if she's okay. Coughing lightly, she assures him that she's fine. Han Yishao hands her mask. She picks it up and puts it back on to cover her face. Han Yishao scolds her, saying that he's more durable than she is and doesn't want her taking blows meant for him. Lei Dao thanks him while adjusting her mask. Han Yishao, for the first time, notices how beautiful she's under the mask. He teases her, wondering if she wears it to avoid being chased by too many admirers. Lei Dao dismisses his comment, explaining that she hides her face because of a scar and she doesn't want his pity. Han Yishao, smiling warmly, tells her the scar makes her even more beautiful. He assures her that she doesn't need the mask at all. His compliment catches her off guard and she blushes deeply. Flustered but touched, Lei Dao tells him that she won't wear the mask around him anymore. However, she firmly adds that she will still wear it when she's with others. In present, Lei Dao explains to Lu Li that she was in the same party as Han Yishao during her time in the closed beta. She recalls how incredible he was, standing out as probably the best among all the beta testers. Hearing this, Lu Li feels a sense of pride and relief, glad to know that Lei Dao had more than just a passing connection with his brother. He eagerly asks her when she last saw Han Yishao and if he had mentioned anything about his plans. Lei Dao takes a moment to think before answering. She reflects on the last time she saw Han Yishao. During that encounter, he told her he needed to leave for a while. His words puzzled her at the time, so she asked him why. Han Yishao revealed that something had gone wrong with the game. Someone had opened a door that was never meant to be opened. He explained that it was now his responsibility to close it. Lei Dao, concerned, wanted to go with him, but Han Yishao refused. He told her that he was the only one who could go to that place. This left her wondering if he didn't think she was strong enough to handle the task or if he thought she might hold him back. When she voiced her doubts, Han Yishao reassured her, saying it wasn't a question of her abilities. He promised that he would handle the issue quickly and return in no time. Before leaving, Han Yishao changed the mood entirely with an unexpected offer. He asked Lei Dao what she thought about him treating her to a hot pot in real life once he got back. The idea caught her completely off guard. She found herself wondering if it could be a date and what that might mean for their relationship. And while she was lost in thought about the possibility of a date, Han Yishao casually added that he had 2 younger brothers who were quite interesting and that he'd like her to meet them. In the present, Lei Dao explains to Lu Li that she hasn't heard anything about Han Yishao since he left. Her words leave Lu Li deep in thought, wondering what kind of door his brother could have been referring to, one that should never be opened. He connects the dots and starts to suspect that the door Han Yishao mentioned might be the same as the infernal purgatory that Wu Yu had once spoken about. Curious, he asks Lei Dao if his brother ever mentioned where this mysterious door was located, but she shakes her head, unable to provide any more details. Lu Li thanks her, appreciating how valuable this information is for his search. Lei Dao reassures him that she's happy to help, as she has also been searching for Han Yishao. She asks Lu Li to inform her immediately if he discovers anything about his brother, and he agrees without hesitation. She thinks back and remembers one odd thing. Han Yishao had been muttering to himself before he left. He said something strange, something that still lingers in her mind. If the door cannot be closed, it will be everywhere at once. Lu Li ponders on this and gets shocked by the implication. A door that could be everywhere at once sounds far more dangerous than he had imagined. Before Lu Li can fully process this revelation, the minister's booming voice interrupts. The minister congratulates Lu Li for his victory, declaring him the ultimate peerless warrior of the tournament. The announcement comes with a wave of applause, and the minister explains the rewards that await Zhang Yu. He will receive a treasure trove's worth of rewards from His Majesty the King. Among these is priority access to the legendary main weapon, the Inland Gemstone. Additionally, Lu Li is granted the right to form a team for the upcoming princess rescue mission, and each team member will be allowed to select a treasure from the king's treasury. The minister then calls on the audience to applaud and celebrate Zhang Yu, inviting him back to the stage for a grand awards ceremony. The crowd erupts with cheers, their excitement filling the arena. Meanwhile, the king himself watches the proceedings and seems impressed by the performance of Lu Li. He instructs his men to bring Zhang Yu to him immediately, saying that there's no time to waste, important matters lie ahead. Later, at the Sky Castle of the Tapini Kingdom, the secretary informs Lu Li and his group that the king's palace is just ahead. He escorts them to the grand doors of the palace, but stops short of entering. Apologizing, he explains that he isn't permitted to go any further and can only guide them up to this point. Lu Li, maintaining his usual politeness, thanks the secretary for his assistance. Before departing, the secretary introduces the 2 elves stationed at the palace entrance. These stewards, Zelfei and Zelwu, have been specially chosen to welcome the king's esteemed guests. They greet the group with exaggerated formality, their over-the-top display clearly aimed at impressing the visitors. With dramatic flair, they swing open the grand gates and invite the group inside. Taking charge, Zelwu begins explaining the layout of the palace. She mentions that the first floor is called Boyuan Hall. Zelfei elaborates, stating that this hall is primarily used for banquets, balls, and other general receptions. As the team enters, Little Chili's eyes widen in amazement at the sheer extravagance surrounding her. The walls are adorned with glittering golden ornaments and sparkling gems, making the entire hall shine with an almost blinding opulence. Ah Fei, however, isn't as impressed. Looking around at the over-the-top display, he scoffs, declaring it to be a perfect example of the absurdity of unchecked capitalism. His remark earns a smirk from Hua Zhou. The Little Chili seems too dazzled to care. Before the group can take in more of the hall's grandeur, Zelwu opens another door and informs them of the king's orders. Each team member, as decreed by the king, is granted the opportunity to select 1 treasure from the royal treasury. Zelfei stands proudly, almost as if expecting applause for delivering such news. The team exchanges excited glances, ready to see what treasures lie ahead. Zelfei politely invites them to proceed further, explaining that the king's treasury is hidden beneath the palace. Lu Li and his team step into what feels like an endless pit. The area is dark, with barely enough light to see a few feet ahead. A heavy silence and eerie shadows make it feel more like a dungeon than a treasury. Zelfa, ever the showman, warns them to be cautious, pointing out the long staircase ahead. He makes it sound like he's doing them a favor, but the steep, winding descent looks like a disaster waiting to happen. Little Chili takes one look at the staircase and freezes. Her face turns pale, and she grabs onto Afei's arm so tightly he nearly stumbles. Afei, clearly unimpressed with her dramatics, tells her to just close her eyes if she's so scared. His tone makes it obvious he's not exactly overflowing with empathy, but he doesn't push her away either. Little Chili clings to him like her life depends on it, muttering about how ridiculously high the staircase is. As the group begins their descent, Afei's irritation grows with every step. He looks around at the overly dramatic staircase and the endless pit below and wonders why on earth anyone would go to such lengths for a treasure vault. To him, this isn't a treasury, it's an ego project. He grumbles under his breath, complaining that the king must have gotten bored one day and decided to dig a hole just to see how far he could go. He keeps hoping that when they reach the bottom, there will actually be something worthwhile to make all this trouble feel justified. Little Chili, still holding on to Afei, keeps glancing nervously down the staircase. She mumbles about how much work it must have taken to dig this hole, and Afei, ever the cynic, responds that it was probably less work than counting the king's gold every day. Huanzhou, walking behind them, hides a small smirk that keeps her focus ahead. After what feels like forever, they finally reach the bottom. Zelfei, who seems completely unfazed by the ridiculous trek, steps forward and dramatically pushes open a massive door. The sight that greets them is enough to make even Afei pause. The room is filled with treasures, golden ornaments, sparkling gems, and rare artifacts cover every inch of the space. The faint light reflects off the treasures, making the entire room glow like something out of a fairy tale. Little Chili forgets her fear in an instant and rushes forward, her eyes wide with excitement. She looks like a kid in a candy store, practically bouncing as she stares at the piles of riches. Afei follows her, but he's less dazzled. He mutters about how the king probably sleeps on a bed made of gold just to remind himself how rich he is. Even Huojiao seems a little awestruck, though she quickly masks it with her usual calm expression. For a moment, the group is silent, taking in the sheer size and wealth of the treasury. It's clear the king didn't just want to hide his treasure, he wanted to show off how absurdly rich he is. Afei and Little Chili eagerly begin inspecting the treasure, their excitement bubbling over as they rush from one shiny item to another. They barely take a moment to think, their hands itching to grab whatever looks the most expensive. It's like watching kids in a candy store with no self-control. However, before their greed gets the better of them, Zelfa steps in to remind them of the rules. They can only take one item each. The announcement is a buzzkill, and both of them groan in disappointment, but they grudgingly return to choosing more carefully. Huojiao stands to the side, clearly uninterested in all the flashy equipment. She casually suggests that Lu Li should take her share, waving off the importance of finding something for herself. Lu Li doesn't hesitate to shut her idea down. He tells her there's no reason for him to take her share and points out that she's missing something vital for chasing down enemies. She needs to pick something for herself, plain and simple. His tone is firm, and Huojiao can't argue with him, though part of her seems touched by his words. For a moment, Huojiao feels like Lu Li has been paying more attention to her than she realized. It dawns on her that he actually cares about her weaknesses and wants to help her improve. In her head, she convinces herself that she must occupy a special place in his thoughts. Of course, she could just be reading too much into it, but the idea still makes her smile, maybe a little too smugly. As Afei and Little Chili continue to bicker over which treasure looks cooler, both stewards approach Lu Li with a message. They inform him that the king is waiting for him at the bottomless level of the palace and suggest he meet with the king first, then return to pick his treasure later. Without wasting a moment, Lu Li nods and agrees. Instead of taking the long and painfully slow staircase, Lu Li decides to take matters into his own hands. He jumps down, skipping all the tedious steps entirely. It's a flashy move, but practical. He lands at the bottom without a scratch, earning him a few imaginary points for style. At the bottom, he finds himself in the king's grand throne room. The king sits on his elaborate throne, exuding power and authority, clearly loving every second of his own importance. Lu Li walks forward with caution, keeping his composure as he addresses the king and asks why he has been summoned. The king, clearly thrilled to finally meet the famous Zhang Yu, greets Lu Li with a warm smile that feels just a little too smug. With a flick of his hand, he conjures another chair, inviting Lu Li to sit. But Lu Li doesn't immediately comply. Instead, he stays standing, his sharp gaze fixed on the king as he tries to figure out the true reason for this meeting. The king, noticing the hesitation, grins knowingly. He points out what Lu Li is probably thinking, why someone as powerful as the king would go to such lengths to meet him personally. Lu Li takes his seat and cuts right to the heart of the matter. If the king is so desperate to save his daughter, why didn't he send every warrior in the kingdom instead of wasting everyone's time with a flashy, unnecessary tournament? His blunt question hangs in the air, sharp and direct. The king coughs awkwardly, clearly caught off guard by Lu Li's boldness. He had expected strength from this warrior, but hadn't anticipated his sharp tongue. Before Lu Li can press further, iron clamps suddenly shoot out from the chair, locking him in place. He struggles, startled, but the restraints don't budge. Standing slowly, the king's smug grin spreads across his face as he reveals the truth. Lu Li's instincts were right. There was never a princess to save, no dragon to fight, and definitely no noble mission. The entire tournament had been nothing more than a charade. The king removes his cloak with dramatic flair, revealing a grotesque second face embedded in his chest. The sight is horrifying, as his body begins to swell, muscles bulging grotesquely as if his ego was not big enough already. He steps closer, radiating an ominous energy that fills the room. He finally lays out his true plan. The tournament wasn't about heroism or honor. It was a test to find the strongest physical body, the perfect vessel for his rebirth. His goal is simple and selfish: to regain his lost youth and strength by taking over the body of the most exceptional warrior. Once he has his new body, he plans to dominate the mortal world again and ensure his so-called legend reigns supreme. Lu Li thrashes against the chair, desperate to break free. The king mocks him with obvious delight. The king explains that the material used to bind him is the same substance as the arena stage, specifically designed to hold even the most powerful fighters. Lu Li's struggles are useless, and the king is quick to remind him of that. Smiling with twisted satisfaction, the king leans closer, calling Lu Li his ultimate prize. To him, Lu Li is perfect, a flawless vessel worthy of holding his power. He assures Lu Li that he wouldn't risk damaging something so valuable. Every detail of this trap has been planned to ensure the body he's about to claim remains completely intact. The monstrous face on the king's chest contorts grotesquely before opening its twisted mouth. From it, a stream of dark red energy erupts, latching onto Lu Li. The sinister energy begins draining the life from him, fueling the king's vile attempt at rebirth. Lu Li strains against the iron clamps, but they don't budge. He feels his strength slipping away with every passing second, leaving him weaker and more desperate. Back at the warehouse, the rest of the team seems oblivious to what's happening elsewhere. They are busy wrapping up their weapon selection. Ah Fei is practically glowing with excitement as he admires his newly acquired snap gloves, equipped with teleportation abilities. He's wanted these for what feels like forever, and now he finally has them. His smug satisfaction is written all over his face, as if he's already imagining showing them off. Little Chili, meanwhile, is stuck in her usual indecisive loop. She holds up two items and waves them in front of Ah Fei, asking which one looks better. Ah Fei, trying to be helpful but clearly out of his depth, admits he likes both. Before the debate can spiral into Chili's usual overthinking routine, their attention shifts to Huo Jiao. Huo Jiao stands apart from them, her gaze fixed on Zhao Fei and Zhao Wu, who are quietly closing the massive door to the treasury. Something feels wrong. The way they're moving, so deliberate and secretive, sets off warning bells in her mind. She calls them out, demanding to know why they're locking the door. The stewards turn to her with sly, smug smiles plastered across their faces. Their expressions radiate trouble, making it clear they aren't up to anything good. Instead of answering directly, they taunt her, asking if the reason isn't already obvious. Before anyone has a chance to react, the stewards unleash powerful magic. The weapons the group had just chosen are ripped from their hands and pulled into the air, swirling together in a storm of energy. The team stares, stunned, as Zhao Fei and Zhao Wu transform the confiscated weapons into powerful gear for themselves. The stewards stand before them, now heavily armed and looking far too confident. They announce coldly that they have no intention of letting anyone leave alive. With an air of chilling satisfaction, they explain that their mission is to eliminate the chosen warriors before they can reach the king. The smug expressions on their faces make it painfully clear that this was their plan all along. Ah Fei clenches his fists, likely regretting how much he just celebrated his new gear, while Little Chili looks like she's processing the betrayal a little too slowly. Huo Jiao, however, tightens her stance, clearly ready for the fight she knows is about to begin. The stewards now stand fully equipped, looking like walking arsenals ready to wipe out an army. They wear smug grins, clearly reveling in their newfound power. Little Chili, still trying to wrap her head around what just happened, wonders aloud if these stewards are even real or just NPCs. Her voice wavers slightly, her doubt and confusion clear. Huo Jiao doesn't bother humoring her question. She brushes it off, saying it doesn't matter what they are. What matters is simple: they need to be defeated, no matter what. Her tone is sharp, snapping the group back to reality. Without wasting another second, the three of them rush at Zhao Fei and Zhao Wu, their determination overcoming their hesitation. But the fight doesn't go as planned. The stewards, now ridiculously overpowered thanks to the stolen weapons, barely put in any effort. Zhao Wu swings a sword with a casual flick, unleashing a massive wind explosion that sends the group flying like ragdolls. They hit the ground hard, the impact shaking their confidence even more than their bodies. Zelpha, standing unscathed, smirks as he watches their struggles. The enjoyment on his face is almost sickening, like he's toying with them just for fun. The stewards mock the warriors, laughing at the very idea that they thought they stood a chance. With half the power of the king's treasury in their hands, the stewards are unstoppable, or at least, that's what they want everyone to believe. To them, the fight is over before it even begins. Huajiao, however, is not laughing. Panic starts to rise within her. She realizes just how dire the situation is. Their opponents are far stronger than she expected, and with just one move, almost half their strength is gone. Her mind races as she assesses the situation, quickly calculating that this battle feels more like the difficulty of a massive 50-player quest. The thought hits her hard. If their side is struggling this much, then the situation on the side of Zhang Yu must be even worse. The odds of him facing something equally, if not more, dangerous seem terrifyingly high. Meanwhile, the king sits in his throne, deep in thought as his mind drifts to the concept of immortality. He knows it's something emperors have chased for centuries. He questions their motivations. Was it for pleasure, to gain more power, or simply out of fear of death? To him, all of those reasons are pathetic, rooted in greed and vanity. Such desires, he believes, are unworthy of someone who calls themselves an emperor. Of course, the king doesn't lump himself into the same category. His pursuit of immortality, he claims, is different. He convinces himself it's not selfish, but a duty. He believes his desire is the will of the people, the spirit of the times, and even a mandate from heaven itself. It's a convenient justification, one that lets him pretend he's better than the emperors he criticizes. His mind drifts further back to his early life. He remembers seeing the world as a filthy, chaotic place, a chopping board covered in blood and misery. To him, humanity wasn't much better than fish waiting to be slaughtered. Monsters roamed freely, devouring anyone in their path. Even the land itself, mountains, rivers, and lakes seemed like they were feeding on people, and when things couldn't get worse, they did. People turned on each other, resorting to cannibalism to survive. The king tells himself that heaven must have been disgusted by all this suffering, and that's why it chose him. He believes he was the one destined to bring order to the madness, the one to reshape the world. It's a convenient story, one he clings to tightly. He recalls a pivotal moment from his youth, a moment that changed everything. Back then, he worked under brutal conditions, doing grueling labor that pushed him to his limits. One day, he stopped to rest, if only for a moment. That small break enraged a powerful overseer, who furiously threw him aside. The man didn't stop there. He turned on an elderly man who apologized on the king's behalf, berating him for daring to show weakness. The bald overseer, drunk on his own authority, ignored all reasoning. He went further, placing his foot on the old man's head to humiliate him. That was the breaking point for the king. Something snapped in the young king. Rage bubbled up, hot and uncontrollable. Without thinking, he grabbed the heavy stone strapped to his back and swung it with all his strength. The stone smashed into the overseer's head, silencing him permanently. This act of rebellion changed everything. The other laborers, long oppressed and beaten down, saw him as a symbol of defiance. From that moment, he became their leader, the one who stood up against tyranny. Of course, in his version of the story, this wasn't just a rebellion, it was the beginning of his divine mission, the moment heaven supposedly chose him to reshape the world. The king rallied the weak and rose against the powerful oppressors. With those who believed in his vision, he fought back against the ruling class, dismantling their iron grip on power. He brought an end to the wars that had ravaged the land, eradicated the demons that terrorized the people, and rebuilt society from the ground up. What was once a fractured and broken world became a strong and prosperous kingdom under his rule, or at least that's how he tells the story. In his mind, these achievements were no ordinary feats. They were proof of his greatness, a divine justification for his pursuit of immortality. He saw himself as heaven's chosen one, the only man capable of rewriting the fate of the world and pulling humanity out of its endless misery. His ego wasn't just inflated, it had reached mythological proportions. As he reflects on his accomplishments, the king takes pride in how his legacy had already begun to grow through his bloodline. He saw his family as a continuation of his greatness, a living testament to his unmatched brilliance. But just as he was basking in the glory of it all, reality delivered a brutal slap to his face. A group of so-called doctors came to him with devastating news. They told him without hesitation that he was going to die. The words hit him harder than any enemy ever had. For a man who had convinced himself he was untouchable, the thought of his own mortality was unthinkable. Panic gripped him. The idea that the world could go on without him felt impossible. In his mind, the people only thrived because of his presence. Without him, he believed everything would crumble into darkness. The kingdoms of Tapini, which he viewed as the light of the world, would be left without their guiding star. He refused to accept such a fate. The thought of death consumed him, dragging him into a spiral of despair. Anger bubbled up inside him, and he lashed out not at the doctors, but at the heavens themselves. Furious and desperate, he cried out, demanding answers. If heaven had chosen him to lead, to shape the world, why would it abandon him now? In his desperation, the king made a vow. He wouldn't die, not yet, not ever. The very idea of his own death was unacceptable. He resolved to do whatever it took to avoid it. No price would be too high, no sacrifice too great. In his mind, his life wasn't just his own, it belonged to the world. In his moment of desperation, heaven seemed to hear his pleas. He claimed that heaven acknowledged him, inspiring him with a way to survive. But the price was horrifying. To secure his immortality, his actions grew darker. His castle was engulfed in flames, and his daughter begged him to stop, her voice breaking through the chaos. She pleaded, accusing him of losing his mind. With his eyes glowing red and his expression cold, the king answers her in a voice devoid of any humanity. He insists he isn't mad, but more rational than ever before. In his warped perspective, his choice is not only logical but noble. He demands that his daughter accept what he calls the ultimate honor, becoming his nourishment. To him, her death isn't a tragedy, it's a transformation, a necessary step toward his grand vision. He rationalizes it further, claiming that she will simply turn into light and return to the sun, an act he describes as glorious. But there's nothing glorious about what happens next. Without hesitation, he sacrifices his own child, justifying it as the price for his immortality. In his twisted mind, this is not an act of cruelty, but a necessary step toward ensuring his so-called destiny. Now with Zhang Yu, also known as Lu Li, the king sees the final piece of his puzzle. He views Lu Li as the perfect vessel, the ultimate prize that will complete his ascension. His voice drips with disturbing certainty as he claims Lu Li should feel honored to play such a significant role in what he calls a historic moment. The king continues to drain the life energy from Lu Li, savoring the apparent victory. His smugness grows as he feels the strength flowing into him. But then something happens that he doesn't expect. Lu Li suddenly disappears, vanishing right before his eyes. Confusion flashes across the king's face as he tries to make sense of what just happened. Above him, Lu Li reappears, standing tall and looking entirely unimpressed. His confident posture is a direct contrast to the king's bewilderment. With a calm but cutting tone, Lu Li dismisses the king's dramatic tale, calling it nothing more than a boring story. The king quickly realizes the Lu Li he was draining earlier was just a clone. Lu Li doesn't stop there, criticizing the king for acting so sanctimoniously. He points out that the king is no different from the vain and greedy individuals he had condemned earlier. The insult visibly annoys the king, but instead of addressing it, he dismisses Lu Li's words with a smug wave of his hand. He declares that someone as ignorant as Lu Li could never hope to understand his so-called greatness. To him, Lu Li's opinions are beneath consideration. Turning his focus away, the king calls for his two guards to hurry down and join him if they finish their task. Moments later, the stewards Zelfa and Zelwu arrive, strutting into the room like they own the place. Their smugness is practically suffocating. Before they can even speak, Lu Li immediately recognizes their voices. Anger flashes across his face as he accuses them of betraying him and his team. The stewards, however, show no remorse. They wear their betrayal like a badge of honor, openly admitting it. To make matters worse, they start boasting. Zelfa grins as he announces they've already dealt with Lu Li's 3 teammates, taking them out without breaking a sweat. Zelwu chimes in, her tone dripping with arrogance as if eliminating his team was the easiest thing in the world. Lu Li's anger boils over. Fueled by rage, he rushes toward the stewards, confronting them head-on. He demands to know if they have a death wish, his fury blazing in his voice. But Zelfa and Zelwu remain completely unfazed. They look at him like he's a minor inconvenience, not a threat. They mock him openly, warning him not to overestimate himself. Zelwu casually declares that she represents the staff of the king, while Zelfa claims he represents the sword of the king. Their words carry an air of finality, as though they've already decided his fate. The stewards then shift their focus, channeling their energy toward the king. The room seems to hum with power as the energy flows into him, fueling a transformation that makes the air feel heavy and suffocating. The king begins to undergo his so-called King Guard transformation, and his body starts radiating overwhelming power. He rambles arrogantly, belittling the idea of a warrior. To him, the title is meaningless, and killing someone like Lu Li is no harder than crushing an ant beneath his heel. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hua Jiao and Little Chili take off their headpieces after the system notifies them that their game session is over. Little Chili sits there, visibly annoyed, her frustration bubbling over. She starts venting, questioning how everything went from a simple treasure hunt to NPCs flipping the script and becoming overpowered bosses. It's like they went from a casual walk to a full-on marathon with no warning. Hua Jiao, ever the calm one, speculates that they might have accidentally triggered a hidden quest, setting off the chaos. Her voice is steady, but even she can't completely mask her unease. Little Chili isn't buying it, though. She points out the ridiculous power of the enemies they faced, highlighting how these so-called NPCs were capable of wiping them out with a single move. To her, it's not a hidden quest, it's a scam. Hu Jiao reluctantly agrees, admitting that she underestimated the situation. The strength of those two bosses was on the level of a 100-player raid, something far beyond what they were prepared for. This realization hits hard, and Hu Jiao's concern shifts to Zhang Yu. She starts worrying about how he's supposed to handle this nightmare all on his own. Trying to shake off the tension, Hu Jiao stretches her arms and casually asks her younger sister how much time is left until their in-game resurrection. Little Chili checks the timer and says it'll take about 30 minutes. Huan Jiao sighs, suggesting they grab some coffee to pass the time since it's clearly going to be a long night. Of course, Little Chili, true to form, doesn't let the moment pass without inserting her own preferences. Instead of plain coffee, she says she'd rather have a banana latte. Huo Jiao rolls her eyes but doesn't argue. Outside, the weather mirrors their mood. Dark clouds loom in the sky, hinting at an incoming storm. Afi stands by the window, watching the scene while smoking. His usual smug attitude is nowhere to be seen. His face is gloomy, and his thoughts seem far away. He wonders what he's even doing, feeling a wave of helplessness crash over him. Despite all his efforts, he can't shake the feeling that he's powerless to help his second brother. The thought eats at him, leaving a bitter taste. Frustrated, he crushes his cigarette with more force than necessary, lets out a heavy sigh, and drops into his chair. Without a word, he puts his gaming gear back on, his determination renewed. In his mind, he tells Zhang Yu to hold on just a little longer. He and the others are coming back to help, and this time, they're not holding anything back. Inside the game, Lu Li charges at the king with everything he's got, aiming for a direct hit. His attack is strong, but it fails miserably. Refusing to give up, he activates his backstab ability, teleporting behind the king to launch another strike. This time, the attack lands, but the result is disappointing. It barely scratches the king, leaving only a tiny mark. The king turns around slowly, his expression unreadable at first. Then with a smirk, he mocks Lu Li, clearly unimpressed. His words cut deep as he questions whether that weak attack is truly the best Lu Li can manage. The mocking tone is enough to make anyone's blood boil, but Lu Li forces himself to stay calm. The king retaliates with a powerful strike of his own. He unleashes a massive wave of energy, the sheer force of which makes the air around them ripple. Lu Li braces himself, fully expecting to be hit. However, to his surprise, the attack doesn't harm him. Instead, it obliterates everything behind him, leaving a massive trail of destruction in its wake. Pointing his sword at Lu Li, the king explains his reasoning, his tone dripping with arrogance. He says he held back on purpose, not wanting to damage what he calls his perfect new vessel. He gloats, suggesting that now Lu Li has seen the gap between their strength, he should simply surrender and accept the so-called baptism. In the king's eyes, Lu Li is nothing more than a naive child playing a game he doesn't understand. The king views himself as someone forged in unimaginable horrors, a survivor of endless bloodshed. He believes that Lu Li, with his limited experience, is just another overconfident fool who thinks a few minor victories and small battles are enough to challenge someone like him. The words weigh heavily on Lu Li. He knows the king isn't wrong, they're not on the same level. Fear begins creeping into his thoughts, threatening to overwhelm him. For a moment, doubt clouds his mind, and the gap in their power feels insurmountable. But then, something shifts. Lu Li realizes that standing still and giving in to panic will solve nothing. If he freezes now, it's over. Determined not to let fear paralyze him, he steadies himself. The situation is dire, but he refuses to back down. Instead, he prepares himself to keep moving, no matter how overwhelming the challenge ahead may be. The king watches as Lu Li attempts to retreat and chuckles, calling the young warrior incorrigible. His voice is filled with mockery, as if he's humored by the idea that someone like Lu Li thinks he can escape. Meanwhile, Lu Li uses his cloning ability, creating a distraction to divert the king's attention while he conceals himself. He moves swiftly, lodging his death dagger into the wall and using it as a foothold to steady himself. Gasping for breath, he pulls out a recovery potion and gulps it down, regaining some of his strength. It doesn't take much for Lu Li to realize that fighting the king head-on is out of the question. The difference in their power is so massive it's almost laughable. A direct confrontation would be nothing short of suicide. Instead, Lu Li resolves to play smart, relying on hit-and-run tactics. If he can stall long enough, maybe reinforcements will arrive. It's a slim hope, but it's the only one he has right now. The king glances upward, smirking at Lu Li's attempts to hide. Amused by the strategy, he mocks Lu Li, comparing it to a game of cat and mouse. But of course the king can't resist inflating his already massive ego. He sneers and declares that he isn't just a cat, he's a tiger. His arrogance practically oozes from every word, as if simply saying it makes it true. Deciding to prove his superiority, the king unleashes telekinetic storm, gravity control, a move so powerful it immediately reveals Lu Li's hiding spot. The air grows heavy, the energy pressing down on Lu Li like an invisible weight. The crushing force makes it difficult for him to move, his body straining against the overwhelming power. The king watches with sadistic satisfaction, clearly enjoying Lu Li's struggle. Seeing his prey cornered, the king revels in the moment. To him, this isn't a fight, it's a performance, and he's the star of the show. With no other options, Lu Li and his clone launch a desperate attack. They move in unison, putting everything they have into their assault. But their efforts are wasted. The king's impenetrable defensive shield absorbs their strikes as if they were nothing more than a breeze. Not a single scratch mars the barrier, and the futility of their attack is painfully clear. The king, thoroughly amused by the desperate attempts of Lu Li, mockingly compliments his cloning technique. He admits that it's quite entertaining to watch. With a smug grin, he muses aloud that once he takes over Lu Li's body, he might try using the cloning ability himself, purely for fun, of course. His arrogance is insufferable, as if he's already claimed victory, and Lu Li is just a toy for his amusement. Raising his sword, the king prepares to strike, but Lu Li refuses to give up. He charges forward, dagger in hand, in a bold attempt to land a hit. The king, however, remains completely unfazed. With almost laughable ease, he catches the dagger midair, his grip firm and unshaken. As if the king's smugness wasn't enough, Zhao Wu and Zhao Fei float ominously around him like bodyguards on a power trip. They watch the scene unfold with the kind of smug amusement that makes you want to roll your eyes. Zhao Fei breaks the silence, mockingly asking Lu Li if he truly believes the mountain he's facing contains only the king. Zhao Wu joins in, smirking as she questions why Lu Li still thinks this is a one-on-one fight. Their taunts are dripping with overconfidence, as if they're already celebrating their victory. Without warning, Zhao Wu uses gravity manipulation, hurling Lu Li into a nearby lake with a force so strong it feels like the air itself is crushing him. The impact sends him plunging deep into the water, the world around him spinning. Stunned, he struggles to get his bearings. As he sinks, he quickly realizes just how overwhelming the situation has become. The weapons the stewards transformed into earlier aren't just decorative, they're alive. Moving independently, they attack with precision, as though he's facing 3 cross-level bosses at once. The sheer unfairness of it all hits him like a brick. If there was ever a moment to hold nothing back, this is it. Meanwhile, on the surface, Zelfa glances at the lake and casually wonders aloud if Zhao Wu might have gone a bit overboard. He asks her if she accidentally damaged the king's precious new vessel. His tone is light, but his words carry a hint of mockery, poking at the possibility that she made a mistake. Zhao Wu's smile vanishes instantly. She glares at her brother, clearly annoyed by the comment, and snaps at him to stop talking nonsense. She reassures him with a sharp tone that her attack was nothing more than a little push, not enough to cause any serious harm. The king peers into the lake, his sharp eyes catching the turbulence on the surface. Something doesn't feel right, but before he can react, Lu Li bursts from the depths with incredible speed. In a bold move, he launches a surprise attack. The assault is unexpected and manages to land, leaving a small cut on the king's face. The steward's smugness vanishes immediately. They are clearly rattled by this turn of events. They hadn't expected Lu Li to recover so quickly, let alone get close enough to land a hit. The king, however, isn't angry. Instead, he seems amused. His fingers brush against the small cut on his face and a faint grin forms. He chuckles, finding it entertaining that his perfect vessel has managed to surprise him. The king's curiosity begins to grow as he observes Lu Li more closely. Emerging from the water, Lu Li looks different. His entire presence feels unfamiliar, radiating a strange new power. It turns out Lu Li had activated a mythical great artifact, the Phantom God's Earring. This rare piece of equipment allows the wearer to completely change their race. Along with the transformation comes new appearances, passive talents, and even language proficiency, making it a game-changer in combat. The artifact's description mentions several common races like humans, elves, and sirens, but Lu Li's choice is far from ordinary. Lu Li is transformed into the Phantom God of Fisherman race. His appearance is striking, and his newfound power makes his presence feel overwhelming. Zelfa, now visibly furious, charges at Lu Li without hesitation, calling him out for his audacity. His anger fuels his attack, and he swings with the intent to make Lu Li regret his every decision. But before Zelfa's attack can connect, Lu Li dives back into the lake, disappearing beneath the surface in an instant. The transformation grants him race-specific passive talents, and they immediately come into play. His movement speed in water doubles, making him nearly impossible to catch, and his ability to hold his breath is significantly extended. Zelfa, now looking more annoyed than intimidating, shouts into the water, cursing Lu Li and demanding he show himself. His frustration is almost laughable as his voice echoes uselessly over the lake. Zhao Wu joins in, calling out for Lu Li to come out, her tone sharper, but equally ineffective. The waters remain eerily silent as Lu Li swims effortlessly below the surface. His movements are smooth and swift, making it impossible for the stewards or the king to pinpoint his location. The lake, which was once just another obstacle, has now become the strongest advantage of Lu Li. Suddenly, Lu Li explodes out of the lake with incredible speed, his movements fluid and precise. Running across the surface of the water as if it's solid ground, he uses his newfound agility to its fullest. Before the king or his stewards can react, Luli closes the distance and sneaks behind the king. His dagger glints under the light, poised for a deadly strike. Just as the attack is about to land, Zelfa steps in at the last moment. With a well-timed parry, Zelfa deflects the attack with enough force to send Luli flying through the air, propelling him nearly 100 meters backward. While still soaring through the air, Luli doesn't waste a single second. He activates the Phantom God's earring again, triggering another transformation. This time, he shifts into the Bowman race. His body grows bulkier, his muscles expanding as his power surges. The transformation increases his attack strength by 20%, though at the cost of reducing his intelligence by 20%. Not that anyone's noticing the brain power drop right now. The Bowman race also grants him a self-regeneration ability, an invaluable tool in this relentless battle. Fully transformed and stronger than ever, Luli charges forward again, his determination unwavering. Without hesitation, Luli launches himself straight at the king, channeling all of his power into his ultimate move, rending Burst Blade. The air itself seems to split apart as the attack tears toward its target with incredible force. The king, ever confident in his strength, stands unmoving. He raises his arm to block the attack, treating it as if it's nothing more than a minor inconvenience. But for all his arrogance, the king underestimates the sheer power of Luli's strike. The attack slams into his arm, leaving a deep and unmistakable wound. The impact shocks even the king, whose smug demeanor falters ever so slightly. Zelfei and Zelwu, always quick to boast about their invincibility, suddenly look less sure of themselves. Their confident expressions crumble as they rush to express their concern. The sight of the king bleeding visibly rattles them. Angered by the defiance of Luli, Zelfei immediately charges at him, cursing him and swearing revenge. His attacks come with furious precision, but Luli doesn't back down. During the heated clash, Luli's left arm gets injured. Zelfei looks triumphant for a brief moment, but doesn't last long. The Bolna's regeneration ability activates almost instantly, healing Luli's arm as if the injury had never happened. The king doesn't flinch at his injury. Instead, he claps his hands with enthusiasm, his face lighting up with genuine amusement. To him, the battle isn't a matter of survival, it's a performance, and he's thoroughly entertained. He declares that Luli is full of surprises, almost as if he's congratulating him for being more interesting than the average opponent. The king's tone feels celebratory, like a host complimenting a guest at a grand event. Meanwhile, Zelwu's confidence wavers as she notices the wound on the king's arm. Her expression tightens with worry, and she quickly assures him that she'll handle it. Without wasting time, she casts a healing spell, carefully tending to the injury until the damage is completely erased. The king, however, pays no attention to the fuss over his arm. His focus is locked entirely on Luli, his grin growing wider with every passing second. There's something unsettling about his expression, a mix of admiration and hunger. He remarks on how much this vessel, Luli, pleases him, his tone dripping with sinister intent. To the king, Luli is no longer just an opponent to defeat. He's something far more valuable, a perfect scabbard, as the king calls it. The king, in his usual self-absorbed way, declares that Luli must have been sent by the heavens specifically for him, perfectly crafted to hold the unparalleled sword that is himself. His arrogance is almost unbearable, as if he truly believes the universe revolves around him. With mocking curiosity, the king taunts Luli further. He questions whether there are any other hidden tricks or features left to reveal, treating him like a toy with surprises yet to be uncovered. His condescending tone makes it clear that he's still confident in his victory, no matter what Luli does next. Luli, however, knows the truth. The situation is dire and can feel it in his bones. Even his strongest move, rending Burst Blade, barely made a dent in the king. If he's going to turn the tide, he needs to risk everything on his last and most powerful technique. Taking a deep breath, Luli steadies himself. His determination hardens and he activates his ultimate skill, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. A massive dragon begins to form, its sheer presence overwhelming the battlefield. The ground trembles beneath its weight and the air grows heavy with its power. The beast radiates strength, its every movement commanding attention. For a moment, the battlefield belongs to the dragon and Luli channels every ounce of his energy into the technique. The king watches the scene unfold, his expression far too calm for someone facing a mythical beast. His smug confidence doesn't waver. Instead of fear or concern, his eyes sparkle with amusement. To him, this isn't a life or death moment, it's a spectacle, something to sit back and enjoy. Luli summons all of his strength and sends the massive dragon hurtling toward the king. The attack is fierce, tearing through the air with unstoppable force. The energy crackles and roars, a testament to the sheer power behind it. The king, still brimming with arrogance, doesn't flinch. Instead, he counters with his own move, Sword Edge Storm, Cleave the Sky. The two attacks collide with devastating force. The ground shakes violently, cracks spreading like spider webs while debris scatters in all directions. Smoke and dust blanket the battlefield, turning it into a chaotic wasteland. The sheer intensity of the clash leaves the area in ruins, making it almost impossible to see what remains. And as the dust begins to clear, the king steps forward, completely unscathed. His grin is as smug as ever, radiating an unbearable sense of superiority. He looks at Liu Li as if the attack was nothing more than an amusing light show. With an almost mocking tone, he belittles Liu Li's efforts, clearly confident that his own strength is far beyond anything Liu Li could muster. But the king's overconfidence blinds him to the truth. He's so busy gloating that he doesn't realize the dragon he destroyed wasn't the real attack, it was a decoy. The real dragon looms behind him, its energy surging with raw power. Before the king can react, the dragon strikes, landing a direct hit. The explosion is immense, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The force of the blast shakes the very ground beneath them, its intensity impossible to ignore. For a brief moment, it seems as though the tide is turning. But when the smoke clears, the king is still standing. This time, however, he's encased in a glowing shield. Zhao Wu, ever the loyal lapdog, has swooped in to save him at the last second with her protective magic. Her intervention keeps him standing, though it's clear even she wasn't prepared for the full force of the attack. The king coughs and steadies himself, the illusion of his untouchable strength slipping slightly. His pride takes a hit as he grudgingly admits the attack was stronger than he anticipated. His arrogance, however, refuses to let him admit any kind of defeat. Instead, he twists the situation, praising Liu Li's cleverness, like he's some sort of judge in a competition. Liu Li, however, takes note of the situation. He realizes that the king has been weakened. The earlier attack, though not decisive, was effective. Hope flickers within him, but the moment is short-lived. The king's eyes begin to glow with an ominous red aura, radiating malice as he channels his power. Without hesitation, he unleashes telekinetic storm, gravity control once more. The air grows heavy and Liu Li is bound within a ball of water, unable to move. Around him, massive trunks materialize, all aimed at him with deadly precision. The king watches, his expression filled with mockery. He taunts Liu Li, warning him against any thoughts of escape. His voice drips with arrogance as he raises his staff, commanding Liu Li to accept the so-called baptism and dedicate his life to the king's great journey. Adding insult to injury, the king refers to Liu Li as a warrior, pausing briefly before delivering an unexpected twist. He then calls him a player. The word catches Liu Li off guard and his composure cracks. Shocked, he stammers, unable to process what he just heard. The king lets out a chuckle, his tone laced with mockery. He looks at Liu Li with a mix of pity and disdain, as if explaining something to a child who just doesn't get it. He says it shouldn't be so hard to comprehend. According to him, the heavens have already revealed to him the ultimate secret of this world. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, the king explains that the very title of player is an insult in itself. To him is the height of arrogance. The heavens told him that everything in this world, every blade of grass, every bouquet of flowers, every word spoken, and every expression made, exists solely to serve one purpose, to entertain the players. At first he thought it was just a horrifying metaphor, something symbolic from the heavens. But then his intelligence was enhanced and everything became painfully clear. The king delves deeper, his voice carrying both bitterness and fury. He talks about the cruel truth of this world. There is no cause and effect for him. His memories are nothing but fragments stitched together. His life, no matter how grand or meaningful it seems, is bound by rules that endlessly repeat themselves. Every day, every hour, every moment of his existence is preordained, looping endlessly like a cruel joke. He introduces himself again, but this time with a tone filled with both pride and despair. He is Tapini Jin, the king to whom hundreds of thousands of people have pledged their allegiance. He is the savior of this era, the man who built a kingdom from chaos and saved countless lives. And yet, he is nothing more than a chess piece, his entire life a tool for the entertainment of the players. The king's voice rises as he yells, his anger spilling over. He refuses to accept this fate. He insists that he is no ordinary man. He is the king chosen by the heavens themselves. He declares that he was born not to follow destiny, but to destroy it, to subvert the cruel design that binds him. Pointing his blade at Liu Li, the king's fury intensifies. He accuses Liu Li and the other players of being invaders in his world. To him, they are the real enemies, the ones who have come to exploit and disrupt everything. With an unyielding roar, he declares his intention to expel them all, no matter the cost. Zhao Wu, ever the loyal servant, speaks up, addressing the king with reverence. She calls him majesty in a tone that borders on worship. Zelfa joins in, adding that the king's merit lies in the future and his actions will bring benefits to generations to come. Liu Li stands frozen in thought, his mind racing as he tries to make sense of the king's claims. An entity made of data gaining the ability to think independently. How is that even possible? It goes against everything logical. The more the king talks about this heaven, the more questions flood Lu Li's mind. What exactly is this heaven the king keeps mentioning? Whatever it is, it must be the source of this bizarre situation. The king interrupts Lu Li's reflection, his voice calm yet filled with malice. He muses aloud, curious about one thing. After taking over the bodies of these so-called players, what happens to their souls? His tone makes it sound like a casual question, but the menace behind it is impossible to miss. Lu Li takes a deep breath and decides to ask one last question before making his next move. He looks at the king and says he needs to know something. The king, growing impatient, waves his hand and tells Lu Li to hurry up and stop wasting time. Lu Li asks if the king knows someone named Ham Yixiao. The question hangs in the air, and for a brief moment, the king looks thoughtful. He repeats the name slowly, saying it sounds familiar. But before Lu Li can press in further, the king's face hardens and his patience runs out. With a sinister grin, he tells Lu Li that if he really wants answers, he can go to hell and ask his question there. Before the king can attack, Lu Li moves swiftly, activating his Phantom God's earring once again. His appearance shifts, transforming him back into the Bullman. Without hesitation, the king launches a brutal attack, his energy-infused trunks piercing through Lu Li's body. But something doesn't add up. The king pauses, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the truth. It's just another clone. Far above, on one of the upper floors, the real Lu Li stands, catching his breath. He's relieved that he thought ahead and placed a clone in his safe location earlier. Transformations have a cooldown of 30 minutes, so he knows he can't afford to get caught again. Preparing his next move, Lu Li activates the Phantom God's earring once more, this time choosing a new form, the Phantom God Lizardman. His body shifts again, taking on the sleek, agile features of his new race. The transformation comes with unique passive talents. His climbing speed increases by 50%, and he gains the ability to camouflage, making him nearly invisible. With his new abilities, Lu Li starts climbing the walls of the abyss. The king closes his eyes, his voice dripping with mockery. He remarks that his new vessel is far too dishonest for his liking. With a sinister tone, he declares that he must first break his hands and legs before repairing them later. The king's grin widens, his arrogance on full display as if he's already claimed victory. Raising his staff, the king commands, "Arise," and the staff lights up with a menacing glow. He activates telekinetic storm, elemental control, and the water ball hovering above begins to freeze. In seconds, the entire mass turns to solid ice, sealing off the exit completely. Lu Li curses under his breath, his frustration evident as he realizes there's no way out. The exit is sealed, trapping him in the abyss with no escape route. The king isn't done yet. With a grin that promises more chaos, he raises his staff again. This time, shards of ice break off and start raining down, creating a deadly storm of frozen spikes. Clinging to the wall, Lu Li dodges the falling shards as best he can, his breathing heavy and labored. Each movement feels more difficult than the last as the cold begins to seep into his body. He realizes the harsh truth: lizards are cold-blooded creatures and their body temperature is directly affected by their surroundings. The freezing environment is slowing him down, stiffening his movements and draining his energy. One of the ice shards strikes him, and the impact sends him crashing to the ground. The pain is written all over his face as he struggles to push himself up. The king watches with satisfaction, his voice cold and mocking. He declares that Lu Li cannot escape his grasp, his tone dripping with superiority. With a flick of his staff, he commands the ice shards to pin Lu Li onto a slab of ice. The shards pierce through his limbs, leaving him immobilized. The king taunts him further, his words cutting deep. He tells Lu Li to go ahead and run if he still can, mocking him with every word. Pinned down and drained of energy, Lu Li feels the crushing weight of defeat. He reflects on his situation, realizing he has no more tricks left, no more methods to escape. The fight has pushed him to his absolute limit, and for the first time, despair begins to creep into his thoughts. The king steps closer to Lu Li, his eyes filled with malice. Grabbing him by the neck, the king begins to choke him, savoring the moment as Lu Li struggles helplessly. The situation seems grim, and Lu Li's strength fades rapidly under the king's grip. But just as the king's victory seems inevitable, a sudden explosion pierces through the ice ball above. A massive flame ball shatters the icy barrier, lighting up the dark abyss. The shock breaks the tension as the king turns, startled. It's Afi's fiery explosion attack, signaling their return to the game. Flames roar all around as Afi and Little Chili charge toward the king, their expressions fierce and determined. They've clearly come back with a vengeance. Leading the way, Huojiao wastes no time. She stomps the ground with full force, activating her mountain-shaking stomp. The attack hits hard, the ground trembling under its impact. The shockwave sends the king flying backward, caught off guard by the sudden assault. All three of them call out to Lu Li, shouting that they're here. The king rises to his feet, brushing off the dust but clearly rattled. His composure falters for a moment as he processes what just happened. Zhao Wu and Zhao Fa, both wide-eyed, rush to his side. Zelwoo's voice is sharp with disbelief as she points out the trio, wondering how it's even possible for them to be alive. She turns to the king, addressing him as Majesty, and reminds him that she and Zelfe personally killed them earlier. Zelfe nods, backing her up. He insists that they absolutely died to the sword wind explosion. Both of them look visibly confused, their confidence cracking as they struggle to make sense of the situation. The king raises his hands, silencing them. His expression shifts from confusion to calculated interest as he watches the trio. He declares that there's no need for further explanation. This, he says, is the mind-boggling nature of the player race. Their ability to return from the dead is unlike anything else in this world. The king's tone grows darker, his grin returning as he speaks. If he can fully understand the player race, he muses, and master the body-snatching technique to kill them permanently, then they will all serve as their perfect vessels in the future. The thought clearly excites him, and his gaze hardens with renewed determination. Luli quickly warns Afi, Little Chili, and Hua Jiao to be cautious of the face on the king's chest. Afi, ever the loudmouth, openly wonders what's so special about it. Luli explains that the face is the source of the king's body-snatching skill. He emphasizes that it's likely more dangerous than just damaging their in-game characters. It's something much worse. Afi waves off the explanation with a dismissive tone, saying they can deal with all the creepy face talk after they've saved their second brother. His focus is on the here and now. Little Chili, determined as ever, declares she's ready to help too. Meanwhile, the king, unimpressed by their reunion, turns to Zelwoo and Zelfa. His voice is cold as he commands them to get rid of these troublesome bugs. The stewards, always eager to obey, reply in unison, understood, their synchronized voices adding an eerie edge. Zelwoo steps forward, glaring at the group with pure hatred. She curses them for embarrassing her in front of the king and declares that she'll crush them all in the fleshy pulp. Her tone is dripping with fury, and she's clearly itching for revenge. Little Chili glances at Afi and calls out to him, saying she's on her way to deal with Zelwoo. Afi nods, his tone cocky as always, and tells her they'll take care of Zelwoo first. Without hesitation, both of them unleash their fiery comet burst attacks simultaneously, sending blazing comets hurtling towards Zelwoo. Zelwoo, however, remains calm. She activates her gravity barrier, a powerful shield that holds firm against the incoming comets. The flaming projectiles slam into the barrier, but it doesn't falter. Zelwoo smirks, taunting them as she asks if this is what they call magic. Her tone is dripping with arrogance, as if their efforts are nothing more than a joke to her. Afi and Little Chili refuse to back down. They exchange a quick glance, silently agreeing on their next move. Combining their strength, they activate their dual fusion skill, Dance of Fire Tornadoes. The two fiery tornadoes twist and spiral towards Zelwoo's gravity barrier with overwhelming force, burning hotter and fiercer with every second. The tornadoes collide with the barrier, and for a moment, it seems like Zelwoo's smug confidence might hold. But the combined attack proves too much, and the barrier shatters under the pressure, unable to withstand the fiery assault. Zelwoo's eyes widen in disbelief as her defense falls apart. She curses them loudly, calling their combined attack two matchstick skills and complaining about how they've turned everything into a foggy, rainy mess. The air is filled with steam and smoke, making it hard for her to see clearly. On the other side of the battlefield, Huajiao squares off against Zelfa. She activates her mountain-shaking technique, slamming the ground with tremendous force. Zelfa, wielding his sword with precision, parries the attack, scoffing at her effort. His voice drips with mockery as he taunts her, asking if an ant like her really thinks she can suppress him. He calls it wishful thinking and raises his sword to use the sword wind explosion, his confidence unwavering. But before he can even finish his sentence, Huajiao cuts him off. Without hesitation, she fires back with her mountain-shaking cannon S6, amplifying her attack to a devastating level. The sheer impact of the strike sends Zelfa flying through the air, crashing hard onto the ground. Zelfa struggles to get up, cursing her under his breath. He mutters that this big-booed, brainless lady is far stronger than he expected. His insult barely masks his embarrassment, his earlier confidence now shattered. Before Zelfa can recover, the king strides over, grabbing the sword that is Zelfa himself. Zelfa tries to explain, stammering nervously, but the king isn't having any of it. Without even looking at him, the king growls, telling Zelfa to shut up. The air grows heavy as the king's anger intensifies. A dark, menacing aura begins to radiate from him, thick and oppressive. His eyes burn with fury as he addresses the group, declaring that he won't tolerate any Tom, Dick, or Harry wasting his time. His voice is cold, filled with disgust at the thought of being challenged by what he sees as mere nuisances. Huajiao, standing her ground, braces herself. She can feel the weight of the king's aura pressing down on her, and her instincts scream that this is no ordinary attack. She mutters to herself, acknowledging how overwhelmingly powerful the king's presence is. The king raises his sword and with a single swing, unleashes the sword wind explosion. Blaze of energy tear through the air, their sheer speed and power cutting through everything in their path. The battlefield trembles as the slashes fly toward Luli and the others. Luli shouts a warning, telling everyone to watch out. Afi, Little Chili, and Huojiao freeze for a moment, their faces showing equal parts shock and fear. The attack is too fast, too strong, and they realize they might not be able to avoid it. Just then, a new presence arrives on the battlefield. The members of the Daybreak Guild charge in, their leader stepping to the front with unwavering confidence. His voice rings out loud and clear, cutting through the chaos as he reassures everyone not to lose hope. Even in the darkest moments, he declares the light will come at daybreak. The leader of the Daybreak Guild raises his shield and uses the shield parry skill, intercepting the sword wind explosion head-on. The clash creates a burst of energy, but the shield holds strong, stopping the attack in its tracks. The king is startled by the sudden interference. Luli stares at the members of the Daybreak Guild, confused by their sudden appearance. He wonders how they ended up here in the middle of this chaotic battlefield. Before he can dwell on it, Afi casually slaps a hand on his shoulder, looking as smug as ever. With a knowing grin, Afi explains that after they got back online, they immediately discussed countermeasures. They knew there was no way they could handle a boss of this level on their own, so they went searching for reinforcements. By chance, they stumbled upon the Daybreak Guild nearby and convinced them to join in. The leader of the Daybreak Guild steps forward, his voice calm but firm. He addresses Luli, pointing out that while they could be considered acquaintances through fighting, from now on they will be friends. His words carry a sense of camaraderie that was quickly followed by a practical suggestion. The leader proposes that they split the reward for defeating the boss 50-50. Luli agrees without hesitation, saying it's no problem. But Afe, never one to stay quiet, interjects. He points out that their group is smaller and a 50-50 split isn't exactly fair. His tone is lighthearted, but the underlying complaint is clear. He's not about to let their effort go undervalued. Feng Ya, a member of the Daybreak Guild, steps in with his usual confidence. He dismisses the discussion with a casual remark, saying it's business as usual and volunteering to go first. Without waiting for further debate, he rushes toward the king, eager to test his strength. His voice is filled with excitement as he shouts that he's ready to face the boss that even Zhan Yu couldn't handle. The leader of the Daybreak Guild immediately takes charge, instructing everyone to get into their positions. His voice carries authority as he assigns roles. Old 3 on range damage, Old 5 on assist and control, and himself and Old 2 to follow Feng Ye in the attack. The team responds in unison, nodding and taking their positions without hesitation. Feng Ye charges at the king with full force, his sword swinging in a powerful arc. But the king, unimpressed, casually parries the attack with one hand. The sheer ease with which he blocks it leaves Feng Ye stunned. The impact sends him stumbling back, barely managing to keep his balance. Undeterred, Feng Ye steadies himself and smirks. He calls the king the lively one, clearly impressed by the challenge. Without skipping a beat, he launches himself forward again, swinging his sword with renewed determination. The king slams his staff onto the ground, activating gravity pulse. The force is immense, sending both Feng Ya and number 2 flying like ragdolls. They crash hard, barely managing to recover their footing. Just as the king seems ready to capitalize on his move, an arrow streaks through the air, striking with precision and pushing him back. The unexpected hit makes the king stagger, and both his staff and sword fall from his grip. Standing tall, number 3 from the Daybreak Guild smugly announces his success. He grins, clearly enjoying the moment, and declares that the king has been successfully disarmed. His self-satisfaction radiates like he just won the whole battle himself. Wasting no time, number 5 steps in, activating her skill. Tree branches shoot out from the ground, elongating with unnatural speed. The branches snake their way toward the king and wrap tightly around his legs, locking him in place. With confidence in her voice, she announces to the team that she's got him secured. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ya and number 2 rush in for the attack, charging at the immobilized king from both sides. Feng Ya swings his sword with full force, unleashing Wolf Storm, while number 2 follows up with her Thunder Explosion using her Divine Sword. Their coordinated assault creates a whirlpool of water and thunder, swirling violently as it crashes into the king. The king clenches his fists and grits his teeth, his body tensing under the pressure of the combined attack. The whirlpool tears into him, and blood splatters from both sides of his body. Feng Ya, filled with adrenaline, yells at the king to die, convinced the attack has landed a decisive blow. But the victory is short-lived. Number 2 notices something is wrong. Her instincts scream that this isn't over, and she shouts a warning to Feng Ya, telling him to back off. Before they can retreat, the king's hands shoot out with terrifying speed. He grabs both Feng Ya and number 2 with his bare hands, locking them in a crushing grip. His voice, filled with cold finality, declares that it's over. Both Feng Ya and number 2 struggle against his hold, their faces contorted with effort as they try to free themselves. Feng Ya, never one to go quietly, curses the king, shouting at him to let go. The king doesn't even flinch at the insults. His grip tightens, and with a circular motion of his hands, he swings both of them through the air. The force of the throw sends them hurtling across the battlefield, smashing into the walls of the abyss with a sickening impact. Number 3 takes aim, drawing his invisible arrow with precision. He fires it straight at the king, confident in his attack. But the king, as always, is no ordinary opponent. With lightning-fast reflexes, he catches the invisible arrow midair, his grip firm and unshaken. Without hesitation, the king reverses the attack, hurling the arrow back at number 3 with devastating force. The arrow strikes its target, and a massive explosion follows. The impact sends number 3 flying, pinning him to the back wall. Blood splatters across the surface as the arrow pierces through his left shoulder, leaving him stuck. He grits his teeth, struggling to pull the arrow out, but it's lodged deep, and every movement sends waves of pain through his body. Meanwhile, the king turns his attention to the summon tree beast of number 5. With a single brutal punch, he smashes the beast into pieces, its massive form crumbling into nothing. Number 5 stares in horror at the remains of her summon, her face filled with worry and disbelief. She backs away as the king advances toward her, his presence radiating menace. Tears welling in her eyes, number 5 cries out, begging him not to come any closer. But the king is relentless. He raises his fist for another devastating punch, ready to crush her where she stands. Just before the attack lands, a leader of the Daybreak Guild rushes in, his shield raised. With perfect timing, he intercepts the blow, the impact reverberating through the shield, sparing number 5. The leader, calm and composed, tells number 5 to adjust her position and create some distance. His tone is steady, but the urgency in his words is clear. The king, undeterred, begins pounding on the leader's shield with a flurry of punches. Each strike lands with terrifying force, the sound of the blows echoing across the battlefield. The king taunts the leader, mocking his defensive skills and questioning how long he can possibly hold out. The leader holds firm, his shield absorbing each hit. His thoughts remain focused, reflecting on his role. To him, his shield is more than just a tool, it's a promise to protect his teammates, no matter the cost. But as for the king, the one who has hurt his comrades, the leader vows that he won't just face the shield. He'll face the sharp edge of the leader's sword as well. And as the leader of the Daybreak Guild speaks, a dramatic transformation begins. One side of his face starts glowing with a fierce red aura, and his right eye turns black with a piercing red pupil. The aura radiating from him grows darker and more intense, blending red and black energy as it swirls around his body. With his shield in one hand and his sword in the other, the leader looks like a force of nature, ready to retaliate with unmatched determination. The leader charges forward, swinging his sword with deadly precision, while the king counters with a relentless barrage of punches. Each clash between sword and fists sends out bursts of raw energy, creating shockwaves that ripple through the battlefield. The force is so immense that stones and water nearby are lifted into the air, caught in the chaotic energy of their battle. From a distance, Lu Li watches the chaos unfold. He quickly instructs his teammates to assist the wounded members of the Daybreak Guild. Little Chili rushes to number 3, kneeling beside him to assess the damage. She pulls the arrow from his shoulder, her hand steady despite the blood, and tells him to bear with the pain. Number 3 grits his teeth, his face pale, but he manages to nod. Ah Fei makes his way to Feng Ye, who is clearly in bad shape. Feng Ye is coughing up blood and struggling to stay upright. Ah Fei hands him some meds, his own face twisted in concern. Meanwhile, Huo Jiao assists number 2, helping her regain her strength and composure. Back on the battlefield, the leader of the Daybreak Guild unleashes his ultimate move, the Daybreak Slash. The powerful attack slices through the air, hitting the king with immense force and sending him flying backward. The impact shakes the ground, leaving even the king momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Li appears behind the king with lightning speed. He moves with deadly precision, his sword striking deep into the king's back. Blood sprays from the wound as Lu Li's attack lands perfectly, his timing impeccable. The king roars in pain, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Slowly, he turns to face Lu Li, his devil eye glowing ominously. His gaze is filled with fury as he tells Lu Li that his patience has finally reached its limit. The king's aura grows darker, his presence more menacing than ever. Before the king can retaliate, all the members of the Daybreak Guild and Lu Li's team close in around him. The king is now surrounded on all sides, with every warrior ready to strike. Each one prepares their attack, their combined strength creating an overwhelming sense of power. The final assault is about to begin, and the king, though still standing, is now truly cornered. Ah Fei, Little Chili, Huo Jiao, and every warrior from the Daybreak Guild unleash their attacks at the same time, aiming to crush the king once and for all. Their combined force tears through the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of the floating palace. The sword and staff of the king, which never stopped their ridiculous devotion, scream out for their so-called master. A massive explosion erupts, sending flames roaring across the palace. The once grand structure, a symbol of the king's arrogance, now burns furiously, consumed by the destruction he brought upon himself. Below in the city, people stop in their tracks, their eyes wide with shock. The glowing fire in the sky reflects in their stunned faces as they realize the impossible is happening. One of the knights, snapping out of the daze, orders the guards to assemble at once, sensing that chaos is about to spread. Inside the palace, thick smoke covers everything, making it impossible to see clearly. The warriors stand still, waiting, their breaths heavy. Doubt creeps into their minds as they wonder if this nightmare has finally ended. Feng Ya, exhausted and barely able to speak, believes that this was the greatest damage they could possibly inflict. Lu Li, watching the burning wreckage, assumes there is no way anyone could have survived such devastation. But then a figure stirs within the smoke. The king steps forward, coughing like a fool who has finally faced the consequences of his arrogance. His sword, now back in the form of a boy, pathetically calls out to him. His staff, returned to the shape of a girl, rushes toward him with pointless concern, asking if he is hurt. The king, ever the delusional tyrant, brushes off their worries and tells them they have done well. But then, in true selfish fashion, he places a hand on each of them. A cruel smirk crosses his face as he decides they are nothing more than weaklings. He declares that their efforts are meaningless and that he alone should decide how things are done. Without hesitation, he snuffs them out like candles in the wind. The boy and girl, his most loyal servants, vanish in an instant. Their devotion, their sacrifice, completely worthless to a monster who only values his own power. Lu Li, his team, and the warriors of the Daybreak Guild stare in disbelief. The realization sinks in he is still alive. Their strongest attack, the one they believed would end this nightmare, has failed. Little Chili, piecing it together, points out that the two butlers had absorbed the full force of their assault earlier. The truth stings. They had wasted their best chance, and the king, standing before them completely unharmed, is ready to strike back. The leader of the Daybreak Guild refuses to let this setback break them. Without hesitation, he orders everyone to finish the king now before he can unleash more destruction. But the king, that arrogant tyrant, does not even flinch. He plants his feet firmly, his expression filled with smug confidence as if he holds complete control of the battle. The lady of the Daybreak Guild watches him closely, unsure of his next move. Something about his stance feels different. The king, as dramatic as ever, crosses his fists over his chest in a ridiculous display, resembling some twisted version of a warrior's salute. He declares that even if he has to abandon a certain vessel, all those who dare challenge him will suffer the consequences. His voice drips with overconfidence, as if he truly believes he is unstoppable. Then, with a deafening roar, he slams both fists into the ground. One glows with intense red energy, the other with an eerie blue light. The two forces collide upon impact, and in the next moment, an enormous explosion erupts. The sheer power of the attack shakes the entire battlefield. The water below churns violently as whirlwinds form in response to the force. The shockwave is so powerful that its sound and energy ripple outward, reaching far beyond the floating palace. Down in the city, the earth trembles beneath the feet of terrified civilians. Panic spreads instantly. People scream and scatter in all directions, convinced that an earthquake is tearing through their land. The assistant and the minister watch from below, their faces frozen in shock. The assistant, unable to believe his eyes, points toward the sky and urges the minister to look. The minister, struggling to process what is happening, stares at the scene in disbelief. The once magnificent floating palace, a symbol of the king's pride and tyranny, has been reduced to rubble. Without wasting a moment, both rush forward, desperate to understand how such destruction came to be. At the remains of the palace, the king stands alone among broken stones and scattered debris. The battlefield is eerily silent. Pieces of armor, shattered weapons, and the remnants of warriors lie buried in the wreckage, but there is no sign of life. The overwhelming attack seems to have wiped out everyone. Lu Li, barely holding on, leans against a large stone, his body battered and covered in wounds. Every breath feels like a struggle, yet he remains conscious, refusing to succumb to the pain. The king, ever the pompous fool, steps toward him with a smug expression. Instead of finishing him off immediately, he wastes time gloating, reveling in his own perceived superiority. He acknowledges that he is impressed that Lu Li is still alive. In his deluded mind, this is proof that Lu Li is meant to become his vessel, a fate he arrogantly believes is set in stone. Just then, a notification appears. The message declares to Lu Li that the tome of random achievements has been triggered. The task is simple: defeat the king of Tapini in a solo battle. But this is no ordinary victory requirement. The instructions demand that the opponent be reduced to pure, soul-crushing despair broken by sheer power alone. A straightforward defeat is not enough. Luli sits on a stone block, his body drained from the brutal fight. His breath is uneven, his exhaustion evident. The king, standing tall before him, smirks with mocking arrogance. He assumes the battle is already won, taunting Luli with empty words. If there are any last tricks left, now would be the time to reveal them. Luli, without hesitation, responds. There is in fact one last move. Luli rises to his feet, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. A powerful energy erupts from him as he activates Ashura mode. Crimson lightning crackles around him, wrapping his body in an overwhelming aura. His entire appearance shifts, his form becoming more lethal, his presence more terrifying. His eyes burn with an intensity that makes it clear he is not done yet. The king, witnessing this transformation, reacts with an expression that is part amusement, part admiration. He acknowledges the spirit of Luli, recognizing that even now, after everything, he refuses to surrender. But admiration means nothing when it comes from a delusional tyrant who still believes he holds the upper hand. Both warriors launch forward, moving at speeds too fast for the eye to follow. They clash in a frenzy of attacks, fists and blades meeting with explosive force. One strike follows another, the battlefield shaking with each impact. But it does not take long for the truth to become clear. Luli's Ashura mode is far too much for the king to handle. Every hit lands with crushing power. The king, despite his attempts to defend, coughs up blood as blow after blow connects. His movements grow sluggish, his once overwhelming strength now faltering against the unstoppable assault by Luli. He forces himself to analyze the situation, trying to regain some sense of control. Luli has indeed become faster and stronger, but in the king's mind, that is all there is to it. He convinces himself that there must be a limit, that Luli's power surge cannot last forever. But deep down, he knows this time he is on the losing end. Luli moves with blinding speed and grips the king's face with an iron hold. The king, for the first time, struggles to process what is happening. His own body, once feared and untouchable, is now completely under Luli's control. He thrashes, trying to break free, but Luli's grip remains unshaken. Lifting the king effortlessly, Luli prepares to slam him into the ground with overwhelming force. But before he can complete the move, the king, desperate to turn the tide, channels all his remaining energy into his fist. With one devastating punch, he sends Luli flying through the air. The king does not stop there. Seizing the advantage, he leaps into the sky, closing the distance in an instant. Before Luli can regain control, another brutal punch strikes him mid-air, sending him hurtling downward. The impact should have shattered him, yet somehow, Luli lands on his feet, refusing to be broken. The king, unwilling to let him recover, descends from the sky like a mad beast, aiming to crush him once and for all. But Luli, prepared this time, reaches out and grabs the king's wrists before he can land a hit. A sudden shift in the air sends a chill through the battlefield. Behind Luli, a mysterious red aura begins to take shape, swirling with an ominous presence. The king, for all his arrogance, feels something he is not used to, unease. His instincts scream at him to pay attention. Luli's power is still increasing, but more than that, something monstrous is forming behind him. The red energy condenses, no longer a shapeless aura. What emerges is a massive wolf with eyes filled with pure malice. Its gaze alone carries an unspeakable rage, as if it exists only to destroy. A notification appears, confirming what is unfolding. The message reveals the true potential of Ashura mode. It does not simply enhance power, it maximizes fighting spirit, pushing strength beyond normal limits. When this fighting spirit reaches its peak, it takes form, granting the user the ability to unleash the wrath of Ashura. But there is a price. While in the Ashura mode, there is no defense, no escape, no retreat. Running from battle or attempting to avoid conflict will cause the fighting spirit to vanish. If that happens, Ashura mode will be lost for a time, leaving the user vulnerable. Luli grabs the hand of the king with a crushing grip and leaps onto him without hesitation. Both warriors grin, locked in a battle of sheer willpower. The king, never one to hold back his arrogance, throws a brutal punch straight into Luli's face and roars at him to disappear. The impact sends Luli soaring through the air, but his momentum barely slows. From a distance, he surges forward again, refusing to let the king regain control. His fists strike with relentless force, each blow hammering into the king's body. He does not stop. He does not hesitate. He keeps attacking, each strike stronger than the last. The king, unwilling to be outdone, matches his intensity, returning every hit with equal ferocity. Blood spills onto the shattered palace floor, but neither of them relents. Their fists collide with overwhelming power, triggering a massive explosion. Shockwaves burst outward, sending stones flying in all directions. The entire palace trembles under the sheer energy released from their clash. Their speed becomes too much for the human eye to track. Their movements blur, their attacks landing faster than thought. They tear through the battlefield with raw, unfiltered rage. But then, in a split second, the king lands a devastating hit, striking Lu Li with precise, bone-shattering force. Lu Li's body hurtles through the air, crashing into a solid stone wall. Dust and debris scatter from the impact, but the battle is far from over. The king, still breathless from the fight, processes what just happened. He knows for certain Lu Li's ribs and hands are broken. Any normal warrior would be writhing in agony, unable to continue. But instead of falling apart, Lu Li looks more dangerous than ever. A grin spreads across his face. There is no fear, no hesitation. Without wasting a single moment, he launches himself at the king once more. The next attack lands, and another explosion erupts. The palace groans under the force, its structure barely holding together. Below in the city, people watch in horror and confusion. The sky above them glows with energy, and massive stones begin to fall from the collapsing palace. They do not understand what is happening, but one thing is certain: the battle above is shaking the world itself. Below the collapsing palace, the minister and his associate stand alongside a group of soldiers, their eyes fixed on the chaos above. The associate, struggling to comprehend the situation, mutters about the broken teleporter. Without a way to reach the floating palace, the truth of what is happening remains a mystery. He wonders aloud with frustration in his voice. The minister, without hesitation, assumes the worst. His mind clings to old beliefs, convinced that some reckless dragon dares to challenge his so-called mighty ruler. But before he can speak further, a figure plummets from the sky. Ah-Fade, barely conscious, falls from the shattered palace above. The associate, eyes widening in alarm, points toward the descending warrior. The minister, despite his delusions, knows what must be done. He immediately commands the soldiers to save him before it is too late. Back in the palace, the battle reaches its final moments. The king, bruised, bloodied, and desperate, realizes something he refuses to accept. His time is running out. His ambitions are slipping away. If he cannot possess it, then he must destroy it. With no other option left, he leaps into the air, channeling every ounce of his energy into one final attack. Blue lightning crackles from one fist, red from the other. His rage boils over as he unleashes the full force of the Fist King's explosive blast, aiming to obliterate Lu Li once and for all. But Lu Li does not move. He remains still, utterly calm, his expression completely unshaken. The moment the attack reaches him, he lifts his hand and flicks it away as if swatting an insect. The king stares in horror, his mind unable to process what just happened. His most powerful attack, his ultimate technique, was dismissed without effort. His voice trembles with disbelief, but before he can fully grasp the reality of his defeat, Lu Li decides it is time to end this once and for all. A wicked grin spreads across Lu Li's face. He no longer needs to hold back. Activating the wrath of Azura, he unleashes the power that has been waiting for this moment. The enormous wolf behind him, its presence filled with overwhelming malice, lunges at the king. In an instant, its fangs tear through his body. The battle is over. The king, once so full of arrogance, is split in half, his broken form plummeting toward the waters below. Barely alive, he gasps for breath, his mind refusing to accept the truth. His voice, once filled with confidence and superiority, now shakes with pure terror. He screams in denial, repeating the words over and over, refusing to believe that this is how his reign ends. Desperation takes hold. His eyes turn to the sky, searching for salvation. With every ounce of strength left, he pleads for rescue, offering his soul, his loyalty, anything at all, just to escape his fate. He begs to be spared, willing to serve, even if it means submitting to the very depths of the infernal purgatory. Lu Li, hearing those words, pauses. The mention of infernal purgatory sends a chill through him. There is something darker at play, something beyond this battlefield. Before he can react, the world around them begins to distort. Glitches of massive purple blocks materialize out of nowhere, forming into strange, cross-like shapes. Afi, Little Chili, Huozhou, and the warriors of the Daybreak Guild lie scattered across the ground, motionless. Their bodies, battered and unconscious, show clear signs of the brutal battle they endured before plummeting from the floating palace. The minister and his guards rush to the scene, scrambling to assist the fallen warriors. His voice, filled with misguided loyalty and complete ignorance, booms with urgency. He assumes without question that these warriors were wounded while bravely protecting the so-called mighty king from the clutches of an evil dragon. In his mind, the battle above must have been fierce, and the king must now be in unimaginable danger. As he speaks, he turns to his assistant, expecting immediate action. But instead of helping, the assistant stands frozen, his gaze fixed on the sky, his mouth hanging open in shock. Frustrated, the minister snaps at him, demanding to know why he is just standing there instead of aiding the injured. But when he follows his assistant's gaze and looks up, the words die in his throat. His body stiffens, his eyes widen, and for the first time, his unwavering faith in the king's power begins to crack. High above them in the darkened sky, a massive cross of glowing purple glitches looms. Its unnatural presence distorts the very air around it, pulsing with ominous energy. The assistant, barely able to comprehend what he is seeing, mutters in horror. To him, it feels as though the apocalypse itself is unfolding before their eyes. Meanwhile, back at the ruins of the floating palace, the king, or what remains of him, refuses to accept defeat. His once mighty form is now nothing more than a grotesque half-body, yet his arrogance remains intact. With only his upper body left, he raises his arms toward the sky, his face twisted in manic delight. His laughter, crazed and deafening, echoes across the broken battlefield. To him, this is no downfall. In his deluded mind, this is a divine answer. He convinces himself that the heavens have acknowledged him, that his cries for salvation have been heard. The infernal purgatory is open, and he, in all his wretched existence, believes himself to be its chosen one. Drunk on his own madness, he proclaims his superiority once again, as if fate itself bows to his will. But in reality, he is nothing more than a desperate, broken man clinging to power that was never his to control. Luli wastes no time. His sword flashes through the air with lightning speed and cleanly cuts the neck of the king in a single decisive slash. The severed head falls, landing in the pit of blood below with a dull splash. For the first time, true silence surrounds the battlefield. The king, or what little remains of him, barely has time to process his defeat. His mind, once filled with delusions of grandeur, now drifts into an unfamiliar sensation, drowsiness. Confusion seeps into his fading thoughts. He cannot comprehend it. His body feels heavy, his consciousness slipping. He convinces himself is just sleep, just a brief moment of rest. From his own detached point of view, he stares at the headless corpse that was once his. The sight should terrify him, but instead, his thoughts turn elsewhere. His final musings drift toward the infernal purgatory. He wonders if the goddess truly exists within its depths. His last fragmented thoughts cling to the possibility of meeting her. He questions what she would think of him, of the life he lived, of the choices he made. But before he can dwell further, darkness consumes him. Above the battlefield, the massive cross of purple glitches looms, its eerie presence unshaken. Luli raises his gaze, his eyes lock onto the strange anomaly. A realization dawns upon him: this must be the infernal purgatory, the same place where his brother once vanished without a trace. Determination floods his body. Without hesitation, he gathers every ounce of strength left and launches himself toward the cross, his voice ringing out with certainty. He has finally found it. But just before reaching his goal, his entire body freezes. Panic rushes through his mind. He is unable to move, unable to push forward. The entrance to the infernal purgatory is right in front of him, so close he can almost reach out and touch it. Yet, something holds him in place. Then from behind, a presence emerges. A swirling purple orb materializes, radiating an unsettling energy. It calls his name, not the name he knows in this world, but the one from the game. The moment it speaks, a chill runs through his spine. His heart pounds in his chest. He wants to turn around, but he cannot even move his eyes. The curse forms in his mind, frustration and fear intertwining. Something is watching him, something powerful enough to stop him midair. Then the orb speaks again. It does not give him a choice. It does not ask him why he seeks the infernal purgatory. It simply delivers a cold, merciless truth. There is no need to search anymore. Han Yixio is already dead. Luli remains frozen, his body unmovable, but his mind spirals into turmoil. The revelation shakes him to his core. A storm of emotions crashes over him: shock, disbelief, and something far heavier. He came all this way, fought through unimaginable battles, only to hear this. His breath quickens, his thoughts race, but before he can even process the weight of it, the situation takes a twisted turn. Hundreds of orbs materialize around him, their glowing forms floating in eerie silence. Then the voices begin. At first they mock him, their laughter echoing in the empty void. They toy with his emotions, teasing him with cruel amusement. One moment, they claim Han Yixio is dead. The next, they suggest a fate, even worse than death. More voices chime in, feeding off each other's cruelty. They taunt him, questioning his desperation, his desire to see his brother. Their words drip with false sympathy, pretending to consider his wishes, only to twist them into something darker. Then, as if this nightmare was not absurd enough, they turn it into a game. The voices argue, throwing out possibilities like they are discussing a trivial matter. Should they let him meet his brother? Should they not? The answer, it seems, will be decided by nothing more than a childish game. They play rock, paper, scissors. One voice calls out the results, and just like that, the decision is made. The outcome is cruel but unsurprising. Luli will not get his wish, but it does not matter, they say. Whether they meet or not was never important to begin with. Before he can react, before he can even try to fight back, the orbs shift. They merge together, forming something far more sinister. The floating lights twist and condense, shaping into a dark, shadowy figure. A woman emerges from the swirling abyss, her body cloaked in deep blackness, an ominous red aura radiating from her form. Four piercing eyes glare at him, glowing with an unnatural intensity. Large, ominous wings extend from her back, their presence filling the space with suffocating dread. Lu Li, still trapped, forces himself to think. His instincts scream at him he needs to do something, anything. But his body remains paralyzed, his mind scrambling for a plan. The shadowy woman steps forward. Her voice, cold and absolute, tells Lu Li, it does not matter what he thinks. It does not matter what he wants, because soon he will be dead. The shadowy woman lifts a single finger, her movements slow and deliberate. A pulse of red energy gathers at her fingertip, growing denser with each passing second. Without hesitation, she unleashes the beam, aiming directly at Lu Li. The attack strikes without mercy. A violent burst of power tears through his body, and in an instant, the entire left side of him is gone. A gaping hole remains where his flesh and bones once were, his form breaking apart at an alarming rate. Pain explodes through him, but before he can even register the full extent of it, his mind begins slipping into darkness. Outside the game, in the real world, his actual body convulses violently inside the game pod. Alarms blare, red warning signs flashing across the system interface. The AI detects a dangerous spike in his heart rate, a clear indication that his life is in immediate danger. The system initiates an emergency ejection, attempting to forcefully pull him out of the game before it is too late. But then something goes wrong. The ejection fails. A system error flashes on the screen. The automated safety protocols collapse, unable to extract him. The system, overwhelmed by the anomaly, begins rebooting, but precious seconds are slipping away. Inside the game, as his body continues to disintegrate, the Dark Angel speaks one last time. Her tone is neither rushed nor concerned. There is no urgency in her words, only cold amusement. She does not simply want to kill him. No, she wants him to see something before he vanishes completely. She declares that before he dies, he will witness the opening ceremony. The very event that his brother, Han Yixeo, had fought so desperately to prevent but failed in the end. Then the sky shifts. Massive crosses of purple glitches begin appearing all across the game world. One after another, they spread like a virus, infecting the very fabric of reality. The game's sky, once stable and bright, darkens unnaturally. A creeping sense of dread fills the world, reaching every corner, every city, every meadow. In a peaceful field far away, two young girls stand admiring the scenery. They talk, their voices light, their minds unbothered by the chaos yet to reach them. One of them suggests capturing the moment with a picture, eager to preserve the beauty around them. But then the world changes. The brightness fades. The sky, just moments ago bathed in warm light, turns eerily dark. Confusion flickers across their faces. One of them, adjusting her screen, assumes it must be a simple display issue. But the realization dawns quickly. This is no technical glitch. They look up. Above them, the purple crosses spread across the sky like cracks in reality itself. The sight is unnatural, overwhelming. Fear grips them as the truth becomes impossible to ignore. The sky is not just darkening, it is breaking apart. Elsewhere in a desert, three players have just killed a massive desert lizard. But then something catches their attention. One of them looks up, eyes narrowing at the strange sight above. High in the sky, the same eerie purple crosses have appeared, glowing ominously against the dusty backdrop. Confusion flickers in their expressions. One of them, still focused on the fight, assumes it must be some kind of special event, perhaps a grand update or a new world event unfolding. Far away above a frozen glacier, two players sit comfortably beside a crackling fire, enjoying a well-earned meal. The warmth of the flames fights against the bitter cold, creating a moment of peace. But that peace does not last. The same strange purple glitches manifest above them, stretching across the sky in unnatural patterns. One of them notices first, gazing up in curiosity. A sense of unease washes over the other as he takes in the sight, instinctively sensing that something is terribly wrong. The air itself feels heavier, charged with an unexplainable tension. The phenomenon is no longer isolated. Across the entire game world, the purple crosses multiply, covering every inch of the sky, spreading like a virus with no sign of stopping. But it is not just the game world that is affected. On the real-world Earth, the same eerie purple crosses stain the sky, consuming its surface like a web of corruption. The two worlds, one digital, one real, are no longer separate. They have been pulled together, forced into proximity by an unknown force. And now they are about to merge. High above, in the ruined remains of the floating palace, the Dark Lady watches the chaos unfold. Her crimson eyes glow with satisfaction. She does not need to wait any longer. She gives the command. But worlds must synchronize. Instantly, the two realms begin pulling against each other, their very existence twisting and bending. The purple crosses shift, their glow deepening into a malevolent red. Energy surges through the air, crackling with uncontrollable power. Then, without warning, portals begin ripping open from the crosses, flooding the lands below with intense, blinding red light. Near one of these portals, a group of players stand frozen in shock. The red glow crashes onto the ground with an overwhelming force, shaking everything around them. One of them, sensing danger, calls out to the others, urging them to retreat. But another scoffs at the fear, convinced that this must be the arrival of something extraordinary. Perhaps a legendary treasure, a once-in-a-lifetime event that will reward the brave. The third player, however, remains silent, his eyes lock onto the portal. His instincts tell him something far worse is happening. The sensation crawling down his spine is not one of anticipation, but of dread. This does not feel like an opportunity. It feels like a teleportation gate. And whatever is coming through it is not meant to be here. From the glowing red portals, figures begin to emerge. Their forms are unsettling, their movements unnatural. Their expressions stretch into sinister grins, their eyes filled with malice. There is no mistaking their intent. Among them, a towering figure with the face of a lion steps forward. His gaze sweeps over the new world before him, his lips curling into a satisfied smirk. The realm of the players stands before them, ripe for the taking. But it is their leader who truly embraces the moment. His laughter erupts in a fit of unhinged excitement, his voice dripping with madness. He has waited for this. He has longed for this. And now the moment has arrived. His order is simple, ruthless, absolute. Kill. Kill them all. Across the world, chaos unfolds. More portals tear open, flooding every city, every land with invaders. They come without hesitation, without mercy. There is no warning, no time for the players or the real-world inhabitants to react. The invasion has begun. At the center of it all, the shadowy woman stands before Lu Li, her twisted satisfaction evident. She gestures toward the destruction, reveling in the grandeur of what she has unleashed. To her, this is not just a battle. It is a spectacle. She turns to him, her voice smooth, mocking. She calls it majestic. But she is not finished. Her words, loud and commanding, echo across both worlds. The message is not just for him, it is for everyone. This moment marks a turning point. The game, as it was once known, is no more. A global announcement blares across the system, visible to every player. Huan Yu version 2.0 has begun, Infernal Purgatory. And then Lu Li ceases to exist. His body, already weakened beyond repair, finally gives in. It crumbles, breaking apart into nothingness. The last traces of his form scatter into the void. Back in the real world, the system detects what has just occurred. Cold, mechanical words appear on the screen, sealing his fate. The player's vital signs have disappeared. The invaders from the portals waste no time and unleash a full-scale attack on the players. Chaos erupts as the players desperately try to fight back. Blades clash, spells explode, and cries of battle fill the air. Among the fighters, one player struggles against the overwhelming force of the enemy. His attacks barely make a dent, and frustration creeps into his voice. He questions whether these monsters are just ordinary troops. If they are, then the true elites must be on an entirely different level. His companion, also locked in combat, refuses to give in to despair. He believes that if their enemies are this strong, then the loot they drop must be worth the struggle. Desperation fuels his swings, but deep down he knows they are in over their heads. On the other side, the invaders show no signs of concern. A mage from the portal, draped in a cloak of arrogance, watches the battle with amusement. His expression barely hides his disgust as he observes the players scrambling like frightened insects. He wonders aloud if these so-called players, these weak, pitiful creatures, are truly the ones resisting them. With a smirk, the mage raises his staff. The ground trembles as he casts Greater of Spike. In an instant, thousands of stone spikes burst from the ground, impaling hundreds of players. Blood soaks the battlefield as the screams of the fallen echo into the night. The attack leaves nothing but devastation, and those who survive are left paralyzed by fear. Among the remaining players, panic spreads. One of them, his voice shaking, realizes they have no chance of winning. He yells for everyone to run, hoping to escape this massacre. Another player immediately agrees, seeing no other option but to flee. But escape is a foolish dream. Before they can take a single step, the lion-headed warrior appears before them, his eyes filled with cruel amusement. He towers over them, blocking their path like an executioner savoring his victim's final moments. A smirk plays on his face as he mocks their desperation, taunting them for even thinking they could outrun their fate. Without hesitation, he unleashes ferocious claw slash. In a blink, their bodies are torn apart, their lives snuffed out before they even realize what happened. Despite the carnage, not all players are willing to run. Hundreds of them gather in one final act of defiance, forming ranks and charging toward the invaders. Their hearts burn with anger, their voices rising in unison. If they are to fall, they will do so fighting. One of them, filled with fury, roars at the invaders, demanding that they put an end to their arrogance. Their leader, refusing to back down, rallies the warriors of the Pinnacle and Royal Dynasty guilds. With unshaken determination, he orders them forward. A war cry erupts across the battlefield. Voices rise in defiance. They will not stand by and watch their world be destroyed. They will overcome. With renewed strength, they charge. The battlefield trembles once more. All of them charge with every ounce of strength they have left. They refuse to let fear control them, believing that their numbers will be enough to turn the tide. Their voices rise in unison, their battle cries shaking the air as they surge forward. But it is all meaningless. The leader of the invaders does not even move from his spot. He simply raises a hand and calmly closes his fist. That single motion releases a torrent of energy, an overwhelming blast of aqua-blue lightning flames. The power surges outward in circular waves, swallowing everything in its path. The flames crackle with violent intensity, striking down every single player from the Pinnacle and Dynasty guilds in an instant. No screams, no last words, only the empty sound of bodies collapsing lifelessly onto the battlefield. Watching this display of absolute dominance, the lion-headed warrior is practically in awe. He sings endless praises for his leader, treating him like a divine being who stands above all. The mage, ever the sycophant, follows suit. His admiration is sickening, dripping with exaggerated devotion. He acts as though their leader is untouchable beyond all comparison. The leader, basking in their worship, does not even pretend to be humble. His orders are simple, cruel, and final. The remaining players are to be slaughtered without hesitation. Their souls, once separated from their bodies, are to be collected. These souls will serve as currency, a resource to be traded in Blood Moon City for whatever their killers desire. Strength, wealth, power is all up for grabs. His words send a wave of bloodthirsty excitement through his army. The invaders erupt into a crazed chant, their voices filled with madness. Kill, kill, kill. Their hunger for destruction knows no limit. Meanwhile, in the real world, heavy rain pours against the rooftops, drumming endlessly in the night. A young man lies motionless on his bed, his body still. The game gear remains attached to his head, its interface glowing faintly. At first glance, it seems like he is merely lost in the game. But something's wrong. His body does not move, his chest barely rises with breath. The bedroom door swings open. His mother enters, her voice filled with frustration. She calls out to him, demanding to know if he has any sense of time. Her anger spills over as she scolds him for wasting his days in front of the screen. To her, it is always the same. He plays, plays, and plays. Nothing else matters to him. She cannot understand his obsession, cannot see why he dedicates so much of his life to this virtual world. If only, she thinks, he would put even half that passion into his studies. If only he cared about reality as much as he cared about that game. If that were the case, she tells herself, she would light incense and thank the heavens. But she does not yet realize her son is no longer simply playing. The mother sighs in frustration and walks toward the window. With an impatient tug, she pulls open the curtains, letting the dim, rain-soaked light seep into the room. The downpour outside pounds against the glass, but she barely notices. Her thoughts are consumed by the endless cycle of disappointment. She continues lecturing, her voice growing sharper. If her son cannot get into a university and cannot find a job, then what will he do with his life? There is no future in playing games all day. She glances outside at the heavy rain, muttering that it is time for him to get up, take a shower, and change his clothes. His father will be sending him to tuition soon, whether he likes it or not. Turning back to the bed, she steps closer. Her patience, already worn thin, finally snaps. She calls his name again, demanding that he get out of bed immediately. Does he think he can ignore her now? That he no longer needs to care about what his mother says? She reminds him of all the years she spent raising him, all the sacrifices she made. And for what? A son who only cares about playing games. She cannot accept it. Her anger boils over and she grabs the gaming helmet, yanking it off his head. If nothing else, she will put an end to this addiction herself. But the moment she sees his face, her anger turns to horror. Her son is unresponsive. His skin is pale, his lips slightly parted, but worst of all, his eyes are lifeless. The whites of his eyes stare back at her, empty and soulless. He does not blink, does not react. Panic seizes her. She screams his name, shaking his shoulders, but there is no response. Her voice cracks with terror as she calls for her husband, demanding he come quickly. Elsewhere, in another home, the same nightmare unfolds. The rain continues to fall heavily, drowning the city in a relentless storm. In a dimly lit room, another young man lies in bed, still locked inside the game. His gaming gear remains attached, the faint hum of the device filling the air. His girlfriend lays beside him, arms crossed, frustration clear in her expression. She tries once again to pull his attention away from the screen, urging him to stop playing and spend time with her. But he does not answer. She waits for a response. Seconds pass, and an uneasy feeling creeps into her chest. She steps closer, shaking his arm gently. Still nothing. Her eyes widen in alarm. Something is very wrong. Across the world, the pattern repeats. Thousands of players, all connected to the game, remain motionless. Their bodies lie still, their minds trapped elsewhere. Some are slumped over in chairs, others sprawled out in beds. Their families and loved ones try to wake them, their voices rising in panic. But there is no response. Their bodies are here, but their souls are gone. A breaking news alert flashes across television screens and online broadcasts. The world is in shock. The popular immersive game Huan Yu, developed by Destiny Corporation, has suffered a catastrophic technical failure. Reports confirm that over 1 billion players worldwide are unable to exit the game. The situation has escalated beyond a simple malfunction. Hundreds of thousands of players are now in life-threatening danger. The broadcast cuts to a live scene outside Destiny Corporation's headquarters. A massive crowd has gathered, thousands of furious family members, concerned citizens, and relentless media personnel flooding the streets. The air is thick with anger and desperation. Tensions are boiling over as 3 company officials stand before them, attempting to calm the growing chaos. But their words do nothing to ease the storm. The questions come fast, sharp, and unforgiving. The people demand answers. They demand to know the cause of this crisis. Was this an unforeseen technical failure, or was it something more sinister? Was this deliberate, a planned event? A desperate parent pushes forward, crying out for the return of their child, their voice trembling with anguish. Others echo the plea, demanding a solution. How long will it take for Destiny Corporation to fix this disaster? The officials, shifting uncomfortably, offer nothing in return. Their response is the same over and over, no comment. The crowd grows more agitated. The world is watching, waiting, demanding accountability, and yet Destiny Corporation refuses to provide a real answer. The frustration builds as accusations fly. Is this the official stance of the company? Is this truly how they intend to address a crisis of this scale? From every country, complaints flood in. The world wants an explanation. Families, governments, and organizations demand immediate action. Finally, after unbearable silence, the CDO of Destiny Corporation steps forward. His voice is cold, calculated. There is no sympathy in his words. He states without hesitation that only Destiny Corporation can solve this problem. The world has no choice but to wait. There is nothing else they can do. Then, without another word, he ends the press conference. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Wait, that is all. The interview is over just like that. Discontent and outrage sweep through the masses. The tension spills over as voices rise in anger. This is not just negligence. This is a crime. To many, this feels less like a technical failure and more like a calculated hostage situation. Destiny Corporation, the most powerful gaming company in the world, now stands accused of orchestrating the largest mass kidnapping in human history. Inside the Destiny Corporation Central Conference Department, chaos spreads like wildfire. Officials argue without holding back, shouting accusations at each other. Some blame the technical team for the disaster, while others refuse to take responsibility. The tension in the room rises with every passing second. One frustrated official slams his hands on the table, demanding to know what the technical team has been doing. Another fires back, insisting that blind accusations won't fix anything. A third voice warns that if the situation is not handled properly, the entire company will collapse. Someone groans about the company's stock value, which has already dropped to 1/3 of its original price. The CEO, clearly fed up with the noise, taps the table loudly. The room falls silent. He makes it clear that he will ask questions, and they will give answers. No more useless shouting. Turning to one of the men in the room, the CEO demands an explanation for why the players are unable to log out of the game. The man, clearly nervous, stumbles over his words. He tries to say the answer is complicated, but the CDO cuts him off, ordering him to keep it simple. The man gulps and starts explaining. He says the fully immersive game system works by connecting the player's helmet to the game network center, allowing real-time data transmission between the player's mind and the game world. However, something went wrong last night. The main transmission channel suddenly got blocked, trapping the players inside. Their consciousness can go into the game but cannot return to their brains. If someone forcefully removes a helmet, the damage to the brain will be so severe that it will result in death. The expression of the CEO darkens. He asks about the emergency backup channels. The man hesitates before admitting that all backup channels have also been disabled. The room falls into another wave of silence, broken only when someone, probably desperate for an easy fix, suggests simply unplugging the network center and turning it off. Another man from the tech department scoffs at the ridiculous suggestion. He calls the previous speaker an idiot and demands to know what difference it would make from simply ripping off the helmets. His frustration is clear. He then explains that the players' consciousnesses are no longer inside their bodies. They are now stuck inside the network center itself. Shutting it down won't just disconnect them, it will permanently damage their brain nerves. The players won't survive. The CDO, already losing patience, silences both of them. His tone leaves no room for more pointless debates. He declares that the technical department must find a solution immediately, no matter the cost. He also states that the company will hire the best engineers in the world to assist. Next, he shifts focus to public relations. He orders an increased budget to control the media and minimize the damage to the company's reputation. Then he makes a decision that surprises the room. He instructs someone to arrange a meeting with the Secretary General of the United Nations as soon as possible. With finality, he dismisses the room. The officials, still tense but without a choice, stand up and leave. The heavy footsteps fade, leaving the CEO alone in the vast conference room. He stays seated, deep in thought. His expression remains unreadable as he opens his system screen and makes a few quick taps. A live CCTV feed appears on his display, showing a mysterious room. Inside, Lumina lies motionless on a mechanical bed. Cold metal straps hold her tightly in place, preventing any movement. Her face is pale, her breathing shallow. She appears completely unconscious. It is now the second day of the Huan Yu logout denial crisis, and the heavy rain shows no signs of stopping. Thick clouds cover the sky, casting a gloomy shadow over the city. On every television screen, news reports continue to broadcast urgent updates. The crisis caused by Destiny Corporation has left countless people unreachable, including essential workers. The damage is spreading and the situation grows worse by the hour. The news anchor advises everyone to remain alert and to check in with close friends and family. If someone cannot be contacted, they should be visited immediately. For those living far away, the nearest authorities should be informed. Inside their homes, people react with shock and frustration. Some worry about the blackout, demanding to know if anyone's handling it. Others, more concerned with their own trivial problems, whine about food deliveries being delayed. One person panics over the endless rain, pointing out that the first floor of their building is already underwater. A few start spreading rumors about the dam upstream, claiming it is reaching its limit. Meanwhile, inside the city's control room, a disturbing scene unfolds. The officials responsible for managing the crisis are slumped over in their chairs, completely unconscious. The reason becomes clear: they were also playing the game and are now trapped inside. A walkie-talkie on the desk crackles with urgency. A distressed voice from the other end calls out to the control room, reporting that the heavy rain has pushed the water level to dangerous heights. The dam must be opened immediately to prevent a catastrophic flood. There is no response. The voice on the other end grows more desperate, repeating the same command again and again. The dam must be released, and it must be done now. But inside the control room, nobody moves. The unconscious officials remain slumped in their chairs, unaware of the disaster unfolding outside. Inside the game, a panicked player finds himself backed into a corner. A monstrous beast from another portal closes in, ready to tear him apart. Fear takes over as the player screams for an escape. He desperately tries to log out, shouting over and over, his voice cracking. He doesn't want to play anymore. He just wants to go back to work, back to reality, back to his mother. The beast raises its claws, preparing to end him. At the last moment, Afe arrives. Flames explode from his hands, engulfing the creature. The fire consumes it entirely, leaving nothing but ashes. Afe turns to the trembling player and demands to know if he has seen a dark-skinned, good-looking man wielding daggers in both hands. The player, still shaking, barely manages to stutter out a response. He has not seen anyone like that. Frustration grows on Afe's face. He mutters under his breath, annoyed that he still cannot find his second brother. Without wasting another second, he flies ahead, calling out for Lu Li. The player left behind watches in horror as his only savior disappears into the distance. His voice cracks as he begs Afe not to leave him alone, but his cries are ignored. Afe has more important things to do. Meanwhile, Lu Li is in serious trouble. He is completely trapped within a complex mess of game algorithms, unable to move. A sense of doom creeps over him. He wonders if this is how it all ends, if he is really about to die here. He refuses to accept it. Just then, a notification pops up in front of him. A clear ding echoes in the empty space. The system announces that he has successfully completed the task of soloing Tapini Jin, and as a reward, a random prize is being sent to him. His prize appears before him, a luck coin of revival. Lu Li immediately activates the luck coin of revival. His body jerks back to life, emerging from a grave as if clawing his way out of the afterlife itself. His breath comes in ragged gasps. He can hardly believe it. He is alive again. But something feels off. His body is sluggish, weighed down by an unnatural heaviness. He looks around, trying to understand his surroundings. Graves stretch endlessly in every direction, fading into the misty horizon. The eerie silence makes the place feel even more unsettling. Standing before him is an old, sinister-looking summoner. The man eyes Lu Li with fascination, mumbling to himself. He seems delighted, as if he has just accomplished something incredible. With a twisted grin, he gloats about successfully summoning a zombie this time. He mocks Lu Li, saying he apparently failed in life and died miserably. The arrogance drips from his voice as he brags about being the superior among them. With an air of superiority, he commands Lu Li to kneel before him and swear loyalty. Lu Li pushes himself up, shaking off the stiffness in his limbs. He steps toward the old summoner, his expression unreadable. The summoner's confidence wavers, a nervous laugh escapes him as he stutters, demanding to know what Lu Li is doing. The unease in his voice grows with each step Lu Li takes. Ignoring the command to kneel, Lu Li stops right in front of him and calmly states that he has a question. The summoner, still trying to hold on to his authority, snaps back, outraged by Lu Li's attitude. He insists that proper respect must be shown first. Kneeling comes before questions. Lu Li lifts his hand, and in an instant, the air crackles with power. Dark red lightning erupts around him, filling the area with a terrifying energy. The summoner's bravado crumbles instantly. He realizes far too late that he has made a grave mistake. His arrogance vanishes as he drops to the ground, trembling. He joins his hands in a desperate plea. His voice shakes as he begs for mercy, admitting his foolishness. In the dark, shadowy domain where the black-robed lady resides, hundreds of dark purple orbs hover in the air, whispering among themselves. Their murmurs carry unease and disbelief. One of them remarks that a data entity strikingly similar to Zhang Yu has just appeared in the monster's world. Another quickly refutes the possibility, reminding the group that they killed him with their own hands. It should be impossible for him to exist again. Despite the confusion, one orb insists they do not have the luxury of wasting time on this mystery. The teleportation channels require constant maintenance, and any distractions could jeopardize their entire operation. Still, doubt lingers. A few question the situation, wondering what it could mean. Before their discussion spirals further, the dark-robed lady silences them with a sharp command. She demands to know where exactly this data entity appeared. One of the orbs responds without hesitation. The anomaly was detected within the territory of the Blood Moon City Lord. Without a moment of hesitation, the dark-robed lady dismisses the matter. Since it is in his domain, she orders that he be the one to handle it. The orbs fall silent, obediently shifting their focus back to their tasks. Meanwhile, in the depths of Blood Moon City, inside the City Lord's secret realm, a scene of pure horror unfolds. A massive throne, constructed entirely of bones, stands tall in the center of a lake filled with thick red blood. The City Lord himself sits upon the grotesque seat, his presence exuding absolute dominance. A single purple orb floats near him, carrying the message from Lord Yu. Without showing any emotion, the City Lord acknowledges the message. Its response is simple, but his eerie stillness makes it clear. Whatever needs to be done will be handled. The Blood Moon City Lord gives a simple command. His blood slave is to handle the matter immediately. From the shadows, the blood slave emerges. His monstrous form radiates menace, his very presence exuding an unnatural hunger for destruction. Kneeling before the City Lord, he accepts the order without hesitation. His voice carries complete devotion as he promises to obey. Meanwhile, back in the graveyard, the old summoner has no intention of sticking around any longer. He spins on his heels and bolts, not even bothering to look back. With a trembling voice, he hurriedly excuses himself, making it clear that he has no business left here. His words are rushed, but his actions speak louder. He just wants to escape before he becomes the next unfortunate soul to cross Lu Li. Lu Li stands still, lost in thought. He pieces together the dark truth. The connection between the monster world and the player world is no accident. With the teleportation channels open, monsters have free access to the human realm. They can hunt players at will, turning what was once a game into a death sentence. Even worse, the players who have fallen and have their souls collected are lost forever. No revival, no second chance. A single question burns in his mind. The mastermind behind this, the dark shadowy woman, who is she? No, more importantly, what is she? Despite everything, one realization takes priority. His brother is still alive. Everything he has learned points to a single truth. His brother is trapped, likely under that woman's control. If he can find her, he can find the answers. But before he can dwell on it any longer, something shifts in the distance. Perched on a high cliff, a figure sits atop a horse, watching him. Lu Li narrows his eyes. At first, he wonders if his mind is playing tricks on him. But no, this presence is real. Before he can react, the figure vanishes from the cliff in an instant. In the next breath, the blood slave materializes directly behind him. Lu Li feels the weight of the moment, but does not hesitate. His stance tightens, his muscles coil, and his mind sharpens. The fight is coming. He is ready. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, hit that like button, as today's like goal is 1,500 likes. Comment next part down below for the next part. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.